This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Rugged peaks, crimson mountains and plains, gurgling streams, fish playing. Under the shade of the treetops, amidst moist, humus-covered tree roots, clusters of flesh-red mushrooms thrive. Their thick, tender caps overlap, their unique fragrance attracting the many creatures living in the stream area. A flying insect with a deep blue shell fluttered its wings and landed on the caps. As it fed, a faint blue light flickered from its abdomen. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the lightning insect fluttered its wings, attempting to take flight. But just as it came within a centimeter of the specialty mushroom, a horny beak snatched it up. With a crisp crackling sound, lightning flashed from its beak. Gaw! Clad in blue-green feathers and shaped like a ball, the creature called Maru bird tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to the electric current, flapping its short wings and chirping joyfully. To it, lightning bugs were a rare delicacy. Not far behind it, in the bushes, Lin Lin crouched and slowly approached. The rags draped around his body could hardly be called clothing, but a bulging cloth bag around his waist was still intact. In his hand, he held a scavenged bone, its tip sharpened to a fine point. Close enough. Lin Lin narrowed his eyes, then suddenly leaped up, brandishing his bone knife and stabbing Maru birds, but... Gaw! The plump Maru bird stumbled forward 2 steps, shuddering, and a large, egg-white egg, half the height of a man, squeaked out from its tail. Lin Lin glanced down at the crimson streak on the tip of his bone knife and cursed inwardly. The Maru bird looked enormous, but that was largely an illusion created by its thick feathers. The knife had penetrated at least 10 centimeters, but only a fraction of a centimeter had actually pierced its skin. For a Maru bird over 2 meters long, this injury was merely a superficial wound. Feeling the panic and fear radiating from the Maru bird, Lin Lin sighed and watched it flee deep into the jungle. He didn't pursue it, but sheathed the bone knife and crouched down to pick up the Maru bird egg. It felt quite substantial, and Lin Lin's lips curled slightly. With such a large egg, his purpose for this trip had been achieved. There was no need to dwell on raw meat. Carrying the Maru bird egg, he carefully navigated the territory of the giant wild boar and dodged the territory of the dog dragons. After a long trek, Lin Lin finally arrived at the foot of a cliff covered in vines. Glancing at the flying beetles, taller than a man, that had once again reappeared in the sky around him, Lin Lin carefully set the Maru bird's eggs aside. Feeling the flying beetle's singular yet intensely aggressive inner voice, he coughed lightly, drawing their attention. He then fished a half-wrapped insect from his pocket, squeezed it, and flung it violently. He ducked to avoid the intense flash of light. When he looked up again, he saw 3 beetles lying on the ground around him, their wings fluttering as they tried to regain their balance, their legs twitching. Zinni! He drew out his bone knife and chopped off the heads of the 3 beetles. He then stripped off their carapaces, feathers, and other materials, placing them in the cloth bag at his waist. Lin Lin shook off the green fluid stained on the blade and exhaled. Bounding the Maru bird's eggs with vines and carrying them on his back, Lin Lin trudged up the more than 10-meter-high cliff face. Passing through the narrow crevice before him, he finally returned to a safe haven, a cave he had unexpectedly discovered. Throwing the bag aside, Lin Lin brought some rocks and propped the marabird eggs in midair. With great effort, he started a fire. He hugged his knees, staring at the flames, his thoughts racing with them. A week had passed since he inexplicably been transported to this world. If he hadn't recognized this as the monster hunter world from the monsters he encountered, hadn't concocted a number of life-saving items, and hadn't gained the ability to hear the monsters' minds, he would have long since become monster excrement, used to mark territory. This place, with marabirds, gulongs, and other monsters roaming, along with the crimson leaves and gurgling streams, was hard not to think of the stream map of Jiyan village. However, finding the village on his own without help was incredibly difficult. He wondered if this world had a game protagonist, how far along the plot had progressed, whether Lan Long still lingered on Lingfeng, whether Tianhualong had encountered its nemesis, whether Kang Langsing had set foot on a new continent, and where Lian was. A burning smell brought Lin Lin back to his senses. He frantically extinguished the flames, ignoring the burn as he quickly peeled open the cooked eggs. Seeing that most of the egg was still tender white, with only a few burnt bits at the bottom, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since arriving in the monster hunter world, perhaps due to the high-energy environment, his appetite had been increasing. If too much of it burned, he might not be able to fill his stomach. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, as his appetite grew, so did his strength. Otherwise, with his pre-transmigration fitness, he wouldn't have been able to scale a 10-meter-high rock face carrying marabirds' eggs. Although there is no salt or oil, the freshness of the maru bird eggs themselves is delicious enough. After eating a whole egg, a warm current will continue to flow in the stomach. Instead of feeling drowsy after a full meal, you will feel full of energy and energy. After sharpening his bone knife with a whetstone, Lin sorted through the contents of his cloth bag, removing unneeded items, like the flying beetle materials, and piling them aside. With only the small props he had prepared, he once again entered this beautiful, yet treacherous jungle. Crawling through the forest, trying to avoid the noise of fallen leaves, Lin advanced, dodging the monster territories he remembered while constantly collecting useful props. The cloth bag around his waist gradually bulged. Herbs with 3-petaled leaves with white markings on their tips. Pale blue mushrooms with spotted caps. Sticky grass with a sticky juice that's hard to wash off. Light bugs clinging to tree branches, emitting intense light when stimulated. Sweet and delicious honey, thick enough to crystallize. Lightning bugs that instantly emit an electric current powerful enough to paralyze small monsters. Walking and collecting along the way, they unknowingly arrived at the spot where Lin had attacked Marutori. Just as he was about to lift a foot, a fishy smell wafted into his nostrils, and he abruptly stopped. At that moment, standing next to the cluster of specialty mushrooms wasn't the silly Marutori, but a large wild boar, grunting and scrabbling over the mushrooms. The wild boar's territory wasn't even close, so how could this thing be here? Lin held his breath and quietly retreated, trying to avoid it. But just then, a flying beetle flew from nowhere and stung the wild boar's hip. Looking at the wild boar, its eyes fixed on him, and sensing its furious rage, which he could sense even without needing to listen, Lin's mind was filled with 1,000 words that coalesced into one. Harder than carbon steel, its ferocious dragon-crushing power. Chapter 2. Thick, white tusks curved upward, its mud-stained bristles standing upright like steel needles. The boar pawed its hooves, lowering its head to charge Lin. Both in the game and during his days of wilderness survival, Lin knew the ferocity of a boar's charge. Turning to run would only lead to a piercing stab from behind by its tusks. He had to remain calm and carefully observe its movements to avoid injury. Reaching for his bone knife from his waist, his other hand gripping a homemade flash grenade, Lin took a step forward and crouched, his whole body tense, as he stared at the agitated boar. Perhaps Lin's gesture had angered it. The boar stopped paw-pawing the ground and, with all 4 hooves, charged at Lin, stirring up a trail of dust. Here comes the pig cart. Lin stared intently at the wild boar, waiting until it was about a meter in front of him, its earthy stench blasting into his face. Only then did he wave his hand, and suddenly lunged to the right, rolling on the ground before quickly rising. He didn't look up immediately, but instead saw the fleeting flash of bright light on the ground, sensing the panic emanating from the other's temporary blindness. Then, grasping his bone knife, he charged forward swiftly. The wild boar's pig cart brought the two of them very close. In just 2 steps, Lin was behind the boar. He tensed his arms, imitating the charged double slash of the shield axe he remembered, striking upward with 1 blow, then downward with another, solidly striking the boar's left hind leg at its joint. Although the 2 blows failed to land on the same wound, the damage they caused to the wild boar was considerable. The severe pain in its hind legs made it subconsciously want to turn around, but its injured leg couldn't support it, and it staggered and almost fell to the ground. Lin didn't rush to strike. After striking twice, he leaped back, observing the situation. This habit protected him. The boar stumbled, but it quickly regained its balance, shaking its head and turning. If he had attacked with a more aggressive attack, he might have been able to completely cripple the boar's hind leg, but without any armor to protect it, its sharp white tusks would have undoubtedly punctured a bloody hole. The boar, however, had clearly not recovered from the brief blinding caused by the flash. Although it turned, it merely moved its head erratically, hoping to use its tusks to hinder Lin's subsequent attacks. Lin bared his teeth and sprinted in circles, reaching behind the boar's rear again. He charged forward with another powerful double strike, striking the boar in the joints. The 2 consecutive blows completely knocked the boar off balance, and it lurched to the ground, kicking its hooves in an attempt to rise. Blood gushed from the wounds in its hind legs as it struggled. The blow severed an artery. Seizing this opening, he swiftly plunged the bone knife into the wild boar's exposed throat, showering Lin with blood. He pulled back, avoiding the creature's final struggles, gasping for air. The wild boar's wails gradually faded, and the chaotic thoughts it conveyed also slowly faded. Lin pounded his chest, forcing himself to calm down. I single-handedly killed a wild boar without weapons or armor. As expected of me. After catching his breath and stabbing it twice more in the throat, Lin Lin confirmed that the creature was dead, feeling a surge of joy at having survived. The clothes he had worn when he traveled through time had long since become tattered rags. The wild boar's fur was a real lifesaver. Even without sewing it, it was a perfect warmth wrapped around him. After painstakingly peeling the wild boar's fur, Lin Lin glanced at the hide, now shattered and disfigured, and the remaining scraps. He considered removing the creature's bones, but the faint cries of the dog dragons emanating from the forest forced him to abandon the idea. The stench of blood was too strong here. It would be dangerous to stay any longer. Lin Lin had thought the large wild boar's carcass would be enough for these greedy dog dragons to feast on, but now it seemed he, splattered with pig blood, had also been targeted. Listening to the howling sounds behind him, and sensing the approach of several greedy and excited thoughts, Lin Lin pouted and quickened his pace. To remove the odor, one could either jump into the stream and wash thoroughly, or use a special item like deodorizing jade. However, the stream they had previously explored was blocked by a herd of dog dragons, making it impossible to reach. Unsure how to combine bitter worms and material balls to create the deodorizing jade, Lin Lin could only take out a bitter worm, crush it, and apply its juice to the area stained with pig blood. The pungent smell of blood faded slightly, but it certainly wouldn't fool the dog dragons' noses. Lin Lin could only continue forward, hoping to find a source of water sufficient for washing along the way. The pursuit and being pursued lasted for about half an hour. Lin Lin stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the roaring waterfall before him, his expression grim. The heavy footsteps were getting closer. Lin Lin turned around and saw a giant beast resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a white body and red stripes stepping out from the shadows of the forest. Several orange dragons were jumping around beside it. Compared with the nearly 9-meter-long dog dragon king, the little dog dragons, which were only 1/3 of its body length, were simply miniature. However, even the tiny little dragon dogs were over 3 meters long. Surrounded by them, Lin Lin felt like a little girl surrounded by a group of burly thugs, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Lin Lin couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his heels suddenly emptying. Turning his head, he saw several pieces of gravel cracking beneath his feet, tumbling down and drowning in the white waterfall. The dog dragon king stepped forward calmly, his towering figure blocking out the sunlight, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Lin Lin. A foul drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, and the playful, cat-and-mouse look in his eyes was clearly transmitted to Lin Lin through his special perception. The bone he had scavenged as a weapon was only the length of his forearm, and it looked so thin and weak against this guy. "I'm going to kill you!" Lin Lin took a deep breath, gave him a middle finger, and without hesitation, leaped off the cliff. There's no fall damage in Monster Hunter World. Even Gerald wouldn't be killed by the fall. This was Lin Lin's last thought before he slipped into unconsciousness. Immediately afterwards, the roar of water drowned him. The stream region is rich in water. Waterfalls cascade down from sacred peaks, surging through the mountains and rivers, forming numerous rivers that flow in all directions, ultimately flowing eastward to the sea. A considerable portion of this water source is intercepted by low-lying valleys, forming swamps, wetlands, and lakes. Beside one lake, the calm surface reflected the lush greenery of the shore until ripples shattered it, and a sturdy, green-haired hind leg slithered in. Upon the screen, a giant green-haired bear, its front paws covered in yellow-brown shells, stared with its bare eyes, scanning the water, searching for some plump, fresh sashimi fish. Suddenly, the blue bear beast tilted its head, looking with a hint of confusion at a figure slowly drifting toward shore on the surface of the water. Roar? Chapter 3. Located on all fours, the blue bear beast approached the figure floating on the water, sniffing curiously. Shoo! The figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, splashing the blue bear beast's face. Startled by the sudden movement, the blue bear beast instinctively leaned back and sat down in the mud at the bottom, its heavy body sending a shower of water. Hulu, hulu. The blue bear beast sloppily wiped its face with its claws and looked back at the figure. Watching the rise and fall of its chest and abdomen, it realized that the figure was still alive. Seeing that the figure hadn't made any other movement besides the spitting, curiosity welled up again, and the blue bear beast cautiously approached. Slender limbs, petite stature, no sharp teeth or claws, and without the bloody scent typical of carnivorous monsters, it seemed completely harmless. Carefully examining the figure floating on the water, the blue bear beast's not-so-bright mind raced, finally remembering that it had seen this bipedal creature, called a human, twice before. Once, while fishing upstream, after a long day of unsuccessful fishing, thinking of trying its luck further upstream, it saw a human sitting by the river, holding a bamboo pole. He soon hauled up a fat fish, and soon filled a basket. Turning to see it, the human let out a roar and ran off, handing the basket to it. Another time, it had a fight with a group of dog dragons, and wanted to dig out a beehive to eat as usual. However, because the wounds on its body were no longer protected by the hair and shell, it was stung by the bees, and the pain was unbearable. It fled in a panic. Finally, it came back and met a human who used smoke to disperse the bees, and took down the huge beehive. After discovering it, the other party also howled and ran away, giving it the fragrant and sweet honey. It seems this is a harmless little creature that even offers food. I better rescue him. Maybe he'll give me something to eat when he wakes up. Raising his paw, he scooped the human up and set him on the shore. The blue bear beast once again gazed at the fish swimming beneath the surface, a glimmer of anticipation rising in his heart. Lin Lin felt like he'd been thrown into a washing machine and thoroughly washed. When he opened his eyes again, his mind was still a mess. Ugh! Turning over, he exhaled a large breath of water-attributed energy. Rubbing his stomach, he stood up, finally feeling alive. His sluggish mind returned to action, and Lin Lin began to assess his condition. He had bruises and swelling all over his body, but no fractures or other injuries that would seriously impair his mobility. This was a blessing in disguise. The bone knife he picked up as a weapon had long since been washed away by the current, which was as Lin Lin had expected. However, the cloth bag containing the wild boar fur was still attached to him, a pleasant surprise. Just as Lin Lin lowered his head to check how many items were left intact in the bag, a rustling sound alerted him. Twisting his head, he met a pair of wide-open bare eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Ah! Lin Lin felt a chill run from his feet to his crown, causing him to straighten up with a start. Just out of the dragon's mouth, now in the bear's den. My life is over. Lin Lin's sudden attention caused the blue bear beast to shrink back, but seeing that Lin Lin didn't move further, it moved closer, its hot breath hitting his face with a distinct fishy smell. Lin Lin's brain froze for a moment, then he reacted and quickly reached for the cloth bag at his waist. If his mind hadn't been flooded with river water, and his memory hadn't been distorted, the bag would undoubtedly contain the honey he collected earlier. It would be a lifesaver against the blue bear beast. Don't come over here. Human flesh isn't tasty. Go chew your honey. The blue bear beast watched helplessly as the human before it grabbed something from behind and tossed it toward its paws, its anticipation growing. But then it glanced down, sniffed carefully, and suddenly let out a long, deep breath, like a sigh of disappointment. Years of honey-eating experience told it that this thing was definitely part of a honeycomb, likely containing delicious, crystallized honey. However, as everyone knows, honey melts when soaked in water. A honeycomb without honey tastes like chewing wax. After a moment's hesitation, the blue bear beast scooped up the 2 pieces of soaked honeycomb and stuffed them into its mouth. After all, it's breeding season, and the fish in the river are thriving. It's been fishing for the past few days, and it hasn't tasted the sweetness of honey in a while. Now, chewing on a piece of honeycomb is a bit of a comfort to its craving. Well, although the food I received this time was a little inferior, humans are indeed friendly and harmless creatures. Huh? Seeing the blue bear beast actually grab the honeycomb and start chewing it, Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his body, and began to quietly retreat, trying to get out of the blue bear beast's sight. As his nervousness subsided slightly, a unique emotion that he had previously ignored emerged in his perception, causing Lin Lin's eyes to widen. Is this friendly? What the heck? He'd been surviving in the wild for so many days, and had encountered countless monsters. He felt panic, hostility, and vigilance, but this was the first time he felt kindness from a monster. Is there something wrong with his perception, or is there something wrong with this blue bear? Wait, think about it. He jumped off a cliff, was swept away by the river for who knows how far, and when he woke up, he was lying on the shore, unharmed, with this blue bear behind him. Is there a possibility that he was actually rescued by the blue bear? While Lin Lin was briefly contemplating, the blue bear had already chewed away the last vestiges of honey from the honeycomb, spitting the remaining beeswax onto the ground and returning his gaze to him. Lin Lin's body stiffened, his thoughts interrupted. He raised his gaze to meet the blue bear's round, black eyes, chuckled dryly, and subconsciously took a step back. I hope my perception isn't wrong. Then, he heard a flurry of incoherent thoughts. Human, my friend, is injured, needs to eat and rest. Lin Lin blinked, and saw the blue bear beastman stand up and wade into the lake again. He surveyed his surroundings for a moment, then clapped his bare claws. A dark shadow streaked in a parabola before landing on the ground in front of Lin Lin, clattering twice. Is this, for me? Lin Lin glanced inquiringly at the blue bear beast in the water, which then let out 2 low growls. Roar, sashimi fish, delicious fat, good for healing injuries. Lin Lin's gaze flickered between the fish on the ground and the blue bear beast in the water, until the latter let out a low, urging growl, and then he chuckled. Sometimes, the monster world is just that simple. You give me food, we're friends, and I should help you. Chapter 4. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the stars twinkling. The calm lake reflected the starry sky and the bonfire on the shore. The fire would burn in the flames, occasionally making a crackling sound. Sparks splashed onto the river fish pierced by a nearby wooden stick, smearing it with charred spots. The scene shifted to reveal a naked young man, only covered with a wild boar skin, sitting cross-legged by the fire. He absorbed the fire's heat to combat the night's damp chill, turning the wooden stick in his hand to ensure even heating of the fish. Sensing the fish was almost done, Lin Lin leaned over to blow on it, then carefully took another bite. The tenderness of the sashimi, combined with the smoky aroma of the barbecue, was both delicious and intensely warming, a particularly satisfying experience in the cool night breeze. After devouring the grilled fish in a few bites, Lin Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, carefully assessed his condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. After spending so much time in the water, and then being naked on shore in the cold night breeze, he would have definitely caught a high fever in the past. Thankfully, this was the magical world of Monster Hunter. Chewing a few herbs, then eating a crispy, tender, and incredibly delicious grilled fish, I didn't immediately feel full of energy, but at least the initial dizziness and headache disappeared in an instant. Paw! Another huge fish fell in front of Lin Lin, this time a voracious tuna, nearly 40 centimeters in size. Lin Lin shook his head helplessly, pierced it with a sharp branch, and without removing the scales or guts, simply roasted it over the fire. After all, he wasn't eating the fish himself. Looking up, he saw the blue bear crouching on the other side of the fire, its dark eyes fixed on the grilled fish in his hands, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Looking at the blue bear's expression, and recalling the recent incident, Lin Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. A blue bear in the wild had never seen human cooking techniques. In its simple understanding, fish were simply scooped up and devoured. So, when it saw that Lin Lin didn't accept its gift directly, but instead gathered dead branches to light the bonfire, its curiosity was piqued. Tentatively, it pawed at the bonfire with its claws, nearly igniting the hair on its paws. Frightened, it quickly ran to the river to cool down. Then, as Lin Lin finished preparing the sashimi fish and grilled it over the fire, the creature, once again drawn to the aroma, eagerly approached Lin Lin, its black, moist nose twitching constantly and drool dripping onto the grilled fish. Lin Lin reluctantly stuffed the first roasted fish into the blue bear's mouth. Then, after savoring the delicacy, the blue bear commented, "Roar." Something like, "Ysi. Sugoi. It's just missing the liver, the belly, and the soul." Lin Lin rolled his eyes, regaining his composure. Seeing the fragrant tuna in his hand, he raised his hand and tossed it to the blue bear, then quietly watched it devour the meal. If there were a favorability system, perhaps he could see the blue bear's favorability towards him soaring right now. Well, normally, there shouldn't be any dangerous monsters in the stream area. With such a kind bear brother around, as long as we don't encounter flying dragons like the female fire dragon, our safety should be guaranteed. We can explore the surrounding area with less fear. Alas, when can we find Jiayan village? I really want to soak in the hot springs and have a good meal. By the way, if we do find Jiayan village, we should be able to eat meat, right? We won't just have to drink. In the quiet night, the chirping of insects and the crackling of the burning campfire intertwined. Fatigue surged from his turbulent mind, gradually drowning out his chaotic thoughts. Before he knew it, Lin Lin had collapsed to the ground, snoring softly. At that moment, the blue bear beast had already devoured the entire tuna, licking its paws, soaking up the fragrant oil. Just as he was about to get up and go back to the lake to catch a few more river fish, asking the human to use magical fire to make them even more delicious, he found himself lying on the ground, fast asleep. What a sleeper. Thinking to himself, noticing the human's curled up posture and faint trembling, the blue bear beast stood up, slowly walked over to Lin Lin, and laid down on his side, half embracing him in his arms. His large body shielded him from the cold wind, and his dense, lush fur trapped the surrounding heat. As he slept, Lin Lin's slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Humans, without strong fur, are truly fragile. Thinking this, the blue bear beast closed its eyes, slipping into a dream to savor the delicious grilled fish. Time flew by. About a week had passed since Lin Lin was attacked by the dog dragons and fell off the cliff. During this time, thanks to Lin Lin's decent fish grilling skills and the spices he gathered from the surrounding area, the blue bear beast had become completely obsessed with his grilled fish. Their relationship quickly grew close, and sleeping peacefully amidst the blue bear beast's thick, dense fur had become a daily routine for Lin Lin. One day, Lin Lin had a sudden thought. Since the blue bear beast's two favorite foods were honey and fish, wouldn't it be twice as enjoyable if he coated the grilled fish with honey? Out of gratitude to the blue bear beast, and to further cultivate his relationship, Lin Lin left his current lakeside abode and explored the forest further upstream, hoping to find some honey. Just as Lin Lin lit a torch and used smoke to disperse the bees from the hive, a hunter clad in red and blue armor, carrying a heavy sword and shield, entered the forest from the other side. The hunter, named Kevin, swaggered into the deep forest, completely unconcerned about the possibility of a monster attack. Of course, Kevin didn't need to worry. If the monsters could identify the monsters from which his gear was made, they know their attacks were completely futile. The helmet, breastplate, and waist armor were from the fire dragon, known as the King of the Sky. The arm armor came from the sure-shot flash General Side Crab. The leg armor was a lesser source, a flying beetle, but that was a necessary choice to unlock the equipment's protective abilities. As for the weapon he carried, it was the tyrant's bronze shield, crafted from the materials of the desert tyrant Ceratops. A hunter's equipment often reflects their strength, and Kevin's gear speaks volumes. He adjusted his fire dragon helmet, then pulled a piece of parchment from his waist and unfolded it. He repeatedly compared the markings on the map, a look of deep thought crossing his face. What's wrong with this map? There's nothing marked on the collection points. Where's my honey? Yes, the powerful hunter Kevin came here to undertake a commission specifically to collect honey. Chapter 5. I thought I could just follow the map without any need for any brainpower, but now it seems I need to put a little more effort in. Kevin scratched his head, his casual expression softening slightly, as he began to carefully observe his surroundings. If a high-ranking hunter, a guild elite from East Dorma, couldn't even complete a one-star gathering commission like this, word would spread that he would be laughed at. The sun filtered through the treetops, casting beams of light through the forest. The ground was covered with crimson leaves of varying shades, and the north wind obscured any possible footprints. But for a seasoned hunter, this level of tracking was no problem. Kevin simply glanced at it, and walked to a clearing in the forest. He looked up at the subtle scratches on the branches above him, then leaned over to brush aside the fallen leaves, scooped up a handful of black soil from underneath, and brought it to his nose for a careful sniff. It smells like ash, and there's a faint lingering warmth. There was a fire here not long ago. The image of a large, fire-breathing monster like a fire dragon flashed through Kevin's mind. He shook his head. There wasn't that pungent sulfur smell, and there was no way such a monster would come to a place like this to dig up a beehive, let alone leave a noticeable trace. Could it be a wild colony of feelings? Kevin was starting to feel a headache. What if those little creatures had cleared out all the honey in this area? What would he bring back for the commission? Well, let's search the area again. If we can't find any honey, we just buy it from the feelings that did. Half an hour later, Kevin scratched his helmet frantically. In that short time, he had found traces of at least 4 beehives, but without exception, the feelings had already taken them all. Holy shit, when did Elucat become so fond of honey? Kevin gave up searching for the hive, and instead followed the various traces left by Elucat. Broken branches, bit red leaves. These inconspicuous traces gradually led Kevin to a reed marsh, where lightning bugs were scattering. Parting a clump of reeds in front of him, Kevin's attention was drawn to a bonfire burning by the lake ahead. More precisely, it was the figure beside the bonfire, clad entirely in a garment woven from leaves and vines, that caught his eye. Judging by its size, it wasn't Elu or Merlu as he had previously suspected, but rather a person. The reason he didn't confirm it directly, instead using the word similar. Well, wouldn't a normal human be out in the wild wearing something so uncomfortable and defenseless? Under Kevin's curious gaze, the man skillfully skewered several sashimi fish on wooden sticks and began grilling them. Occasionally, he dipped a green bristled brush into the honeycomb stack nearby, brushing a layer of glistening honey onto the grilled fish. This guy is so bold. He's unarmed, and isn't he afraid the aroma will attract nearby monsters? Kevin wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and prepared to approach and talk. After a brief observation, he could already see past the initial similar. This was a somewhat strange individual. He should probably try to communicate and buy some honey. Just as he stood up, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, and Kevin's expression suddenly changed. A large monster is approaching. This guy is in danger. The tremors were rapidly approaching, and Kevin didn't have time to think. He rushed forward, across the campfire, and with extremely swift movements, he unhooked the sword and shield from his back. He held the slashing sword in his left hand, the shield draped over his right arm. Simply standing there, he exuded a calm and reliable aura. Kevin narrowed his eyes, as he watched the ferocious blue beast sprint out of the jungle. A slight sense of relief settled in his heart. He half-turned his face, and spoke in an urging tone. "Hey! Stop grilling the fish. I hold this blue bear beast off. Get out of here." Lin Lin, holding a branch in each hand, was enjoying the fish when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. A tall hunter appeared before him, knife still in hand, confronting Xiong Er, who had come after the scent. Xiong Er was the name Lin Lin had given the blue bear beast. After all, its gluttonous, sleepy, and somewhat foolish nature was truly fitting. The passing hunter he'd been longing for appeared before him. Lin Lin's first reaction was naturally joy, but the next moment, realizing what had happened, his expression changed. "Fuck you, big brother. Wait a minute. That's Xiong Er, my friend." Kevin heard the man behind him say something, but despite the rapid chatter, he couldn't understand it at all. It wasn't the universal hunter language. Perhaps he was worried about his safety. Kevin felt a slight warmth in his heart. The blue bear beast, sensing hostility, had already stood up, raising its claws and roaring menacingly. He still had the energy to respond to the man behind him. "Don't worry, a mere blue bear beast can't hurt me. Run." "No, big brother. You didn't understand me." Lin Lin paused mid-sentence. Only then did he realize that the language the man was speaking wasn't Chinese, yet he had understood the meaning perfectly without a hindrance. Unable to understand the language, it wasn't clear. Lin Lin quickly grabbed the grilled fish in his hand and rushed out, bypassing Kevin, who was blocking his way, and inserting himself into the center of the confrontation. He first threw the grilled fish at Xiong Er, then quickly turned to the hunters, and waved his hands repeatedly, interspersed with various gestures. "It, my friend. Safe." Kevin stared in bewilderment at Lin Lin, dressed in strange plant-based clothing, gesturing constantly, his mouth uttering unintelligible syllables. He then saw that the blue bear, which had just been feigning ferocity, now ignored him, squatting on the ground, intent on chewing the fish. He felt the worldview he had cultivated over more than a decade of hunting career completely shattered. I must have drunk too much of the ghost potion and am hallucinating? Kevin took 2 steps back, making sure he wouldn't be attacked by the blue bear, then remounted his sword and shield. He saw that with this gesture, the strange man across from him breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the man quickly walked back to the campfire, picked up 2 grilled fish, and handed one to Kevin, still speaking in that incomprehensible yet rhythmic language. "Oh my goodness, big brother, you finally understand? I was so scared. Come on, big brother. Try the grilled fish I just made. It's so nice to have everyone get along." Kevin hesitated, glancing oddly at the blue bear beast munching on the grilled fish on the other side. Finally, he took the fish. Unfazed by the heat, he bit off half the fish in one bite, chewing it with a blissful expression. Gulp. His Adam's apple rolled. Kevin gave Lin Lin a thumbs up. "Brother, your cooking is amazing." After a pause, he added cautiously, "You should understand me, right?" Lin Lin twitched his lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately nodded silently. Seeing the light of day after leaving the wilderness for the first time and encountering the humans of this world for the first time were clearly 2 joyful events, but why were his feelings so complicated? Chapter 6. Waving a hand to add a handful of firewood to the campfire, Lin Lin stuffed the last of the honey-grilled fish into Xiong Er's mouth. He wiped his mouth contentedly and ran off to roll around in the lake, seemingly in a good mood. Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this guy was so carefree, forgetting the conflict that had nearly broken out just now because he was enjoying his meal. Otherwise, he would have been hung up and beaten by this hunter. Turning around, Kevin was patting his belly and sighing with satisfaction. The fresh, hot honey-grilled fish was truly delicious. This strange fellow who could befriend the blue bear beast was a far better griller than he was. Kevin was rubbing his stomach when a thick notebook suddenly fell from his waist. It rolled several times on the ground and landed right at Lin Lin's feet. Lin Lin picked it up and handed it back to him, but noticed that Kevin looked at the notebook with a strange expression, tilting his head in confusion. Kevin opened his mouth awkwardly, then silently opened his notebook, flipped to a page, and showed it to Lin Lin. The text still wasn't Chinese characters, but Lin Lin instinctively grasped its meaning. Collecting mission. Let's go. Honey hunt. Mission. Submit 5 honey bags. Reward, 500. Mission location, stream. Time limit, 3 days. Client, beverage shop owner. Mission description, my dear. Our honey supply is running low. If this continues, we won't be able to serve our popular honey grapefruit tea. So, I hope you can help me collect some honey as an emergency measure. Once the drink is ready, I give it to you first. Isn't this the fake cat from the beverage shop at the Jayan Village Clubhouse? The first time I saw it in a game, it must have been over 10 years ago, right? Back then, I was just a little kid, messing around with my PSP, and now I've arrived in this world. Lin blinked, looking at the commission. A strange feeling filled his heart. The dreamlike sense of unreality that had plagued him since crossing over seemed to dissipate completely in that moment. Ahem. Kevin coughed dryly, drawing Lin's attention back. He looked at him with a wry smile, his expression reminiscent of a giant fly rubbing its hands. Lin blinked, picked up a half-used honeycomb from a barbecue on the ground next to him, and handed it to Kevin. Aw, this is so embarrassing. I've already gotten a free meal. I can't take it for free. If Kevin hadn't been short on time after coming to the stream just to enjoy the scenery the other day, he definitely wouldn't have resorted to such a tricky method to complete the commission. But for the sake of his status as a top hunter, and to avoid the glorious deed of failing to even complete a gathering commission, Kevin felt that hunters sometimes needed to be flexible. Kevin had originally intended to simply use money for the transaction. Top hunters themselves were not short of money. But after reaching for his waist, he realized that hunters usually brought money into the hunting grounds. His purse was still stored at the Jayan Village meeting house. Ahaha, well, I didn't bring any money to the hunting grounds. I definitely give it to you when I get back. I won't take it for free, I really won't. Lin waved his hand nonchalantly. It was just money. Once he became a hunter, he wouldn't be short of money either. His focus right now was actually on the hunter profession itself, and how different it was from the game. For example, right now, his gaze was fixed intently on the tyrant's bronze shield, which Kevin had placed diagonally on a nearby rock. His face was filled with eagerness. You're curious about my weapon? Nodding. You want to be a hunter too? Quickly nodding. Then would you like to try? Her name is Tyrant's Bronze Shield. Nodding quickly and vigorously. Kevin was somewhat surprised. Such a strange creature, who could live harmoniously with the blue bear beast, actually wanted to be a hunter? But regardless, the fact that someone was willing to become a hunter was a great thing. It meant that the power to protect humanity's survival would not be interrupted when their generation aged out. A new generation of hunters would shoulder the heavy responsibility they had shouldered and continue to protect humanity in this dangerous world. Kevin decided to try and see if he could discover a potential hunter. So, he grabbed his beloved Tyrant's bronze shield and first demonstrated to Lin in slow motion the standard shield axe wielding stance and sheathing movements. Let's try it. The Tyrant's bronze shield is quite heavy. If you can't even lift it, then the shield axe is clearly not for you. Oh, by the way, the shield axe's shield is quite special. It requires a special slide on the right arm armor to allow for flexible switching between sword and axe forms. Why am I telling you this now? Anyway, first try on my arm armor and see if it can handle the weight of the shield axe. Kevin glanced at the blue bear beast, which had fallen asleep after a bath in the lake, and removed his right arm armor to equip Lin. Kevin's physique perfectly fits the stereotype of a hunter with arms so sturdy they could run a horse. His forearms were nearly as thick as Lin's thighs. Even as he was putting on the armor, Kevin had already given up hope that Lin would be able to wield the shield axe. However, contrary to Kevin's expectations, and Lin's own, when he took the sword and shield and assumed a standard knife-wielding stance, his arms, though trembling, held a heavy weight with unwavering strength. It seemed that living with Xiong air had provided him with sufficient nutrition, and his strength had unknowingly increased considerably during this time. Wow! Not bad. You look skinny, but you're actually quite strong. My shield axe has been reinforced numerous times, and its weight has increased considerably. If it were a basic bone armor or a mineral shield axe, you should be able to control it. Now try sheathing your blade. Oh right, you don't have armor, so you can't hook the slingshot, but other than that, you're doing pretty well. You're quite talented. Try swinging your sword. Use whatever force feels most comfortable to you. Strike up, chop down, then follow up with a spinning slash. Hiss. Have you ever seen a hunter wielding a shield axe before? That's the most common move in the shield axe sword form. Yes, I've seen one. It scared me to death. I was wondering how someone could be so incompetent. Let me show you how to use the charge double slash. It's more than just a simple upward and downward slash. If Kevin initially offered guidance out of a hunter's sense of responsibility, then after witnessing Lin Lin's strong compatibility with the shield axe, he had already considered taking him in as his apprentice. If Xiong'er hadn't woken up and made some noise, he would have been so immersed in teaching that he'd forgotten the time. Oh no! It's getting dark. If we don't get back soon, the mission will expire. Well, do you want to come back with me? I'd be staying in the small room at the Jieyun village meeting place for the next few days. There's a training ground there, so it'd be more convenient for teaching. Chapter 7. Having finally waited for the opportunity to leave the wild, Lin Lin naturally followed Kevin without hesitation. But before that, he had to say goodbye to Xiong'er, with whom he had lived for over a week. Lin Lin walked up to the blue bear beast, reached out, and combed the slightly messy hair on its forehead, and gently placed his forehead against it, his voice vague and dreamy. Xiong'er, I'm leaving. You must take good care of yourself. When fishing, be careful not to go too deep, and don't provoke monsters with higher ecological niches than you. Roar? Although Xiong'er didn't understand the other's whispers, he could clearly sense the subtle sadness. He gently nudged Lin Lin with his head, comforting this friend, who could make delicious food. Ha, why are you so melancholy? It's not like we never see each other again. I come back to see you when I become a hunter. Lin Lin quickly recovered his composure, patting Xiong'er's head with a smile. He then took out another full honeycomb and placed it in Xiong'er's paw. Xiong'er sat there happily munching on the honey as usual. Lin Lin smiled, waved gently, turned, and followed Kevin, gradually disappearing into the dense jungle shadows. Roar? Xiong'er glanced doubtfully in the direction Lin Lin had disappeared. He had assumed he was just out foraging like before, but then, remembering the strange feeling of melancholy, his ears suddenly drooped, and the honey in his mouth suddenly lost its fragrance. The stream area was very close to Jieyun village. Lin Lin hadn't found it before, simply because he had been unlucky, and had gone in the wrong direction. In just 2 hours, a crimson village nestled against the mountainside came into view. The village was primarily composed of wooden buildings. The renowned sturdiness of the Jieyun wood was painted in varying shades of red, from vibrant red to dark red. This contrasted with the wood's own deep brown, creating a picturesque and uniquely designed village. Crimson flags fluttered in the wind. Clear waters streamed down from the heights, flowing through dug channels, and filling the mountain landscape with color. Pools of white mist formed in the rough rock formations, and a faint, soothing sound drifted in the wind. This is Jieyun village. Lin Lin stood at the foot of the long stone steps, gazing up at the leisurely crowds of people milling about the village, and took a deep breath. Hey! How long are you going to stand here and watch? Ahead, Kevin turned and said helplessly to Lin Lin. Lin Lin collected his thoughts and hurried after him, but his savage attire stood out so sharply against the crowd that every passing villager glanced at him. Kevin only realized this belatedly. He shook the honey Lin Lin had given him as a friendly gift from his backpack, thought for a moment, and said, I go back to the meeting house to settle the commission. Wait a moment. I take the money bag, and we go to the village workshop to craft a set of starting equipment. You can't go hunting in this outfit now. Lin Lin opened his mouth, wanting to thank the other party for his kindness, but due to the language barrier, he could only nod and give a thumbs up. Teaching an apprentice, that's my duty, Kevin chuckled, but didn't say it out loud. What if he said it first, and the boy didn't agree? He had to offer some benefits before he could ask. After all, a man who has received a favor should be grateful for what he has received. The meeting place was located in the center of the village, at the top of a mountain. Seeing the other person walk away, Lin Lin withdrew his gaze, and began to wander around. It's true that what you see in a game is one thing, and what you see in reality is another. At least from Lin Lin's perspective, Jieyun village is actually quite large, and what you see in the game is just the tip of the iceberg. Hey! You look suspicious. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Suddenly, on the nearby hot spring stone platform, a young man dressed in a plain blue with orange accent sat cross-legged, staring at Lin Lin with a serious expression. Lin Lin tilted his head, returning the questioning gaze. Huh? You ask who I am? I'm Lord Iwata, the aspiring hunter known as the Jieyun Ghost Guard. The Ghost Guard, calling himself Iwata, pointed at him with pride and continued his questioning with an aggressive air. You haven't told me yet. Who are you exactly? So Jieyun village has a gatekeeper. Seeing Kevin swaggering in just now, I thought there was no one guarding the gate. Lin Lin spread his hands, pointed at his mouth, and made two ah bah sounds, acting like a mute. Huh? Can't you speak? Nodding. Pathetic. Ahem, It's nothing. I'm just asking a routine question. Don't take it personally. Lin, never mind, that's fine. At least it saves me the trouble. Iwata-san, why are you pretending to be a gatekeeper when you're not taking care of your farm? The casserole-sized fist landed on Iwata's head, just enough force to stun him without causing any damage. Iwata covered his head, then turned to see Kevin's burly red and blue figure standing behind him, his towering frame casting a shadow that completely enveloped him. Uncle Kevin! You hit me on the head again. What if you make me stupid? The young man bared his teeth, but before Kevin, he was shoved aside like a chicken. You want to be a hunter? You can't even handle this much force. How are you going to face those monsters? Huh? He patted Lin's shoulder hard, making Lin grimace. Look at this kid. He doesn't look very strong, but he's got a lot of power. He's a perfect candidate for a hunter. Kevin displayed the purse at his waist. Let's go to the workshop and get your armor ordered. With that, he strode off. Lin waved at Iwata and quickly followed. The workshop wasn't far from the village's main road, and soon a red brick building with a glowing fire came into view. The owner was a bald, old dragon man, shrunken into a tiny ball, with only 4 fingers on each hand, pointed ears, and a ponytail pulled back from his head. He carried a sledgehammer taller than himself on his shoulder, and with a glaring expression, he was directing several apprentices to heat up the forge. Seeing Kevin in his fire dragon and scythe crab costume, the old dragon greeted him with a smile. Isn't that Kevin? How was your vacation in Jieyun? Kevin stretched his limbs, his expression clearly satisfied, but his words came out. Well, that's just how it is. This place is nice, but it's just too peaceful. I've been soaking in the hot springs for 2 days, and it's itchy all over, and I don't even have a decent hunting commission. The old dragon saw through his hypocrisy, and didn't try to confront him. Instead, he changed the subject. Okay, so you didn't come to my workshop just because you were itching to try a different weapon to give yourself a harder time, did you? Chapter 8. Change weapons? How is that even possible? The shield axe is the best in the world. Kevin grinned and pulled Lin, who was following behind him, toward him. This kid wants to become a hunter, so I'm bringing him here to order a set of equipment. Is that so? The old dragon nodded in understanding. He turned to look at Lin, scrutinizing him carefully, then turned back to Kevin. Although you're an experienced hunter, since you're bringing in a newcomer, I still have to emphasize that according to guild rules, the materials used to craft hunter equipment must be obtained by the hunter himself. This is to ensure that the hunter doesn't misjudge his abilities based on the equipment he's equipped with. This rule cannot be violated. Kevin curled his lips. Of course I know. That's why I'm ordering him beginner equipment that doesn't require monster materials, like the hunter set, leather set, Baruna set, and cloud set. The processing shop should have the basic materials needed for this kind of equipment, right? The old dragon thought for a moment. They do, except for the Baruna set. After all, I don't have the blueprints for the Baruna set, so I'm not sure what materials are needed. Kevin placed his purse on the table. That's it then? The guild allows the buying and selling of these materials. I buy them from you, give them to him, and then he can use them to craft his equipment. It's perfectly logical and impeccable. The old dragon man's frown twitched, and he nodded helplessly. Alright. This is within the permitted range for a beginner set, but you absolutely can't do that with more advanced weapons and armor. Kevin beamed, patting Lin on the shoulder. Why don't you thank me, old man? Lin stumbled, finally catching himself, when Kevin slapped his forehead again. I almost forgot, you don't speak the common tongue. Huh? The old dragon's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Don't know the common tongue? And look at his strange attire. Where did you kidnap him from? Kevin said nonchalantly, why do you care where he's from? He wants to be a hunter, and has the talent, so I brought him back to teach him. Is that a problem? But Kevin muttered something in his throat, swallowing it back. From the way he's seen this guy develop a friendship with the blue bear beast, he knew he had good character. He definitely wouldn't become the kind of person who would brazenly violate guild rules and poach, ultimately attracting the attention of the Dark Knight. A decent heart, the willingness, and the talent to become a hunter, isn't that enough? We're all human, anyway, so why question our origins? The old dragon choked and shook his head helplessly. Okay, then, have you decided which set of equipment to craft? The hunter set is primarily crafted for Moors. Wearing the full set triggers a special buff that allows the wearer to focus more easily on details, making setting traps, blending items, grilling, fishing, and tracking monster tracks easier. The leather set is primarily made from the fur of small monsters. Wearing the full set triggers a buff that enhances the wearer's dexterity, making gathering and stripping easier. It also allows for more precise use of items like pickaxes and bug nets, significantly reducing the chance of damage. Then there's the Jian set. This set is primarily made of Jian wood. Wearing it triggers a benefit called Spirits' Blessing. It sounds mysterious, but it actually allows the wearer to subconsciously perform a reflexive reflex when attacked, mitigating the damage they would otherwise inflict. Furthermore, this set's lightness doesn't hinder the hunter's movements, allowing them to better target the monster's weak points during combat, dealing more effective damage. However, the see-through effect isn't very strong. If it weren't for the material limitations, I could actually make it virtually invisible when worn. When mentioning the Jian set, the old dragon man's description became noticeably more detailed, which definitely had nothing to do with him being the designer. Kevin continued, looking at Lin Lin. Well, are you surprised? Hey, don't force a straight face. Just show your surprise. There's nothing shameful about it. Back in the hunter training camp, when he just started learning hunter gear, he'd been stunned to learn that seemingly ordinary armor could actually have all sorts of unscientific, magical effects. How could you stay so calm? Lin Lin's mouth twitched. What was there to be surprised about? It was just something I seen in the game, now right in front of me, with a seemingly plausible explanation. If he had to, he could have just explained it with one sentence. Dragon Man technology, isn't it amazing? He watched the old Dragon Man pull out several blueprints from a cabinet and excitedly explain them. Without hesitation, he reached out and tapped on the blueprint for the Lunyun suit. Putting aside the nostalgic bonus, this was the set he wore when he first played as a hunter in the game. Just the spirit blessing skill alone would be a life-saving skill in real life. He'd be crazy to choose anything else. Furthermore, the cloud set also had the ability to see through things, taking care of both offense and defense. It was truly an exceptionally well-designed set. The old Dragon Man, seeing Lin Lin choose his masterpiece, felt his words were well-deserved. He smiled and called the two feline helpers into the back room to measure his measurements. Only then would they craft the perfect gear. Lin Lin finished his measurements quickly and changed into the cloud set's everyday clothing, a kind gift from the cats. Upon emerging, he saw Kevin sitting idly on the threshold of the workshop, tending to his tyrant's bronze shield. The old Dragon Man noticed Lin Lin's gaze and tugged at his white beard. Are you going to forge a weapon as well? A shield axe, isn't it? Lin Lin was stunned for a moment. He assumed they were just going to change their gear today, but Kevin nodded as a matter of fact. Of course. A bone armor set. It'd be easier to upgrade to a tyrant bronze shield later. After all, the Ceratopsian shield axe has excellent stats. The old Dragon Man, who had been so high-spirited just a moment ago, now looked a little numb, but then he became eager to try. The shield axe is a new weapon, developed only in the past 2 years, after all. I'd never taken an order for one before. While I have the blueprints, it's likely to take longer to craft. The Jian set can be made in 3 days, but the bone armor set is conservatively estimated to take about a week. This is a great time to hone my skills. Chapter 9. The old Dragon Man was muttering to himself when he noticed the suspicious looks from Kevin and Lin Lin, and suddenly jumped up and down. What are you looking at? I've been a blacksmith for so many years, and every weapon I forge is inspected and re-inspected before delivery. There's absolutely no quality issues. Do you think I'd be so perfunctory about a job like this, where the lives of hunters are at stake? Lin Lin laughed dryly, and shook his head. Kevin also laughed it off, pulling Lin Lin closer. We definitely trust you. It's just that this kid is too impatient, and won't wait any longer. Lin Lin rolled his eyes inwardly. Damn it, bullying me because I don't speak hunter language. It seems that besides hunter training, I have to work on my language problem. The old Dragon Man snorted, accepting the explanation. Then he held out his hand, and began to ask for money. 3,800Z, including 3,300Z for the bone weaponry, 250Z for the cloud set, and 250Z for the materials. When Lin Lin used to play games, unless he suddenly ran out of money while crafting equipment, he usually didn't pay attention to the crafting costs, and had no idea of their value. Now, he realizes that crafting weapons costs so much more than armor. Kevin saw Lin Lin's expression, thinking he felt bad about spending so much, and slapped him on the back again. Ha ha ha, kid, don't worry about it. This is nothing. I can make much more from just any commission. After handing the money to the old Dragon Man in the workshop to count it, Kevin happily led Lin Lin to the upper level of the village, clearly in a good mood. Seeing how moved this kid is, I think I should have no problem taking him in as a disciple. Hee hee. I stay a little longer, teach him well, and then bring him back to Donnarumma to show off in front of those old guys. What's wrong with being single? Singles can have successors, too. After following Kevin for a few minutes and reaching the last step, Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahead lay a fairly open square. Orange-red maple leaves danced in the wind. Some drifted into the hot spring stone pool to the right, drifting down with the current, while more landed on the ground, adding a touch of warmth to the village. Further ahead, beside the stone steps leading to the mountaintop gathering hall, sat a wooden bench covered with crimson satin. A dragon woman in a violet robe and a grass-green ribbon, a gentle smile on her face, reached out to catch a fallen red leaf, and watched it drift towards a hunter and an unfamiliar villager walking ahead. Are there villagers she doesn't recognize in the village? The dragon woman looked puzzled at the young man in Jian clothing, then turned to the hunter leading the young man. Hey, Mr. Kevin, you look well. Are you enjoying your vacation in Jian village? Kevin wasn't as casual with the dragon woman as he was with the workshop owner. He scratched his head and smiled. Thank you, Madam Village Chief, for your concern. Jian village is truly a peaceful place. If I weren't a hunter, I really like to live here permanently. The village chief chuckled softly. That's good. I'm honored that you give Jian village such praise. May I know who this is? This is... Kevin suddenly stuttered, realizing he hadn't even known the man's name, yet he was already planning to take him in as his apprentice. Lin. Lin pointed at himself, and spoke helplessly. He didn't know how to pronounce his name in hunter's language, so he had to use the original pronunciation. Qilin? Kevin's eyes changed, as if he was reminded of some legend, and he looked a little shocked. It's not Qilin, it's... Never mind. Lin gave up on explaining, realizing that in hunter's language, Qilin was pronounced the same as his own name. Kevin was a rather shrewd hunter after all, so his shock lasted only a short while before he quickly brushed it aside, and continued on with his previous topic. Anyway, I met him by the stream and brought him back. I'm hoping the village head woman can help settle him in, and let him stay temporarily in the village. The village head woman glanced at Lin in surprise. No wonder his hair was so messy, and his long, ungroomed beard made his once handsome face look a little slovenly. He'd been alone in the wild. It's no problem. We're all human, so of course we help each other in times of trouble. Welcome to Jian village. The village head woman spoke in that uniquely gentle voice, bowing to Lin. Lin opened his mouth, his desire to learn hunter's language growing stronger. Kevin scratched his head and added, oh, by the way, he doesn't seem to speak common. Huh? After some coordination and negotiation, a temporary home for Lin was finally chosen, the Iwata family, who owned a large farm to manage. That's right, it was the Iwata family he met just after entering the village, the ones who called themselves the Ghost Gatekeepers. He didn't know if it was out of kindness, or perhaps the guilt he felt for interrogating a mute earlier. Of course, he wasn't being offered free food and shelter. In return, he'd be required to work as a farmhand to cover his food and lodging expenses. Before parting, Kevin patted Lin's shoulder again and said earnestly, I've been living in a hunter's lodge near the top of the mountain for the time being, and I've had plenty of free time. You can always come and learn from me, your senior. Once you've crafted your shield and axe, I'd be happy to teach you a few moves. Keep going. Pass the assessment soon and become a hunter. Then you won't have to live under someone else's roof, and can rent a hunting lodge provided by the guild. With that, Kevin turned and walked away, leaving Lin with a dashing figure. We only met by chance, yet they were willing to help so much. The people of the Monster Hunter world are truly simple and friendly, so touching. The debt I owe is so great. How can I repay it? Thoughts swirled in his mind. Lin followed Iwata back to his mansion and immersed himself in the misty hot springs. The fatigue accumulated from his long days outdoors was completely released. In just a few breaths, Lin had fallen into a warm and humid sleep. Iwata's mother, a middle-aged woman named Kaoru, entered with a tray, wanting her guest to try some of Jian's specialty, the onsen eggs. Seeing this, she placed the tray on the warm ground next to Lin, then quietly retreated, closing the door behind her. Then, she whispered to the man beside her. This child doesn't look even older than Iwata, and he looks exhausted. He must have endured a lot of hardships in the wild. The man, Iwata Koichi's father, Iwata Yukihira, also lowered his voice upon hearing this. In that case, let's not disturb him for now, and let the child have a good rest. Chapter 10. The morning sun shone on his face, and Lin's eyelashes fluttered. He stared blankly around for a long moment before coming to his senses. I've really moved into Jian village. With a splash, Lin Lin stood up, crystal clear water droplets rolling down his body, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Stretching his limbs slightly, Lin Lin was surprised to find that despite having been soaking in the hot spring water all night, he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Even his rough skin, scuffed from the outdoors, seemed to have softened. Jieyun's hot springs are truly magical. A plate of hot spring eggs sat on the stone table nearby. They were equally warm to the touch, and their salty, tender texture lingered on his lips and teeth. With a comfortable sigh, his stomach warmed, Lin Lin changed his clothes and left the room. Yukihira and Kaoru were no longer in the house. Only Iwata Hiroichi was in the living room, packing his things, seemingly preparing to go out. Seeing Lin Lin emerge, Iwata Hiroichi greeted him. "How's it going? Are you settling in?" Lin Lin gave him a thumbs up, then pointed at the package and tilted his head. "This?" Iwata paused, then secretly showed Lin Lin the contents of the package. It contained a miscellaneous collection of bottles and jars, making it difficult to discern their contents. "Uncle Kevin said I couldn't be a hunter, but I refused to accept that. I want to prove myself. It's just as well you're here. My family's farm doesn't need my help anymore. I can finally unleash my talents without any worries." Lin Lin's eyes widened, and he quickly waved his hand, trying to stop him. "How are you going to prove yourself? Hey! You're not just going to run off into the wilderness and fight monsters. I'm running around without weapons or armor because I have no choice. You're being irresponsible with your life." "Shoo!" Iwata glanced around, seeing his parents hadn't noticed his little move, and then winked at Lin Lin. "What are you thinking? I'm not going to be so reckless as to go out into the wilderness. I plan to enroll in the Hunter Training Center for training, and then pass the assessment to officially earn my hunter status before I go out. Remember to cover for me while I'm gone. Don't let my parents find out." With these final words, Iwata slipped through the crack of the door and vanished in a flash. Lin Lin's outstretched hand clawed at the air, then dropped helplessly. "I haven't even learned a few words yet. How can I cover for myself?" Shaking his head, Lin Lin walked out of the house and along the cobblestone path, less than 100 meters away. He emerged from the bamboo forest and saw a farm nestled between the mountains and the water. Calling it a farm isn't entirely accurate, for besides the vast fields planted with crops, there's also rottenwood for cultivating various mushrooms, triangular traps for trapping insects, neatly arranged beehives, mines deep within the mountain, and even a trestle that extends into the river to set fishing nets. "Meow! Are you the new Kirin Meow?" As Lin Lin was curiously surveying his surroundings, a bayed fey cat emerged from the fields. Seeing Lin Lin from afar, it trotted over to him, bowing before speaking. Lin Lin had given up on correcting the name and nodded helplessly. "I'm Elu, hired by Master Yukihira as the farm steward here. Please take care of me." Lin Lin recalled the other person's pronunciation and replied awkwardly, "Please stay out of the way." "What a strange accent, Meow." Elu's steward muttered something, and Lin Lin shut up awkwardly. "Ahem, let's get to the point, Meow. Master Yukihira already told me about your stay here, Meow. Actually, there aren't many things on the farm that require your help. There are dedicated Elu cats in charge of various facilities, Meow. To be honest, your job is to help check for any gaps, Meow. Sometimes, if the Elu in charge is too busy, you might need to come in and help out, Meow. Next, let me explain the specifics of the farm, Meow." The morning passed quietly, as he familiarized himself with the farm. After lunch, Lin Lin, freed from his somewhat leisurely, if not demanding, duties, he walked up the stone steps to the Jieyun Village meeting hall. Of course, the hunters here prefer to call the Jieyun Village clubhouse the Jieyun bathhouse. The reason is simple. Compared to the tavern-like atmosphere common in other clubhouses, the aroma of barbecue and beer mingles with the chatter of hunters. Built atop a high-quality hot spring, the Jieyun clubhouse appears exceptionally elegant and relaxed. Lifting the curtain at the entrance and entering the red building, Lin Lin first glanced at the vast expanse of warm spring water to his right, separated by the curtain. Through the gaps in the curtain, he could vaguely see the mountains and valleys in the distance. TSK, soaking in the open-air hot springs and enjoying the beautiful scenery, Jieyun Village truly deserves to be a resort destination. It truly knows how to enjoy itself. To the left was a long redwood corridor. According to Kevin, this should lead to the huts provided by the clubhouse for the hunters. Perhaps it's because Jieyun Village itself lacks hunters, or perhaps those at the gathering hall prefer to go to the hot springs, but the quest counter seems quite deserted. Under two large red lanterns, a small old man sat cross-legged at the counter, pouring wine from a gourd, not caring how it soaked his white beard. Next to him, A pink-clad receptionist rested her chin on one hand, while her other hand idly poked at the large cat-shaped tumbler behind her. Next to the pink-clad receptionist, a blue-clad receptionist knelt quietly, though a closer look revealed her gaze to be a distant vision. Lin's entrance was a quiet noise, but it snapped the blue-clad receptionist back to her senses. She quickly tugged on the sleeve of the girl next to her, and whispered a warning. "Konoha, someone's here." "I know, Sasayuki." Konoha secretly stuck out her tongue, then leaned forward over the counter, arm raised, and greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, how can I help you?" Such a welcoming sign, girl. You're not like that in the game." Lin mentally grumbled, then instinctively said, "I'm looking for someone." As soon as the words left his mouth, he closed his mouth helplessly, and began to search his mind for the words he had memorized from Felix that morning, trying to piece together a complete sentence. Konoha was slightly startled, then quickly realized, "Are you looking for Mr. Kevin?" "Huh?" Lin's eyes widened. Could he even guess that? Konoha chuckled. "I heard yesterday that Kevin brought back a young man who didn't speak the common language. Could that be you?" "I take you to Mr. Kevin." Konoha trotted out from behind the counter, leading Lin and observing the rather mysterious young man with curiosity. "Huh?" "You know what, he's quite handsome." Sasayuki shook her head helplessly. "This girl really can't sit still. How nice it would be to just quietly slack off." Chapter 11. Kevin's cabin was very close to the meeting place, and within 2 minutes, Lin was led to the door. Seeing Lin arrive, Kevin seemed very excited and immediately invited him in. Although curious, Chiwa knew it wasn't appropriate for her to stay and observe, so she politely nodded and excused herself. As soon as Lin entered the room, Kevin pulled a booklet from a shelf and handed it to him. "These are the rules set by the guild. If you wish to become a hunter, you must memorize them carefully. Some of them may seem baffling, but they are all learned from the blood of our predecessors." Lin took the booklet hesitantly. He had expected the old hunter to start with the basics of weapon techniques, just as he had done yesterday by the lake. Opening it, he saw a striking sentence in red on the title page. "Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely. No more than 4 people in a hunting party." Kevin, hugging his shoulders, explained, "No more than 4 people can hunt in a party. This has been an iron rule since the birth of the hunter profession. I don't know the specific reasoning, but it seems it was set by the hero Kokot, the world's first hunter. Since then, every recorded hunting party of more than 4 has invariably met with disaster. The worst-case scenario is casualties, and not a single one has escaped unscathed. So remember this." Lin nodded repeatedly, indicating he'd taken note, and continued to flip through the pages. Kevin stood by like a teacher, patiently explaining each page. A hunter's weapon is their greatest safety net. Weapons with special properties are crafted from specialized materials, and must not be used recklessly. Once, a novice hunter encountered a giant wild boar king while hunting. He unruly poisoned his one-handed sword with the juice of poisonous mushrooms, causing irreversible damage to the weapon, causing it to break in the heat of battle. Except for the one-handed sword, users of other weapons are prohibited from using props while holding a knife. This makes it difficult to hold the weapon steady. In a life-or-death battle, if the weapon slips out of hand, the consequences are absolutely fatal. In a group hunt, by making a bodybuilding. Don't worry about the rule about using a pose to signal to your companions that you're safe. Too many hunters have been swarmed by monsters before they could react after performing the pose, and the guild is considering abolishing it. In principle, except for emergency missions, hunters are only allowed to hunt missions of a star rating or lower. Furthermore, in the hunting grounds, they are only allowed to hunt the targets of accepted missions. Only when a non-target monster actively attacks the hunter is fighting for self-preservation permitted. Someone once tried to take advantage of a loophole by accepting a random exploration mission and then defending themselves against a high-risk monster. Not only did they receive a beating, but upon returning, they were severely punished. Take this as a warning. Kevin spent a long time discussing the thin booklet. While it consisted of only some rules and regulations regarding hunting, the classic examples he included in his explanations quickly cemented these common-sense principles into Lin's mind. It doesn't matter how much you let loose in the game, but in real life, your life is more important. Don't challenge the rules that have been etched in blood by your predecessors. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the class. Opening the door, Sasayuki, dressed in a blue receptionist's uniform, entered with a serious expression. "Mr. Kevin, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm afraid your vacation will have to end early." Sasayuki handed him a wax-sealed envelope. Kevin's eyes narrowed. "An urgent guild letter?" He hurriedly opened the envelope and quickly scanned the contents, his expression visibly darkening. Flame Princess Dragon. Kevin muttered inaudibly, his expression solemn. I understand. Please help me contact the airship. I need to leave immediately. Sasayuki nodded, turned, and left without hesitation. Kevin rubbed his face and sighed helplessly. Why did it have to be this time? He patted Lin Lin's shoulder gently. You're so unlucky. I had wanted to take you in as my disciple, to teach you, to make you an outstanding hunter. But now there's no way. Lin Lin scratched his head, struggling to put together a short sentence, using the few words in his mind. I follow my teacher away. The other party offered free equipment and free instruction, so for Lin Lin, a newcomer to this world, calling him Teacher Lin Lin felt like a complete relief. Although the words were fragmented, Kevin understood Lin Lin's meaning after a moment's reflection and quickly stopped him. I'm glad you're willing to accept me as your teacher, but this mission is very dangerous, and I can't take care of you. He took a deep breath, and by the time he exhaled, his expression had returned to normal. If this mission is over and I return safely, we can continue our relationship as master and apprentice. I leave these books in my room with you. While they might not be as effective as teaching by example, they won't leave you completely in the dark. A week later, at the gathering place, a figure wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword and shield stood at the counter. Konoha, dressed in a crimson receptionist uniform, shook her head helplessly. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You can't accept commissions unless you're a full-fledged hunter. The figure carrying a sword and shield spoke slowly, each word clearly. Gathering commissions? Gathering commissions aren't allowed. That's a strict guild rule. Lin Lin held his forehead, desperately hoping to earn money on his own, to escape his current situation of relying on others. It wasn't that the Iwata family treated him badly, but rather that they were too kind to him, treating him to good food and drink, and the farm work was so easy that it was practically freeloading. This weighed heavily on his conscience. How do I become a full-fledged hunter? Chiwa pondered. Typically, apprentice hunters first need to complete training camp courses, and then accept assessment commissions. Only after passing the assessment can they become a full-fledged hunter. For apprentice hunters like you, who mentor newcomers and don't attend training camp, you need your teacher to recognize your ability to complete commissions independently before applying to the guild for assessment commissions. Since Senior Kevin isn't here, how about you try the first path? Training camp. Lin Lin rubbed his forehead in pain. Although training camps, institutions like these that train newcomers, are run by guilds and are similar to public schools, they aren't completely free. While the cost isn't high, for a penniless Lin Lin, this path is completely blocked. If you don't make money, you can't enter the training camp. If you don't enter the training camp, you can't receive assessment commissions. If you don't receive assessment commissions, you can't be a hunter. If you can't be a hunter, you can't make money. Lin Lin sighed to the sky. He had all this brand new equipment, but nowhere to use it. Young man, there's actually a third way to receive assessment commissions. Chapter 12. Hey! Guild Master? Why are you here? Lin Lin looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a drunken old man staggering towards him. It was the head of the Jayan village clubhouse, the one he had seen before, always drinking. The old man chuckled and greeted Chiwa, then walked over to the counter, propped himself up with his hands, and sat down on it, so he didn't have to look up at the young man across from him. A third option? Lin Lin was puzzled. The drunken president took another sip from his gourd, then wiped his mouth and said leisurely, the guild has restrictions on accepting assessment commissions to protect the safety of novice hunters. However, many remote villages don't even have a clubhouse stationed there. Many people simply can't meet the first two requirements. They rely entirely on passion and self-discovery to grow up and protect the village. So, for this kind of unconventional approach, according to the guild's rules, hunters who are capable of completing assessment commissions can be given a 1-star rating. If you're confident you can save your life and believe you're capable of completing the assessment, I can give you a commission. Lin Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Based on his previous reading of Kevin's books, Lin Lin could confirm that, at least in lower-level missions, the star ratings corresponding to monster danger levels were similar to those in the game. 1-star commissions typically involve dealing with small monsters, like velociraptors, dog dragons, and giant boars. Before, without proper weapons or armor, he could single-handedly take down a giant boar. There was no reason he'd be afraid now that he had all the gear. You're quite energetic, young man. Let me see. Drunkard Guild President Chung Hua snatched a thick tome from his hand, quickly flipped to a page, and showed it to Lin Lin. How about using this as a test commission? Subjugation mission. Defeat those annoying little dragon dogs. Mission details. Defeat 5 little dragon dogs. Reward, 300Z. Mission location, stream. Time limit, 5 days. Client, the worried shop owner. The arrival of the breeding season has increased the number of these lawless bandits. They're roaming everywhere, seriously impacting the stability of the trade routes. Hunters, please go and reduce their numbers. Only 300Z? So little. The bone armor he's carrying alone is worth the reward for 11 missions, and that doesn't even include the cost of any items he might need during the missions. But even the smallest sparrow is still meat, and he doesn't have the luxury of being picky. At least this is better than his current 0 income. Seeing Lin Lin nod, the drunkard guild leader tossed the book back to Sihua, who then pulled a booklet from under the counter. After a flurry of activity, she handed it to Lin Lin. This is your hunter's notes. It records your identity and the commissions you've accepted. When you return from your mission, you can brand the cover with your first star. Opening it, apart from the identity information on the first page and the mission documents on the second page, everything else was blank. It's worth noting that after all this time of diligently learning Hunter's language, the name in the identity section wasn't Qilin, but rather Lin Lin, a translation based on the meaning. Although at first glance it looked identical to Qilin, save for the addition of forest, at least it proved that Lin Lin had put in the effort. At the Iwata family farm. What? You've already taken the assessment commission? Iwata stared at the man before him in disbelief. He spent the entire week at the training center still training. How was he already a hunter? And, more importantly, without this man's help and cover, how could he have concealed his secret trip to the training center? Lin Lin pondered for a moment, sighed softly, and patted the man's shoulder. May the best of luck. After checking his armor straps and weapon ziplines, and inspecting the guild-provided supplies, Lin Lin left Jiyan village in the midday sun. He continued along the smooth trade route. Before long, Jiyan's fiery red peaks vanished into the cascading mountains. The sound of rushing water, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the subtle hum of insects, filled his ears. Lin Lin took a deep breath of the moist air and felt a strange sense of familiarity. It seems I'm not one to settle down. When I'm out in the wild, I long for the peace of the village, but when I'm in the village, I miss the dangers of the wilderness. Pulling out a scroll of parchment from his backpack and unfolding it, Lin Lin repeatedly compared his position with it. He traced it back and forth with his fingers, then, after confirming his direction, left the smooth trade route and plunged headfirst into the dense, lush forest. We probably reach the guild's hunter camp in about an hour. We regroup and replenish our energy there. There's plenty of time. Just acclimate yourself to the environment. Don't rush. The hunter camp is located halfway up a mountain, within a cave half embedded into the mountainside. Beyond lies a steep cliff face carved by a waterfall. The location is quite secluded, accessible only via a relatively narrow mountain path. There's no need to worry about large monsters invading. The location is indeed safe. After lighting a bonfire to dispel the dampness from the waterfall, Lin Lin pulled a paper bag from his backpack and gently peeled it open, finally revealing the true form of the carrying food that had once only been an icon. It was a piece of dried meat, from some unknown monster, most likely a captive herbivorous dragon or a maru bird. It was coated in a thick layer of starch, which not only prolonged its shelf life, but also provided the hunter with more calories. Lin Lin took a tentative bite and rubbed his cheek. After all, it was positioned like a compressed biscuit, filling enough for a meal, but if you were going for the texture, well, it was just edible. Thankfully, the bonfire had softened the hardness of the carry-on food, making it less of a tooth-gritting mess. He wolfed it down, but instead of rushing off to search for the puppy dragon, he took off his sword and shield and began to examine it once more. When delivering the weapon, the workshop owner repeatedly reminded Lin Lin that, as a recently developed transformable weapon, the shield axe's internal structure had been treated to maximum impact resistance, but it was still much more delicate than weapons like the great sword and the katana, and required regular inspection and maintenance to ensure it would not malfunction during combat. Think of it this way. The vibrations from repeated attacks on the slashing sword accumulated a tremendous amount of energy, and the resulting heat softened the blade. Only then did it become apparent that the shield axe's internal energy charging mechanism, the so-called bottle, was faulty, preventing the energy from the sword from being transferred to the shield. Lin Lin shuddered, quickly snapping out of his reverie. Although the workshop owner had stated the probability of such an event occurring was extremely low, he still felt it was best to completely eliminate the possibility. Chapter 13. After repeatedly checking his weapons, Both the internal components and the sharpness of his sword and shield blades were in peak condition. Lin Lin finally stood up, sword in his left hand and shield in his right, and performed a few tentative moves. A restraining slash, a counter slash, a spinning slash, a shield thrust. His movements were precise, and while they felt a bit heavy, it was precisely this sense of power that gave him such a sense of comfort. Feeling his limbs more or less mobile, and his body more comfortable with the heaviness, Lin Lin finally stowed his sword and shield back on his back and officially began his hunt. Lin Lin decided to explore the valley to the west first. By repeatedly comparing his memories with the map, he was almost certain that the location where he had encountered the dog dragon leader near the cliff waterfall was nearby. If their territory hadn't changed significantly, he should be able to find traces of the dog dragon there. Starting from the camp, we descended along the narrow mountain path. The landscape shifted from bare gray-white rocks to wide pools of water that reached up to half a foot deep. Several round figures came into view through the hazy mist. They were flocks of wild gulls, gathered here to feed. Their peaceful, blank thoughts confirmed that no predators were nearby. Pushing aside the banana leaves taller than a person, he scanned the surroundings. Through the calm water, he could clearly see the gently swaying waterweed below and the occasional fleeting glimpse of a fish. In such conditions, it was difficult to leave footprints or scent. It seemed he had to continue westward. With a kick, he pushed aside a silly tortoise that had crept up to his feet and was constantly struggling with Jie Yongxiasheng's metal toes. Lin Lin then made his way through the group of gulls, which stared at him with wide-eyed curiosity. Then, the group of foolish creatures finally remembered to flap their short wings and fled in panic. How inept. I wonder how they managed to survive in the wild without going extinct. These minor hiccups were nothing to worry about. Lin Lin continued forward. As the terrain gradually rose, the water, which had once covered his calves, gradually decreased. The ground beneath his feet gradually turned from muddy to dry. A faint fishy odor drifted in on the breeze, and Lin Lin suddenly perked up. This smell was familiar. In his early days of struggling to survive in the wild, he had already equated this smell with danger after numerous encounters. But this time, instead of moving away, he actively approached. No doubt, this is a sign of a carnivorous monster. Lin Lin abandoned his previous swagger as he passed by Maritori and began to move along the edges of rocks and vegetation, keeping himself hidden in the shadows as much as possible. As the sun gradually set and the light gradually dimmed in the evening, this method of movement made him even harder to detect. The stench in the air grew thicker, tinged with the scent of rust. Occasionally, a howl drifted into his ears, and Lin Lin's pace slowed gradually. After turning a corner and catching sight of the scene ahead, he quickly crouched, completely concealing himself in the weeds. Good news, the target had been found. Bad news, the dog dragon leader was also there. This was a flat area midway up the mountain, about 30 meters wide. To the left, a steep cliff rose upward, and to the right, a breathtaking view of the peaks. As you can imagine, further out, another steep cliff, nearly an 80-degree angle, fell. Ahead, sheltered by a bamboo forest, a massive creature, predominantly silver with hints of orange, sat ensconced in a slightly sunken nest. Its glistening snot bubbles expanded and contracted with its breaths, evidently deep in sleep. Not far from the leader of the dog dragons, two tan-colored female dog dragons, relatively small in size, lay crouched on the ground, their heads held high, constantly observing their surroundings, ensuring they could sound the alarm immediately should anything happen. Further away, 3 or 4 orange-colored dog dragons cavorted around a half-rotted corpse, occasionally poking their heads into the body cavity, exposing ribs, and tearing off chunks of flesh, regardless of the blood staining their heads. Lin Lin checked the wind's direction, confirming he was downwind. He breathed a sigh of relief and retreated, lowering himself. After retreating over 100 meters, he stood in a position with a clear view of the main entrance and exit to the dog dragon's lair. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to ponder. He didn't know if the dog dragon leader was the one who had forced him to jump off the cliff earlier. According to the map, this lair wasn't far from the scene of the incident, so it was likely that individual. However, even if he could confirm that this dog dragon leader was an enemy, Lin Lin couldn't do anything about it for now. After all, this was real life, not a game. Fighting the dog dragon leader meant taking on the entire dog dragon clan, and Lin Lin, with his limited combat experience, felt unprepared. It's hard to kill them all in a group. I have to find the lone ones first. Marking the location of the dog dragon's lair on the map, Lin Lin quietly took a detour, scrambling down the relatively flat cliff face to the other side, and dove headfirst into the bamboo forest before him. Hurrah! The moss-covered piglet kept digging up the soil before it. Following the scent, it rolled a blue mushroom from the bottom into its mouth, chewing it with a delicious grunt. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Before the mushroom pig could turn, it felt a chill on its buttocks, followed by an intense pain that made it scream like a slaughtered pig. Ignoring the pain, it leaped into a run. Lin Lin wiped the blood from his peeling knife onto the grass nearby. He didn't pursue the mushroom pig. Instead, he gazed up at the bright moon, seemingly just before him, for a moment before resuming his pace and following the direction the mushroom pig had fled. At this rate, those creatures with sharper noses than dogs should appear soon. Will that dog dragon leader show up? If so, the lair will surely be empty, right? I'm truly despicable. Even as he spoke, a hint of a smile played at the corner of Lin Lin's mouth. Elsewhere, the mushroom pig, attacked by an unknown creature, ran 2 miles without hearing any further movement. Sensing the creature had given up, it grunted and stopped, sniffing around in search of food to replenish its energy. All monsters responded to injury the same way: eat, sleep, and then rely on their strong physique to recover. After munching on several more mushrooms, the bleeding from the wound finally stopped. The mushroom pig, drowsily lying down to take a nap, suddenly heard a rustling sound. Just as it was about to stand and run, a pitiful howl echoed. Opening its eyes, it saw an orange-red puppy dragon landing in front of it, not in a predatory manner, but rather rolling twice in the air before crashing to the ground. Chapter 14. Lin Lin had been lingering close behind the mushroom pig, hiding in the shadows. Untouched by the scent, he remained well concealed, so the little dragon dog following the scent didn't immediately spot him. When the excited little dragon dog heard the creaking of a mechanism and turned back warily, it saw a heavy black shadow swung toward it with a whistling sound. Before it could react, the immense force sent its slender body careening backwards, sending it tumbling twice in the air before landing on the ground. The mushroom pig, having just rested, was frightened and fled. Then, intense pain pierced the little dragon dog's small head, causing it to howl incessantly. Across from it, Lin Lin pressed the mechanism, and the over 2-meter-long axe folded and shrunk, quickly separating into a sword and shield. Although the movement was slightly choppy, he ultimately completed the standard transition from axe to sword. Staring at the bloody, mangled image of the puppy dragon across from him, its legs severed in two, Lin Lin tightened his grip on his sword. He had originally aimed his axe at the creature's head, but the creature suddenly turned around, and the shift in the center of gravity of his bone armor and axe form required greater force to control it. This caused him to lose his aim, resulting in the bloody, splattering scene that would have made any ordinary person vomit. However, Lin Lin felt surprisingly adaptable to such situations, perhaps due to his previous wilderness survival training. Although he initially felt a little nauseous, he suppressed the feeling within a few breaths. The little dragon dog continued to howl, but upon seeing its attacker was nearly the same size as it, its howl took on a fierce edge. Even hopping on its one remaining leg, it wanted to charge forward and bite the creature. "Come on!" Lin Lin exhaled, his eyes fixed on the little dragon dog leaping towards him on one foot, and he proactively charged forward. The moment it lunged, Lin Lin tensed his right arm, holding the massive shield in front of him, firmly blocking the little dragon dog's weak attack, his arm trembling only slightly. The next moment, the shield flew away, and the sword cleaved through the air, striking the little dragon dog's fragile neck with a heavy blow. The heavy force instantly bent its cervical vertebrae, severing nearly half its flesh, revealing the white bone beneath the bright red. The little dragon dog fell to the ground, blood foaming from its mouth, unable to utter its piercing howl. The wound was enough to kill it. After a few brief twitches, the little dragon's body completely collapsed, lifeless. It wasn't that hard. Not as thrilling as facing the giant wild boar back then. Lin Lin squatted down, pulled out his peeling knife, and first pried out the 2 sharpest husks from its mouth. He was about to knock off a few of the toughest scales, but a few angry howls from afar temporarily dissuaded him. The creature's howls under attack were heard by his companions, so, just in case, they retreated for the time being, observing the situation from a distance before making a decision. Quickly wiping the blood off the sharp edge of his bone armor, Lin Lin retreated silently into the shadows of the jungle. 10 minutes later, 3 orange figures burst out of the brush one after another. They immediately spotted the body lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Their pupils narrowed slightly, and they let out angry howls. They quickly craned their necks to survey their surroundings, their noses twitching, trying to discern any trace of the scent. After a moment of anxious observation, the 3 dragon pups failed to spot their attackers. They dispersed, each one exploring the surroundings to see who had dared to attack a member of their pack on their territory. One of the dragon pups, as it was walking, suddenly smelled a faint scent of blood. As it lifted its head to scan, trying to identify the source, a sudden crackling sound emanated from the branches above. Before it could look, a figure plummeted with immense force, its sword striking directly into its raised forehead. Crack! With a crisp crack of bone, the heavy sword blade crushed the little dragon's head directly into the soft ground. It didn't even have time to utter a groan before blood and white blood flowed all over the ground. It was dead beyond death. Huh? Lin Lin stood up and forcefully pulled the sword out from the little dragon's skull. Not bothering to wipe the blood from his face, he watched warily at the two little dragons ahead, still not far away. Although the attacked little dragon didn't make a sound, the sound of Lin Lin leaping from the tree still attracted their attention. The two cunning creatures quickly flanked him from the left and right, but in perfect unison, they stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Lin, hovering and observing, howling from time to time, as if trying to assess the threat level of their target. Lin Lin's grip on the slashing sword tightened unconsciously. This was his first time facing two monsters head-on, and even with the least dangerous little dragons, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The standoff lasted 2 seconds, and Lin Lin took the initiative and rushed forward, attempting to inflict a heavy blow on one of the little dragons first. He raised the slashing sword high and brought it down on its head, but the locked little dragon leaped back twice, not only dodging Lin Lin's attack, but also gaining distance. At the same time, the other little dragon rushed towards Lin Lin's back, its mouth full of sharp, hooked teeth open wide, ready to bite him in the back. Hearing a noise behind him, Lin Lin's sword missed. He quickly changed his move, exerting force from his waist, causing his upper body to spin sharply. With a spinning slash, he sent the slashing sword piercing the little dragon's gaping mouth, slicing a bloody wound and forcing it to retreat, whimpering. The forced change of tactics disrupted Lin Lin's balance, forcing him to take several steps to the left before regaining his balance. The little dragon dog in front, seeing Lin Lin's weakness, howled with excitement and leaped up, lunging at him. With no time to attack or block, nor to roll out of the way, Lin Lin only had time to throw his right arm shield in front of him before he felt a heavy force travel along the shield to his arm, then impact his shoulder, causing his upper body to tilt backward. Fortunately, a timely step back with his left foot stabilized his center of gravity, preventing him from being knocked down and falling into the most dangerous position. After a brief exchange, neither side gained an overwhelming advantage, and the situation once again reached a stalemate. This time, however, the two little dragon dogs, aware of their opponent's strength, did not remain at a distance of 5 or 6 meters as before. Instead, they approached from both sides at a slow pace, exerting pressure and attempting to force Lin Lin to reveal a weakness. Chapter 15. Lin Lin's gaze darted back and forth beneath his bamboo hat, silently calculating the distance between them. When the two dragon puppies closed within 3 meters, his eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward with his right foot, holding his shield in front of him. The slashing sword in his left hand plunged through the mechanism in the center of the heavy shield. With a subtle click, the hilt in his left hand jerked back, and his body spun to the left with the force. His right arm slid free from the shield's latch. The inertia caused by the heavy weight caused the shield to slide outwards on the slashing sword, finally locked in place by the mechanism at the end. This force then unfolded the heavy shield, completely exposing the sharp edge of the axe. When Lin Lin's body straightened again, the sword and shield had merged into a long-handled axe, and with the force of the rotation, he smashed fiercely into the dragon puppies to his right. The two little dragons remained focused on Lin Lin. Though startled by the sudden lengthening of their opponent's claws, they reacted quickly. The locked dragon quickly leaped back to avoid the attack, only to watch helplessly as the heavy weapon slammed down before them. The attack missed, and the two little dragons excitedly lunged forward. However, Lin Lin made no attempt to dodge or parry. Instead, he gritted his teeth and fiercely thrust his right foot forward, transmitting force through his waist and abdomen to his hands. With his right hand swinging back, his left hand held steady. With a speed no less impressive than the previous blow, the heavy axe rose up, striking the mid-air dragon squarely in its vulnerable abdomen and sending it careening into the air. The sharp axe blade sliced through its skin without resistance, sending blood and intestines, unrestrained, cascading onto the ground. As the little dragon landed, it could only utter a feeble whine, no longer able to stand. But Lin Lin paid no attention to the little dragon. Another one had already taken advantage of the opportunity to charge in front of him, its mouth aimed at his throat. He dared not lose focus for a moment. He lowered his head slightly, shielding his vitals with the wide brim of his giant hat. Taking advantage of the lingering force of the upper slash, Lin Lin swung his axe sideways. As the dragon's teeth inflicted several tiny nicks on the hat, the middle of the axe handle, extended from the shield's internal mechanism, struck the dragon's back, forcing it to step back 2 steps. But that wasn't the end of it. The kinetic energy accumulated from the axe's previous swing was still within Lin Lin's control. Even though his arms felt sore and weak from the continuous bursts of force, Lin Lin used inertia to continue swinging the shield and axe. The handle, formed from the shield's internal mechanism, wasn't particularly sharp, so the first swing didn't do much damage. However, due to the distance gained by the 2 steps back, the second swing of the axe's blade sliced right into the dragon's neck. The sharp axe blade, combined with its heavy force and high speed, slashed through the dragon's neck like a knife slicing through pigskin jelly, encountering almost no resistance as it effortlessly bisected it, sending its stunned head soaring into the air and creating a small fountain of blood. At this moment, however, Lin Lin had no time to focus on the dragon's decapitated head. His barely there strength was no longer enough to control the shield axe's accumulated kinetic energy. First, his right hand gave way, releasing the handle, and then his left hand's attempt to hold onto the end of the handle failed, leaving him only just able to sway the shield axe backwards. The heavy shield axe flew out of his hand, its head sinking nearly halfway into the earth before completely dissipating its kinetic energy and lying quietly there, waiting for its owner to retrieve it. Lin Lin's arms drooped limply at his sides, and a closer look revealed their subtle tremors. He gasped for air, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Not fear of the little dog dragon's attack, but fear of himself getting killed. Thankfully, he managed to control the shield axe's direction with that final blow, allowing it to simply fly outward instead of spinning. Otherwise, he would have become the first hunter in history to be killed by his own weapon. It was truly a close call. He had only used the second sister, attribute release /2, and already lost control. The subsequent, more powerful great release, high output attribute release / and super release, super high output attribute release / would only require even greater strength and flexibility, and he probably wouldn't be able to use them for a while. Although he tried all sorts of moves when he got the shield axe, and thought he had it working pretty well, the real deal revealed a flaw. His stamina wasn't strong enough to pull off powerful moves at full strength. Fortunately, he was only facing a small dragon this time. Discovering this during a larger monster battle would have been disastrous. After his heavy breathing subsided, Lin Lin silently pulled the shield axe from the ground, triggered a mechanism to disassemble it into sword and shield form, and slung it back to his back. He silently resolved to begin physical training when he returned. Once he addressed his physical shortcomings, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was today when dealing with his second sister. Gazing up at the seemingly imminent moon and the twinkling stars in the night sky, Lin Lin hurriedly stripped the carcasses of several small dragon dogs of valuable materials, then headed straight for the nearest stream. Having learned his lesson from the previous time, he was pursued by a pack of dragon dogs after killing a wild boar. He knew he couldn't venture out into the wilds reeking of blood. Although soaking wet and chilled by the night wind, Lin Lin carefully cleaned every speck of blood from his weapons, before hurriedly returning to the hunter's camp, halfway up the mountain. Although he hadn't yet reached the required number of kills, Lin Lin decided to retreat for a while. Hunting was too dangerous with his near-depleted strength. If he ran into the dragon dog leader, he could only hope he'd be lucky enough not to die from the next jump. Back at the sheltered camp, he lit the campfire again. To avoid catching a cold, he took off his soaked Jayan suit and set it aside to dry. Wearing only his shorts, he felt the warmth of the fire, and his thoughts suddenly flashed back to those days when he and Xiong'er sat around the campfire, eating grilled fish. I wonder how Xiong'er is doing these days. While I'm completing the commission, I see if I can collect some honey, and then I go visit him at the lake. Pulling out the second piece of food from the bag and chewing it with difficulty, Lin Lin couldn't help but miss those times even more. Wow! The grilled fish smelled so good, and the honey smelled so sweet. Chapter 16. The next day, early morning. Morning mist condensed into droplets on the leaves, swirling and merging, falling from the heights, reflecting a rainbow arc of light. Plop! The droplets landed on the white mane midline of the giant beast's back, then vanished in an instant. The massive white dog dragon suddenly raised its head and roared furiously. Aoong! Ong! Ong! The dog dragon leader's large ears, known as the king's scarf, stood erect. The heat radiating from their ears caused the water droplets adhering to their skin to evaporate into mist, signaling the fury of this king of his tribe. Surrounding them, for corpses lay, some near and some far away. Their flesh was a bloody mess, much of it gnawed by scavenging beetles and hate birds, leaving bones bare. However, the dull orange scales were enough to identify the bodies. The dog dragon leader was furious, but not for the 4 dead little dog dragons. Ever since defeating the aging leader and becoming the new king of its tribe, it has reigned supreme in this mountaintop ecosystem, sending other creatures fleeing wherever it passes. Until now, a predator has dared to attack its pack, leaving it feeling threatened and uneasy. And where there's a threat, it must be eliminated. The dog dragon leader lowered his head and sniffed, discerning every lingering scent in the air. The morning mist permeated the ground, making it particularly difficult to discern scents. But eventually, with unwavering effort, he finally managed to distinguish a hint of something unusual from the thick, bloody odor. The scent molecules in the air gradually formed a vague path in his mind, stretching from the crime scene all the way down the mountain. The smell of blood from this direction was slightly stronger. The dog dragon leader followed the scent all the way to the stream at the foot of the mountain. The scent had completely dissipated there, leaving no trace of the predator. Only a few foolish Maru birds fled in panic, emitting unpleasant cries as they ran. Unable to vent his anger, even though he wasn't hungry, the dog dragon leader set his sights on one of the Maru birds. Its bloated size limited its speed, and he easily caught up before it got far, biting off its neck with a single bite. With one claw on the fallen Maru bird's body, the dog dragon leader stretched his neck and roared for 20 or 30 seconds before pausing. Finally feeling a little relieved, he didn't even glance at the Maru bird's corpse. He slowly walked back to his nest, dropping a little feces along the way to mark his territory once again. It had already flaunted its might and meticulously marked its territory. Surely the mysterious predator would know better and leave. 2 or 3 minutes after the dog dragon leader leisurely departed, a head wearing a bamboo hat suddenly popped out from the brush. After confirming the dog dragon leader's departure, Lin strode forward to the Maru bird's corpse. Unable to bear the dry, hard food he carried, he woke it up this morning and planned to go to the spot where he found the Maru bird yesterday to get some raw meat to improve his diet. Unexpectedly, just as he lurked deep in the bushes, before he could get close, the dog dragon leader appeared across from him. This creature, after hunting a Maru bird, didn't eat a single bite. Instead, it howled twice and left. His behavior was rather strange. Because he was quite far away, he couldn't quite sense its inner voice. He only sensed its anger and a hint of arrogance. Is this guy thinking I'm a monster out to steal his territory? Thinking this way, Lin used a peeling knife to cut the most tender parts of the meat from the Marutori's carcass, unceremoniously enjoying the fruits of Chief Dog Dragon's labor. After washing off the blood with stream water, Lin returned to camp carrying 2 large hunks of prime meat, each half a man's height. Soon, a plume of oily smoke rose from the camp. The delicate white veins in the meat allowed it to sizzle with just a hint of salt, creating a juicy, yet fragrant and non-greasy taste that thoroughly satisfied the hunter's appetite. This is the life of a hunter. Carrying food is such a pain in the ass. Lin sighed contentedly and tossed 2 freshly picked raspberries into his mouth to counteract the greasy smell. Feeling his fully restored strength, Lin stretched his arms and legs. Yesterday's soreness seemed to have left no trace. He even had a faint feeling that he was more energetic today than when he was at his best yesterday. The weapons polishing and inspection were complete, and the equipment was meticulously donned. Then, let's go! The cliff above the dog dragon's lair. Lin quietly poked his head out to observe, then frowned slightly. 5 female dog dragons were either lying or sitting. Clearly, the ones seen yesterday weren't the entire herd. 1 or 2 puppies, seemingly only a few months old, curiously explored the spacious lair. Not only were these young creatures not included in the hunter's tacit agreement to protect the environment, but their immature scales, armor, claws, and fangs alone weren't suitable material. Where was the dog dragon leader? And where were the other puppies who could be targets? Why weren't they all in the lair? I clearly saw the dog dragon leader heading back earlier. Confused, Lin retreated from the cliff top, carefully concealing himself while trying to find any traces of the monsters. Trampled grass, broken branches, scrapes on dead tree trunks, a few scales shed from the ground. Some of the traces were obvious, while others were completely invisible without careful observation. Lin missed the guide bugs he hated in the game. If they existed, would there be such painstaking tracking? He had walked all the way to the other side of the mountain, but he hadn't seen a single dog dragon. Judging from the traces, the dog dragons seemed to be gathering around the dog dragon leader, which gave him a bad feeling. Meanwhile, on the winding trade road through the mountains, a cart pulled by Maru birds advanced slowly and steadily. Hold on tight, my friend. This stretch of road is a bit rough. Elu, driving, surveyed the surrounding terrain and turned to greet the girl flipping through a book in the car. The girl, about 18 or 19, had fair skin and wore glasses, giving her a refined and beautiful look. She nodded and adjusted her sitting position, still clutching the monster classification encyclopedia tightly, her fingers tracing the pages, then pausing on a picture. The book says the dog dragon's primary habitat is along the streams. Little Elu, do you think we encounter one? I really want to see with my own eyes how majestic its king's scarf is. What are you talking about, my friend? This road was opened up by the Chamber of Commerce, and they regularly hire hunters to clear it of monsters. How could a monster have intruded onto the trade route? Chapter 17. How could a monster enter the trade route? Meow. As soon as the words left her mouth, the nearby bushes suddenly shook, and the faint howl of a monster drifted out. From the sound, it must be the little dragon puppies. Meow. They occasionally enter the trade route. Meow. We need to speed up. Meow. Elu, who was driving, had been confidently assuring him, but her face froze at the noise. Unconcerned with the winding road, which could easily cause a rollover if she sped up, she hurriedly urged Maridori into a run. Don't worry, sir. Meow. I've driven this route many times. Meow. It's no problem. Meow. The girl in the carriage quickly closed her book and put it away, then looked around. However, her expression was more excited than panicked. Where is it? Where is it? As soon as the words left her mouth, a huge white figure suddenly leaped out of the bushes to the side, roaring shrilly at the man, cat, and bird. Elu shuddered with fear, her words barely comprehensible as she stammered, dog, dragon, meow. How did you end up here? So this is what a king's scarf looks like. What a fitting description. So, is there a rule in the dog-dragon tribe that the bigger the ears, the higher the status? The girl in the car observed the dog-dragon leader closely, muttering to herself. She pondered the words for a moment. The book says that males in the dog-dragon tribe, in addition to hunting, also patrol their territory, so you encounter them even far from their nests. So, if you encounter a little dog-dragon on the trade route, this is actually considered the dog-dragon tribe's territory, so encountering the dog-dragon leader is quite normal, right? Is this the time to talk about that, meow? Amidst Elu's screams, Maridori ran furiously along the trade route, the dog-dragon leader drooling in pursuit. The girl could almost smell the fishy stench emanating from his mouth. Why are you chasing us, meow? Maybe he's hungry? The girl sat in the bumpy carriage, her body tossed up and down, but she ignored the pain from the fall and focused her attention on the dog-dragon leader behind her. The dog dragon is a carnivorous bird dragon species. Its diet includes herbivorous dragons, maru birds, and mushroom pigs. Perhaps it's targeting the maru bird carrying us. If we were going to be caught, we abandon the maru bird and run separately. It probably wouldn't chase us. The girl's calm analysis calmed Elu, who was driving slightly. He glanced back, then, with a shudder of fear, it's catching up, meow. As Elu turned back, she failed to notice the curve in the road ahead. The car, following the maru bird, soared through the air for half a second before tipping over and crashing to the ground with 3 screams. Elu and the girl were thrown from the car, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. The soft humus soil here was the only reason they escaped unscathed, but they were in such a mess that they were sure they couldn't escape. Compared to the man and cat thrown flying, the maru bird, tied to the cart with a lasso, was in far worse shape. Half its body was pinned beneath the vehicle, unable to move, and it could only watch helplessly as the white beast cast its shadow of death. Leader Gelong savored the tenderness in his mouth, feeling a sense of relief. This morning, to vent his anger, he killed a maru bird, but didn't eat a single bite. He then patrolled the territory, remarking his territory. With increased activity, he naturally felt hungry. He was already feeling rather annoyed, but then, he suddenly found a lone maru bird. It was like pie in the sky, and he had to eat it. After swallowing the piece of fresh meat whole, the dog-dragon leader glanced around. A kitten wouldn't even fill the gap between his teeth, and a hairless monkey would barely fill the gap. He initially considered ignoring it, but his mind involuntarily recalled the hairless monkey he chased a while ago, preferring to jump off a cliff rather than let it get a taste of his meat. Suddenly, he felt an itch. Meow. It's coming, meow. Your analysis is wrong, meow. I know. Run. However, how could a leg just over a meter long outrun a leg 4 or 5 meters long? The girl had only taken a few steps before the dog-dragon leader was on the verge of catching up. The fear of the shadow of death finally overwhelmed her initial excitement and calmness, and the girl squeezed her eyes shut in despair. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and even with her eyes closed, she could feel the darkness suddenly brighten. A wailing sounded from behind. The bright light burst for only a moment, and when the girl opened her eyes again, she felt a little uncomfortable with the dim light in the forest. The dog dragon leader, completely struck by the flash, was filled with tears. Unable to open his eyes even a little, he could only shake his head in pain, trying to shake off the momentary blindness. Run! Stop it! The girl saw a hunter running towards her, and attacked the dog dragon leader with her sword. Before she could say anything, the hunter urged her to get away. Lin Lin slashed at the dog dragon leader's head with his sword. The recoil of the sword made his arm tingle. The feeling was no better than chopping a knotted cloud tree, and it was completely different from the feeling of chopping a dog dragon's head. Striving to maintain the slashing motion of the sword without distortion, Lin Lin watched the girl and the Elu run away from his peripheral vision, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Following the trail he had found, he finally found the little dragon dogs, gathered together with the dog dragon leader as he patrolled his territory. He finally found an opportunity to kill a lone one, completing his task. He had just pried off the dragon's fawn when he heard screams. He rushed over, realizing someone was under attack, and threw a homemade flashbang to save them. Bang! Crack! Although his vision hadn't yet returned, the dog dragon leader, feeling the pain in his head, opened his jaws and bit hard in the direction of the attack. However, he felt like he was biting into hard bone, causing a sharp pain in his mouth and aching in his teeth. Lin Lin, shaken by the impact, took a few steps back to steady himself, his gaze fixed on the massive beast before him with a solemn expression. This creature's massive size endowed it with immense strength. It could no longer rely on sheer force to bully the little dragon dog like before. He charged forward once more, the fierce clash causing the sword's blade to continuously gather energy. Soon, with a hissing sound, the blade radiated a red-hot glow. Glancing in the direction of the girl's flight, her figure obscured by the dense jungle, Lin Lin exhaled deeply, stepped back, and thrust his sword into his shield, channeling the superheated energy accumulated by the sword into the shield. Come on! Although I'm not ready to confront this creature head-on, I absolutely must stop it here. I can't let it attack again. Chapter 18. Awan. His vision was still blurry, and he couldn't make out the attacker's features. The pain continued to intensify. The dog dragon leader thrashed frantically, shaking his head and tail in an attempt to repel the attacker, but his powerful tail swept in vain. Bearing his eyes open, he could vaguely see a figure standing directly in front of him, the claws in his hands interlocking, making a strange sound he had never heard before. Accompanied by a shout, the claws transformed again, first separating, then interlocking again, and then transforming into a huge axe flashing with electric arcs, sweeping across the dog's head in an arc and smashing down. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds followed, and the dog dragon leader felt a sharp pain in his head. It must have been a large wound. Then, a surge of energy transmitted from the wound made his head buzz, and his body went limp and fell to the ground. Refreshing. After disassembling his long-handled axe into a sword and shield, and carrying it back, Lin Lin let out a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he hurled a ball of dye at Gelong's head, then turned and ran. Although the previous blow nearly broke his waist, the effect he had created was truly refreshing. The bottle punch, the blade, the shield thrust, and then the final blow. While the preceding operations were tedious, the momentum generated by each movement was smoothly integrated into the final blow, unleashing a power that a normal round of blows could not achieve. Of course, as a price, Lin Lin once again felt the trembling of his arms, but perhaps because he hadn't expended much energy before this move, he was able to maintain a firm grip on the weapon. However, after this blow, his fighting power had indeed decreased significantly. Perhaps he could inflict a few more wounds on the monster while it was down, but when it regained its feet, he would likely face an enraged monster and its entire pack. It was too dangerous, so he just kept on going. Lin Lin dashed through the mountains and forests, chasing the direction the girl he had just rescued had fled. The dangers in the wild weren't limited to the dog dragons themselves, and not every unarmed creature could survive on their own like him. The dog dragon leader lay on the ground, howling and struggling. Before he could recover from the dizziness caused by the flash, the creature struck him hard on the head again. His mind was a mess, and he couldn't even think, let alone control his body. After finally struggling to get up, the dog dragon leader shook his head with all his might. He opened his eyes to find blood gushing everywhere, filling his vision with a bloody mess. There was no trace of the attacker anywhere. He tried to rely on his sense of smell to locate the creature reeking of blood, but every breath he took was met with a strong, pungent odor. Even shaking his head, he couldn't shake off the pink liquid, tinged with a bloody tint. He felt utterly aggrieved. He was so strong and powerful, yet that little creature had tricked him, even knocking him down with a single blow. It was utterly humiliating. He felt furious. That damned creature, having successfully ambushed him, had simply escaped, leaving him no chance to retaliate. He was practically trembling with rage. His heart pounded, pumping hot blood through his body. Puffs of white steam streamed from his nostrils, and his large, scarf-like ears grew even brighter with blood. The dog-dragon leader, enraged, raised his head to the heavens and roared the loudest he had ever roared. Ewan. Lin Lin, who had already run at least 500 meters, heard the roar clearly. The meaning sinking into his heart, he instantly grasped it. Guys, chase him! Kill him! Shaking his head, Lin Lin quickened his pace again. He had already spotted a man and a cat, still terrified and bewildered by a stream ahead. Walking to the stream's edge, letting the current carry the blood off his weapon, Lin Lin cleared his throat and went over his words in his mind. After making sure they were correct, he spoke. It's not safe here yet. They could catch up at any moment. The girl stood up first and bowed. Thank you, Hunter. My name is Sophia. HM? Wait a minute, Sophia? Lin Lin turned his head to examine the face. He was indeed wearing glasses, and he certainly had that unique beauty. But if it wasn't a coincidence, why were you here? Lin Lin had countless questions he wanted to ask, but considering his limited vocabulary, he decided to ask them later. He nodded. My name is Lin Lin. Follow me. With that, Lin Lin silently led the way, focusing his attention on his surroundings. Behind him, Sophia pulled up the dejected fake cat, who sat on the ground. She struggled to keep up with Lin Lin's pace, pondering to herself. This hunter looks so young, probably around my age. He's already a reliable hunter at such a young age, while I've only just joined the apprentice scribe team. Although he looks handsome and masculine, he's surprisingly taciturn, making me afraid to speak. Although I encountered danger this time, I finally fulfilled my wish to see a monster in person. The dog dragon is clearly a monster at the bottom of its ecological niche, yet it's surprisingly tall and ferocious. I wonder how much more fascinating monsters at higher levels would be. Huh? By the way, why does this fake cat look so dejected? It should be happy to have survived a disaster. As their thoughts raced, the two of them and the cat wandered around in circles. After ensuring they hadn't left any scent behind, they returned to the hunter's camp. Are you going to Jayan village? Sophia and the dejected Elu nodded in unison. Lin Lin glanced at the Elu curiously, but without further comment, he picked up another steak he cut this morning and roasted it over the fire. Rest for a while, I escort you. Sophia sat by the fire, feeling somewhat bored without a book to read. Curious about the hunters' lives, she hesitated to ask, fearing they'd be dismissive due to their brevity. Through her thoughts, she couldn't think of a topic to begin with, so she quietly asked the Elu cat beside her, What's wrong with you? You look so dejected? Shouldn't you be happy to have survived? It would have been better if she hadn't asked. Sophia's question immediately sent the Elu cat into tears. Meow. I'm so miserable. I borrowed money to buy this car and this Maru bird. I finally managed to make back my money bit by bit through business, and now I'm completely wiped out. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on my little money. Without money, we have to move out of Rockcrack and make a living in the cruel desert. Woohoo! Elu even forgot the customary meow at the end of each sentence, revealing the heartbreak she felt. It was heartbreaking. Chapter 19. Elu's confession moved everyone who heard it to tears. Sophia reached out and gently patted his back in comfort. While Lin Lin expressed his sympathy, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Speaking of which, a good hunter often has a good hunting partner. Should he also consider acquiring an Elu cat as a hunting partner? When you're feeling down, just have a good meal. Lin Lin didn't know how to comfort the grieving Elu, so he simply cut the roasted bird meat into small pieces and handed them to the man and cat across from him. Ah, thank you. Thank you, meow. Lin Lin wiped the grease off his peeling knife and looked at the cat. He casually asked, Will you continue trading after this? Have you ever considered switching to a hunting cat? Meow. Lin Lin's question reminded the cat of the fear it felt when it was hunted by the dog dragon chieftain. It shuddered and shook its head like a rattle. Monsters are so terrifying, meow. I can't handle it, meow. If I die at the hands of a monster, My family won't be able to live, meow. TSK, that's true. Lin Lin smacked his lips. It was just a casual question, so he wasn't disappointed. After we eat, rest for a quarter of an hour, then we set off. Large monsters are rare in the stream area, and the dog dragon chieftain is already the most dangerous one to encounter near Jian village. Therefore, Lin Lin's escort journey can be said to be extremely uneventful. They chatted briefly and arrived at Jian village without any setbacks, though Lin Lin mostly just listened. I'm going to the meeting place to settle the mission. What about you guys? Lin Lin tightened his bag, filled with materials for the puppy dragon, and turned to look at the two figures behind him. I'm going to report the loss to the head of the Chamber of Commerce, meow. I hope I don't get fired, meow. Lin Lin silently patted the Elu named Sea Buckthorn. It was too pitiful. He had to pay for a truck to transport the goods, and then worry about getting fired if something went wrong. Anyway, thank you so much, Lin Lin, for saving my life, meow. If you come to Rocklark next time, please let me host you, meow. If I haven't moved to the wild by then, meow. Well, I definitely visit you if I get a chance. Watching the dejected Sea Buckthorn leave, Lin Lin looked back at Sophia. Even without saying a word, Sophia understood his gestures. As for me, I should report to the Royal Paleontological Scribe Corps Research Institute in Jian Village. Lin Lin blinked. It was odd that Sophia didn't join Barber's brigade as a poster girl, but instead went to Jian Village to join the Scribe Corps. Scribe Corps? Why Jian Village? Sophia gently pushed her glasses up and turned to look at the mountains and valleys outside the village. Because the ecology around Jian Village is very peaceful. She turned back to Lin Lin. According to the Donnarumma Scribe Corps headquarters, they think I'm too young and inexperienced, so they want me to come here first to train myself. I wasn't convinced at first, but now I understand. They're right. Knowledge without the ability to navigate the field is only a nuisance. So, I have to start working hard to become a qualified scribe as soon as possible. Lin Lin nodded silently. So he's still a rookie. Then the timeline of this world should be a few years before the 4th generation. But then I thought, there's no trace of the Thunder Wolf Dragon in Jian Village, no news of the Tianjin Fate Land, and no guild-assigned hunter stationed in the village. This means the P3 storyline hasn't happened yet. I don't even know the order in which the stories in each game take place. The Monster Hunter timeline is really blurry. After saying goodbye to Sophia, Lin Lin walked towards the mountain meeting place, lost in thought. As soon as he entered, the warm steam characteristic of the hot springs enveloped him, making his breath seem a little moister. Lin Lin? You haven't left yet? Konoha poked her head in surprise. Sasaki, upon hearing this, bowed slightly as a greeting. I settle the mission? Lin Lin frowned. He raised his hand and placed the package containing a pile of puppy dragon materials on the counter. The package made a dull thud against the counter. So soon? Konoha looked at Lin Lin in surprise, a look that secretly pleased him. Lin Lin pulled out his hunter's notebook and pushed it over. The package contains the stripped materials. Konoha opened the package and carefully counted the fangs. She nodded, recorded the results of the initial assessment commission, and then branded a star on the cover. She chuckled, pushed the notebook and package back, and pulled a purse from under the counter. She counted the money and placed it next to the package. Congratulations. From today, you're a 1-star hunter. I feel like I see a rising star in the hunter world. Keep up the good work. Lin Lin grinned. Good luck with your words. Then, as if remembering something, he said, by the way, I need to submit an observation report. Huh? A dog dragon leader, over 9 meters long, with a tendency to attack humans. After a pause, Lin Lin recalled the time he ripped it apart with a single stroke of his own accord, and the angry roar he heard from afar, and revised his description. It's characterized by a half-meter-long wound on its head. It's very likely to attack humans. Konoha suddenly became serious. Are you sure? If it truly is an individual who hates humans, the guild would immediately issue a subjugation commission and an emergency commission. Lin Lin wanted to scratch his head, but his hand found his Jian hat instead. That's right. Even if he didn't hate them before, he definitely hated them later. Huh? Konoha was confused. What did this mean? That guy tried to attack a passing scribe, but I wounded him while I was covering her evacuation. Judging by his cries, he probably hates humans. Is that so? Fighting to save someone? There's nothing I can do. I report on the matter of the dog dragon leader. Is that scribe okay? Lin Lin dropped his hand from his hat and scratched his face. Aside from being a little frightened, nothing else. Maybe a little scared? In the end, Lin Lin himself was a little unsure. After all, it was well known that Sophia was a dragon fetishist, so it was hard to say whether she was frightened or not. After saying goodbye to the clerk, who had hurried off to report to his supervisor, Lin Lin stretched, removed his weapons and armor from the nearby stall, and changed into his bathhouse shorts. He quickly rinsed off the sweat and then plopped himself into the hot springs, letting out a comfortable groan. Ah! Soaking in a hot spring after a tiring day is truly wonderful. The hot springs at the Gathering Hall are the highest quality in the village, and as a perk for hunters, they're completely free, making it even better. Chapter 20. Huh? You've become a one-star hunter already? On the farm, Iwata stared at Lin Lin in disbelief, his eyes wide. Lin Lin showed his hunter's notebook again. The star on the cover looked dazzling. This doesn't make sense. Iwata stumbled back a few steps, finally collapsing on a large chopping block, looking a bit hopeless. I'm only halfway through physical training at the training camp, and I've only just started learning how to use weapons. How can the gap between people be so huge? Lin Lin blinked when he heard the word physical training. Can I see your physical training? Huh? You're already a one-star hunter, and you're still here to watch beginners' physical training? Are you trying to make fun of me? Because physical fitness is crucial in actual combat, I need training. Iwata slumped down weakly, using the wooden stake beneath him as a bed. Ah. Wait until tomorrow, I need some quiet time. Lin Lin patted him twice in encouragement, then carried the large package into the house. After unloading his weapons and armor and piling them in the room, Lin Lin sorted the various materials and props from the package into wooden boxes, surveying the somewhat empty room. The lack of weapon racks or armor racks was somewhat inconvenient. Or, rent a hunting lodge provided by the guild? It feels a bit awkward to keep bothering them. Thinking this way, Lin Lin grabbed his newly acquired wallet and headed out again to prepare some things. That evening, Iwata's house, the living room. When Iwata's parents returned home after a busy day, they were surprised to find the dining table laden with a variety of dishes, the rich aromas tantalizing their appetites. What's going on? Su Ping looked around, hoping to find someone who knew the situation. Sun was startled by the overflowing table, then turned her gaze to the kitchen, sensing movement. Just as he was about to go over to take a look, the door suddenly opened and Lin Lin poked his head out. Uncle and Auntie, wait a moment. The last dish will be ready soon. Eat first. The ones we made earlier will get cold if we don't eat them now. Xiao Lin, what are you doing? Lin Lin grinned, a smile as bright as sunshine's. Thanks for your care, Uncle and Auntie, and I've just made some money. I thought I'd make a hearty dinner to show my gratitude. Some of the dishes are from my hometown. I wonder if they suit your taste. Xingping also came over. Xiao Lin, there's really no need for such a grand ceremony. We didn't help you that much. Lin Lin waved his hand. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Oh, and by the way, the braised sashimi is almost done. I bring it up. I caught it myself, so it's absolutely fresh. The Iwata family sat around the table, and every Felix working on the farm was also present. Steamed, fried, stir-fried, fish, rice, eggs, and meat, this meal was a feast Lin Lin had put his all into, using every culinary skill he possessed. Seeing their faces filled with satisfaction, a gentle warmth welled up in his heart. It's so delicious, meow. It's a true delicacy. The cat butler gulped down a large mouthful of fish soup. Let's eat together. Let's enjoy our feast together. Lin Lin responded with a smile. Puff puff. Slurp. Ah. Xiao Lin's cooking is truly excellent. Sun picked up a small piece of fish, stuffed it into her mouth, chewing gently, her eyes sparkling. Honey, try this. It's tender and delicious. Xiao Lin, preparing this whole meal must have cost a fortune, right? I'm sorry to have cost you so much, but I don't know what you like. The mines on our farm occasionally produce crystals and gemstones. Come back and pick a couple you like. Xingping placed a piece of Maritori egg custard in his wife's bowl, and said to Lin Lin with a smile. No, Lin Lin said, his refusal on the tip of his tongue, when he suddenly remembered that as a hunter, crafting weapons and armor requires ores. Not to mention rare ores like light crystal, hellfire stone, and snowlight metal, but also various raw beads for crafting decorative items, or beads. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Lin finally accepted the offer. Thank you, uncle, but gemstone crystals are too valuable. I'd be content with a few pieces of chaffinch stone. After all, I'm a hunter now, so I probably need them for crafting equipment. Xiao Lin, are you a hunter now? Sun suddenly looked up, her eyes etched with unconcealed worry. Although being a hunter is a great profession, isn't it too dangerous? It's not a bad idea, actually. After all, I still long for the hunter's life. Xing Ping noticed his wife's concern and gently held her hand. Xiao Lin is a very proactive person. He's already decided on this path. Our job isn't to stop him, but to support and help him, isn't it? Lin Lin wanted to take the opportunity to say goodbye and move out to rent a hunter's cabin, but Xing Ping didn't give him the chance. Without hunters, there would be no peace and stability in Jian Village. We can't do much for Xiaolin in the hunting grounds, but we can at least provide some logistical support. I've heard that many hunters have to go to dangerous hunting grounds to gather medicine for their wounds. With our farm here, Xiaolin will definitely have a lot more energy, right? It's great. It's like family. Lin Lin rubbed his eyes. The corners of his eyes were a little red, probably from the cooking fumes. He nodded heavily. Yes. The next day, Lin Lin got up early, donned his gear, and ran to the open space on the farm, brandishing a shield and axe. A pincer slash, a counterattack, a spinning slash, a charge double slash, a sliding slash, a transformation slash, an upward scoop, a downward smash, a single release, a double release, a complete release. Each move was performed with the utmost care, maintaining the most accurate form. Even when the constant swings left him breathless, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his arms aching, he never stopped. Only when his last bit of strength was exhausted did he slump to the ground, staring blankly at the white clouds drifting across the sky. It had been almost a month since I arrived in this world. From my initial confusion and panic to now having almost completely integrated, time had flown by. Even the language barrier was quickly bridged through natural ability and hard work. At least when interacting with strangers, their first impression would be of a quiet person, not a mute. His thoughts continued to wander. He had no idea where Teacher Kevin was, and he couldn't even write to him to contact him. Without his guidance and help, it would probably take a long time for Lin Lin to officially become a hunter. Judging from his appearance at the time, he was going to carry out some very dangerous mission. He hoped that he could return safely. Chapter 21. In the mountains behind Jiayun, at the Hunter Training Center. Ha ha ha. Rookie, get moving. Don't stop. If you can't even run when you encounter a monster in the wild, you die. Atop a boulder, a middle-aged man in a black belt suit and a mustache folded his arms, grinning strangely, as he shouted at the trainees running in circles below. Even though there were only 3 people here, only one of them was his trainee, he still burst into action with passion. Huff. Huff. After 2.5 days of training, Iwata, a hunter trainee, felt his throat burning and his legs as weak as noodles. If he hadn't opened his eyes and seen a figure running ahead, stimulating his inner unwillingness to give up, he would have collapsed long ago. Lin Lin's condition was even worse than Iwata's. After all, Iwata wasn't carrying hundreds of kilograms of weight like him. He tried to regulate his breathing, squeezing every ounce of strength from his body. The shield and axe, which usually felt only slightly heavy, now felt as heavy as a mountain, nearly crushing him. Keep running. Imagine there's a male fire dragon chasing you. If you stop, you die? The instructor's voice drifted slowly, as if from the clouds, sounding so unreal. Lin Lin moved mechanically, his head growing groggy. But even in this hazy state, warmth seemed to surge through his body, filling his nearly exhausted cells, and then being devoured by them hungrily. The instructor, keeping a close eye on the 2 men below, was about to call a halt when he saw a faint red light flickering around Lin Lin, and couldn't help but let out a soft huh. You touched the chi so quickly? What a gifted little fellow. After watching Lin Lin for a moment longer, then noting Iwata's condition, the instructor felt a slight sense of regret, but had to call a halt to the physical training session. Leaping down from the boulder, he caught up with Iwata, who had slumped to the ground. He lifted him up by the collar, and pulled out a bottle of translucent, light blue liquid, pouring it down his throat. Don't sit down right away. Walk a lap. He then caught up with Lin Lin, and repeated the same procedure. Lin Lin was drowsy, when he suddenly felt a cool liquid pour into his mouth. After swallowing, it quickly transformed into a torrent of warmth, flowing through his limbs and bones, rapidly recovering from his weakness. Not completely, but at least a small part of his recovery, allowing him to once again steadily bear the weight of his bone armor. What is this? Opening his eyes, he was met with a bearded old face staring intently at him. Lin Lin instinctively took a step back. Nutrient G. Seeing Lin Lin regain consciousness, the instructor nodded, but then his lip curled. This isn't free. It's for my personal stock. 200 Z. Duo Shao. After experiencing the miraculous effects of Nutrient G's efficient energy replenishment, Lin Lin immediately began to contemplate making it a necessity for future hunting trips. However, the instructor's next words shattered his fantasy. What the hell? He only earned 300 Z from a single commission to subdue the little dog dragon. That's not even enough to buy 2 bottles of Nutrient G, not to mention the nearly 150,000 yen he spent yesterday on seasonings and high-quality ingredients to prepare that huge meal. Even now, his wallet wasn't even close to covering his debts. Well, it's not that I'm stingy, it's just that we're short on cash. You wouldn't want to see an instructor who's worked so hard to teach you end up living on the streets, right? Noticing Lin Lin's change in expression, the instructor suddenly grew nervous. Please give me 2 days. I'd be off to take on commissions and earn money. Lin Lin's mouth twitched. Aren't hunters supposedly well off? How could someone like me take on commissions just to make a living? The instructor relaxed a little, nodding. Yeah, no rush. Just don't forget. And you? Iwata. Remember to bring money to training tomorrow. Got it. Iwata replied weakly, still looking a little sluggish even after drinking a bottle of nutritional G. Although he'd been tired during previous physical training, he never felt this exhausted. It must have been Lin Lin. He was so desperate. If it weren't for that bottle of nutritional supplement G, he'd probably have died. The instructor sighed and clapped his hands. That's it for today's training. Dismissed. Goodbye, instructor. Asterisk 2. Iwata leaned closer to Lin Lin, resting his arm on his shoulders to ease the strain on his legs. I never train with you again. I feel like I'm burning out. Lin Lin clenched his fists, assessing his condition. He said uncertainly, this running training seems to be more effective than I expected. I have a feeling my fitness will take a huge step forward after today. This method of gradually pushing the body to its limits and then breaking through is relatively gentle. At least there's no need to worry about wielding the axe and dropping it on yourself, like when wielding a shield axe, or being afraid to continue when the strength is running out. It seems the enduring popularity of running training is justified. No more mocking Shrek Academy for running for tens of thousands of years. Oh, wait a minute. There's something I almost forgot to mention. The instructor's thoughts were brought back from his reverie about his wallet getting a little fatter, when he suddenly remembered he almost forgotten something. What's up? He looked at Lin Lin and Iwata, who had turned back and walked away, and cleared his throat. Lin Lin, did you notice a peculiar warmth surging through your body during training just now? Lin Lin thought carefully. It seemed, perhaps, something like that. What was going on? Pay more attention to that feeling in the future. It's essential to becoming a good hunter. Seeing the 2 men's bewilderment, the instructor paused and explained, according to scholars, it should be called life energy, but I prefer to call it ki. Seeing they were still confused, he added, by mobilizing their own life energy, hunters can make their moves more powerful. While the manifestations vary for hunters using different weapons, the essence remains the same. For example, the greatsword's power charge, the katana's air blade, the dual sword's demonic transformation. These are all achieved by mobilizing life energy in conjunction with the weapon. Iwata was still a little confused, but Lin Lin suddenly understood. Oh, if you told me that earlier, I have understood. It's just the unique mechanics of the various weapons. And with all that mysterious talk about life energy, I thought the Monster Hunter world had become a fantasy worldview. Chapter 22. After returning from the training camp, Lin Lin rested for a day to recuperate, then returned to the gathering hall. Huh? Where's Chika? Lin Lin glanced around at the mission counter. He didn't see the relatively familiar Chika. Only Suzuki, who was calm and quiet but seemed to be slacking off, was there. She's off today. Are you taking any commissions, Mr. Lin? Suzuki gestured in invitation, straightening up slightly. Lin Lin scratched his head and approached. I thought Miss Suzuki only handled matters related to high-ranking hunters. Could you please help me find any suitable commissions? Hunting and gathering is fine, just don't make me travel too far. Okay. Suzuki nodded, then, while searching for suitable mission documents, she corrected Lin Lin with common sense in her calm and gentle voice. It's true that I'm in charge of matters related to high-ranking hunters, but both high-ranking hunters and high-ranking commissions are rare in the guild and not always available. The vast majority of commissions are actually low-star commissions. These things can't be left to Kanahana alone. After a pause, she asked, is it because I always seem to be slacking off that Mr. Lin Lin has a subtle misunderstanding? Huh? Lin Lin was stunned, while Sasaki chuckled softly. I'm just kidding. Actually, Kanahana is too energetic and often takes on a lot of work, leaving me with nothing to do. That's why it looks like I'm slacking off. Now that I think about it, it seems like I'm slacking off. But Mr. Lin Lin isn't one to talk too much, so he'd definitely keep it a secret, right? Sasuke winked playfully. Huh? Lin Lin felt like he was getting to know this poster girl all over again. Judging from her calm demeanor, who would have thought she'd actually be so open to joking? Yes, right? And just call me Lin Lin. Okay, Lin Lin, you can just call me Sasuke. She spoke, but it didn't stop her from searching for commissions. Okay, here are all the one-star commissions for the stream area. Come take a look. It had to be said that the ecological environment around Jian Village was truly stable. So much so that the few invoices before her were all gathering commissions, with the only hunting commission being for a flying beetle. Flying beetles, forget it. Killing them always felt like a waste of effort. Either he had to use flash grenades or poisonous smoke bombs, both of which were expensive. As for gathering and blending them himself, that was a waste of time. He might not have found enough ingredients to blend them by the time limit. Killing them would cost too much. The remaining gathering commissions weren't all that different. After flipping through them, Lin Lin finally accepted a honey gathering commission. Because he escorted Sophia, he'd gone straight back to Jian Village and hadn't even visited Xiong'er. This was a good opportunity to bring him some treats. After completing the task acceptance process, Lin Lin suddenly remembered the dog dragon leader he hit on the head. The other day, Chihua had said they'd be issuing hunting commissions, and he wondered what was happening with him now. Thinking of it, Lin Lin casually asked, and Sasuke answered without even thinking, seeming quite serious about the matter. The hunting commission for the dog dragon chief was issued yesterday as an emergency commission. It was accepted by Old Man Chia. If you leave now, you might even run into him in the hunting grounds. As a tourist village, Jian Village relies on traveling hunters, who come to rest and recharge for most of its missions. The few local hunters in the village usually do gathering tasks, and this Chia is one of them. Lin Lin had seen him a few times at the gathering place, but he wasn't familiar with him. He only knew that he was a light crossbow user with a perpetual smile. He looked graying, with deep wrinkles on his forehead. He might be retiring soon. He's already old, and his usual tasks are mostly gathering. Isn't it a bit risky to go off and challenge large monsters right before retirement? Let's give it a try before my hunting career ends. That way, when my grandson and friends chat, they can proudly say their grandfather was once a formidable hunter. That's what he said. Sasayuki noticed Lin Lin's slight worry and reassured him, don't worry. Grandpa Chia has been a hunter for half his life. He's experienced, steady, and reliable. He's made every possible preparation before setting off. He even hired the guild's cat rescue team for safety. It'd be no problem. Well, come to think of it, he must have a clear understanding of his own abilities and won't get carried away. Why would he worry about others when he has nothing better to do? I hope so. I'm off. Safe journey. When Lin Lin arrived at the hunter camp, halfway up the stream again, he clearly felt the difference from the last time. The energy consumed by traveling was much less. The last time I arrived here, I had to rest and recover my strength. This time, my breathing just became a little heavier, but overall I still had plenty of energy. After a brief adjustment, Lin Lin set off, still following the familiar route. Passing the dog dragon's lair from the cliff top, he found no signs of a fight. He wondered if the old man, Chia, hadn't started hunting yet, or if they were already engaged in a fierce battle somewhere nearby. Shaking his head, Lin Lin followed the mountain path to the spot where he had previously seduced the dog dragon by bleeding the mushroom pig. This time, however, he didn't stop there, but continued deeper into the forest. The various trees and shrubs gradually thinned out, while the bamboo forest, scattered in various heights, gradually flourished. After about a quarter of an hour of walking, the lush green suddenly took on a grayish-white hue. A few more steps, a cliff covered in vines appeared before him. Looking up, he could vaguely see a deep crevice leading to a cave. It really is here. So, the dog dragon leader who caused me to jump off the cliff is indeed the one I submitted my observation report for? Feeling slightly regretful that he couldn't take revenge personally, Lin Lin shook his head and climbed up the vine he had climbed many times before. He remembered storing the flying beetle materials he had collected, along with some blending materials that wouldn't fit in his rag bag, here, but he never had the chance to return. Squeezing through a gap into the cave, Lin Lin was suddenly stunned. Fire? What's going on? Why is there a fire here? Could it be Old Man Chia? Why would he come here if he wasn't fighting the dog dragon leader? Full of doubt, he turned the corner and met eyes with a short figure. Their height, just over a meter, clearly proved they weren't the chia he assumed they were. The figure's bald forehead and rosy complexion reminded him of the cheeks of a snow lion. His pointed ears revealed him to be another old man from the dragon clan. There was also a diamond-shaped white mark on his forehead. A bulging backpack sat beside him, and his walking stick, having just used it to push firewood from the fire, looked slightly blackened. The old dragon clan looked up in surprise at the hunter, who had suddenly barged in. How strange. Someone's actually here. Are you lost? Chapter 23. How strange. Someone would actually come here. Could you be lost? Lin Lin felt the words sounded familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't place where he had heard them. He smiled. Oh no. I'm a hunter. I stayed here for a while, and I happened to be passing by this time, so I came in to take a look. But why are you here alone, old man? It's very dangerous out in the wild. Do you need me to escort you out? The old dragon man stroked his beard, a look of sudden realization in his eyes. I see. I was wondering if there were traces of life here. Thank you for your kindness, young man. But as you can see, I'm a traveler. He patted the large backpack beside him, and said slowly, with the kind smile that only an elderly person could muster, exercising in the wild is a daily routine for me. Don't worry about me, young man. If I run into danger, I'm not necessarily any slower than you. After a pause, he noticed Lin Lin stealthily scanning the cave. He coughed slightly, a little embarrassed, and his already red face turned even redder. Well, if you're looking for the materials here, I might have already sold them. Lin Lin blinked at him, a look that made the old dragon man feel uncomfortable. He turned his head and rummaged through the backpack, as if avoiding Lin Lin's gaze. By the way, take this. Treasure it. A moment later, he pressed a yellow paper bag into Lin Lin's hand. What is this? Lin Lin gently pinched it with his fingers. The bag was small and very light, looking like a simple, old-fashioned candy wrapped in paper. This is an ancient secret medicine. Consuming it will heal most injuries. The rosy complexion on the old dragon man's face seemed to have faded slightly, and he was now stroking his beard, looking at him with a hint of pride. Lin Lin was filled with awe, carefully keeping the medicine close to his body. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, old man. Ancient secret medicine. That's quite generous. This is a life-saving treasure. In the game, taking it will fill both your health and stamina bars. Even if it's not quite so incredible in real life, the effect is definitely incomparable to recovery potions or emergency remedies. Yes, you're welcome. The old dragon man nodded and resumed his huge backpack. Well, it's about time I continue on my journey. Young man, if we meet again, I might be able to give you something else. Lin Lin felt that he had a vague idea of the old dragon man's identity, but he wasn't quite sure. What should I call you? Call me Master Shankai. I'm old enough, so I'm not taking advantage, am I? Ah, it's Master Shankai, giving away props at the drop of a hat. I really like this guy. Master Shankai, take care. Yes. Bye. Watching Master Shankai's bag disappear, Lin Lin smiled, and pulled out the yellow paper package again. He carefully opened a corner, revealing a large brown pill inside. He sniffed closely, and a slightly bitter medicinal aroma permeated his nostrils, invigorating him, and completely dispelling even the slightest fatigue from the wild journey. At that moment, the pill's unassuming appearance seemed to be coated in a golden glow in Lin Lin's eyes. After putting away the ancient secret medicine, Lin Lin immediately forgot about the flying beetle material he'd been thinking about before entering the cave. He happily left the cave and headed towards the waterfall. If he remembered correctly, following the waterfall, after walking 4 or 5 kilometers, he would reach a forest. There, a variety of wild flowers and fruits were abundant, attracting a large number of bees. As long as no one raided the area too quickly, the honey collected would be enough to complete the mission with a large surplus. Kevin? After the collection was completed, it was just a short distance to the lake. Then he could bring Xiong Air's favorite honey, and have a barbecue feast. Slurp. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. When Lin Lin, with the aroma of honey all over his body, walked through the tall reeds and arrived at the place where he had once slept with Xiong Air's belly as his pillow, he saw 2 or 3 bananas wandering around. Xiong Air was nowhere to be found. Ouch! A banana spotted Lin Lin and immediately spun its long, slender body toward him. Sensing his thoughts, it could tell this creature was eager to taste the strange creature before it. Where's Xiong Air? Why an aquatic beast? Where aquatic beasts are found are often water beasts. Could Xiong Air? Lin Lin's worry about his friend suddenly soured his mood, especially since this banana was so reckless as to attempt to attack him. He showed no intention of retreating and immediately drew his sword and shield, ready to teach it a lesson. As a sea dragon, the aquatic beast's unique body structure gave it far greater agility in the water than on land. It relied on its speed to swim through the water, suddenly leaping out of the water and swooping down on Lin Lin like an arrow. Lin Lin neither dodged nor raised his shield to defend himself. He simply stared intently at the aquatic beast's movements, and only took action after it completely left the water. He thrust his sword into his shield, and with a subtle vibration of the mechanism, the sword and shield merged completely. However, before the axe form could be revealed, the aquatic beast's bite struck the shield surface heavily, its claws scraping against the hard bone, producing a harsh, creaking sound. The force of the collision, transmitted from the shield, was dispersed through the hilt and the back of the shield into two evenly distributed impacts, transmitting them evenly to both arms. While the force was clearly comparable to the previous attack from the puppy dragon, Lin Lin felt as if this attack wouldn't even allow him to recoil. Is this the feeling of GP? No wonder they say GP's defensive capabilities are enhanced compared to normal defenses. However, Lin Lin used the force to step back, swinging his arm back, and the axe form of the shield fully unfolded. The next moment, a full moon slashed across the aquatic beast's head from diagonally above. It felt like hitting a fragile bubble. There was a slight delay, but it didn't affect the shield axe swing at all. In the blink of an eye, red and white splattered all over the ground. Lin Lin glanced at the aquatic beast's corpse, its head apaced, with a hint of disdain. He curled his lips, and didn't move forward to peel it. It wasn't that he was so disgusted that he didn't want the materials, but the several aquatic beasts nearby had spotted him, and were howling as they prepared to attack him. TSK, trouble, Lin Lin frowned, but decided to retreat for now. If a fight came to a head, he wouldn't be afraid of these creatures, whose ecological niche was no different from that of the puppy dragon. But his goal was to find Xiong'er, not to bring back a bunch of aquatic beast materials, and risk being suspected of poaching. It was exactly as he had heard in his heart. Aquatic beasts roaming nearby was fine. Chapter 24. After shaking off the aquatic beasts, Lin Lin, while taking care to hide, surveyed the surrounding area for signs of danger. Occasionally, a few broken green hairs could be found on the rough, cracked bark. Fallen, rotten wood seemed to have been shattered by a powerful impact. The leaves of the bushes were stained with splashes of dark red. A deep scratch mark, hidden in the soil buried by fallen leaves, was almost certainly made by Xiong'er. Lin Lin's expression grew increasingly gloomy. These marks invariably indicated a fierce battle had occurred here, resulting in injuries to at least one party. The combatants were undoubtedly Xiong'er and the other monster. Considering the aquatic beasts that appeared near the lake, and the fact that the ground was much wetter than in other areas, with even traces of fishy mucus visible in some potholes, the other monster was most likely a water beast. Was there a territorial dispute? Given that the aquatic beast had taken over the lake's perimeter, Xiong'er must have failed and left the area. But where did he go? The battle likely occurred more than 2 days ago. Many small traces had long since been buried. After searching the area for about a quarter of an hour, nothing more was found. Considering the possibility of a water beast roaming nearby, further search risked an encounter. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Lin decided to return for now, and report the possible presence of a water beast back to the village. At the village entrance, upon returning, Lin Lin noticed something was amiss in the atmosphere. The villagers, instead of going about their business as usual, gathered together, chatting. Judging by their expressions, many seemed downcast, occasionally sighing amidst their conversations. What's going on? Lin Lin spotted Iwata in the crowd with his sharp eyes, and quietly walked over. What's wrong? What happened? Iwata's face wasn't looking good either. He looked a bit frightened and a bit angry. Upon seeing Lin Lin, he tried to adjust his expression, so as not to look too depressed. Old Chia was badly injured. He's helped the village so much over the years. Seeing him suddenly pushed back covered in blood terrified everyone. How could that happen? It was just the hunt for the dog dragon leader. Old Chia was a light crossbow user who'd been out in the wild for years. He was well prepared for battle, with at least 3 dozen fire bombs temporarily stored in camp. How could he have been seriously injured? Sigh. Iwata sighed and shook his head. I don't know the details, but the cat rescue team said that during the fierce battle between him and the dog dragon, a water beast suddenly appeared. Old Chia's luck is truly unfortunate. Lin Lin pursed his lips. He had just been about to return to spread the news of the nearby water beast, but upon returning, he discovered that someone had already been harmed by it. He patted Iwata. The hunter class is like this. Monsters just need to wander in, but hunters have a lot to consider. So are you scared? Iwata suddenly looked at Lin seriously. You know what? When I first saw old Chia injured, even missing his left arm, I was really scared. But the village always needs hunters to protect it. If old Chia falls, someone will step up. Why can't that person be me? Lin watched his increasingly determined gaze and nodded. To be honest, I initially thought you wanted to be a hunter just because you were at Shinabaku. But now I have to admit, I underestimated your will. Huh? What's Chunabun? That's not important. I think it's more important for you to consider when to finish the training camp and complete the hunter exam. Thinking of the physical training that had driven him to ecstasy, Iwata's face paled slightly, but he remained stubborn. I'm sure I finish it soon and catch up with you. Lin said nothing more, simply patting him again, saying cheer up, and then heading straight for the mountaintop meeting room. In the meeting room, Lin saw not only Sasayuki, but also Kanahana, who was supposed to be resting. Kanahana was no longer wearing her work receptionist uniform. Her eyes looked a little red, and her mood was visibly low. Seeing Lin approach, she simply greeted him sullenly, lacking her usual energy. It's all my fault. If I hadn't presented that emergency contract, Grandpa Chia wouldn't have encountered this. Lin handed Sasuke the requested honey and his notes, then received a hint from Sasuke's eyes. Does she want me to help comfort her? Lin couldn't play dumb, so he thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, I didn't plan to return so soon from the hunting grounds today, but I spotted what looked like water beasts, so I thought I'd come back and share the news. It seems I'm still a little late. Beside her, Sasuke covered her face, while Chika looked even more distressed. Actually, the observation report submitted by the scribes a few days ago mentioned a group of water beasts migrating nearby, but the guild confirmed that their habitat wouldn't affect the normal operation of the village, so they didn't issue a subjugation commission. It's all my fault. I should have told Grandpa Chia this information right away. Well, on the bright side, at least I'm still alive, right? For a hunter, that's considered quite lucky, right? Lin had learned a lot about this world from the manuals and books Kevin left behind. The cat carts of the real world don't have the ability to rescue people from fan-shaped flames. Once a hunter falls in battle, they're very likely to never get up again. Only a lucky few are rescued by the cat carts. Ouch. It looked as if the flower had barely found some comfort. Lin sighed softly and turned to Sasuke again. Senior Chia was seriously injured. Does that mean the mission to subdue the dog dragon leader has failed? Sasuke, ? You mean? I have a grudge against that dog dragon, so I plan to kill it and avenge Senior Chia while I'm at it. But you've only just become a one-star hunter. According to the guild's rules, a hunter cannot advance to a higher star level unless they complete a sufficient number of missions of the same star level, apply for a promotion, and then complete an assessment or an emergency mission, correct? That's true, but the mission to subdue the dog dragon is a 2-star mission, but since it's an emergency mission, I, a 1-star hunter, can accept it, correct? But, seeing Sasuke hesitate to speak but repeatedly interrupted, Lin knew she was worried she'd end up like Mr. Chia, and he smiled softly. Please help me accept the mission. I'm ready. If I let the dog dragon recover from its injuries, I'm afraid it will become even more resentful of humans and attack passers-by even more fiercely. Okay, well, be sure to stay safe. Chapter 25. Hunting Mission, Emergency. The rogue leader threatening the trade route. Mission description: Hunt the dog dragon leader. Reward: 1800 Z. Handling fee: 150 Z. Mission location: Stream. Time limit: 7 days. Client: the Drunken Guild Master. A hunter has reported hiccups. There's an aggressive dog dragon leader near the trade route in the stream. It's estimated to pose a serious threat to caravans and travelers traveling to Jian Village. Gollum, to ensure the safety of the Jian area, please hunt it down. Lin's decision to take on the dog dragon leader wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, or at least not entirely so. Firstly, with his previous experience and improved physical fitness, Lin was confident that hunting the dog dragon leader was within his capabilities. Secondly, after confirming that the dog dragon leader was the culprit who caused him to jump off the cliff, he regretted not being able to kill it himself. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he couldn't let it slip. However, Lin didn't immediately depart after accepting the commission. To avoid repeating Mr. Chia's mistakes, he needed to make some preparations. Farm. Wait a minute, meow. I didn't hear you clearly, meow. What do you want, meow? The farm manager rubbed his ears. Either there was something wrong with his ears, Or there was something wrong with the person before him, otherwise how could he hear someone asking for feces? Doesn't the farm collect a lot of manure to fertilize the fields? I'd like to take some, should that be okay? Meow. What do you want that for, meow? The butlers first stood on end. Elu, the farm keeper, wore multiple masks before every shift and showered 3 or 4 times afterward. Why was this guy even asking for this? Make some props to give me a little extra protection on this hunt. Lin wasn't really keen on this kind of thing, but with the possibility of intruding monsters, fertilizer jade, or rather, stink bombs, were essential countermeasures. Okay, meow. They're in the barrel over there. Go get them yourself, meow. Lin followed the butler's instructions, and found the large barrel. He prepared himself to scrub himself to death tonight, but upon opening it, he found it wasn't as stinky as he expected. The smell doesn't seem strong enough. Can stink bombs made with this really repel monsters? These are marabird feces. Marabirds are omnivorous, but they primarily eat grass, so the smell shouldn't be strong. Carnivorous monster feces would definitely satisfy your needs, Lin, but there's none on the farm. Lin's mouth twitched. Well, if quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it. I don't believe 5 or 6 stink bombs won't scare the monsters away. Mixed stink bombs are much simpler than other elaborate props. As long as you can tolerate the smell, you can simply use grass juice to mix stones and feces into a paste. However, Lin certainly wouldn't resort to such a primitive method. Thanks to the mixing book left by teacher Kevin, Lin's mixing of props has become much more refined than when he was surviving in the wild. He no longer has to rely solely on guesswork and understanding of the ingredients and simply mix them together. For example, for this particular stink bomb, Lin, following the instructions in the recipe book, sealed the material bullet with Maritori feces. This way, unless the shell shattered due to a violent impact, the stench would be locked inside, preventing it from escaping and affecting the carrier's movements. To be on the safe side, Lin produced a dozen or so stink bombs in a single go. By the time the last one was sealed, his expression, which had initially twitched his eyes and furrowed his brow, had become as calm as water, unchanged for what seemed like a while. Sorry, Nose, there's no going back. That night, Lin fell asleep from exhaustion, nearly rubbing his skin off after repeatedly washing himself. Fortunately, he hadn't worn protective gear while making the props, otherwise washing it alone would have been enough to drive him mad. The next day, Lin carefully counted his prepared props and placed his secret weapon in a separate small prop bag. After confirming everything was correct and that he was in peak condition, he dressed and prepared to depart. Meow? Hunter, are you heading out on a quest? Under a small awning at the village entrance, an Elu cat wearing a red belly band and a spring on its head noticed Lin walking out. It quickly stepped forward and called out to him, then bowed. What can I do for you? I'm the owner of the beverage store at the gathering place, meow. I recently developed a new drink, and I'd like someone to taste it and share their thoughts. Would you like to try it, meow? Lin's eyes widened. He had almost forgotten that cat food was supposed to be consumed before a hunt. In Jiayun Village, drinks and hot springs served as substitutes for cat food. Drinks provided skills, while hot springs increased health and stamina. So, what miraculous drink has this beverage shop owner developed? Lin brainstormed for a moment, his voice silent. The shopkeeper, seemingly misunderstood, raised his voice. While I'm not sure what effects this new drink will have on the body, I can guarantee it won't have any negative effects. It will definitely help our customers with their hunting trips, meow. Lin rubbed his chin with his fingers, pondering for a moment. Then let's give it a try. What's the name of your new product? I call it Jiayun Milk Coffee, meow. It's made with high-quality Jiayun Village hot spring water extracted from Rock Lake. Specialty coffee beans, mixed with fresh milk from Bernardo Village, will definitely help boost hunters' vitality, meow. Milk? Besides Bullfight, are there cows in Monster Hunter World? And from Bernardo Village? It seems the world of gaming is still too narrow. That doesn't sound cheap. Because it's a trial of a new product, it's completely free, meow. I took the large wooden cup from the shopkeeper cat and gulped it down. The rich aroma of coffee and milk combined into a unique sweetness that instantly exploded in my mouth, lifting my spirits. Lin lowered his eyes, carefully feeling the state of his body, and nodded. I can feel a strong sense of vitality filling my body. While the increase may not be significant, my strength and reaction speed should have increased slightly. It tastes great, too. Excuse me, if you decide to launch this drink, how will you sell it? Thank you very much for your feedback, meow. As for the price, it's tentatively set at 200 Z meow, After all, shipping fresh ingredients is still expensive, meow. However, we may continue to improve it, so the price is still uncertain. The shopkeeper cat nodded as he wrote down the feedback in his notebook. Chapter 26. 200Z? Can't afford it, goodbye. Lin Lin had originally planned to order a drink from the beverage shop every time he went on a mission, but after hearing the price, he had to temporarily give up the idea. A drink was half the reward for a 1-star commission. With his current income, he couldn't afford such an extravagant expense for now. The 2-star reward was actually a bit painful. He might have to wait until he was promoted to 3 before he could indulge in a drink every time he set out. The shopkeeper cat thanked Lin Lin and looked around, hoping to find a few more volunteers for drug testing. Lin Lin glanced at them and didn't stay any longer, officially setting off to hunt the dog dragon leader. The journey was a breeze to the hunter camp halfway up the mountain. After a short rest, Lin Lin reached the clifftop next to the dog dragon's lair with familiarity. The lair was busier than the previous 2 times. Not only were the female dragon dogs on guard, but even the smaller dragon dogs, who were supposed to be patrolling their territory, had gathered inside, making the otherwise spacious mountain platform seem a bit crowded. With my hands propped up against the pergola, I squinted my eyes at the sheltered spot shaded by a few tall bamboo clumps. Sure enough, I spotted a huddled beast, though it looked much more miserable than when I seen it a few days before. The silvery white scales on its body were shattered in many places, their surface charred in patches. The bases of its wide, scarf-like ears were drenched in blood, with only a single piece of cartilage supporting the precarious weight of the ears. But the most striking thing was the center of its skull, a narrow, charred wound, still oozing blood. At the deepest part of the wound, the bare bones were visible. This wound, inflicted by Lin Lin's powerful blow, was the most serious injury on the dog dragon leader. Given the monster's physique, a wound of this severity should have healed somewhat after several days. However, judging by the dense burn marks surrounding this wound, Senior Chia must have been meticulously tending to it with his fire bombs during the battle, potentially causing the healing wound to rupture again, leaving the creature looking so miserable. A flicker of sympathy rose in his heart, but Lin Lin quickly dismissed it. Since this creature had already forged a grudge against humans, if he didn't kill it, even more people would be harmed. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to eliminate this creature, recovering from its wounds in its lair. If this were another large, solitary monster, Lin Lin could have stockpiled his bottles and activated his red shield beforehand, then rushed over to the sleeping monster and unleashed a powerful super release to knock it out of its slumber. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to finish it off in one blow. But the dog dragons were a pack, and Lin Lin couldn't sneak past the alert little and female dog dragons. He had to either lure these annoying little creatures away, or lure the leader of the dog dragons to a suitable location to engage in battle. What should he do? Lin Lin scratched his chin. If only he had a hunting partner. They could split up, making it much easier to lure these creatures apart. The task of kidnapping an Elu cat had to be put on the agenda. Now, I need to think of another way. I got it. Lin Lin suddenly narrowed his eyes, a sly smile curling his lips. After your injury, you must be in dire need of food and sleep to recover, right? Perhaps I could provide you with some food? With a plan in mind, Lin Lin quietly retreated. He still needed to gather some supplies for his brilliant idea. Huff, huff. A glistening bubble of snot swelled at the tip of the dog dragon leader's nose, expanding and contracting with each breath, then suddenly bursting. It opened its eyes, feeling as if a hole had been drilled into its head. Waves of pain continued to surge through it, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. Sleep was the only way to stifle the pain. However, the burning sensation in its stomach faithfully fed back hunger to its brain, its bloodshot eyes filled with the fury and madness of a bestial beast. After yesterday's battle with a tiny creature capable of biting from a distance, and its weakness preventing it from defeating the banana-like creature, the entire tribe had been forced to abandon a large area of territory with abundant food and water. It hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Hunger and pain gnawed at its nerves, making it extremely irritable. Suddenly, a faint scent of blood, distinct from his own, reached his nostrils, causing the dog dragon leader to raise his head sharply, sniffing every whiff in the air. There was no mistaking this scent. Fresh, delicious Maru bird blood. Food! Food! Everyone go find food. Bring it back. Sticky, smelly saliva dripped from his sharp teeth as the dog dragon leader let out a rapid howl, signaling his command to the entire tribe. Several guards surrounded the dog dragon leader, the plump female dog dragons glancing at each other. Then, one of them stood up, howled a few times at the little dog dragons, and led the charge out. Unwilling to disobey their leader's orders, the dragon pups followed the female dragon dog and scurried out of the lair, following the sweet scent of flesh and blood in the air. They hadn't gone far when they discovered the fresh carcass of a Marunotori in an open field. One of the dragon pups, unable to contain its hunger, took a few steps forward to begin a nibble, only to be instantly knocked back a long way by the towering, powerful female dragon dog's backs. The female dragon dog bared its teeth and growled menacingly at the unruly pup, only to retract its expression with a low growl when it saw the dragon dog crouch and whimper. According to the tribe's rules, the leader must enjoy food first, followed by the females, responsible for childbearing, and only then would these individuals, whose individual combat power was nearly non-existent, pick up the last scraps. The female dog dragon paced around the freshly carcass of the Maru bird several times, her small head perplexed, as if something was amiss, but she couldn't place it. A faint roar drifted through the air, and she finally stopped pacing. With a howl, she led her pack to drag the perfectly intact Maru bird back to their nest. The cliff face was just visible in the distance, and the impatient dog dragon leader, unable to bear the weight, rushed out of the nest and rushed to the Maru bird's body. Grinning and shooing away the little dog dragons beside her, she showed no gentleness even to the female dog dragon. She dived directly into the Maru bird's belly, opening her massive, sharp jaws and biting down. The starving dog dragon leader didn't notice the signs of the Maru bird's abdomen being ripped open. As she gnawed at it like a starving ghost, she didn't notice that the flesh in her mouth, besides its usual deliciousness, seemed to have a flavor she had never tasted before, like mushrooms. Chapter 27. The dog dragon leader's voracious feast lasted only a few minutes before being interrupted. It wasn't that Lin Lin didn't want him to eat more of his carefully prepared gift, but time was limited. There were only a few clusters of poisonous mushrooms, paralysis mushrooms, and nitrifying parasol mushrooms to gather, just enough to blend into the most nutritious parts of the Maru bird. If he continued to gnaw, he'd probably end up with the best meat. A cloud of pink mist exploded from his body, and a familiar, pungent smell filled his nostrils. The dog dragon leader was instantly reminded of the culprit, who had caused his head to split open 2 days ago. Pulling his head back from the Maru bird's abdomen, the dog dragon leader's face was covered in blood, his heart pumping rapidly, and his eyes instantly turned bright red from congestion. This guy went completely mad. "Hey! Look over here, you big idiot over there!" Seeing a familiar figure gesticulating towards him, the dog dragon leader, without a second thought, furiously took off in pursuit. Seeing the dog dragon leader charging at him like a tank, Lin Lin was delighted instead. He turned and began to run, constantly shouting provocations at the creature behind him. "I'm not afraid of you chasing me, I'm afraid of you not chasing me." If this creature had ignored him, and simply returned to its nest, sheltering under the protection of its pack, he'd be a real problem. But not only did it immediately pursue him, without even calling for help, it was exactly what Lin Lin wanted. And so, with Lin Lin's deliberate provocations, and periodic slowing of his pace to lure the dog dragon leader into catching up, the two gradually drifted further away from the nest. A wide open space loomed ahead, dotted with wooden stakes of varying sizes. In the center stood a moss-covered wooden building, though its semi-collapsed state suggested it was a long-abandoned logging site. On. Seeing he hadn't been able to catch up with the detestable little creature, the dog dragon leader's furious mind regained some clarity, and he remembered he still had his men at his disposal. So, the dog dragon leader paused, stiffened his neck, raised his head, and let out a long rhythmic roar. "You're calling out to the bull demon?" Lin Lin saw this and immediately stopped, turned, raised his arm, and launched a homemade flash grenade. Having suffered a loss before, the dog dragon leader knew the destructive nature of the little creature's toy. It would either produce a powerful flash or severely interfere with its sense of smell. Therefore, the moment it saw the throw, it interrupted its call, closed its eyes, and turned its head, successfully dodging the sudden burst of bright light. "Tisk, you've learned your lesson." Lin Lin smacked his lips, and removed the sword and shield from his back. He hoped to lure it further from its lair, but its current position wasn't much different. Feeling he successfully avoided the flash, the dog dragon leader opened his eyes again. Seeing the nasty creature finally stop running, he let out a short, excited roar and charged at it. Lin Lin watched the creature's movements cautiously. Seeing it raise its head high once it entered attack range, he didn't retreat. Instead, he thrust his sword into his shield, holding it in front of him, and tensed his arms, adopting a defensive stance. The next moment, the dog dragon leader bit down on the slightly curved shield. Although he didn't sink his teeth into it, he still left a series of shallow bite marks. Lin Lin felt a surge of immense force course through his arms, transmitting to every muscle in his body. His upper body lurched backward, and he was forced to take 2 steps back to absorb the impact and avoid losing his balance. Staying steady again, feeling his arms tingle, Lin Lin glanced over the shield and met the dog dragon leader's gaze. He grinned grimly. Hey, pretty strong. He had intentionally taken the bite head-on, testing the guy's physical strength to determine whether to prioritize guerrilla warfare or offensive tactics in the ensuing battle. As it turned out, the guy was indeed incredibly powerful, not on the same level as a weakling like the dog dragon, but that was all. It wasn't enough to completely overwhelm him. While the dog dragon leader was repositioning itself after its attack, Lin Lin raised his sword and swung it down, leaving a bloody wound at the corner of its mouth. The force of his first strike had waned, and Lin Lin reversed his blow and raised his sword again, but by then the dog dragon leader had already raised his head again, so the strike missed. Undeterred, Lin Lin stepped forward with his right foot, used the momentum to spin, and with his belt hand, slashed across the scales of the dog dragon leader's chest, sending up a shower of blood. Roar! The dog dragon leader cried out in pain, but a wound only an inch deep would be severe on a human. On a dog dragon over 9 meters long, it was merely a superficial wound, causing only a slight pain. The pain, far from causing it to flinch, only fueled its ferocity. Instead of retreating, the dog dragon leader advanced, raising its head once again and biting down on the annoying creature's head. The slashing sword swing was slightly delayed by the impact of severing scales and slicing flesh. When the dog dragon leader bit down again, the sword's momentum hadn't yet dissipated, and it continued to swing backwards. The shield, used to balance its weight, had just turned in front of it, not yet facing the foul-smelling maw. Bang! Lin Lin stumbled several steps to the right before steadying himself. He hadn't been able to completely dissipate the force of the dog dragon leader's attack. He groaned, his expression slightly unnatural, as if in pain. Sensing the enemy's injury, the dog dragon leader let out a hearty roar. Since their encounter with this little creature, it had always been the one to suffer injuries and setbacks. This was the first time it had successfully injured the enemy. Ah, stuck meat! He slightly moved his right arm, holding the shield, feeling the dull pain that continued to assault his nerves. It was obvious that he had suffered a sprain, perhaps even a strain and a slight concussion. Lin Lin sighed softly, straightening his stance and looking towards the dog dragon leader. Suddenly, he realized the leader hadn't taken the opportunity to pursue him. His previously joyful roar had become intermittent, almost painful. Lin Lin was puzzled for a moment, then noticed the fishy saliva dripping from the dog dragon leader's mouth, which had initially been clear, had turned a slightly purple hue. Suddenly, he was overjoyed. Good, good, the big treasure this guy swallowed is finally working. All the effort I put into preparing this surprise for you was worth it. The paralysis mushrooms must have worked alongside the poisonous mushrooms. While they weren't paralyzing this guy to the point of being unable to move, Lin Lin could tell that the dog dragon leader's movements were a bit slower than before, having become stiff and sluggish. Lin Lin decisively inserted his slashing sword into the indentation on the inside of his shield and strapped it to his back. Then, he pulled a can of pale green liquid from the tool bag at his waist. Gulp gulp. Ha again! Chapter 28. The dog dragon leader had originally intended to fight through the churning pain in his stomach to finish off the fellow across from him, who also looked in poor condition. But turning around, he saw the damn fellow produce something and drink it. In just a few seconds, his condition had noticeably improved, with barely any signs of injury left. Stomach cramps crept in, and toxins seeped through his bloodstream, causing his muscles to stiffen and lose control. Combined with the rapid blood flow from his previous rage, he was bleeding profusely from several wounds that hadn't yet healed. Anger could make him more agile, more swift, and more powerful, but all of this depended on the body being able to metabolize sufficient energy to fuel his actions. Since the day before, the dog dragon leader had only consumed that small amount of entrails mixed with other ingredients. The energy it provided had long been depleted by the triple effects of toxins, blood loss, and anger. A sense of immense weakness washed over him, and as his mind, now lucid after the rage had subsided, he finally realized the danger of his current condition. With a resentful glance at Lin Lin, who had finished drinking the potion and drawn his sword and shield, the dog dragon leader turned and stumbled towards the lair. Humph! Trying to escape? Lin Lin had finally managed to lure this creature out alone. If he simply let it return to the pack and be protected again, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? However, the dog dragon leader seemed to have completely lost interest in continuing to fight Lin Lin. He allowed him to pursue him relentlessly, his focus solely on escaping. Lin Lin was in a dilemma. Running with his sword in hand was difficult. The slightest mistake would throw his balance off. But if he chased after it with the sword sheathed, the creature could leap another 2 or 3 meters before he could draw and strike, leaving him with nothing to lose. The chase led them to a narrow mountain path. Seeing the guy was determined to escape, Lin Lin gritted his teeth, pulled out another flashbang, and threw it. Ouch! The dog dragon leader, with his back to Lin Lin, hadn't noticed the flashbang. Caught off guard, the flash made his head dazed, and with the paralysis mushrooms effect still lingering, he stumbled and tumbled down the path. His miserable howls faded away. Lin Lin, He peered over the edge of the path. Beyond it lay a steep slope, at least 70 degrees. The gentle stream at the bottom covered the area, with a drop of at least 40 to 50 meters. Along the way, the dog dragon leader had knocked over and toppled at least 20 trees. My goodness! Is he still going to survive this fall? Lin Lin had already mentally sentenced the unfortunate guy to death, but just in case, he had to go down and see his body with his own eyes. Lin Lin's descent from the mountain wasn't a reckless one. As he cautiously followed the trail to the gentle stream at the foot of the mountain, he saw the strangely shaped corpse of the dog dragon lying on the ground not far away. That tragic sight. Well, how should I put it? I wonder how much of the scales, claws, and skin materials are left, but there's no hope of finding high-quality bone materials. With a soft sigh, slightly regretful that he couldn't end the battle with a single super resolution, Lin Lin pulled a flare from his item bag, set the fuse, and fired it into the sky. Swoosh! Bang! An emerald green firework exploded in the sky, and a few minutes later, a firework of the same color rose in the distant direction of Jian village. Huh? Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief, looking down at the dog dragon corpse at his feet. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his skinning knife, cut off the large, fan-like ears, and stuffed them into his tool bag. After doing this, Lin Lin found a rock undamaged by the stream and sat down, silently awaiting the arrival of the transport team. Due to the often complex hunting environments and the limited weight capacity of hunters, after hunting large monsters, hunters are often limited to skinning the relatively important materials. The remaining materials, along with the monster's carcass, are then returned to the natural ecological cycle. The materials obtained from a single hunt are quite limited, forcing many hunters to hunt the same monster multiple times to craft a complete set of equipment. To put it in an extreme, this can even lead to poaching. So, the Hunters Guild offered an alternative. A transport team would be organized to help hunters transport monster carcasses back to their base. Professionals would then divide the monster materials, take a certain percentage as a reward, and return the remaining materials to the hunters. This method maximizes hunters' profits, but due to limited manpower and resources, it can only be implemented in less dangerous and remote hunting grounds. For example, in the Leisho volcano, where high-risk monsters are rampant, this service has not yet been successfully implemented. Lin Lin also wanted to use the materials from this dog dragon to create a set of dog dragon armor. Not only would that set have slightly better defense than the Jian set, but it would also provide special benefits that increase strength and enhance physical recovery. So to ensure safety, he didn't just leave. Instead, he simply sat here to guard the dog dragon leader's body and prepared to escort the transport team back to the village. At that moment, Lin Lin's ears twitched slightly, detecting a hint of something unusual amidst the gurgling water. Turning his head, he saw a sallow head poke out from beneath the white curtain of the waterfall. Followed by this, a thick neck covered in bright yellow, spongy scales emerged. Its short, thick limbs supported itself on the sandy rocks beneath the water, carrying its heavy body, revealing its full features before Lin Lin. This creature, which had just appeared, was undoubtedly the culprit responsible for Senior Chia's tragic death by the cat cart. It had recently migrated to the nearby stream, driving away Xiong Air's violent temper. It was the master of the aquatic beast's harem, the water beast, and now, this banana-like creature had undoubtedly set its sights on Golong's corpse. Ignoring Lin Lin, who had risen, it crawled towards its target. Lin Lin looked up at the massive creature, swallowed, and reached into the small prop bag. Standing before him, the dog dragon, over 9 meters long, felt like facing an Allosaurus, causing his heart to race. However, this creature was estimated to be 16 or 17 meters long, making the dog dragon leader appear petite next to it. Even though it didn't look menacing, the sheer imposing presence of its size made one hold their breath. It's just a long banana, not very powerful. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lin suppressed his rising heart rate and suddenly unleashed a stink bomb. Get away from my new armor, you bastard. Paw! The water beast's leisurely crawling motion suddenly stopped. Its emerald blue eyes, stained with brown, slowly shifted, locking onto the tiny figure that met its gaze. Chapter 29. The stream gurgles, fish play, and orioles sing melodiously. The bushes swayed, and a furry green head cautiously poked out. It glanced around, and seeing everything was normal, its tense body relaxed. The blue bear beast crept down, like a thief, inching its way to the water's edge. It surveyed the surroundings for a moment, exhaling heavily, a puff of hot air from its nose, then stared intently at the surface. While that violent yellow creature is away, let's seize the moment and catch two fish. A few dozen meters behind it, amidst the dense bushes, a camouflage net woven from dead branches and leaves suddenly unfurled. A middle-aged woman with healthy, wheat-colored skin stood up, pointed a magical device called a telescope in the direction of the blue bear beast, and observed it intently for a moment. Even though he knew this area had been designated as the water beast's territory and was genuinely afraid of it, he still risked a beating to come here and fish. This blue bear beast seems to be even more greedy than any other specimen he's observed before. Let me see, let me see. A small, pale hand, stained with light black dirt, reached out, attempting to take the binoculars. The middle-aged woman allowed the binoculars to be taken away, turning her head helplessly and saying, "Sophia, I understand your love for monsters, but could you please not be so impatient?" Sophia hummed a perfunctory nod, her gaze completely riveted by the scene in the binoculars. The blue bear's timid and foolish movements brought a faint smile to her lips. "Teacher, are you saying it can really start a fire?" "I doubt the authenticity of that report." Was the observer dazzled? The middle-aged woman Sophia called her teacher corrected him. First, the observer only described it as a suspected attempt to make fire by drilling wood together, not explicitly stating that it actually produced fire. Second, isn't the purpose of our observations here to confirm the accuracy of the report? If this can be confirmed, it would be a remarkable discovery, indicating that our research on the blue bear beast, which we thought was complete, actually has gaps. When your name is added to the report, you can also remove the apprentice scribe team prefix. The two were discussing their potential findings when a roar distinctly different from that of the blue bear beast was heard in the distance, and a faint human voice could be heard. "Huh? The blue bear beast's behavior is getting strange." "What?" "Give it to me." The woman Sophia called her teacher snatched the binoculars away, and then saw this scene on the screen. The blue bear beast, previously focused on fishing, shuddered at the roar and nearly took flight. Then, a faint human voice followed the roar, and it froze in place. It scratched its ears with its paws, as if uncertain, then listened intently. After a moment's hesitation, it suddenly changed direction and stalked stealthily toward the sound. Sophia's teacher's eyes suddenly gleamed. Unusual, so abnormal. Something must have changed the blue bear beast's behavior. Her curiosity burned. "Hurry, Sophie! Let's catch up." She grabbed Sophia's hand and leaped from the bushes where she had hidden. "Me? After all these years, can you please change your impulsive temper?" An arm covered in black armor reached out from the side and grabbed Mia, who was about to jump out excitedly, and yanked her down onto her butt. "Rachel, what are you doing?" The female hunter, wearing a swift dragon armor archer suit, rolled her eyes at Mia. "You have the nerve to tell Sophia to calm down? I think you're the most impatient one." She ignored Mia's frantic tugging at her short hair, and said calmly, "That roar just now was clearly from a water beast. It must have been fighting with a hunter. That blue bear beast went to join in the fun, and you followed? If it got caught up, would I have intervened? Don't mess with me. If you hadn't pulled me out, I'd be soaking in the hot springs in the village right now, enjoying the scenery, not just sitting here with you in the breeze." Taut Mia, unable to follow, felt lightning bugs crawling on her body, her heart tingling and itching. "But, oh, enough, stop spouting those scholar sermons. I've heard enough. So I follow." Rachel adjusted the ammunition chain attached to her armor, and positioned her beloved swift dragon-heavy crossbow, secret sniper, more appropriately. Shaking her head helplessly, she said, "You two, stay behind me. Don't run around." "Okay." Meanwhile, on the other side, stink bombs aren't always effective at repelling monsters. After all, they rely on the repulsive odor to drive them back. Whether they stay or not depends on the monster's mood. At this moment, the water beast, its face covered in feces, fixed its gaze on Lin Lin with fury. It disliked the smell, but compared to this merely disgusting smell, the little creature that had flung feces at it in provocation was clearly far more detestable. Lin Lin watched the water beast charging at him with a momentum greater than even his luck, and after a brief moment of deliberation, he suppressed his urge to dodge. If he hadn't stopped it, he'd likely end up like a pile of Lin. Sheathing his sword and shield, he sprinted sideways, keeping a close eye on the water beast's movements. Noticing its charge shift in direction as he ran, he gritted his teeth in anger, but made no attempt to speed up to escape its lock. Instead, he secretly strained his nerves to the utmost. The distance between them continued to close, and as the splashing water threatened to splash onto Lin, he suddenly lunged forward, his leg muscles exploding with strength, and in a split second, he covered a distance of 3 or 4 meters. The water beast only needed to twist its neck to reach the creature, a mere 3 or 4 meters away. However, once its massive and heavy body charged, inertia made it impossible to change direction easily. Furthermore, this wasn't underwater, so its agile swimming skills were unavailable. The water beast could only watch helplessly as the nasty little creature scrambled to its feet while it sprinted forward for nearly 20 meters before finally coming to a stop. "You're fucked." Another ball of yellowish feces exploded on its head. The water beast shook its head in annoyance. The smell was even stronger, making it quite uncomfortable. This damn little creature, how could it possibly be throwing excrement just like the pink-haired gorilla? Gurgle. The water beast stared at the little golden peach-haired beast in the distance, constantly throwing its feces provocatively. An angry growl erupted from its throat. Suddenly, its mouth opened, and a large ball of sticky water suddenly erupted from its mouth, flying straight towards Lin. Chapter 30. Fuck. I had thought the water beast's roar was a sign of rage, but it launched a zero-frame attack, exhaling without a pre-swing. By the time I reacted, it was too late to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he drew his shield axe in a slightly different way than usual, simultaneously drawing his sword and interlocking the two. The shield surface expanded under the action of a mechanism, barely blocking the water ball's direct impact. His arms trembled slightly, and Lin secretly thanked himself that the water ball's attack power wasn't as strong as he had imagined. However, this thankfulness had barely risen to his heart, and before he could even express it on his face, the water ball exploded completely, scattering a thick liquid mixed with special body fluids. A small amount of it landed on Lin's body, seeping into every crack. Lin felt as if he had suddenly carried several pounds of extra weight, and the sticky liquid clinging to his armor and skin required even more strength to complete each movement. Water attribute anomaly. Lin reacted instantly. This breath attack couldn't be countered with conventional defenses. This abnormality, seemingly harmless in the game, only felt dangerous when it actually happened to him. His endurance wasn't his strong point, and even the breakthroughs from special training only served to mitigate the impact. After the previous tussle and battle with the dog dragon leader, his stamina was already at a critical point. Now, with the water anomaly added to the mix, Lin felt his movements were beginning to falter. To make matters worse, after the water beast's water breath, it immediately charged forward again, giving Lin no chance to breathe. This time, Lin didn't run. Instead, he stood still, waiting for the enemy to approach before dodging, thus conserving his energy. Just then, an unexpected roar echoed from the side, and both sides in the tense confrontation simultaneously turned their attention in the direction of the roar. The water beast, charging towards Lin, suddenly slowed its pace and turned to look at the blue bear beast, which had raised its arms and stood upright, making itself even taller than it appeared. It recognized it immediately. This was the blue bear beast that had tried to seize territory with it a few days ago, only to be severely beaten by it. Its pretense of superiority seemed a bit timid. A defeated opponent dared to shout? Lin recognized it immediately. This was the Xiong'er he had been searching for so many times without success. To have him appear before him again in his hour of danger was truly delightful and touching. But then, his emotion turned to worry. Xiong'er was just a blue bear beast. Could he win against the water beast? The water beast completely ignored the little golden peach-haired beast that only knew how to throw shit, and rushed towards the blue bear beast that dared to challenge it again. This time, it would beat the beast so hard that it fled in disgrace, never daring to appear before it again. The two behemoths rushed towards each other furiously. Battles between monsters are often so simple and unpretentious, without any tricks, a test of strength and agility. Undoubtedly, the blue bear beast, weighing less than half the water beast, was at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. As soon as the two collided, the water beast pushed it back continuously. Its feet plowed deep furrows in the muddy stream, and the clear stream instantly became murky. Xiong'er. Hold on. I'm here to help you. Lin pointed with one hand, then, raising his shield axe in axe mode, charged forward to deliver a powerful blow to the long banana. Bang! However, before Lin could reach him, The water beast spun around and whipped Xiong Er away with a swipe of its tail. He rolled twice on the ground before Lin Lin. Xiong Er? Two black, bean-like eyes met Lin Lin's sudden break, staring blankly at his former friend. He felt that his former friend looked completely different, as if he had changed his coat. If it hadn't spoken the same voice, and still called out with a unique utterance, he would have thought he had found the wrong person. Lin Lin glanced at the water beast, which hadn't continued its attack, but instead roared and flaunted its strength. He folded his shield axe and hung it on his back, attempting to help the seemingly stunned Xiong Er to his feet. Xiong Er awoke as if from a dream, rolling over and climbing to his feet. However, he didn't join Lin Lin and charge at the water beast again. Instead, he scooped Lin Lin up and placed him on his shoulders, then turned and ran. Gentle the road, the little friend has already been found. Fighting is impossible, so why not run? Normally, territorial disputes between monsters tend to end in moderation. The loser leaves, and the winner doesn't pursue, lest they expose themselves to unnecessary harm. However, the blue bear beast's flight seemed to infuriate the water beast even more. It seemed to feel that such a weak creature didn't even have the strength to counterattack and injure it, so it enthusiastically pursued it. Lin Lin was pinned to Xiong Er's shoulders, his hands grasping the lush beige fur along the sides of its carapace. As Xiong Er crouched down and broke into a run, he naturally became a rider on Xiong Er's back, tossed up and down with his movements. Compared to the tacit coordination between the rider and his monster companion, Lin Lin felt more like he was experiencing the hunter's attacks from mounted monsters. The deliberate struggle to hold onto the creatures wasn't exactly similar, but it was identical. Rachel had just parted the brush before her when she saw a hunter in a cloud-enhanced suit, riding atop a blue bear beast, charging towards her. Wow! This newbie looks pretty good, even mastering the mount skill. Rachel scooped up the hidden sniper she was carrying and had just loaded a penetrating round into the magazine, ready to lend a hand, when she heard the hunter on the bear's back shout something she could understand but couldn't quite grasp. Hey, hey! Xiong Er, look ahead. There's someone ahead. Lin Lin tugged hard at the right side of Xiong Er's fur. Xiong Er froze for a moment, then realized what was happening. As he ran, he shifted to the right, passing Rachel like a gust of wind, leaving only a cry that drifted away in the wind. Big sister, be careful. There's a water beast behind us. Rachel turned her head again, and saw a long banana charging towards her with all its might. Are all the newbies these days so slick? Without any aim, simply guided by feel, the sharp, penetrating bullet whizzed out, piercing the strips of spongy tissue at the water beast's neck, drawing a puff of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle of the cannon erupted continuously, and crossbow bullets flew out in rapid succession, each shot punching a hole in the water beast's soft, spongy tissue. Rachel had, of course, intentionally avoided the water beast's eyes, mouth, and other vital areas, focusing solely on the soft, spongy tissue. She wasn't aiming for significant damage, just to inflict pain. She also wanted to quickly repel the beast and catch up with the novice hunter to see what was going on. Chapter 31. The roar of a crossbow shell echoed, and Lin Lin suddenly turned his head and looked back. He had already warned them, so why were they still fighting? No, I have to go back and help. Of course, Lin Lin had this thought, mainly because he was a little dizzy from the previous beating, and he hadn't seen the hunter's equipment clearly, and he was still subconsciously worried about her. Xiong Er, wait! Stop! Lin Lin quickly tugged at Xiong Er's fur, causing it to slow down in confusion. Roar! Go back and take that person with you. Roar! Xiong Er was somewhat reluctant, but after Lin Lin's repeated tugs, he turned his head and ran back again. A moment later, Lin Lin and the blue bear beast beneath him froze, staring blankly at a petite black figure in front of him. The figure stood there with an impassive expression, holding a heavy crossbow also clasped in black, firing continuously. Across from her, the water beast, previously so arrogant and domineering, now wailed and fled with its head in its hands. The once plump, soft, and spongy skin around its neck was now ragged and tattered, its yellow body stained mostly red with blood. The water beast stumbled away, disappearing over the waterfall in the blink of an eye. The figure holding the black heavy crossbow turned, seemingly sizing up the man and the bear. Lin Lin and Xiong Er both shuddered, and Xiong Er instinctively tried to turn and flee. A water beast that could be beaten by this ferocious creature couldn't even lift its head, so why would it need saving? It would be a good thing if they didn't carry it away too. Only Lin Lin pulled it back to stop it from running away. He patted Xiong Er gently to calm it down. Then, Lin Lin jumped off the bear's back and approached the female hunter with a slightly nervous look. Thank you for your help, Senior. My name is Lin Lin, and I'm currently a one-star hunter. The female hunter first glanced at the blue bear beast, which was hiding obediently behind Lin Lin, not daring to move. Then, with a slightly curious look, she turned to him. Rachel, a 6-star heavy crossbow user. So, can you tell me about this blue bear beast? There was nothing much to hide about her acquaintance with Xiong'er. Lin Lin started by recounting how he had fallen off a cliff, chased by the dog dragon leader, and then how Xiong'er had suddenly appeared to save the situation. Well, even if they didn't win, it still counted as a rescue, right? She had to constantly comfort Xiong'er throughout her story. Having witnessed the female hunter's brutal side before, Xiong'er was filled with fear of this petite creature. Monsters often avoid an enemy out of fear, but once avoidance becomes impossible or their anxiety exceeds a certain threshold, they will become extremely agitated and aggressive. Even though Xiong'er was docile, it was still a large monster, possessing a savage nature. Therefore, sensing Xiong'er's uneasiness, Lin Lin did his best to soothe it and avoid a conflict. Is that so? I've learned something new. Having been a hunter for so many years, she encountered peaceful, non-aggressive monsters before, but this was the first time she's seen one that could form a friendship with humans and fight to help them. It was unbelievable, but from previous events and her current close observation, the veteran hunter's experience told her that this blue bear beast truly considered this newbie a companion. TSK. She was a little envious. After all her years of hunting, she skinned countless dead monsters, but she never touched a living one. Come here, little bear, let me pet you. Rachel's eyes lit up, and she suddenly extended her hand. Bear 2, who had been focused on her, was startled by the sudden movement and threw his upper body back. Then, his weight lost, and his plump body rolled backward, making him look utterly messy and awful. It's okay. She means no harm. She's just curious. Lin Lin quickly hugged Bear 2 and turned to Rachel with an awkward but polite smile. Senior Rachel, Bear 2 is very afraid of you, so if possible, please don't approach him suddenly. Rachel's hand froze in midair. After a moment, she stepped back as if nothing had happened, glancing towards the bushes on the other side. Is that so? Well, actually, I'm not interested in him. Look over there. Look right there. There are 2 people who are curious about Bear 2. She gestured towards the direction, indicating that she had determined there was no threat and was safe, and signaled the other person to come over. Huh? Someone's there? For members of the Scribe Corps, camouflage is an essential skill during field ecological surveys. Lin Lin looked in the direction Rachel pointed. A few minutes later, 2 figures trotted up. Let me introduce you this. Rachel had barely begun to speak when 2 surprised voices rang out almost simultaneously. Sophia? Why are you here? Lin Lin? Rachel silently interrupted herself. It looks like you know each other. Then, no need for introductions. I go over to the side and keep watch. She glanced at the furry body of the blue bear beast with a hint of regret, then turned away helplessly. As she moved away, the blue bear's tense body relaxed slightly. It growled resentfully, almost complaining. My fault. I misjudged her strength and frightened you. Lin Lin responded smoothly to Xiong'er's roar. Mia, watching from the side, had a gleam in her eyes, almost wanting to press herself against Xiong'er and observe him with a magnifying glass. How could there be any intention of greeting? Sophia wasn't much better than teacher Mia, her eyes glued to Xiong'er, but at least she knew to introduce herself. This is Mia, the director of the Jian Scribes branch, and also my teacher. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia interrupted. We received an observation report earlier that mentioned a blue bear suspected of attempting to make fire by drilling wood together. Now it seems they learned it from you, Scribes? And the director. Lin Lin's heart trembled, suddenly realizing that this moment of contact might be extremely important to Xiong'er. When they parted, he only thought about returning to human society, but he overlooked the fact that after living with him in the wild, Xiong'er would never be able to return to his former self. He tried to light a fire and roast fish, and he missed the taste of roasted fish. He, too, missed the warmth of Xiong'er's fur on cold nights. But while he could live with Xiong'er in the wild for a while longer, he couldn't live there forever. The scholar from the Scribes Corps appeared before him, and Lin Lin suddenly realized something. He thought, perhaps letting Xiong'er live near the village? She see that Xiong'er was indeed docile. Not only would he not harm the villagers, he could be kept as a mascot, and even provide the village with a safeguard against other monsters. Chapter 32. Lin Lin then repeated what he had said to Rachel, this time emphasizing Xiong'er's docile nature. Mia circled Xiong'er from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Xiong'er, bewildered, watched her as they spun around in circles, nearly fainting. Only when Xiong'er bared his teeth in dissatisfaction did Mia step back and nod. It's indeed quite docile. While not as tameable as herbivora and Maru bird, it's extremely rare for a large monster. It's also quite intelligent. Not only did it learn how to make fire from you, but it also understands human emotions. For example, your affectionate behavior towards it wasn't interpreted as provocation or anything else. This is rare for a monster, even rarer than its docile nature. Even among other blue bear beasts, none I've observed in the past are more intelligent than this, Xiong'er. Or maybe no one wants to befriend a monster? Lin thought to himself that this was due to his ability to listen to others' thoughts. Because he clearly knew Xiong'er's good intentions, he could fully trust that he wouldn't harm him. As a result, he built trust with Xiong'er bit by bit, and gradually became familiar with each other, and got to know each other better. This was the result of their mutual understanding. Try it with someone else. If an ordinary person stood before Xiong'er, even if he meant no harm, they'd probably be terrified, right? How could they possibly establish a friendship like that? However, having heard someone's inner thoughts, there was no need to speak them out. So Lin smiled and nodded, "You're right." Mia looked at Xiong'er with a wave of emotion. "Thank you. I thought I knew a lot about monsters after studying them for half my life, but now it seems we still have a lot of gaps in our research." She suddenly turned to Sophia. "When I get back, I'm planning to start a project to find out which monsters have the potential to make friends. Would you like to join?" Sophia, hearing this, thought to herself. Her breathing quickened, her fair face flushed, and her voice became a little awkward. "I want to join. And if possible, please let me research the potential for shattered dragons to make friends." Mia nodded in satisfaction. What a good kid with the spirit of a true scholar. Lin, no, she's just a simple dragon fetish. He glanced back at Xiong'er, who was still bewildered as to why Lin was staying here, chatting with the two females. He really wanted to eat the honey-grilled fish Lin had made. But the water beast had been driven away, and the petite yet violent creature had also moved away. Since Lin was staying and had no intention of leaving, Xiong'er simply laid down on the ground, rubbing the spot where the water beast's tail had hit him with his paws, hissing and sniffing. "Director Mia, if Xiong'er migrates to the edge of the village, will the guild issue a subjugation commission against him?" A seasoned veteran, Mia understood Lin's thoughts in a flash. Pulling her hair, she pondered for a moment. That depends on the specific situation. If Xiong'er remains as docile and obedient as he is now, and doesn't negatively impact the villagers' lives, then it shouldn't be a problem. But it's a monster after all. It's hard to say whether the Hunters Guild will issue hunting commissions for safety reasons. Seeing the disappointment on Lin's face, she chuckled softly. "Speaking of safety, if we make Xiong'er the first subject of our research, and choose a suitable habitat nearby for observation and study, that shouldn't be a problem. What do you think?" Lin's expression brightened instantly, but he still didn't agree outright. Instead, he tentatively asked, "Will your observation and research have any impact on Xiong'er?" Mia laughed twice, then stood on tiptoe and patted Lin's shoulder. "Good boy, stop being a hunter. If you care so much about monsters, come join our scribes." Lin shook his head decisively. "It's just because he saved my life twice. To me, Xiong'er is no longer just a monster, but a friend." Mia was stunned for a moment, then nodded without saying anything else. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to it, just observe and study it. By the way, I'm hiring you to join my research team. You be responsible for contacting monsters and attempting to communicate with them. What do you think?" After a pause, she added, "I'm not asking you to give up your hunter career. I post your work specifically for you in the Hunters Guild as a commission, and it won't take up too much of your energy. Is there such a good deal? In name, he's hiring me to contact monsters, but in reality, isn't he just worried about me? So he's looking after Xiong'er personally? Ms. Mia is such a kind person." At that moment, Xiong'er, who was sprawled on the ground board, suddenly twitched his ears. He then raised his head, looked in a certain direction, and let out a low growl. "What's wrong, Xiong'er?" Lin followed Xiong'er's gaze, and saw a large cart pulled by two Maru birds in the distance. Several Felix jumped and danced, waving their paws in that direction. "Damn! I almost forgot. I called the transport team." Lin quickly turned to look at the dog dragon leader's corpse, half submerged in the stream. Seeing that it hadn't been damaged by the water beast, he breathed a sigh of relief. The new armor was saved. He waved to the Felix, then rubbed his hands like a fly, waiting for the Felix transport team to approach. Sophia glanced at Lin Lin helplessly. Did you forget that Xiong'er is still lying here? Do you think the little Ellicats will approach directly? Lin Lin blinked. Yeah. Then, should I take Xiong'er away for now? Sophia actually wanted to study Xiong'er a little longer. He looked so silly and adorable, but now was not the right time, so she gave up. Teacher and I will go back with the transport team. With Senior Rachel here, there's no need to worry about safety. As for Xiong'er's new habitat, teacher, what do you think of the woods across the river near the village's largest farm? It's perfect. In other words, it's the most suitable habitat for blue bears around the village. Mia waved at Lin Lin. I submit the project when we get back, and you can bring Xiong'er to live there tonight. Thank you so much for your help. Yeah. Go ahead. Friendship between different species is truly beautiful. Lin Lin chuckled and beckoned Xiong'er to leave. Let's go, Xiong'er. Let's go fishing. Grilled fish tonight. Roar. Xiong'er's eyes instantly shone like black pearls. He growled excitedly, spreading his legs and dashing towards the gentle stream where fish tend to gather. Hey! Wait for me, Xiong'er. Chapter 33. Golden light shimmered on the shimmering water, specks of light dancing in the wind. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. It was perfect time for fishing. By the riverbank, Xiong'er squatted nearby, his head tilted as he watched Lin Lin busy himself. Lin Lin double-checked the hook tied to the end of his line, making sure it wouldn't come loose. Then he hooked on the freshly dug earthworm bait and swung the bamboo pole sharply. Who? Xiong'er growled in confusion. Hush. I'm fishing. Do you understand what fishing means? Xiong'er blinked blankly. Like this. Lin Lin was just trying to figure out how to explain fishing, a healthy and relaxing sport, to Xiong'er when he felt a sudden jolt in his hand. He turned his head and saw the tip of the bamboo pole suddenly sink, and the loose line quickly straightened. Lin Lin instinctively lifted his rod with force. With a soft splash, a fish twisted its body and broke through the water. Its struggle shattered the light, hitting it into fine, golden shimmers, a truly beautiful sight. Lin Lin reached out his left hand and caught the shimmering fish in his palm. Looking at the tiny creature, barely a finger's length, he fell silent for a moment. Small goldfish fetch a good price as ornamental fish. Depending on their size, the market price generally ranges from 300 to 500 yen. Catching one could bring in a good profit. But the problem was, he was catching them to grill and eat. He hadn't considered taking them home afterward. The dead goldfish was worthless, and he couldn't take it with him, so Lin Lin reluctantly tossed the glittering fish back into the river. Lin Lin turned to look at Xiong'er. Yeah, that's pretty much what fishing is all about. Xiong'er still didn't understand. He scratched his butt and walked straight into the river. With a swish of his paws, he scooped up several fish of varying sizes, all quite large. It turned its head to look back at Lin Lin and growled. Isn't this more convenient than the time you spent struggling, Lin Lin? He said stubbornly. Fishing is all about the atmosphere, you don't understand. That being said, Xiong'er was still catching fish in the river, and there was no way he could continue fishing. Lin Lin reluctantly put away his rod, picked up the several large fish Xiong'er had brought ashore, casually scraped off their scales, and skewered them with branches. This time, however, Lin Lin didn't resort to the primitive methods of making fire as he had before. He pulled out a small, foldable stand from behind him, unfolded it with a few clicks, and with a flick of a switch, the compressed fuel inside ignited a vibrant flame in the center. It was both convenient and quick. The only drawback was that the fire was too strong, and the slightest mistake could easily burn the food. Placing the skewered fish on the portable barbecue grill, Lin Lin twisted the handle, humming a light tune. Thump, thump, thump. After humming the tune, the grilled fish had just turned 4.5 times. Lin Lin suddenly lifted the branch, held the fish in the air, and examined it. Excellent. Golden in color, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Lin Lin nodded in satisfaction and waved to Xiong'er, who was still fishing in the river. Come and eat. As the saying goes, even a passerby might refuse to accept a dish you call out to. But Xiong'er didn't understand that. He was just a bear, so he ran over. And so, the man and the bear, each taking a fish, quickly devoured the several large fish they had just caught. Xiong'er, still somewhat unsatisfied, wanted to continue fishing, but Lin Lin suddenly stopped him. Xiong'er, do you want to move? Roar? Lin Lin didn't expect it to understand. After figuring out the direction, he simply turned and walked away. After walking a few steps, He turned around and saw Xiong'er still standing dazed by the river. Lin Lin had to call out to it again. Don't just stand there. Follow me. As the afterglow of sunset enveloped the mountains, a blue bear beast followed the hunter closely, arriving at a riverbank. A few lightning bugs, startled, flapped their wings and flew out of the bushes, illuminating the dim shallows with tiny specks of pale blue light. Xiong'er, look across the river. That's where I live now. Lin Lin pointed across the river, where scattered lights lit up in the dimness behind vast expanses of fertile fields. He turned to look at Xiong'er, his eyes reflecting the lightning of the lightning bugs. Let's live here from now on, okay? It's safe here. No other large monsters will come near, and I won't be unable to find you every time I return to the village. So Xiong'er also gazed at the lights across the way, their fiery red light flickering like the blue light of the lightning bugs beside him. It suddenly felt as if Lin Lin belonged there, while it belonged here, to this natural landscape. Xiong'er lay down somewhat melancholy, consoling himself by thinking, it doesn't matter. Lin Lin will return to this natural landscape often. Their different affiliations won't affect their friendship. But perhaps it should find a way to become stronger, to experience more battles, so that when Lin Lin gets into trouble in the wild, it can help, rather than just fleeing with him in disarray like today. Lin Lin untied his shield and axe, found a rock to place it, and then sat down against Xiong'er's warm body, looking up at the fading sunset and the bright moon in the sky. To him, Xiong'er was a friend and a partner. His choice to become a hunter was his own, not Xiong'er's. He didn't want Xiong'er to put himself in danger just to help him. But as the words reached his lips, he remembered that even without him, the blue bear's ecological niche would be relatively low. As long as it lived in the wild, it would inevitably face risks. So he suppressed the thought, patted Xiong'er's arm, and whispered, "You've been tired today. Rest." The next day, the morning light shone on him, dispelling the damp chill of the night. Lin Lin pushed away Xiong'er's paws, and climbed out of his embrace. To his surprise, he saw Sophia, dressed in the uniform of the scribe corps, perched on a flat rock by the river. She was concentrating on drawing something in a book. Lin Lin walked over and greeted him, "Good morning." Sophia then realized he was awake. She smiled at him, then held up the book in her hand and displayed the sketch. How about calling this painting Man in Nature? Lin Lin recognized it immediately. The subject was Xiong'er, with Lin Lin fast asleep in Xiong'er's arms. Excellent painting. I'm tempted to keep a copy as a souvenir. Sophia took the book back, cradling it in her arms, a sly smile on her face. These are my research notes. I can't give them to you. But if you want, I can redraw them for you. Lin Lin rubbed his chin. That's such a hassle. Forget it. Huh? Don't you want to keep them? But can't I give you the notes? So I have to redraw them. That's such a hassle. Seeing Sophia's sly smile turn into anger, Lin Lin's lips curled up uncontrollably. Ah, what a wonderful hunter's life. Chapter 34. The teasing with Sophia ended with Lin Lin accepting the new painting and promising to owe her a meal. Sophia finally got down to business. Come to think of it, I've never seen a hunter as unconcerned with new equipment as you are. The Dog Dragon King materials assigned to you have already been divided, and you're completely unconcerned? Huh? So quickly? What? You had no idea? You didn't even return to the village to complete the quest yesterday, did you? Lin Lin scratched his head. Is there something wrong? Sophia looked at Lin Lin suspiciously, then at the still sleeping Xiong'er. Have you been with Xiong'er the entire time, since we separated yesterday? Yes, or what else? I'm so envious. It's nothing. Sophia seemed lost in some kind of reverie, her face flushing slightly. But even without her saying it, Lin Lin knew what was going on. She was thinking about breaking the dragon. That's what dragon fetishes are like. Anyway, hurry back to the meeting place to complete your mission. Teacher and I explained the situation when we returned with the transport team. But if you don't go back, people might get worried. I understand. I'll be right back. Thanks, Sophia. Sophia waved her hand. What's there to thank me for? You saved my life. Go. Huh? You're not leaving? Sophia pushed her glasses helplessly. Sending you back is just a side note. I still have to observe Xiong'er. I need to write a report. Okay, I'll be leaving then. It was a perfunctory response, as Sophia had already focused her attention back on Xiong'er. At the meeting place, at the mission counter, Sasayuki breathed a faint sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Lin enter. I'm so glad you're back safely. Although I already knew you were okay, it's only when I see it with my own eyes that I can finally rest assured. I'm a gifted young man. Hunting a dog dragon is easy. Lin smiled and handed over his hunter's notebook. He glanced around and asked curiously, "She was not here. Is she on vacation again?" "Not really. I heard that Mr. Chia is out of danger, so she went to visit him." Sasayuki was very efficient. In no time, she handed back the hunter's notebook with a star on the cover and a bulging purse. "Congratulations, Lin. You're probably one of the hunters in the guild's history who advanced from apprentice hunter to 2-star in the shortest time. You're truly a gifted young man, on par with that top newcomer from Tondaruma. Keep up the good work, I'm really counting on you. Perhaps soon, our Jiyun village will also have a legendary hunter." "Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky." Lin clutched the purse, feeling the weight inside, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. "By the way, where are the materials for my dog dragon leader?" Lin suddenly realized that Sasuke had only given him the hunter's notes and his reward. Where were his materials? "They've been temporarily stored in the village workshop. You can take them anytime you want." Sasuke's lips curled slightly. "After the bodies are brought back, they're cut and stripped in the workshop. This way, hunters who need to craft equipment don't have to make multiple trips." Lin sighed heartily. "The guild is so thoughtful. This is what we should do. You hunters are constantly out there facing danger. All we can do is provide as much convenience and protection as possible." "Well, thanks, Sasuke. I go to the workshop to check out a new set of armor." When Lin ran to the workshop, he immediately spotted a petite figure standing before the owner. "Huh? Rachel-senpai?" She was petite, and wearing a swift dragon suit. Even without seeing her face, Lin could guess who she was. "Oh, it's you." Rachel turned and saw the young hunter who had impressed her. She nodded as a greeting. "What are you doing?" "Boss, please help me maintain my hidden sniper and do some modifications." "Oh." Lin was at a loss for words when it came to this. He had some experience with the other 14 weapons in Monster Hunter, but he never touched a light or heavy crossbow. The only thing he knew about modifications was that the heavy crossbow could be equipped with a shield, and that the 4-shield heavy crossbow was said to be a wheelchair weapon. The owner of the workshop, who was busy at work, looked up at the voice and greeted, "Hey, the young man Kevin brought with you. Wait a minute, I'll be done soon. My name is Lin." Although he hadn't introduced himself the first time they met, he had mentioned his name when he came to pick up his armor and weapons. However, the owner's memory of him seemed to be anchored in the young man Kevin had favored, so he kept calling him that. There was nothing he could do. "Kevin?" Rachel's expression, which had remained calm until then, suddenly faltered. She turned to look at Lin and asked hurriedly, "What's your relationship with Kevin?" "Huh?" Lin wasn't entirely sure what this senior was thinking. After a moment's hesitation, he settled on the truth. "He's my teacher. He taught me a lot." "So where is he now?" Lin shook his head. He really didn't know. "I just became his disciple, and Kevin received an urgent letter from the guild. He must have been sent on some mission, right?" Rachel seemed to be gritting her teeth, mumbling something under her breath. Lin couldn't make out a few words, but could only discern them by the shape of his lips. Words like "this bastard," "he said he was on vacation," "he secretly went on a mission," and so on. It was hard not to imagine. Did teacher Kevin and this senior Rachel have a love-hate relationship? After a moment, Rachel's expression finally returned to normal. She looked at Lin and asked, as if confirming, "Are you his disciple?" "Well, although we've just become his disciples, and we've been separated." Rachel pondered for a moment. "Well, I'm quite familiar with the shield axe. Since I've been living in Jiyun village for a while, I can give you some pointers." "Huh? Is that okay?" "Why not? I've already mentioned that I'm quite familiar with the shield axe. Take the bone armor you're using. It must have been Kevin's suggestion, right? It can be upgraded to a Ceratops shield axe, a powerful grenade bottle shield axe. But did you know that in the interim, you can use Sand Dragon materials to upgrade the Sand Dragon shield axe, and then use Ceratops materials to upgrade it to Ceratops armor?" Lin blinked. He had no idea. After all, the weapon development path changes slightly with each Monster Hunter game, but there shouldn't be such a thing in World. Chapter 35. Rachel seemed suddenly intrigued, explaining everything from the evolution of weapons to choosing suitable armor, then from item blending techniques to the key points of hunting large monsters. Some of this he already knew, and some he learned from the books Kevin had left behind, but the practical experience was exactly what he lacked. Hunting in different hunting grounds requires conscious adjustment of your movement patterns. For example, in areas like streams, flooded forests, and swamps, where the climate is humid and the ground is muddy, Using your usual gait will make your legs feel sucked into the ground, making movement extra strenuous. Watch my steps. If I do this, applying as much force as possible with each step, placing my center of gravity across the entire sole of my foot, rather than shifting from the heel to the toe, will make my steps much less strenuous. The same principle applies to deserts and snowy mountains, but due to the different properties of the sand and snow, subtle differences can occur. Lin nodded repeatedly. He hadn't noticed this before, but now he realized how practical this gait was. If he could master it when encountering aquatic beasts, his stamina wouldn't be depleted so quickly after the water anomaly. The owner of the nearby workshop had already completed the modification of his stealth sniper, and was listening with interest to the hunters sharing their experiences, his arms folded. Upon hearing this question, he couldn't help but interject. Actually, this method of movement only mitigates the impact of the environment, not completely eliminates it. If you're planning to hunt in this environment, it's best to embed a swamp crossing pearl in your gear. With the special protection provided by this pearl, you'll be able to move freely in the water like a fish, allowing you to focus entirely on the battle. Huh? There's something this good? How come I didn't know about it? Before Lin could even open his mouth to ask, Rachel had already raised her doubts. The technology came from Yanhua village. It should be a newly developed ornament this year. Because it's not widely used, not many places know how to make it. Is that so? As if worried Lin didn't understand, Rachel turned to explain, ornaments aren't just decorative items in the conventional sense. They're small gadgets that attach to equipment to add special protection. We usually call them beads, and they're usually made by specially processing raw beads made from various monster materials. By the way, what materials are needed for the swamp crossing bead? I play too. Let's give it a try. The workshop owner counted on his fingers. Mudfish dragon fins, mudfish dragon fangs, earth crystals, water-like pearls, that's all. That stuff is mainly found near coastal areas, right? It shouldn't be found around Jiaying. The owner shook his head helplessly. After all, it was developed in Yanhua village, so it must have used monster materials available around Yanhua village. But Yanhua village is pretty close anyway, and it'd only take a few days to get there. It just depends on whether you're willing to make the trip for the Swamp Fairy Pearl. Rachel was still pondering, but Lin's eyes lit up, and he was quite tempted. A trip for the Swamp Fairy Pearl might not be worth it, but a trip for the Fahound, Kinsect, and Fakubi Rabbit would be incredibly worth it. Before, when he hadn't established himself in Jiayan village, Lin hadn't considered visiting Yanhua village for a while, but now that he was a 2-star hunter, a trip to Yanhua village seemed to be on the agenda. Well, let's go again when we have the chance. Rachel pondered for a moment, then gave up. She'd come all the way to Jiayan village, and hadn't even soaked in the hot springs yet. Going straight to Yanhua village seemed like a bit of a waste. She had to have some fun for a while, right? The workshop owner didn't mind. He was just mentioning it. He returned Rachel's hidden sniper to her, then hefted his massive hammer, and called out to Lin, "The materials for your dog Dragon King are still in my warehouse. Would you like to take them or leave them with me to craft equipment?" Lin had actually been wanting to place an order with the workshop owner for a while, but Rachel's eagerness to teach him, coupled with the genuinely useful knowledge she shared, had temporarily suppressed the thought. Now that she brought it up, he made the request without hesitation. "I want to build a dog dragon suit, and upgrade and strengthen my bone armor at the same time." "A dog dragon suit, huh? I guess that's it. No problem. I've counted your materials. I have enough dog dragon scales, skin, and claws, but I'm missing 2 king scars, the ears of the dog dragon king." Before he finished speaking, Lin pulled 2 silver-white materials rolled together from his item bag and placed them before him. "You?" The workshop owner recognized them immediately. They were the missing ears from the dog dragon king corpse that had been delivered to him. It turned out this guy had stripped them off beforehand. "I only took those 2. I'm not breaking the rules." To prevent hunters from receiving the missing materials after the transport team removed the corpse, and instead from having unused surpluses, the guild allowed hunters to strip 3 materials based on their needs after a successful subjugation, and then divide the remaining materials among the remaining ones. Lin was worried that he'd get too little for the year, potentially leaving him with a material limit and having to hunt another dog dragon king. That's why he stripped it right then and there. God forbid, he didn't even strip it fully 3 times. He was definitely a law-abiding hunter. Alright. Besides the dog dragon king materials, we're also short on a few ore materials: iron ore, chaffinch stone, and earth crystals. Do you want to buy them directly from me, or do you want to supply them yourself? Thinking of the mine deep within the Iwata family farm, Lin waved his hands. I provide them myself. I won't spend that extra money. He's truly not rich. Ah. Helmet, armor, wrist armor, leg armor, heavy boots, 1150Z each. A total of 5,750Z. And if I need to enhance the shield and axe. Wait! Young Master Duo? 5,750Z. What's wrong? Lin's face flushed. Can I pay the deposit first? I don't have that much right now. Having just completed a 2-star emergency commission, the reward plus the double contract fee return totaled 2,100Z. Lin felt like he suddenly become wealthy, but then he looked at the cost of crafting the equipment, and he was still broke. He even owed the instructor 200Z for the nutritional supplement G. Hey little Lin, do you want me to lend you some? Rachel, after receiving her heavy crossbow, stayed by and watched from the side. Seeing his predicament, she smiled and offered a helping hand. This guy owed her money and a favor, just like Kevin owed her money and a favor. This made her his debtor. Then, let's see what excuse he could use to sneak away without her. Plan worked. Chapter 36. Ultimately, the hunter's desire for new equipment overcame the shame of owing money. Shamelessly, Lin, relying on the friendly sponsorship of Senior Rachel, placed an order with the workshop owner. He placed an order not only for the dog dragon set, but also for the shield axe enhancement. As he took the bone armor, he noticed the deep scratches on the shield surface and raised an eyebrow. It's time for a reinforcement. This shield axe's strength is just right for a beginner, but it's not suitable for dealing with monsters above 2 stars. If the bite marks, like these, get any deeper, or if they get repeated, they might affect the stability of the transformation mechanism. Alright, as usual, pick it up in a week. I need to get to work. The craftsman's work required absolute concentration, so he didn't even give Lin a chance to observe. After confirming the order, he kicked him out. Seeing Rachel leaning against the doorway, Lin bowed gratefully. Thank you for your help, Senior. I earn money and pay you back as soon as possible. Rachel waved her hand nonchalantly. I heard that Kevin paid for your cloud suit and bone weaponry. Why haven't you mentioned paying him back? Lin, how could it be the same? Kevin and I are close comrades, often hunting together. Since your teacher is away on a mission and can't teach you, I take over. Just think of me as your teacher. Let's go to the gathering place to take on a mission. On-site teaching is the most effective. Lin blinked, thinking that Senior Rachel and Teacher Kevin had a truly remarkable relationship. Previously aloof and reserved, Senior Rachel suddenly became enthusiastic upon learning of his identity as Kevin's disciple. But my weapons are still at the workshop. They won't be available for a week. Rachel froze for a moment, then waved her hand nonchalantly. Then I give you a week off. Retrieve your weapons and armor before you take on any commissions. She was so anxious, she was a bit confused. This was the perfect time to rest and think about what to teach him next. In just a few days, he advanced from novice to 2-star, and even become friends with the Blue Bearmon. Honestly, even putting Kevin aside, she was very optimistic about this young man. Kevin, that bastard, found a good disciple, then abandoned him in the village. If I hadn't come, what if he had grown up to be a bad person or died prematurely? After leaving the workshop, Rachel returned to the meeting place with a lot on her mind. She had planned to change into a yukata and treat herself to a soak in the hot springs, but she saw someone unexpected at the counter. Madam Village Chief? The elegant dragon woman turned and, upon seeing the petite figure clad in swift dragon armor, nodded politely. Ms. Rachel, you've arrived just in time. Rachel gestured to herself. Yes, have you heard of the Great Desert Feast? Rachel paused. Peak Dragon? The village chief nodded slowly. Yes, peak dragons are a symbol of courage and prosperity, a super-large ancient dragon that symbolizes abundance. Rachel was puzzled. But what does this have to do with me? They can't possibly want me to defeat them, right? She knew something about peak dragons. Northwest of Jian, beyond the sacred peaks and across the mountains, lay an immense desert. The city of Lokrak, known as the Pearl of the Desert, lay at its center. Every year, when the monsoon blows and sandstorms rage, the massive ancient dragon appears and passes through Rockrak. To prevent the mountain dragon's impact from destroying Rockrak's unimaginably massive rock platform, the Rockrak Hunters Guild annually dispatches a fleet of sand ships to intercept the mountain dragon. This annual battle has become known as the Great Desert Feast. The village headwoman, seemingly always graceful and composed, patiently explained, every year, in preparation for the grand feast, Rocklark purchases large quantities of knotwood from Jayan village to maintain the Sandhang fleet. This year's caravan carrying the knotwood will depart in less than 2 weeks. Without a powerful hunter escorting such important supplies, I'm a little worried. Therefore, I'd like to discuss with the guild master about issuing a commission to recruit hunters to escort the caravan. Rachel understood. So you need me to escort the caravan, right? Frankly, she wasn't a bit reluctant to go. After all, she had plenty of money and was preparing to train new recruits, so why would she have the time to travel such a long distance? But then she thought, what better choice to show a new recruit the world than a peaked dragon? A symbol of courage and prosperity. That's a title they don't call for nothing. The courage to face the oppression of a massive ancient dragon without flinching is the foundation of a hunter's ever-growing strength. There were many super-large ancient dragons. Back when she was a fledgling 2-star hunter, she had participated in a blocking battle against an old mountain dragon. She still remembered the ferocity of that battle vividly. Compared to this, the annual battles against peak mountain dragons had long since made people incredibly familiar with them. The preparations were nearly as thorough as any other battle against a super-large ancient dragon, making it the least likely to lead to accidents. It was simply the perfect match. I'm fine, but protecting such a large caravan alone would be a bit strained. The village head woman breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're willing to help. If we're short-handed, I find a way to recruit other hunters. Actually, we don't need too many. Didn't your village just produce a young 2-star hunter? I just take him with me. So you already have someone in mind? Looks like I was overthinking. I officially post the commission in the guild later. I won't disturb you from enjoying the hot springs. Rachel scratched her face. Had she acted that eager? Had she noticed? Never mind, let's just have some fun first. Thinking is exhausting. You're already a 2-star? On the farm, Iwata stared at the 2 stars in the hunter's notes, nearly cleaving with envy. You betrayed me. We agreed to do physical training together? Lin rubbed his chin with his fingers. Really? But I remember someone saying they absolutely wouldn't do physical training with me. Who was it? It's so hard to guess. Iwata coughed dryly. I can't go. Lin smiled and patted his shoulder. Hey, do you have a pickaxe in the mine? I need to mine some, and send it to the workshop to make a new set of armor. Yes, that's right. It's armor made from materials from that 2-star monster, the Dog Dragon King. Don't worry, I show you how it looks the first time I'm done, just to satisfy your curiosity. Iwata, I really want to graduate from the training center soon. Chapter 37. Sometimes time passes so slowly, like the sun on your face, warm and tantalizing, making you want to move. Other times, you're suddenly struck by how quickly time flies by, slipping through your fingers even though you haven't done anything. When Lin put on his newly forged armor, he was still a bit stunned. It felt like a relaxing life of fishing, barbecuing, picking wild fruits, and cooking wild vegetables had just begun, but a week had already slipped by. Lin slapped his cheeks vigorously. He had been too relaxed this past week. He couldn't enter the hunting grounds in this state of slackness. He had to adjust quickly. Donning his armor and strapping on his newly reinforced shield and axe, Lin studied himself in the mirror for a moment and nodded gently. Not bad, still very handsome. Go show it off to Iwata. However, after wandering around the farm, he didn't see Iwata. He only saw Aunt Sun, wearing protective gear, by the beehives. Huh? Xiaolin's got some new armor. What a handsome guy. Lin blushed a little. He could admire himself in the mirror for ages, but that was all inwardly reflecting on his feelings. He felt a bit embarrassed by such direct praise from an elder. By the way, Auntie, why haven't you seen Hongi? Lin was more used to calling him Iwata, but he should be more reserved in front of his elders. He used to love running around, but lately, he's been practically invisible during the day. He's been so secretive when asked. Lin scratched his face. No, this guy went out for training and wasn't even noticed. He thought he'd been exposed long ago. Sun opened a beehive and collected the honey she recently brewed while chatting with Lin. But today, we should be at the lumberyard cutting down trees, right? Villa Trading Company recently purchased a batch of knotwood from our farm, emptying our inventory. Yukihira thought we should replenish it, and last night, he told me he wanted to take Koichi with him, so he wouldn't be sitting around all day doing nothing. Is that so? Lin felt a little regretful. He had reason to suspect he ducked out, because he was afraid she'd show off. Annie, I'm going to take a quest. If Koichi comes back, please let him know. If you want to see the new equipment, you have to wait until I get back. Huh? So soon? Aren't you going to rest for a few days? I've rested long enough. It's time for some exercise. Gathering house. After greeting Kanahana and Sasayuki, Lin explained his purpose. I made an appointment with Senior Rachel. She said she'd take me on a mission and teach me the lessons of a seasoned hunter. The flower looked rejuvenated, perhaps having moved on from the previous incident. Or so it seemed. She happily ran into the bathing area and greeted him. Not long after, Lin spotted her petite figure. Perhaps fresh from the hot springs, her face was flushed, her skin looked incredibly soft, and a visibly warm steam emanated from her body. Even her breath carried a faint scent of alcohol. It wasn't strong though, it was probably just a few drinks, not a heavy drink like many drunken hunters. What's that look in your eyes? As a marksman, maintaining sharp senses is paramount. Excessive alcohol can severely hamper a marksman's performance. Do I look like someone who's completely unaware of this? Upon hearing this, the drunkard guild leader, passing by, quietly slung the wine gourd he had just taken a sip from behind him. Why does this hunter's words sound so aggressive? Ahem, Lin looked away, not daring to meet his fierce gaze. Well, Rachel-senpai, what kind of commission do you think would be a good fit? Rachel curled her lips, not exposing Lin's stiff diversion. Instead, she walked over to the quest counter. Kanahana glanced at the man's swift dragon armor, then at Sasuke, implying that this was a high-ranking hunter, within your purview. Sasuke gave her a helpless look. Didn't you see? He's taking on an apprentice. How could he choose such a high-risk, high-ranking quest? But Kanahana was a junior, so she was bound to lack experience. Sasuke decided to quietly teach her this later. For now, let's finish the work. Ms. Rachel, what star-level commission are you planning to take? 3 stars, I think. This monster's danger level is just right. And ideally, it won't take too far. I have to escort a caravan in less than a week, so I don't have much time to travel. Sasayuki began sifting through the commissions for 3-star missions, reminding her as she went. While I understand your perspective, I still need to emphasize the rules. Lin, as a 2-star hunter, isn't allowed to participate in 3-star missions. This means that while he can follow you into the hunting grounds, he can only observe and not participate in the battles or the distribution and extraction of materials. Rachel nodded. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person like Kevin. I know what's going on. During the conversation, Sasayuki had already listed all the commissions that met the requirements. Among the 3-star commissions, the hunting commissions restricted to stream areas are these. Dance of the Colorful Birds, hunt 1 colorful bird. Carnival of the Gallop, hunt 15 giant wild boars. Defeat the Water Beast, hunt 1 water beast. Boar's Onslaught, hunt 2 giant wild boar kings. Rachel raised an eyebrow. Is the water beast hunting quest restricted to a specific individual? Yes. Sasayuki showed Rachel the commission. Hunting mission, defeat the water beast. Mission description, hunting water beast. Reward, 4800Z. Processing fee, 400Z. Mission location, stream. Time limit, 7 days. Client, unlucky middle-aged fisherman. I was fishing as usual when that creature suddenly emerged from the water and devoured the giant fish I just caught. The orange-yellow creature with scars all over its neck went even further, spraying me with a strange liquid, causing my stamina to drain rapidly. Fortunately, a passing fey cat helped lead it away. Rachel smacked her lips, feeling the strange twist of fate. I intended to avoid damaging the ecosystem, so I only injured and repelled that creature, but after all this time, I still end up killing it. This is it. Rachel decided on her choice. After completing the paperwork, she didn't leave immediately, but instead took Lin to a beverage shop inside the bathhouse. Boss, a glass of natural stream water. Okay, wait a moment, sir. The shopkeeper cat responded and immediately began mixing a drink. His eyes flicked to Lin beside him, and he casually greeted him. Is this hunter here too? How was your Jiayun milk coffee last time? What would you like to drink today? Lin touched his wallet and gave an awkward but polite smile. Chapter 38. My first lesson today. Be sure to be fully prepared before heading out hunting and ensure you're in top condition. Rachel gulped down a pale blue drink called stream water, which was actually infused with various extracts, making it a less than natural beverage. Lin was surprised to find that after downing the drink, the faint smell of alcohol on Rachel's body completely dissipated, and even her eyes seemed clearer. Do you think I'm drinking this just to sober up? As soon as Rachel finished speaking, the shop owner, Kat, responded, of course not. This stream water is infused with runaway extract. Drinking it can enhance muscle endurance to a certain extent, thereby reducing physical exertion. Furthermore, with my special blend, it can also improve the drinker's tolerance to abnormal water-attributed states, making it ideal for dealing with large, water-spitting monsters. Oh! Lin Lin opened his mouth, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Rachel returned the wooden wine glass to the shopkeeper cat and waved, "Follow me." Lin Lin hurriedly followed. "Are we leaving?" Rachel jumped up and tapped Lin Lin on the head. "I told you to be fully prepared before setting out. Now, come with me to mix the ammunition." Hiss. "That hurts." As expected, no hunter is weak. Lin Lin rubbed his head and muttered, "You're a 6-star hunter. Do you need to be so serious about dealing with a water beast?" Then she jumped up and tapped him again. The wild environment is ever-changing. Don't think that just because you're a high-ranking hunter you're invincible. If you're not prepared and take it seriously, even a high-ranking hunter will encounter danger while hunting the great boar king. Lin Lin uttered an "oh" and obediently followed Rachel to her rented hunting lodge. In reality, he always been cautious and well-prepared when accepting hunting commissions, but this time, with Tianzuan leading the way, he subconsciously relaxed a bit. Rachel snorted twice and walked ahead, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It felt good to teach someone a lesson, especially since this person was Kevin's apprentice. However, she hadn't been exaggerating. She encountered danger while hunting the great boar king herself, a fact she personally experienced, though it came from a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had wandered in, not the great boar king. It had been a very difficult battle before she finally found a chance to escape. Well, there was no need to recount these events. The stealth sniper Rachel used was a heavy crossbow specialized for penetrating bullets. While it could fire other standard ammunition, such as shotgun shells, the crossbow's unique magazine structure dictated that penetrating bullets were the only way to maximize its performance. Inside the hunter's cabin, a large box filled with a variety of fruits filled the air, making Lin Lin dizzy. This is the hollow fruit, and the spiral-shaped one is the penetrating fruit. Use them like this to create a level 1 penetrating bullet. Use the teeth of a bird dragon and hollow bones to create a level 2 penetrating bullet. As for level 3, that requires needle tuna. They're not cheap, at least 50Z per piece, so it's best to use as little as possible. Oh my god! Range hunting is such a chore. He never touched a light or heavy crossbow during his many raids in the game before, and that was the reason. Noticing that Lin Lin seemed to be losing focus, Rachel wanted to hit him on the head again, but she was too busy mixing ammunition to do anything. Study hard and learn. Even though you're not a marksman, learning more won't hurt. You won't be able to hunt alone all the time. You need a team, so it'd be more convenient. Then why don't I just look for ranged teammates? Lin Lin, with some sense in his heart, didn't say this out loud, or he'd probably get hit on the head again. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, the tedious ammunition mixing finally concluded. Lin Lin, clutching a full ammunition box in his arms, followed Rachel into the hunting grounds. After the village was far behind them, until it was completely obscured from view, Rachel regained the same icy expression Lin Lin had first seen her. Her ears perked up constantly, her eyes darting around, taking in every ounce of information about her surroundings. Arriving at the hunter's camp, halfway up the mountain, the two of them rested briefly, refilled their bellies with the food they had brought, and then officially set out on their search for the water beast. Although we've already confirmed the area where we encountered the water beast, its habitat isn't expected to change significantly in the near future. I need to teach you the appropriate mindset. As they walked, she instructed Lin Lin, you need to learn to determine the likely locations of your target based on their ecological habits. She squatted down, turned over a pebble, and pointed to its underside. Look at this stone. The side closest to the ground is relatively dry, with no obvious signs of moisture. This means it hasn't rained in the past few days, and the stream is relatively calm. As aquatic monsters, water beasts don't stray far from bodies of water. Since there's been no rainfall nearby these past few days, their range will be somewhat reduced. There's basically no need to explore those various small water veins. Prioritize searching large lakes and rivers. Well, just like where we encountered the water beast, it was very close to a lake. Lin Lin's heart trembled slightly. After all, this was an experienced senior. The serious aura he exuded in the hunting grounds was completely unmatched by a novice like him. And his ability to observe and analyze environmental details was far superior to his haphazard approach of simply looking for obvious hair and claw marks. Following Rachel all the way, he listened to her analysis, constantly explaining the distribution of vegetation in the surrounding area, the principles behind this distribution, and which vegetation was favored by which monsters. With an endless stream of knowledge constantly filling his head, Lin Lin felt like his college brain wasn't enough. Is this truly a hunter, not a scholar like Sophia? Lin, bursting with knowledge, suddenly perked up. Seeing the long banana appearing ahead, he nearly burst into tears. Great, finally found it. Cramming is such a pain. Roar! The water beast had clearly noticed the uninvited guest who had suddenly entered its territory. It roared angrily and charged forward, claws spread wide. Lin sensed it quietly. Compared to the last time they fought, when it was merely smeared with shit and provoked, this time, the big banana's heart was filled with hatred for this hairless monkey that walked on 2 legs. Is it because of the beating Rachel Sr. gave him last time? After such a beating, shouldn't it be afraid? Why is it still so brave? Chapter 39. Click. With a soft click, Rachel loaded the full magazine into the hidden sniper, raised the muzzle, and aimed at the charging water beast. For most monsters, the head is a weak point, and this water beast is no exception. As her words fell, and the muzzle flashed, a cloud of blood erupted from the charging water beast's forehead. The intense pain brought it to a screeching halt. The water beast shook its head, looking back at the petite figure holding the heavy crossbow and firing. The familiar figure gradually overlapped with the one who had previously assaulted it. Its rage was instantly suppressed by fear, and before the next crossbow bullet could reach it, it turned and dove into the lake without hesitation. No matter how Rachel fired to stop it, the water beast refused to show its head. Lin, just now, seeing you so aggressive, I thought you were so brave. So, you didn't recognize me. To vent your anger at being beaten, you attacked the fisherman with heavy punches, but when you met the real culprit, all you wanted to do was run away. You're the epitome of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Senior, it's gone into the lake and won't show up. What should I do? Lin humbly asked for advice. Rachel sheathed her heavy crossbow, her movements unhurried. If I were hunting alone, I'd chase it into the water and kill it, but now, let's retreat for now. It won't stay ashore forever. Go underwater? Water battle? Rachel nodded gently. Underwater combat is something most hunters won't tackle, but I happen to have some experience with it. Forget it now. If hunting aquatic beasts on land is 3 stars, then fighting underwater is at least 4, maybe even 5. This water beast has developed a fear of me. If I'm around, it will flee without a care in the world. So, to successfully hunt the water beast, next time you fight, you attract its attention, lure it into a trap, and kill it in one fell swoop. Lin thought of the rules Sasuke had explained at the gathering hall. It seemed he wasn't allowed to participate in the battle. Rachel squinted at him. Although she was a head shorter than Lin, her gaze seemed condescending. I support you from behind. Nothing will go wrong. Or are you afraid? Afraid to face that guy? I'm afraid? How could I be? Lin immediately expressed his disdain. He already slain several black dragons before, so how could a water beast of that caliber scare him? Then the battle plan is set. Lin, wait, wasn't I just going to talk about the violation? But Rachel had already headed for an open area. On the way here, she already observed suitable areas for traps. Lin, all right. It seems Senior Rachel isn't as rule-abiding as she claims. As the sun began to set, the water beast finally emerged from the pond's edge. The dim light shone on its orange body, making it appear particularly dazzling. The water beast spun its head back and forth, confirming that the terrifying creature had left. While it felt relieved, the frustration of being beaten and fleeing in such a desperate manner surged up again, transforming into an even more intense rage. Damn it! If I can't beat you, can't I beat those little creatures who look just like you? Because of that creature, the plump, spongy bristles on its neck were ripped and tattered. Not only had its water storage capacity been significantly reduced, but its appeal to the female aquatic beasts in its pack had also been greatly diminished. In just a week, more than half of its harem had dispersed. At that moment, it suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the nearby forest, shouting provocatively at it. Ouch! The water beast unhesitatingly spat a ball of water at it. Having suffered a setback the previous time, Lin was extra vigilant of the water beast's movements. As soon as it opened its mouth, Lin unhesitatingly swerved to the side. By the time the ball landed at its intended target, Lin had already run 4 or 5 meters, untouched by a single drop of water. The water beast spat out a ball of water, and immediately twisted its body towards Lin. Because the water was still shallow, its movements, more like swimming than crawling, were much faster. Lin could even hear the whistling sound of its wind. Lin had some self-awareness. He knew he couldn't take on a dragon chariot like this head-on. He took 2 steps and dove sideways, sending up a splash of water comparable to that of a Filipino fishing team. Higher speed meant less reaction time. The water beast had no time to adjust its direction and darted far from Lin Lin's back. However, the water beast's tail had evolved highly developed muscles to adapt to life in the water. With a simple flick of its tail, it stabilized its body and turned back towards Lin Lin. At that moment, just as Lin Lin climbed out of the water, he saw the water beast suddenly turn and return. It was the second-generation tank. This time, Lin Lin had even less time to react. He couldn't pounce again. He quickly drew his sword and shield and held them before him, ready to withstand the impact. Something seemed to be thrown, landing between Lin Lin and the water beast. Due to the shield's obstruction, Lin Lin couldn't see what it was. But the next moment, a bright light flashed, even though it was mostly blocked by the shield. Lin Lin immediately realized that the senior had thrown a flashbang in support. A flash of bright light suddenly struck the unsuspecting water beast, causing it to lose its balance in its charge and flip sideways. Inertia swept it several times, and its heavy body slammed into Lin Lin's shield. However, the impact was less severe, interrupted by the flashbang and weakened by the sideways roll. Lin Lin paddled back 2 or 3 meters before stabilizing himself, his defensive stance intact. The water beast lay on its side, struggling in the shallows, unable to rise. Lin Lin, naturally, would not miss this opportunity and strode forward. The water beast's body was clearly front-heavy, so as it rolled towards Lin Lin, it shifted at a significant angle, thrusting its powerful tail in front of him. Lin Lin didn't waste precious seconds trying to get around the beast's head. He positioned himself directly in front of the tail, his left hand muscles tensing instantly. With a deep breath, a faint red light flashed across his body. All the strength in his body converged on his left arm like a river. Lin Lin felt as if his entire left arm had turned into a spring, constantly tensed by this force until it could reach its limit. Hey! Lin Lin stopped tensing his arm, and instead let the spring release its stored power in an instant. The immense force allowed the sword in his hand to swing at unprecedented speed. Even the rubber-like texture of the sword did not hinder his swing. Powerful double strike, taking advantage of his remaining strength, Lin Lin twisted his body and launched a spinning slash, deepening the wounds inflicted by the previous 2 blows. ZZ. The sword emitted a faint yellow light, accompanied by a slight sound, a sign of energy accumulation. Huh? Lin Lin took a step back and inserted his sword into his shield. Chapter 40. The energy accumulated in the slashing sword was instantly channeled into the shield axe internal mechanism, and the subtle sizzling sound returned to silence. Feeling the shield's slight vibration, Lin Lin yanked out the slashing sword with all his might, and with a single upward slash, the wound on its tail deepened even further. Just as the water beast was about to regain its balance and climb back up, Lin Lin ignored it and continued his pace. He thrust the shield forward with force, slamming almost half of it into the water beast's tail flesh. The sharp edge of the shield sliced through the flesh, leaving a bloody mess. At the deepest point, the white bone fragments were visible. The water beast, stimulated by the pain, finally regained its balance and suddenly flipped over. He reinserted the sword into the shield, but due to the different depth of the insertion, this time it wasn't a recharge of energy, but a transformation from sword to axe. The water beast's first move, however, was to repel the attack from behind. Its powerful counterattack, at this moment, was undoubtedly its muscular tail. Then the water beast lifted its tail high, like a taut bowstring. The moment the string was released, the keratin-tipped tail lashed out like a steel whip, shattering the enemy. Lin Lin roared, his waist and abdomen exerting force, mobilizing his entire body. The axe slashed from behind in a perfect arc, finally slashing diagonally forward. Before he could pull his tail free, the axe, cutting through it, sank deeply into the wound, leaving the bone visible. A dull explosion accompanied the sound of golden lightning, splattering blood and flesh as the keratin-covered tip of the tail was severed. Roar! The water beast howled, the excruciating pain causing it to instinctively lunge forward, only to stumble and fall to the ground again. The high-power release slash's power was considerable, but it was also quite difficult to harness. With one blow, his right hand was forced to release the axe handle, and he relied solely on his left to hold the weapon in place, preventing it from flying. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Lin Lin activated the trigger, causing the axe to swivel, and the sword and shield to separate, returning to their sword form. Looking at the water beast before him, once again falling to the ground, Lin Lin wasn't unwilling to unleash it again. It was simply that the sudden burst of power was too overwhelming, and he needed to catch his breath. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous bombardment echoed, and blood splattered from the water beast's head. Its wails were loud at first, but as each penetrating bullet pierced its skin, tore through its muscles, embedded itself in its bones, and even chipped away at its skull, damaging its brain. The beast's wails gradually weakened until they were completely silent. Lin Lin blinked, and slung the bone armor back onto his back. He had been preparing to wait for the creature to recover before fleeing, luring it into a preset trap. Is it dead? What else? Rachel fired a few more penetrating rounds, confirming the water beast hadn't reacted and was indeed dead. Then she slung the heavy crossbow back onto her back and walked towards Lin Lin. I teach you another piece of advice. Don't rigidly assume that everything you do must be planned. When an opportunity presents itself, you must seize it. I didn't expect you to create this opportunity, so I had to lure it into a trap, restrict its movements, and then strike. Well done. You're even more talented than I thought. Lin Lin had to admit that when Rachel complimented him with that icy expression, he suddenly felt a bit flattered, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Thanks to that flash bomb, Senior. Without your precise timing, which caused the first fall, I wouldn't have been able to cut off its tail and make it fall the second time. Lin Lin had only intended to offer some commercial praise, a small expression of modesty, but instead, Rachel nodded solemnly. That's true. If I hadn't dodged, you wouldn't have been able to withstand the dragon chariot attack. At best, you have suffered broken bones. At worst, you have been seriously injured. You really need some experience. Lin Lin, do you really have to give me a sweet treat right after I've given you a good one? Can't you just praise me more? Rachel's lips curled slightly. My evaluation is based on my perspective as a high-ranking hunter. For a hunter who just reached 2 stars, you're already quite good. However, I also believe that your goal isn't just to reach the 2-star level, right? Lin Lin patted his chest. That's for sure. No, I want to be a master hunter. Master. Rachel looked northeast. That's a rare thing in the entire world. Huh? Lin Lin blinked, suddenly realizing that since crossing over, he hadn't heard a G rank or master rank. He only encountered upper and lower ranks. But according to Rachel, this world should have such ranks, right? As if sensing Lin Lin's confusion, Rachel asked, You don't understand what a master hunter is, do you? No wonder you dare to say such. Arrogant things. Lin Lin took the opportunity to ask, So what's the rank of master? Sure enough. Rachel sighed. Master isn't even a rank, but a respectful title for those who stand at the pinnacle of the hunter realm. If anything, it's a 9-star hunter. She patted Lin Lin with her hand. Keep going, young man. I look forward to the day you reach the pinnacle of hunterdom. The guild's transport team, once again, transported the water beast's corpse. This time, there were no accidents, and the convoy arrived safely at Jian village. In the meeting hall, Rachel watched Sasuke complete her mission. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she waved to Lin Lin. Do you know Peak Dragon? Lin Lin, ? No wait, what do you mean? I'm only 2 stars. Don't tell me you want me to solo Peak Dragon. Will I win? A little bit. That's good. I take you to Rocklack in a few days to broaden your horizons. Staying in Jian village all the time will limit your horizons. Huh? But why? Are you reluctant to leave? Lin Lin thought of the Iwata family, Kumaji, the meeting hall's poster girl, and the cat owner of the beverage store. A little? Don't worry, it's not like I won't be back. I'm just going to Rocklack for a while. Besides, if you want to upgrade your bone armor, you have to go to the desert to hunt both the sand dragon and the ceratops. Okay, Lin Lin felt like he was almost convinced, but there was one last question. What if Mr. Kevin comes back, and I'm not here? What do I do? Isn't that easy? Rachel glanced at Sasuke, who nodded seriously. I let Mr. Kevin know where you're going when the time comes. Don't worry. Chapter 41. After setting a departure date, Rachel waved to Lin Lin, and happily went to the bathhouse to soak in the hot springs. Lin Lin suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Apart from the departure in 2 days, there seemed to be absolutely nothing else he needed to do. Thinking over it, Lin Lin left the meeting place, turned left and right, and arrived at a simple wooden building. The villa had a dark gray tiled roof. The main structure of the wood was not painted vermilion like most houses, but retained its original brown color. The dark hue gave the villa a naturally unique and solemn aura. Pushing the door open, one could see that the interior was quite simple. Aside from rows of neatly arranged books on shelves, there was almost no superfluous decoration. It feels like a library. Hearing the noise, someone at a desk by the window looked up, adjusted her glasses, and a slight smile rose at the corner of her mouth. What a rare visitor. Lin Lin walked over to her, pulled out a chair, and sat down, then leaned over to look at what she had been writing at her desk. "What are you doing?" "Organizing observation reports." Sophia gathered several scattered reports together and showed them to Lin Lin. "You know what? I discovered something interesting during my recent observations." "What?" Lin Lin glanced at the report, filled with beautiful handwriting, and leaned back decisively, completely disregarding the report. "Too long, I won't read it. Here's a shortened version. The differences between Xiong Air and the other blue bears are gradually becoming greater." Lin Lin straightened up again and motioned for Sophia to elaborate. "We initially discovered that Xiong Air was simply smarter and gentler, right?" Lin Lin nodded. "So has anything changed now? His gentle nature is just superficial, or perhaps it's only around you. Xiong Air might be more aggressive than we thought. Look at the sketches from 5 days ago and 3 days ago. Xiong Air has some subtle injuries. If he only roamed that forest, no creature could have inflicted those injuries. So, according to my theory, Xiong Air might have left his current habitat while we weren't there, and sought out other monsters to fight. If that's true, I'm a little worried about him attacking any passing villagers." Lin Lin suddenly realized. Xiong Air's injuries over those 2 days were actually much more severe than Sophia had seen. It was only because he had mixed a few bottles of healing potion and given Xiong Air the chance to drink that the injuries were less noticeable than Sophia had noticed. He could hear Xiong Air's thoughts, and therefore knew he intended to increase his strength through combat. However, Sophia was unaware of this, so it was no surprise that she might have considered Xiong Air a threat to the villagers. How could he dispel this concern? Without exposing his ability to hear thoughts, Lin Lin couldn't think of a solution for a moment, so he put it aside for now and turned to discussing his purpose for visiting the Scribes Research Institute. "You're going to Rocklac?" As expected, Sophia's face was filled with longing. Just across a mountain range, the climate in Rocklac is completely different from that in Jian Village, and the resulting ecological environment is even more different. I heard that the Ceratopsis, known as the Desert Tyrant, is actually a vegetarian. It's so ferocious looking, munching on a cactus. Just thinking about it is hilarious. And then, there's the Peak Dragon, a symbol of abundance. It's said to be enormous, almost as big as a mountain. Sophia was already lost in her whimsical reverie, and Lin Lin had to call her attention back. "Actually, I wanted to ask Senior Mia if she could help with her research at Rocklake. And, well, you know, research often requires funding." Sophia was just thinking about which monsters lived in the desert and weren't particularly aggressive when the door suddenly opened again. Mia, with disheveled hair and a few red and green feathers on her head, walked in, looking somewhat frustrated. Her tentative approach to the colorful bird hadn't been very successful. Alas, why didn't she have the same good luck as that kid, encountering such a friendly blue bear beast? Why is this kid here? When Lin Lin repeated what he had just said to Sophia, Senior Mia's spirits suddenly brightened again. "Please give it a try. Don't worry about the funds. I reimburse you." Woodoo. With the sound of a horn, over 20 Meridori-drawn trucks slowly began to move, urged on by the crowd. They would follow the trade route through the stream region to the sand plains, where they would transfer to sand boats, a unique means of transportation in desert regions, and cross the desert, ultimately delivering this batch of knotted cloud wood to Lokrak. Lin Lin sat in a Meridori truck in the center of the convoy, unloaded. The interior was simple, but clean, offering a safe place to rest. Rachel was supposed to go to the truck at the front of the convoy, which had been prepared for her. But since they had just left and the area was still completely safe, she decided to go to Lin Lin's place for the time being. "How was it? How do you feel about this first escort mission?" Rachel asked curiously, as she loaded her boxes of ammunition into Lin Lin's truck. I don't know. Is there anything I should be aware of?" If Lin Lin were to fight monsters, he could still draw on his previous gaming experience to form a plan, but if he were to escort someone, he would be completely clueless. Like, should we get off the car and escort them now? Rachel felt the urge to roll her eyes, but suppressed it. All you need to do is eat, drink, and rest well. Don't worry about anything else. Huh? Lin Lin was a little confused. Isn't that a bit of a dereliction of duty? It's called conserving your energy. Rachel jumped up and knocked Lin Lin on the head before explaining, an escort mission is different from a hunting mission. Your job is to protect the caravan, not to kill every monster that approaches. This journey will be very long, and there's a lot of uncertainty. It's possible that nothing will happen along the way. All that tension you've been holding onto will leave you exhausted, both physically and mentally. You might also be attacked by various monsters at any moment, fighting one after another without giving you any time to catch your breath. Therefore, To maintain sufficient combat effectiveness, you should rest well. That makes perfect sense. Lin Lin muttered to himself, then asked a final question. What if a monster attacks the caravan while I'm resting and can't respond? Then he was hit on the head again. You're foolish. Do you think the caravan doesn't have scouts? We hunters only need to focus on the battle. They alert you if a monster approaches. Chapter 42. Lin Lin had originally harbored some anticipation for this escort trip, wondering what monsters he might encounter, whether the battles would be difficult, and so on. However, after a day, he gave up on this inexplicable anticipation. He lay bored in the carriage, unable to sleep, staring blankly at the roof. The stream region was truly peaceful. All day, the caravan encountered only one harassment from a small dragon dog, which Lin Lin dispatched with a single blow of his axe, sending it fleeing in panic, never daring to approach again. Why do you seem to be looking forward to encountering a monster, meow? The curtain at the carriage door parted, and a golden-furred elu poked its head out, glancing at the bored Lin Lin, hesitantly asking. Lin Lin shifted his gaze, recognizing the newcomer, then continued to stare blankly at the roof. He casually replied, Is it Sea Buckthorn? How did you get here? To Lin Lin, Sea Buckthorn was also a familiar figure. No, a familiar cat. Like Sophia, he had rescued her from the dog Dragon King. With the car wreck and the bird's death, Sea Buckthorn's family suddenly lost their source of income. Fortunately, the Chamber of Commerce was kind enough not to expel him, but instead allowed him to join the caravan, driving one of the trucks. There's something going on up ahead, meow. Lady Rachel said she wants you to check it out. Hearing the news, Lin Lin perked up, leaping to his feet and hurriedly asking, Something going on? What's going on? Is it urgent? Not really, meow, or Lady Rachel wouldn't have asked me to come and see you. Not urgent, but he still wanted to check it out himself? Curious, Lin Lin followed Sea Buckthorn's instructions and found Rachel, perched on a small hill ahead of the caravan. Senior, what happened? Rachel turned and gave Lin Lin a somewhat mysterious smile. Want some good food? Lin Lin, ? Aren't we supposed to be escorting the caravan? Why are we suddenly talking about food? Rachel pointed to a river in the distance, where groups of red figures were moving around. If you want to eat, go and kill those little creatures. You should be able to reap a delicious treat. As a marksman, Rachel's eyesight was undoubtedly quite good. Lin Lin squinted and stared for a long moment before he recognized the red figures. Its entire body was covered in a red carapace and had 3 pairs of limbs. The last 2 pairs supported its body for movement, while the first pair evolved into exceptionally developed claws. Its back, biologically speaking, it should be called its abdomen, bared the bony plates of an ankylosaur. The small shield crab, also known as the juvenile daimyo shield crab. Now Lin Lin understood what Rachel meant by delicacy. A palm-sized river crab was delicious enough, so a shield crab over a meter tall would surely take flight. Moreover, this creature had grown so large that it looked like it was being cooked. Wouldn't it be a waste not to eat it? The roe you could dig out of a shield crab. Slurp. Lin Lin wiped his lips. No, just thinking about it makes me drool. But Lin Lin hadn't been so tempted by the food that he forgot what he was here for. But if I go get 2 shield crabs, what will happen to the caravan's safety? He was then tapped on the head again. So you go hunting, and I stay and ensure safety. Stupid. Even if I'm stupid, you still hit me. Lin Lin covered his head with a look of resentment, but he couldn't help salivating as he looked at the shield crabs leisurely digging for food on the riverbank. Go quickly and return quickly. Keep an eye on the surrounding area. If there are shield crabs, there might be daimyo shield crabs too. Keep an eye out. Also, kill only 2 to eat, don't kill more. Understood? This was a riverbank. Long-term erosion by the current had turned the surface into fine sand. Occasionally, a few stones could be seen, but they were all round pebbles. Squeak. A small shield crab blew bubbles from its mouth, making a sound similar to the chirping of insects. It moved swiftly on its 4 sharp legs, leaving tiny, deep pits in the muddy sand. Without external interference, these footprints would be washed away by the current within 2 or 3 days. Its sturdy claws dug into the ground, creating a deep pit in a few seconds. The shield crab used its claws to pluck a shell from the bottom. With a gentle squeeze, it shattered the shell's hard protective layer and successfully slid the soft flesh inside into its mouth. A slight vibration approached from behind, and the shield crab suddenly became alert and tried to turn its head to look behind it. However, its unique body structure, lacking even a neck, made it impossible to turn its head. So it could only crawl sideways quickly, turning its back. But as it turned, it saw a huge shadow falling towards its eyes. Squeak! Startled, the shield crab quickly raised its claws to its face, shielding its vitals like a shield. Bang! The great axe fell, sinking deeply into the crab's claws. The immense force cracked the surface of the claws, which served as shields. Of course, Lin Lin wasn't feeling well either. His knuckles were numb from the shock. What the hell, it was so tough even when it was a little thing. No wonder the claws of the daimyo shield crab deflected the knife. Lin Lin withdrew his great axe, this time swiping it in an arc, allowing the axe blade to scoop up from below, where the claws couldn't protect it. He lifted the small shield crab and sent it flying, sending its pale blue fluid splattering everywhere. After scooping it up, Lin Lin quickly chased after it, smashing it down into the mud in midair, ending its life cleanly and sparing it pain. The kind-hearted Lin Lin quickly stepped forward and began to peel the appetizing crab. However, his target wasn't the shell and claws prized by hunters, but the crab meat and roe, so beloved by gourmets. Unfortunately, this was a male shield crab, devoid of roe, only some crab paste. To Lin Lin, crab paste simply wasn't as delicious as roe. Another unfortunate part was that he chopped off most of those meaty claws, wasting a lot of the meat. He couldn't be so careless with the next one. Lin Lin decided to learn from his experience, so he began to listen carefully to the simple thoughts around him, which were more instinctive than intuitional. Hungry, looking for food. Thirsty, drinking water. Where are the females? Want a male. Death, danger. Lin Lin filtered out the useless information and abruptly turned to the shield crab that had just conveyed the desire for a male, dashing off in pursuit. Monsters won't appear, Miss Nan, so there's no doubt this one has crab roe. Look, there's a lone female shield crab here. It has 6 times the protein of beef. Let's approach quietly and then... Chapter 43. With experience, Lin Lin easily prepared this lucky shield crab, leaving its plump claws completely unscathed. Lin Lin collected the scraped crab meat and carefully placed the semi-solid orange-yellow paste into a small bottle. He was lucky. The crab roe was of exceptional quality, worthy of being called premium crab roe. Its fresh aroma was enough to make one want to sip, and there wasn't even a hint of fishiness. Turning the weight of the bag, Lin Lin felt a little unsatisfied. The crab meat was decent, but this amount of roe seemed a bit too little. Let's get another one. Killing one more won't harm the ecosystem. Following his inner voice again, Lin Lin found a female shield crab lingering near a rock and, with a skillful scoop, he killed it. Just as he was about to squat down to peel it, he felt the stone beneath his feet suddenly vibrate, making it almost impossible to stand. To maintain his balance, Lin Lin had no choice but to lie down, grabbing onto several relatively protruding rocks for support. Then he noticed his perspective rising higher and higher, soon more than 5 meters above the ground, and constantly swaying. This scene wasn't a sense of déjà vu, but rather a distinct familiarity. He was lying on top of a massive monster, and the massive monster that roamed this area was undoubtedly a daimyo shield crab. Lin Lin felt a little numb. He had listened carefully to the voices in his heart, but those mindless creatures were preoccupied with eating, drinking, sleeping, and teaching and training, completely ignoring the daimyo shield crab's existence. As for not hearing the daimyo shield crab's thoughts earlier, it was because it had been huddled up in the ground, asleep, and had just been awakened by the noise of him killing the small shield crab. Turning left and right, it couldn't see its attacker, and was filled with confusion. As the daimyo shield crab swayed, shaking off the dust from its shell, Lin Lin realized that what it was clinging to wasn't a rock at all, but a massive snail shell several meters in diameter. The protrusions it was grasping were actually the ridges on the shell. Daimyo shield crabs, like small shield crabs, had the habit of using hard objects to protect their delicate abdomens. It was unknown where this creature had obtained such a large shell. After eavesdropping on the daimyo shield crab, and finding that it hadn't noticed him on its back, Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of fighting it. He prepared to wait for it to calm down before quietly leaving. After all, his primary goal was to escort the group. Leaving the group to get a snack was understandable, but it would be inappropriate if it caused trouble. The daimyo shield crab, seemingly well rested, showed no sign of returning to sleep after being woken by Lin Lin. It simply wandered the riverbank, digging through the muddy sand with its claws, and scooping up shellfish, insects, and even plant roots hidden beneath. This creature has quite a complex diet. Looking back at the fresh tracks left by the daimyo shield crab, the large, deep pits were conspicuous. I hadn't noticed them before, only because the creature had slept for days, and nature had erased all traces. Lin Lin released his hands, and slid down the curve of the shell to the ground. Fortunately, The daimyo shield crab was focused on digging for food, and the ground was soft, so the noise of Lin Lin landing didn't attract its attention. The daimyo shield crab began to stir. Trying to peel the smaller one would be dangerous. Lin Lin glanced regretfully over there before turning and slithering deeper into the woods. The daimyo shield crab scraped at the mud beneath its feet with its claws. Finding nothing more to eat, it stood up and prepared to move to another spot. Squeak! The daimyo shield crab shifted in confusion. Why did it suddenly feel lighter? Was it an illusion? The sky darkened, and the convoy slowly stopped. Trucks gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to block the night wind, and bonfires were lit to dispel the chill. Lin Lin took the dry food sea buckthorn offered him, and took a bite. A strange expression crossed his face. Why did this thing taste so much like food he brought with him? No way, meow. In the wild, I just have to endure it. As a fey cat, sea buckthorn's dry food was different from humans, but judging by his expression, his food was undoubtedly equally bland. Didn't I tell you to get 2 shield crabs? Hurry and get them out. Rachel rubbed her hands. From how she urged Lin Lin to go hunting, it was clear she had high hopes for this delicacy. Lin Lin opened the package, took out the tender crab meat, packed in crab shells, and grilled it over the campfire. Having been a hunter for a while now, Lin Lin had become somewhat unfamiliar with other cooking methods, but his grilling skills had only improved. He could perfectly control the heat for anything, creating a fragrant and delicious dish. After all, practice makes perfect. Meow! Sea buckthorn's nose twitched, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the crab skewers. Fey cats generally seem to have a weak liking for seafood. Lin Lin waved his hand generously. Eat, help yourself. I've got plenty of crab meat, plenty to go. Where's the crab roe? Did you get any? Rachel finished, slurping the crab meat, and then nodding with her eyes narrowed. Kevin really should learn some cooking lessons from this kid. Only one. The other one was a male crab. I didn't think the crab roe would take up too much space, so I left it alone. It's okay. I recently learned a recipe for crab roe sauce. It should be enough to eat with the rations for the trip. Rachel got up and went to find the caravan leader. When she returned a moment later, she had a lot more stuff in her hands. Fortunately, although the shipment mainly carries knotwood, there are also many other goods. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get everything together. Then, under her direction, Lin Lin boiled water in a pot and steamed the full bottle of crab roe. Then, he cut a piece of the yolk from the onsen egg and stir-fried the two together. He sprinkled some chopped scallions, ginger, and a few drops of ghost frog oil in the middle. Slurp! What a delicious smell! Seabuck wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, feeling like he couldn't move his eyes away. It's not done yet. Lin Lin tossed some of the roasted crab meat into the pot, stirring continuously before adding a pinch of salt, a spoonful of sugar, and a small spoonful of cooking wine. When the finished product came out of the pot, it filled 2 large bottles, reflecting a golden red sheen in the firelight. Not only Seabuck, but even the other caravan members nearby were drawn to the aroma. Although they kept quiet, pretending to be watching the fun, their gulping sounds betrayed their appetites. There was nothing he could do. Lin Lin, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see the glaring glances, so he shared one of the bottles of crab roe sauce with everyone in the caravan, earning a round of cheers and praise. You know what? This felt quite good. Chapter 44. Hunting shield crabs and making crab roe sauce were just minor incidents on the journey, but even this small experience made Lin Lin feel closer to the people. The caravan's attitude towards him seemed to have transformed from initial respect to a warmer one. For example, at this moment, a bearded uncle enthusiastically took his arm and pointed ahead, introducing him. After passing this mountain pass, we enter the desert. You see, here it's lush and green, full of trees, but over there, the whole hue turns dry and yellow. Not only is the ground bare, making it difficult to see any vegetation, but even the sky seems much darker. The sandstorms over there will be stronger. If you don't want your mouth filled with sand, it's best to cover your mouth and nose. The bearded uncle was a veteran of the caravan, traveling back and forth between Jian village and Rocklark year-round. He was quite familiar with the surroundings. Lin Lin had previously curiously asked him if he was concerned about safety, and if he was considering retiring or not traveling so far. The answer he received surprised him. The uncle said, "Hey, actually, someone asked me that before, and I just replied, don't you think it's cool to see monsters? Those wimps living in big cities, hiding behind their walls, will never see the sights I've seen." Lin Lin, Okay, that's a very hunter-esque thought. It would be a shame not to become a hunter. Then he learned that the uncle had participated in hunter training in his youth, but failed the test and couldn't become a hunter, so he had to take this job that allowed him to roam the wild. Lin, that's not surprising. About half an hour later, the convoy successfully passed the mountain pass. As the view opened up, a dry, hot wind blew, instantly washing away the moisture from the stream. The Gulong's helmet had a built-in visor. Lin pulled it down, and with this layer of protection, the slight discomfort quickly faded, replaced by a deep sense of freshness. After so long watching the gurgling water and the chirping birds in the mountains, now seeing the savanna-like environment with flying sand and low-growing herbaceous plants, it was like suddenly transforming from a small bridge and flowing water to the vast desert smoke. There was a unique sense of romance. The sand plains lies between the rock-like desert and the stream zone, effectively serving as a buffer zone. You can still see lakes of varying sizes here, but once you enter the desert proper, the last vestiges of green will vanish. The uncle crossed his shoulders, gazing at a sliver of yellow in the distance, his voice tinged with emotion. Even though he's seen this scenery many times before, seeing it again still made him feel the power of nature. The sand plains is relatively flat, with a wide view, making it the safest section of the journey. It'd take about a day or two. Once we cross the sand plains and reach the desert's edge, we can take a sand boat directly to Rocklac. The sand plains' distinct ecological environment naturally breeds monsters not found in the stream zone. During the journey across the sand plains, the most frequent attack on caravans wasn't by the widespread dog dragons or the ubiquitous flying beetles, but by a hard-armored herbivorous dragon covered in hard bony plates. That's right, this monster, so aggressive it would immediately charge at the mere sight of movement, was actually a herbivore. Lin briefly wondered how this fearless creature, unafraid of even the sight of a large monster, could survive. But then he realized how even a stupid, clumsy marabird, slow and defenseless, could thrive in the wild, and he felt relieved. Well, this is the ecology of our monster hunter world, so vibrant and dynamic. Do you have such an ecology? Besides the frequent harassers like the zergling, the armored herbivore, and the flying beetle, Lin was also lucky enough to see a sand dragon attempting to overturn a caravan. Of course, before it could even get close, it was blasted to the ground by 2 armor-piercing grenades from Senior Rachel, leaving it whimpering. Then, a barrage of penetrating bullets left it in agony, forcing it to limp away, never daring to look back. Lin had heard of armor-piercing grenades before, but this was his first time seeing one in person. He could only say they were truly formidable. This crossbow bullet is made from a blend of explosive materials, like nitrate parasol mushrooms and ruptured dragonfish. It has a steel spike at the tip. After being fired, it will pierce the monster's body and explode violently after a short delay. If the crossbow bullet hits the monster's head, the shockwave can easily stun the monster's brain, rendering it incapacitated. According to Senior Rachel, this crossbow bullet was originally designed to detonate instantly. However, after repeated incidents of archers accidentally injuring their swordsman teammates with armor-piercing grenades during group hunting, they switched to a delayed detonation mechanism to give their teammates more time to react. Overall, despite minor setbacks along the way, they ultimately crossed the sand plains smoothly and arrived at the edge of the vast desert, at the edge of the agreed-upon small oasis. The sand boat sent by Loclark would meet the caravan here and carry them back to the city. Here, drink this. Senior Rachel handed over a bottle of pale white liquid. It felt icy cold to the touch, as if the liquid itself were constantly emitting a chill. Is this a cold drink? Lin lifted his visor, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then downed the pale white potion in one gulp. Putting it back down, shielded from the sweltering air, Lin shuddered. He felt the stifling heat outside suddenly recede from him, a cool sensation flowing through his body with his breath, maintaining a constant temperature. Indeed, as the desert becomes increasingly dense ahead, the daytime temperatures will become quite high. Without the help of medicine, it will be difficult to maintain normal vital signs. Heat stroke and even unconsciousness from overheating could be extremely dangerous. Similarly, at night, the desert temperature drops dramatically, and you need hot drinks to combat the chill. Well, the extreme temperature swings between day and night will test a hunter's willpower. How's it going? Is it okay? Yeah, I'm feeling more excited. The heat faded, and Lin felt his pulse return, his spirits lifted. Rachel glanced up at the sky and nodded. The Peregrine Falcons released by Loclark have delivered the message. The fleet will arrive this afternoon. Let's rest here for a while. With the sand boats on our way, we hardly need to fight. Chapter 45. As the sun drifted from the center of the sky, clouds of dust rose from the distant sand sea. Lin finally caught sight of the sand ships. Each ship was about 8 or 9 meters long, built with the bones of an unknown monster and reinforced with hardwood planks, exuding a unique and wild appearance. Triangular white sails hung from the masts, swollen high by the hot winds of the sand sea, propelling the streamlined hulls across the sand sea. Whoosh! A green flare exploded in the air, and the distant fleet adjusted its course, speeding towards the caravan. The sails were furled, and a strong, dark-skinned young man disembarked from one of the larger sand ships, and greeted the caravan enthusiastically. "Ahaha, thank you all for your hard work along the way." After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the caravan leader, he turned back and told the accompanying fleet to load and unload the cargo onto the sand barges. The Maru birds pulling the carts were temporarily released into the small oasis, to be retrieved on the return journey. The loading and unloading of the cargo was the responsibility of the caravan members themselves, and the fleet leader had no say in the matter. After noticing Rachel and Lin, he strode over. Lin observed the man carefully, and saw that he was carrying 2 long iron swords on his back, suggesting he was a hunter wielding 2 blades. His armor was also very characteristic of desert folk. The armor was primarily white and sand gold, with black stripes as embellishments. The conical hat on his head looked similar to the Jiayun hat, but with many differences in details. The Jiayun hat was flatter to block rain, while this one was wider and more angled, presumably to protect against wind and sand. It's just hard to tell what material this armor is made of. Hunters often judge each other's strength based on their weapons and armor. While Lin observed her, she was also observing him and Rachel. Lin's armor was familiar to him. Dog dragons were quite common in deserts. To possess at least 2-star strength at such a young age was a genius. As for this senior female hunter, he couldn't tell what monster material this pitch-black armor was made of, but judging by its texture, it was definitely high-end equipment. Making a quick judgment, the dark-skinned young man extended his hand to the 2 men, politely shaking hands with each in turn. "I'm Connor of the Fortress Guerrillas, and a 2-star dual-blade user. Thank you very much for escorting the caravan. This shipment of supplies is very important to us. My name is Lin. I'm from Jiayun Village. Like you, I'm a 2-star. As for my weapon, as you can see, I'm a shield axe user." Lin pointed to the shield axe behind him, which was wider than a person's. "Just call me Rachel. I'm from East Dorma, a 6-star heavy crossbowman." Rachel's tone was calm, but Connor's composure instantly lost its edge. "Young master duo? 6-star? High-ranking hunter?" "Yes." Connor's breathing quickened, his face flushed. For a moment, he forgot what to say next. It was like meeting an idol. No, it should be said that he had met an idol. A high-ranking hunter. That's a rare figure. He grasped the hem of his clothes, a little awkwardly. "Hello." Rachel nodded, as if accustomed to it. "Yes, hello." There's nothing surprising about this. To the general public, even most low-star hunters, high-ranking hunters are mere legends. Such reactions in unexpected situations are perfectly normal. On the contrary, Lin's nonchalant reaction of, "Oh, a 6-star hunter, I see," is the more unusual. Connor finally managed to calm his nerves and excitement, and returned to business. "You two come aboard. Once the cargo is loaded and unloaded, we set off. We arrive in Rockcrack the day after tomorrow at the latest." It must be said that after years of traveling the wild, the caravan's efficiency is absolutely exceptional. In just over half an hour, all the cargo from the trucks had been loaded onto several sand boats. With so much stuff and so heavy, can these sand boats still move? Standing on the deck of the largest sand boat, Lin glanced at the loads of each sand boat and asked Connor uncertainly. Connor was a master of controlling his emotions, his initial awkwardness gone. Seeing Lin's doubt, he patted his chest and assured her, "Don't underestimate our sand boats. While we won't be the main force in the fight against the Peak Dragon, we still be involved. That's like fighting a moving mountain. If we can't even bear this weight, do you think it's possible?" Sure enough, with the sails hoisted again, the helmsman's delicate control allowed the stationary sand boats to slowly glide across the sea of fine golden sand, accelerating even faster. From a distance, they looked like arrows shot out, stirring up a trail of dust in their wake. Woohoo! Take off. A high-speed air current swept past, and Lin watched the scenery outside fly past him. He felt a surge of excitement. He even stood at the bow, straightened his body, and spread his arms wide, letting the wind carry golden sand over his body, pouring tiny grains of sand into the cracks of his armor. He had a very I jump attitude. It felt like flying, but, after all, it wasn't true flight. To truly soar above the 9 heavens, he'd probably have to get a flying dragon as a mount, Like a rider. Who knows if that's even possible? If he were to dream even more, he could just ride an ancient dragon. Not only would it be so cool and impressive, but the scribes would probably drool if they saw him. You're still just a child. Rachel muttered silently at Lin's childish behavior. Do all men have this childish side? Of course, if she knew what Lin was thinking, she wouldn't think he was childish. Instead, she would suggest he wait until dark before dreaming. What level of little Karami are you? You still want to ride an ancient dragon? Better go to bed early. Dreams can be anything. Connor ignored Lin's behavior. After all, he had lived in Rock Lake his entire life, and the reactions of tourists riding a sand boat for the first time were all sorts of strange, some even more outrageous than Lin's. It was nothing to worry about. Compared to that, he was more interested in the armor worn by Senior Rachel. What? Curious about my armor? As a top-tier marksman, Rachel's senses were incredibly sharp, and Connor's frequent glances never escaped her notice. Ah. A little? Senior, please don't mind me if it's inconvenient. Rachel's expression showed a hint of nostalgia, as she spoke slowly. It's not inconvenient at all. It comes from a monster called Naruga Kuruga, Swift Dragon, a flying dragon that excels at hiding in darkness and delivering fatal attacks. On her back, beneath the armor, were 3 long, narrow scars, a gift from the original owner of this armor. Chapter 46. Connor listened to Rachel's brief description, trying to imagine a flying dragon suddenly attacking from the darkness. He shuddered involuntarily. Flying dragons are terrifying enough on their own, but could they also attack from the shadows? He couldn't even imagine it. Connor changed the subject. By the way, Senior Rachel, you come to Rock Lark at this hour. Are you hoping to attend the Great Desert Feast? Rachel's expression remained unchanged as she nodded slightly, saying, Yes, I take that kid to broaden his horizons. Connor followed her gaze. Lin had already retreated from his position at the bow. The wind and sand were so strong that even with his visor on, he was struggling to withstand it. He was now removing his helmet to pour out the sand. Senior, are you and him master and apprentice? Connor was envious. Why didn't he have the good fortune to have a high-ranked hunter as his master? Not really. I'm just teaching a jerk a disciple. Huh? Then his master. He's also a high-ranked hunter, a shield axe wielder. He's busy right now, so I'm teaching him. Connor was even more envious. This kid has 2 high-ranked hunters as teachers. No wonder he's already a 2-star at such a young age. Lin forcefully spat out the sand that had entered his mouth. Just how much fun he had just had, now it felt like a terrible pain. He felt the sand seeping into every core of his body. Even before he even reached Rock Lark, he was already missing the hot springs of Jaen. Brother Connor, should we have baths in Rock Lark? Rachel pricked up her ears. Clearly, though she didn't say it, she was also very concerned about this question. Hunters are capable of enduring hardships, but that's only when they're forced to do so in the wild. If they had the luxury of enjoying themselves, who would refuse? Don't worry about that. Although Rock Lark is a desert city, it actually has an abundant water supply. Daily washing and bathing needs are definitely not a problem. Lin, question mark. Rachel, question mark. Desert city, abundant water supply. Do these 2 words seem to go together? Connor rubbed his chin. Knowing the 2 didn't know much about Rock Lark, he introduced them. Rock Lark is a city built on an enormous rock platform. From the air, the entire city looks like a giant, irregular cake set amidst a sea of sand. Coincidentally, in the center of the platform lies a massive lake, occupying almost 1/5 of the entire platform. Rachel breathed a faint sigh of relief. So that's how it is. That's a relief. This sand is really uncomfortable. Lin's curiosity was piqued. When he first played the game, he'd been so focused on killing monsters that he hadn't delved into the game's background. Now that the game setting had become a reality, it was hard not to explore. But without a replenishing source, the lake's water would eventually run out, right? Connor paused. In fact, over the years of observation, the lake's water level has fluctuated occasionally, but generally remains within a stable range. Since there's almost no rainfall in the desert, some scholars have speculated that groundwater beneath the ledge replenishes the water. Though we've never found the location of that groundwater. After the initial excitement and thrill of the sand boat ride, the sight of the endless yellow sand only left dullness and boredom. No matter how beautiful a scenery is, if you look at it continuously, and without change for a whole day, you eventually tire of it. Lin, bored again, dragged Connor into a conversation, asking him about the city of Rock Lark and the monsters that roam the great desert. He also listened to some of Connor's hunting stories. Although the main characters in these stories were mostly small Karami like pterosaurs and yellow velociraptors, and at best, the yellow velociraptor king, Lin Lin still listened with gusto. After all, hearing something was better than nothing. Finally, as the frequency of airships in the sky gradually increased, a prominent shadow appeared on the distant yellow horizon. "We're almost there." Connor perked up, reaching out to wake Lin Lin, who was soundly asleep on the deck, and pointed to the shadow. As the sand boat approached, the shadow grew clearer and clearer. The most striking feature was probably the huge, irregularly shaped rock pillar that stood in the center of the lake, where the people of Rockcrack depended for their livelihood. No one knows how that thing got there. It was already there when the first settlers arrived in Rockcrack. There's also a rumor that the pillar, over 100 meters long, is actually the broken tusk of a mountain dragon. Ha, if that's true, then this mountain dragon would have been far larger than the one that visits every year. Lin Lin rubbed his eyes dazedly, glanced at the pillar, and yawned. How is that possible? That pillar is covered in thorns, and a mountain dragon's tusk is round and slender. They can't possibly be the same thing. Connor gave him a disdainful look. Weathering? Don't you know how severe desert weathering is? After a pause, he asked, somewhat puzzled, have you seen a Fengshan dragon before? Otherwise, how would you know what its fangs look like? At this point, Lin Lin finally regained consciousness and chuckled, I heard about it. Then he changed the subject. By the way, where do we disembark? Connor, unconcerned, pointed to the left. The dock is over there. We unload the knotted wood there, and then we... Fengshan Maru. Repairs and maintenance on the ship would also be much easier. Fengshan Maru? Is that the main attacking ship used to fight against the Fengshan dragon? Rachel observed for a moment through the hidden sniper's scope. I thought it would be so majestic, but why does it look so shabby? Well, after all, it's the main force used to fight against the Fengshan dragon every year, so of course, it's always the one that takes the most damage. That's why we need a large amount of knotwood for repairs and reinforcement. Lin Lin leaned on his hand and looked toward the dock. However, at this distance, Rachel needed to rely on the scope to see. Lin Lin, whose eyesight wasn't as good as hers, couldn't see any details with his naked eyes. He waited a while longer until the sand ship was almost close enough for him to spot his old friend. The keel of the Fengshan Maru is made from the skeleton of an unknown creature, yet it has survived numerous battles against the Fengshan dragon and remained intact. Undoubtedly, the skeleton belonged to an ancient dragon. The Fengshan Maru's hull, a mixture of wood, some fresh, some dark, with varying shades of color, resembles the ship of Theseus, with traces of repairs everywhere. At the stern stands a massive bronze gong. It's said to be an ancient artifact, and when struck, it emits a special sound wave. If struck suddenly, it can cause a Fengshan dragon to become paralyzed. At the bow, a lance, still gleaming with a cold gleam despite its age, is covered in barbs. This is the ultimate weapon, developed specifically for dealing with large monsters, the dragon-slaying spear. Chapter 47. The sails lowered, and the sand ship gradually slowed, eventually docking beside the dock. The caravan was busy unloading its cargo, while the hunters were unable to help, idly observing the surroundings. Rockcrack, worthy of its reputation as the pearl of the desert, was bustling with activity even at this dock. Lin Lin roughly estimated that there were over a dozen craftsmen busy maintaining the Fengshan Maru alone. Add to that the people moving supplies back and forth, and the pedestrians passing by, and the number was even greater. Connor briefly chatted with a muscular, brown-skinned man, who then strode over. I am Quentin, the captain of the Sand Ship Corps, and the commander of this year's campaign against the Fengshan dragon. I understand your purpose, Ms. Rachel. I welcome such a powerful ally in this battle, but... As he spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Lin, his meaning clear. He feared that Lin Lin, a two-star hunter, would be a drag. Rockcrack's combat system for confronting the Peak Mountain Dragon was already incredibly mature. The main force in the battle was the crossbows and cannons aboard the Peak Mountain Maru, not the hunter's weapons. This meant that in such a battle, a high-ranking hunter could play a little less of a role than a novice hunter. To the tough, sturdy Peak Mountain Dragon, the damage dealt by the weapons of a high-ranking hunter and a novice hunter was indistinguishable. In this situation, if Rachel wanted to join alone, Quentin would undoubtedly support it. He had great confidence in the high-ranking hunter's experience, and was certain that even if their coordination wasn't perfect, they would still be helpful, not a drag. The Fengshan Maru's crew included 2- and 3-star hunters, but they were all native to Rockcrack. Having faced the mammoth Fengshan dragon at least once, they certainly wouldn't be intimidated and cause trouble. But Lin Lin was only a 2-star hunter from outside. If he were to board the Fengshan Maru, it wasn't that he was unkind, but he was crucial to the fight against the Fengshan dragon. If anything went wrong, the countless people of Rocklac would be directly threatened. Lin Lin roughly guessed his opponent's intentions and curled his lips helplessly. I heard Connor say that when confronting the Fengshan dragon, not only would Rocklac Sand Fleet be deployed, but also a fleet of fishermen would follow. The idea that there were fishermen in desert cities, while outrageous, was undeniably true. The fishermen in the Sand Sea didn't catch marine fish, but rather a species of ichthyosaur called sandfish, whose liver was said to be a truly divine delicacy. If I can't participate in direct combat, I should be able to join the fishing boats. Actually, I mainly want to see the Peak Mountain Dragon in person. I won't cause you any trouble. The captain rubbed his temple. This guy's words made him seem unkind. Didn't he see Rachel's expression turn cold? No, I wouldn't necessarily join the fishing boats. After all, I'm a 2-star hunter. Joining other sand ships in combat to gain experience is no problem. That's how all the new recruits in Rocklake do. He glanced at Rachel's expression, which remained icy. He thought for a moment and added, actually, if you want to board the Peak Mountain Maru, that's fine. You just have to prove you're brave enough not to be frightened by the Peak Mountain Dragon and lose sight of the battle instructions. How do we prove it? Rachel finally spoke. How do we prove it? The captain was troubled. Proving he had the courage to face a mountain dragon head-on was simple enough. He could have participated in a battle with a sand ship and still act normally and follow orders. Wouldn't that have proven it? But the problem was, wouldn't that be nonsense? So he thought for a moment. Let's go hunt a sand dragon. While its power can't compare to a mountain dragon's, I think having faced its dragon chariot head-on, we won't be too flustered when facing a mountain dragon. Rachel nodded slightly, her stern face thawing slightly. That makes sense. She actually understood his concerns. After all, a battle against an ancient dragon couldn't afford any mistakes, even against a mountain dragon she was already familiar with. She was just upset. After all, she believed Lin Lin wouldn't let her down. If the other party questioned Lin Lin, wouldn't that be questioning her judgment? How could I be so bad at judging people? Lin Lin raised his hand weakly. The Earth Sand Dragon is a 3-star monster, and I'm only 2-star. I can't get commissions. The captain waved his hand. There's no rush. The monsoon isn't due for another month. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just reach 3-star level during that time? Oh, and you need at least a week for adjustments and weapon handling training, so you won't have a month. Rachel patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I believe in you, so keep going. Lin Lin, Truly, he wasn't that confident himself, but he wasn't fighting for money, he was fighting for prestige. He couldn't let anyone look down on him, could he? So, for now, I'd be working hard on accepting commissions. Once I've achieved a 3-star promotion, I return to the captain, cross my shoulders, and boast, are you underestimating me? So, to quickly reach a 3-star hunter, let's register with the Hunters Guild in Rocklark. Good idea, but Lin Lin, do you know the way to the Hunters Guild? Lin Lin, It's okay, I don't know, but someone does. After a moment's silence, an idea struck Lin Lin. He turned and searched the caravan that had just finished loading and unloading cargo, spotting a furry figure. And so, after a long day of work, finally able to sit down and rest, Buckthorn suddenly found himself enveloped by a shadow. Meow. Seabuck jumped 3 feet high before realizing it was Lin Lin standing before him. It's Lord Lin Lin, meow. You scared me, meow. What's up? Lin Lin squatted down, so he could look him in the eye. Seabuck, I remember you said you lived in Rocklark, right? Yes, meow. Lord Lin Lin has a good memory, meow. We have parents and children to support, and my wife and I are the ones who support the whole family, meow. Then do you know how to get to the Hunters Guild? I take you there, meow. Huh? Lin Lin glanced at the rest of the caravan. Is it okay? Will it delay your work? No, meow. The caravan's work is over, meow. It's free time now. I be free until 8 tomorrow morning, meow. Poor working cat. 8 o'clock in the morning is really not civilized. Chapter 48. Lord Lin Lin, follow me. If you want to get to the meeting place, you must take this road through the commercial street first. After greeting Connor and the captain, Lin Lin and Rachel followed Buckthorn, curiously entering this bustling desert city. Rachel acted relatively normal, while Lin Lin looked like a country bumpkin entering the city, finding everything curious. The commercial street was especially bustling. Here, a vendor selling pickaxes, he wanted to take a look. There, someone hawking, or he wanted to examine them closely. Shops, tents, and even street vendors crisscrossed the streets, the sounds of hawking hawkers emanating from them incessantly. Lin Lin didn't miss a single bustling spot, looking at everything along the way, but aside from some local fruits like sea buckthorn, he didn't buy anything. Actually, Rocklark hasn't always been this crowded. It only seems bustling now because the Harvest Festival is approaching, and vendors from all over the continent are flocking here, making it seem crowded. Once the festival is over, most people will have dispersed. Lin Lin nodded, popping the round, orange-yellow fruit into his mouth. He then grimaced at the tart, astringent taste that ripped through his mouth. Aren't desert fruits supposed to be sweet because of the large temperature swings between day and night? Why is this seed buckthorn so sour? Lin Lin quickly stuffed another piece of honeydew melon into his mouth, feeling the sweet, fragrant juice spread. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject. Speaking of seed buckthorn, why did your parents give you that name? Eating seed buckthorn while chatting with it felt truly strange. Sea buckthorn scratched his ear. Our family names are all based on desert fruits, meow. My father's name is Grape, and my grandfather's is Watermelon. Lin Lin casually tossed the watermelon rind into a street trash can. I remember you saying there were elders above and children below? What's little Elu's name? I originally wanted to name him Pomegranate, meow, but my wife said it was too feminine, so I changed it to Date. Date? That name sounds sweet. Because I hope his future life will be sweet, meow, not as hard as mine. Lin Lin fell silent, unsure what to say at this moment. Unknowingly, the two of them, and the cat had reached the middle of the commercial street. Looking to the right, they could see two towering stone pillars standing before them. Further away was the great lake of Lochlac and the giant pillar that was said to be the broken thong of a mountain dragon. Sea Buckthorn quickly gathered his thoughts and pointed at the two stone pillars, introducing them to Lin Lin and Rachel. That's the gate of Rocklac. Gate? Rachel pointed to the avenue between the two stone pillars, wider than a 6-lane road, and asked as if to confirm. That's right, it has only gateposts, no walls or lintels. It's said to symbolize Rocklac's openness and tolerance, welcoming people from all corners of the world. And it's also Rocklac's landmark, the first attraction visitors see when they visit Rocklac. Sea Buckthorn, you know what? Your introduction just now was really like a tour guide. Sea Buckthorn scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe it's because my wife does this, so I've learned a lot from her. As it spoke, its gaze suddenly fixed on a silver cat in a red uniform near the city gate. It jumped up excitedly and waved. Look over there, that's my wife, meow. The silver-haired Elu quickly noticed the bounding Sea Buckthorn. After a moment's pause, it excitedly ran over. The two reunited Elu hugged each other, crying and laughing. After a long pause, the silver Elu finally punched Sea Buckthorn's shoulder. Don't run so far anymore, meow. Do you know how worried Coconut and I were about you when you received the letter, meow? Sea Buckthorn tried to comfort his wife. It's okay, I'm fine, meow. It was Master Lin Lin who saved me, meow. Alright, meow. I still have to take Master Lin Lin to the meeting place, meow. Let him go, meow. We talk when I get home, meow. Silver Elu rubbed her nose, released Sea Buckthorn, and walked forward, bowing deeply to Lin Lin. My name is Joey, meow. Thank you so much for saving my husband, meow. Otherwise, I can't imagine how Coconut and I would have survived without him, meow. Joey? I was thinking something like mangosteen or honeydew melon. The name Joey doesn't really fit the Monster Hunter theme. It should be next door. Lin Lin coughed dryly. It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. Master Lin Lin, are you going to the meeting place, meow? How about I lead the way? I'm a professional guide, meow. I definitely do my best to ensure you have a great time in Rocklac, meow. I can do that. Joy turned and gently nudged Sea Buckthorn, whispering, hurry home and check on you. Coconut is so worried about you. He used to be terrified of monsters, but now he keeps talking about becoming a hunter cat. Sea Buckthorn hesitated for a moment, then bowed to Lin Lin and scurried off. It was clear that even though he didn't say it, his longing for him was palpable. Lin Lin and Rachel continued on their journey, guided by Joey. Thanks to Joey's introductions, their sightseeing didn't seem too superficial or rushed. Passing by a shop dominated by red and decorated with mysterious patterns, Rachel suddenly stopped. Lin Lin followed her gaze, and saw that the shop owner was an elderly dragon man wearing glasses. In front of him stood an object resembling a crucible, and a frog rested on his head. Quack! A master. Lin Lin instantly understood why Rachel had stopped. The dragon man is a curious race. Their life cycle from birth to adulthood is almost identical to that of humans, but they maintain a long period of prime life, only to shrink rapidly into this diminutive old man as they near old age. A long period of prime adulthood often allows them to accumulate considerable knowledge and master exquisite skills. This is why outstanding scholars and craftsmen are often dragonkind. However, this person before me doesn't seem to be a scholar or craftsman, but rather more like a mysterious alchemist? This is the alchemy shop, meow. The owner possesses remarkable alchemy, able to craft magical amulets from a variety of materials. Meow. It's said that amulets are highly sought after by hunters, and must be quite valuable. Meow, why don't you two give it a try? Chapter 49. Amulets are indeed valuable items that can greatly enhance a hunter's strength, but only if they are effective enough. Rachel nodded, removed a faintly glowing pendant from her neck, and displayed it to Lin Lin. This is a fortress-grade amulet, capable of providing precise shooting. The special protection it provides can somewhat suppress trajectory deviation, making my shots more accurate. Glacial stones are quite fascinating. Currently, the most common way to obtain them is to dig up rough stones from ancient ruins. After polishing and identifying them, they become effective. However, the effects vary, and the skills they can activate are also varied. It all depends on luck. I spent a long time digging in the volcano to find this one. Besides digging in ruins, the only way to obtain a glacial stone is through alchemy. However, not many people master this alchemy. I've only seen one once, in the village of Sinard in Sky Mountain. I didn't expect such a skilled person to exist in Rockrack. Lin Lin, would you like to give it a try? I must try. If I could forge a glacial stone with Berserk 2 Struggle 2S222, that would be even better. Lin Lin rubbed his hands and stepped forward. Hello? The alchemist was busy, and seeing another hunter arrive, he couldn't spare any time and simply said, please wait. Lin Lin stood by, his shoulders crossed, watching as the other man carefully dripped the liquid from a test tube into the crucible. Bang! A plume of purple smoke rose, causing the boss to cough several times. After clearing the smoke, the boss poured a thumb-sized, irregular sphere from the crucible. He placed it in his palm, examining it carefully for a moment, then repeatedly tested it with his tools before gently shaking his head. Master of Transport, and the activation level is also very low. This furnace is considered useless again. Putting away the freshly refined waste stone, the boss looked at Lin Lin. New face. Are you looking to refine a stone? I'd like to try. What does it take? 150Z per refinement. Materials are optional. Anything? Lin Lin blinked. If that were the case, it would be a real shame. He had a large amount of blue bear beast fur, all collected from Xiong'er. He hadn't brought it with Rocklack, but had left it in a storage box at the farmhouse. Yes, as long as it's monster materials, no other requirements. The boss coughed, seemingly overcome by the smoke. Amulet refining actually requires very little skill. It's mostly a matter of luck. Sometimes, even with the exact same materials and the same refining techniques, the quality of the resulting amulets can vary greatly. However, if you want to refine a high-quality amulet, it's best to use high-quality monster materials. While it's possible to refine low-level materials, in my experience, the chances are incredibly low. Perhaps higher-level alchemy requires less luck, but that technique requires more sophisticated equipment, materials, and environment, which I simply can't offer here. How about it? Want to try refining one? Lin Lin nodded, then realized what was happening and shook his head helplessly. I'm new to Rocklark and don't have any materials with me. I come back and try again when I get some. The boss didn't object. That's fine. You can come anytime you want. My shop is here permanently, unlike most of them who only come here during the harvest festival. The alchemy house was actually located at the end of the commercial street, a rather secluded spot. After bidding farewell to the owner, they soon arrived at the gathering place. This is the gathering place, meow. Registration, accepting commissions, renting cabins, and more can all be done here, meow. Unlike the hot springs in Jiayin village, Locklark's gathering place was completely open air, shielded only by a black tarp from the scorching sun. There wasn't even a door. The clamor within was palpable upon approaching. The tangy aroma of barbecue, mixed with the stench of alcohol and sweat, filled Lin Lin's nostrils, making his head buzz. Hunters were everywhere, many of them sitting around, chatting and laughing, with glasses of wine in hand. Others were contemplating the various commissions posted on the wall, then tearing them down to register with the signage lady. This place seemed more like a bar than a gathering place. As expected, this was exactly what he imagined a hunter's gathering place to be. The Jiayin Village Hot Springs gathering place, while quiet and comfortable, lacked a certain wildness. Joey led the two of them straight to a drinking table, where they found an old dragon man wearing a small red round hat. This old man looked younger than the one from the alchemy house. Perhaps it was because his face was less wrinkled, his beard was shorter, or because of the flirtatious smile he flashed as he looked at the young women passing by. President, meow. These two hunters have just arrived in Rocklac, meow. We're planning to stay in Rocklac for a while, meow. An old woman and a young man? An old cow taking advantage of a young woman? The Dragonman president, dressed festively, raised his glass at the two of them and winked. Ha ha. Rocklac welcomes you too. Rachel, 6-star heavy crossbow user. Lin, 2-star shield axe user. The old dragon man sat up slightly, his mischievous expression gone. It's Rachel, the hidden killer from East Dorma. Hasn't this person always been active in East Dorma? Why did you suddenly end up in Rocklac? It's me. Lin glanced at Rachel in surprise. This was the first time he heard of that title, but based on their previous experience hunting water beasts together, it didn't seem like the term hidden killer was quite appropriate. The president's expression suddenly grew serious. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Is something wrong? I heard that the Flame Queen Dragon. No, that's nothing to do with it. I'm just bringing the newcomers here to see the world. Rachel's words instantly relaxed the president, a teasing smile on his face. Really? Then I'm relieved. I hope you two have a wonderful time in Rocklac. Lin suddenly felt a chill emanating from Rachel, causing him to shrink back and quietly move a little further away from the elderly woman, mentally lighting a candle for the president. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The president's smile seemed frozen on his face. In that instant, he felt a sense of oppression no less intense than that of his wife, the humanoid blue bear mon. Look, something's gleaming in the sky. Oh, it's the Death Star. Ahem, hey Anxia. Go help these two hunters with the paperwork and arrange for them to stay in the finest cabins. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the president's mind raced, decisively providing two luxurious, palace-like cabins for the two. Rachel glanced at him, saying nothing. She silently stood up and followed a tanned, short-haired girl out. Huh? The president wiped his sweat from his forehead. How terrifying. He almost thought he'd been targeted by a swift dragon. As expected of Rachel, the invisible killer. Chapter 50. Everyone, please follow me. Did the president just say something strange? And Xia noticed something in Rachel's expression, and thinking of the president's usual behavior, a look of distress crossed her face. The president can be quite unruly sometimes. Fortunately, the president's wife can keep him in check. If he says anything offensive, I let her know. And Xia was a lively and enthusiastic girl, and Rachel's expression quickly thawed, a faint smile appearing on her face. No need. Let's see what his so-called highest-end cabin looks like. Joey said goodbye at the right moment. I won't bother you anymore, meow. You two should get some rest first, meow. We come to thank you tomorrow, meow. No. Lin had barely uttered a refusal before he had to stop because the other party had already scurried away. He really just saved her at the time. There was really no need for such a formality. And Xia chuckled and led them out of the bar-like gathering place. Huh? The hunter's hut isn't inside the gathering place? Lin regained his composure and noticed they were leaving the gathering place. He immediately became curious. The hunters' huts in Jiyan village were all located within the gathering place, directly connected to the bathhouse. Apparently, this wasn't the case at all gathering places. With the tiny space in our gathering place, there's no room for a hunter's hut. The hunters' huts are all built on the small hill behind the gathering place. The most luxurious ones are even built right on the top. They're said to be like luxurious palaces, overlooking the entire rock lake. The so-called small hill was actually just a slightly elevated rocky outcrop amidst the irregular protrusions of the massive rock platform. The entire area seemed to be completely controlled by the guild. Although each building had a unique style, the doors all bore the guild's emblem without exception. So? I've never been inside, but I've heard it's quite luxurious. Oh. Lin nodded, his eyes glancing at Xia's orange-red dress. After a moment's thought, he suddenly asked, Xia, are you from Rocklac? Huh? You figured it out so quickly? I've been trying to correct my accent. As expected. Moga village? Yes, that's my hometown. Lin, have you been to Moga village? Now that she'd been discovered, and Xia no longer maintained her standard hunter accent, her speech permeated with the illusion of a sea breeze. No, that's just a wild guess. So you're studying in Rocklake? Yes, if the guild hadn't promised me a full-fledged position after my internship, I'd be worried I wouldn't be able to handle the guildmaster's personality. Lin Lin nodded silently. It seemed that while the third generation's plot hadn't happened yet, it should be soon. When news of the frequent earthquakes in Moga village reached her, this girl, driven by her love for her homeland, would resolutely return to Moga village to become a poster girl. Speaking of which, the third generation hunter was truly a ruthless individual. According to the setting book, single-handedly killing Lao Lian and Kang Langsing wouldn't be that outrageous, right? If I were lucky enough to meet him someday, I would definitely see what kind of person he was. The hunter's lodge wasn't far from the meeting place, and after a brief chat, the three of them quickly reached their destination. Here it is. And Xia pointed to a row of stone houses in front of them, their white exteriors strikingly striking. Lin Lin and Rachel each chose a house, and Xia handed them 2 keys. After they successfully opened the door and entered, she smiled and waved goodbye. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Lin immediately felt the essence of inhumane extravagance. The first thing was the sheer spaciousness. It felt like even Xiong Air could fit in there with plenty of room to run around. From the floor to the pillars, the room was all polished marble. The room wasn't lavishly decorated, but both the furnishings and the exterior exuded an understated luxury. Every need was fully provided, and the second floor even had a large balcony dedicated to the view. Standing there for a while, you could even see airships flying by. I couldn't find a clearer picture. The image is from the B Station uploader Grey Fisherman's song. After sleeping all the way on the sand boat, Lin Lin was now restless and completely drowsy, so he stood on the balcony to take in the view. It must be said that although Rock Lake appears to be a blanket of gray sand from the outside, when you stand at a height high enough to overlook the entire city and admire the sea of sand, you suddenly understand the meaning of the lone smoke rising from the desert, the setting sun round the long river. The desert sky was cloudless, and the distant lake reflected the sky. The twinkling lights of the stars gradually grew stronger, echoing from above and below. As night fell, the scene was truly dreamlike. Lin Lin felt very relaxed. Just as he was about to fall asleep with the stars as his pillow, he suddenly noticed a petite figure approaching quickly from below. Half a minute later, Lin Lin heard a knock on the door. Lin Lin, ? The shadow looked short, not human, more like an Elu cat or an old dragon man. The old dragon man was too old and had difficulty moving, and judging by his speed, it was clearly not an Elu cat. Therefore, it had to be an Elu cat. But the only Elu cats he knew in Rocklark were Seabuckthorn and Joey, and the other party had said they would visit again tomorrow. Could it be that a strange Elu cat was visiting so late at night? Curious, Lin Lin opened the door, and saw a small creature with silver-white fur and golden stripes standing outside. From its frequent, unconscious movements, it was clear that it was very nervous. As expected, upon noticing the door open, the little Elu cat started and bowed deeply. Without looking up, he recited the lines he had been reciting in his mind. However, his rapidly beating heart caused the rest of the words to become blank as soon as he uttered the first word, and he could only complete the rest based on instinct. Hello, Master Lin Lin, meow. Please allow me to follow you as your attendant cat. I want to become powerful, meow. Lin Lin pointed at himself, a cloud of questions. Where did this little Elu come from? Why did he come looking for me right away? And he even threatened to become your attendant cat? What gave you the illusion that following me would make you powerful? Isn't this some new scam? Lin Lin glanced around, but saw nothing except this little Elu. Little Elu lowered its head nervously. After a long moment of no response from Lin Lin, its pounding heart suddenly faltered. This is it. Master Lin Lin must have disliked its timidity and refused to accept it. Little Elu cautiously looked up, met Lin Lin's puzzled expression, and quickly lowered its head again. It then occurred to it that, in its nervousness, it had forgotten to explain the whole story and introduce itself. Chapter 51. Lord Lin Lin, my name is Date. I admire you greatly after hearing about your deeds from my father. Please allow me to follow you. Huh? Date? Isn't that Seabuckthorn's child? Lin Lin looked at the adorable cat with sleek fur, looking so petable, and felt a momentary attraction. However, he still had some sense, so he didn't agree outright. Instead, he asked Date to come inside to talk. Date sat awkwardly on the monster leather sofa, watching Lin Lin pour a glass of juice and hand it to him at the table. Have a drink of water first. Relax and take your time. Thank you, meow. Lin Lin washed another plate of local dates, picked one up and popped it into his mouth, then pushed the rest of the plate toward little Elu. Why did you want to become a hunting cat? It's okay, there's no need to rush to answer. Just tell me what you really think. The date drank some juice, then ate a date. It felt its nervousness subside a little. Hearing Lin Lin's question, It thought for a long time before answering. Actually, originally, I just heard something happened to my father, meow, and wanted to visit him in Jillian. But we don't have the money for an airship, meow, and crossing the desert to Jillian is too dangerous, meow. So I thought, if I became a hunter, meow, I'd definitely be able to get there. Lin Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a truly honest answer. If this had happened in the world before the time travel, the answer he gave would most likely have been a bunch of cliches based on values. However, Date's answer wasn't over yet. It paused and continued, but my father came back today, meow. He told me all about your deeds, meow. I admire you so much, meow. I also want to be like Master Lin Lin, possessing the power to protect others, meow. That way, when someone needs me, I won't have to wait helplessly like I do now, meow. Lin Lin stared at Coconut Date intently for a moment. Although it seemed very nervous, it clearly showed no sign of changing its tune. You're quite determined to become a hunting cat. So do you think you're ready? Hunting is incredibly dangerous, often requiring you to face enormous monsters tens or hundreds of times your size. A single mistake could cost you your life. Coconut Date lowered its head. Judging from its slightly trembling body, it was likely quite restless. After a long moment, Coconut Date spoke in a trembling voice. I try my best not to hold Master Lin Lin back, meow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Coconut Date felt it was over. Didn't that make him seem completely lacking in confidence? How could Master Lin Lin believe he could become a qualified hunting cat, even after being told he could lose his life at any moment, and clearly terrified, he still refused to give up? Lin Lin nodded. Okay, I acknowledge your determination. Meow? Coconut Date's sky-blue cat eyes widened instantly, and his pointed ears, which had been limp on his head, suddenly stood up. He excitedly jumped up from the sofa. Master Lin Lin, really? Meow. You really acknowledge me, meow. Lin Lin smiled faintly. I just acknowledge your determination. Don't get too excited. Coconut Date quickly sat down again, but his long tail swung restlessly behind him. First, to become a hunting cat, you must get your parents' consent. Joey had clearly said he visited during the day, but the little guy had come here in the middle of the night, clearly on his own, without his parents' approval. Then Lin Lin noticed that after he said this, Coconut's mood hadn't fluctuated at all, none of the nervousness he shown just now. He probably had already figured out how to convince them. Secondly, it's unknown how much of your current resolve will remain when you actually get to the hunting grounds, so we need to assess it. Tomorrow, I go to the gathering place to take a commission. You come with me, and I observe your performance. If you can maintain your current resolve, then you're welcome to be my partner. But I can't fight yet, meow. You don't need to fight, just protect yourself. I've heard Felix are great at digging and burrowing. If any danger approaches, just hide. Is that okay? Of course not, meow. The next day, Lin Lin rose early, stretched briefly in his palace-like room, and then enjoyed a massive breakfast delivered to his door. It must be said that this top-of-the-line cabin service was truly luxurious, so extravagant that Lin Lin, having spent nothing, felt a little embarrassed. After dinner, he rested briefly, and then went for a jog. The sun had just risen in the sky, and the quiet city was gradually becoming bustling. His recent hunting life had conditioned his body clock to be incredibly healthy. Thinking back on the days of staying up late playing games at night, and being unable to get up before 8 a.m., it seemed like something from a previous life. After Lin Lin finished his run, he picked up his shield and axe, and practiced a few more calisthenics. Just as he began routine maintenance on his bone armor, there was another knock on Lin Lin's door. The arrival was, of course, the Fey Cats, complete with Seabuckthorn, Joey, and Date. Lin Lin had initially assumed that Date had failed to convince his parents, and was forced to apologize, but he was surprised when they started by saying, I leave this child in your care, meow. Lin Lin couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried? The answer he received was, Master Lin Lin is a very reliable hunter, meow. Well, they truly trust me. What else can I do? I just have to work hard to live up to that trust. So, Lin Lin took Seabuckthorn to Locklark's workshop and found the attendant weapon maker, who specialized in Fey cat equipment. They purchased a set of acorn cat armor and a bone cat pickaxe. Since cats rarely differ in size, these sets for novice hunters are generally ready-made and require little effort to craft. Due to their petite size, cats' equipment is much simpler than that of hunters. Take this acorn cat armor, for example. It's crafted primarily from leather and hard acorns, consisting of just a helmet and armor. As for the bone cat pickaxe, it's even more rudimentary. A sturdy wooden stick with a sharpened bone fixed to its end. The pickaxe itself is a near copy of the bone knife Lin Lin used when he first arrived in the stream region. Lin Lin looked up and down at the neatly dressed date. It looked quite the real deal, though he seemed a bit timid and embarrassed when being stared at. Quite amusing. Use this set for practice. If we can hunt together in the future, I find a better set for you. Everything's ready now. Let's go take on the quest. Chapter 52. Lin Lin had just arrived at the meeting place when he ran into the busy Xia. She had just set down a tray of barbecued meat and was about to fill a glass of wine when she saw Lin Lin and greeted him with a lively smile. Hi. Lin Lin, how was your sleep last night? Was it really luxurious in here? It was quite good. It was indeed luxurious. I'm a little uncomfortable. Are you working part-time as a waiter? Yes, I need to earn tuition. And Xia poured wine for the hunters at that table and found an empty table to sit down for a moment, a break. It was too bright now, so there weren't many hunters feasting here. If it were at night, there would definitely be no empty table. Lin Lin sat down next to her, intending to ask her to recommend a suitable commission. Otherwise, trying to find a suitable receipt on that wall by himself would drive him crazy. Before she could say anything, Xia noticed the little feline cat following closely behind Lin Lin. Her eyes lit up, and she wanted to reach out and rub its head, but as soon as she did, Coconut Date quickly shrunk behind Lin Lin. Hey, what's this feline cat? Xia remembered clearly that Lin Lin didn't have a kitten like this yesterday. Lin Lin pulled Coconut Date out from behind and rubbed the acorn helmet perched on its head. Don't be nervous. My hunting cat partner, is still in the internship, and today is the first day. Xia looked at Coconut Date's sleek fur, trying to suppress the urge to reach out, distracting herself with conversation. Is that so? So you're planning on taking it on the mission? Yeah, Lin Lin sighed, looking at the wall covered with receipts. How long will it take to find the right one? Let me help you. I'm familiar with the job of a signage girl. Huh? Well, okay, I trouble you then. Thank you, Coconut Date. With just a little flirtation, I won't even have to ask. Any requirements for the quest? Nothing much, actually. A 2-star, large monster hunting request. It won't be far away. Xia swiftly walked over to the request wall, examined it briefly, and then took down a receipt and handed it to Lin Lin. How about this? Hunting Salon King. The location is right here. A vast sea of sand. A sand boat can travel back and forth in a day. Hunting mission. Monsters that swim the land. Mission description. Hunt a sand dragon king. Reward. 2700 Z. Handling fee. 300 Z. Mission location. Desert. Time limit. 7 days. Client. Desert Tycoon. A group of sand dragons has gathered in the wilderness, where the giant sand dragons roam. Their swarm is severely hindering trade routes. Once the Sand Dragon King disappears, these sand dragons will surely pacify. Please find the Sand Dragon King and defeat him. Sand Dragon King. Lin Lin thought briefly, and his mind conjured up this ichthyosaur species, which is more like a fish than a dragon. He frowned slightly. When he used to play games, he didn't really enjoy fighting ichthyosaur monsters. The Sand Dragon King was relatively safe, but the water dragons like the Emerald Water Dragon, which were very similar to this one, were the ones he really didn't want to touch. But now in reality. Don't you think it's suitable? Never mind, I find another. No thanks. This will do. To reach 3 stars in less than a month, he had to complete a sufficient number of 2-star missions during that time. There were only a few 2-star monsters that roamed the desert, and he had no choice. He encountered them sooner or later. Oh, right. Sand dragons, due to their long life in the sea of sand, have degenerated eyes and very poor vision. Flashbangs are largely ineffective against them, but their hearing is highly developed, so sonic booms are very effective. Seeing Lin Lin taking the receipt and heading to the mission counter to register, Xia quickly reminded him. While this little bit of information might only be a small line in the book, it was incredibly important for hunters. If a hunter, unfamiliar with this monster, mistakenly used a flashbang at a critical moment, the consequences could be extremely dangerous. I understand. Thank you, Xia. Having confirmed their intention to hunt the Sand Dragon King, they naturally had to make targeted preparations, the first and foremost being a sufficient supply of sonic booms. However, to harmonize this thing, an organ called a sonic saccade was required, which Lin Lin didn't have on hand. He reluctantly spent a fortune on 5 sonic boom bombs from the general store. In addition, Lin Lin also bought a few equally effective stinky bombs. After all, The Sand Dragon King likely had sand dragons around him, and if these small monsters, no smaller than giant birds, started causing trouble, they would be truly annoying. After all, with all the supplies ready, it was finally time to depart. However, standing in front of the dock, looking at the small sand ship he had just rented, Lin Lin was momentarily troubled. Why didn't anyone tell me when I rented the boat that the boatman would be extra? Date, who had been following Lin Lin around, suddenly spoke up, Master Lin Lin, I can drive the sand boat. Because my father has worked in the caravan for years, I'm familiar with driving all kinds of vehicles. Really? Great. I leave it to you then. Lin Lin hadn't expected that before he even taught anything, little Date had already surprised him. The sails unfurled, and with a firm push, the sand boat slowly made its way into the sand sea, steadily increasing in speed. Lin Lin took the map and located the location where the last Sand Dragon King sighting report had been submitted. He then acted as a temporary navigator for Date, ensuring the sand boat wouldn't veer off course. It had to be said that the sand boat was the ultimate means of transportation in the desert. It would probably take 3 days to make the journey by foot, but on the sand boat, they reached their destination in just 2 or 3 hours. This is a small oasis. Though the vegetation is sparse, the ground is cracked, and you can occasionally spot a half-exposed skeleton. But compared to the endless golden sand sea, it truly is an oasis. Having anchored the sand barge in a sheltered spot away from the wind, Date looked nervous and bewildered. Master Lin Lin, meow, what should we do next? Let's do a quick survey of the surroundings first to see if we can find any traces. Date, feline senses are sharper than humans. If you notice anything I haven't, please let me know. Okay, meow. Oh, and don't keep calling me by honorific. It feels a bit strange. Just call me Lin Lin. But that doesn't seem respectful at all, meow? Then if you like, you can call me boss. Okay, meow. Boss, meow. Chapter 53. Although this oasis was small, compared to the entire sand sea, it still seemed quite vast to this man and cat. As Lin Lin identified the vegetation before him, he explained to Yezhao the knowledge he had memorized from Kevin's books and Rachel's teachings, explaining what kinds of traces might be left by monsters, and what kinds were the result of the might of nature. Yezhao listened attentively, nodding occasionally to indicate he had memorized them. Look here, isn't the ground softer than before? These are the signs of digging by some creature. Lin Lin pinched the ground, which was a mixture of sand and soil, and stood up. Let's go! First, let's find the water source in this oasis. If there are sand dragons active nearby, we'd definitely find more obvious signs. Back in Jian village, Lin Lin had occasionally glanced at Sophia's monster encyclopedia. According to the records, female sand dragons have a habit of laying eggs in oasis water sources during their breeding season. Although it's nearing the end of the breeding season, at least they have a direction, which is much better than searching blindly like a headless fly. The sky gradually darkened. After more than an hour of exploration, Lin Lin finally found his target. However, the water source in front of him was more like a quagmire than a lake. If it didn't rain for another month or two, he was afraid that this mud pit would dry up. Boss, what should we do now? There was no sign of the sand dragons, but there were signs of several armored dragons ahead. Yeza clenched his cat pick, feeling a little frustrated. It's normal not to find anything for a while. Don't get discouraged. Not long after Lin Lin spotted the ankylosaurs, one of them spotted him too, immediately launching itself towards him like a rocket. Lin Lin grinned and drew his weapon. Now that things have come to this, let's eat. The ankylosaur passed away peacefully, transforming into a fragrant steak, constantly turning on the grill. Lin Lin's index finger was tempted by the aroma, but Date didn't seem so appealing. As a little feline, it was the first time it had witnessed the blood-soaked hunting of a hunter, followed by the bloody skinning. No wonder it had lost its appetite. Lin Lin took out his water bag and tossed it to the dragon. Drink some water and eat slowly. Maintaining sufficient strength is crucial in the hunting grounds. If you don't eat because you have no appetite, you won't have the energy for battle. Eating more brings greater strength and endurance. This is a simple truth Lin Lin has personally experienced. He has suffered several setbacks in his stamina. Good meow. Date didn't have much of an appetite, but some dragons are starving. If they can't survive on sand, they might even resort to eating dirt. A faint rustling sound reached his ears not far behind him. Lin Lin turned his head sharply, then met a pair of orange-red eyes. It was a small, bird-like dragon with orange and green stripes on its body, and 2 sharp fangs in its mouth. Gioao. Lin Lin turned off the grill, stood up, and raised his sword and shield, not forgetting to comfort Date. Don't panic, It's just a yellow speed dragon. The yellow speed dragon, a bird-like dragon-like monster that lives in the desert, nicknamed the yellow jumping dragon, wasn't particularly powerful, comparable in strength to its distant relative, the little dog dragon. A single axe strike was enough to deal with it. Saliva dripped from the yellow jumping dragon's mouth. It lowered its body, assumed an attacking stance, and slowly approached Lin Lin. After waiting for several seconds, the creature simply maintained this posture, closing the distance without launching an attack. Lin Lin felt a little strange, and shifted his focus to observe his surroundings. Speed dragons are highly social creatures, and they might resort to a front wolf feigning sleep, luring the enemy tactic. The yellow speed dragon quickly closed in to within 3 or 4 meters. For it, this distance was the ideal for launching an attack. Lin Lin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash a powerful blow. Then he watched helplessly as the yellow speed dragon lowered its head and, with a fierce bite, tore a piece of flesh from the remains of the ankylosaur. Then, with a reckless leap, it distanced itself, turned and fled, disappearing beneath the cover of vegetation. Lin Lin paused for a moment before uttering 2 letters. "Good on you, yellow jumper, you're pulling this trick on me, aren't you?" Lin Lin listened carefully, but heard no inner voice, indicating the other party had already fled. So, was it really just coming here to get a piece of meat? No wonder it was just hearing noises instead of sensing any attacking inner voices. Reluctantly, Lin Lin returned to the grill and waved his hand. "It's okay. This guy made my meat half-cooked. Starting over now won't taste as good as it did the first time. Boss, meow that thing? Hey, forget it, it's already gone. Let's get on with grilling. That way, meow. Boss is so awesome, meow." He scared the monster away in an instant. Ahem, Lin Lin blushed, changing the subject. "Grill, grill, hum a little tune." He was only halfway through his little tune when a rustling sound came from behind him again. Lin Lin turned around and saw the yellow jumper again, still in its aggressive stance. Lin Lin, After carefully sensing the creature's thoughts, Lin Lin's mouth twitched. "You're here again?" This creature was still thinking the same thing, using an aggressive posture to distract him, then taking the opportunity to snatch a piece of meat and run away. But Lin Lin didn't dare continue grilling with his back to it. After all, just because it wasn't aggressive now didn't mean it wouldn't be aggressive later. What if it saw an opportunity and attacked him from behind? Although he had his dog dragon armor, a hit from it wouldn't hurt him too badly. But this was right in front of Coconut Date. If he embarrassed himself on his first hunt, that would be a real problem. After turning off the grill again, Lin Lin turned to face the yellow jumper, but this time he didn't draw his weapon. He just watched it repeat its old trick and take away another piece of raw meat. "Boss, didn't you say it ran away?" "It did, but it might have come back after finishing the meat." "Then why do I feel like it come back?" Lin Lin, That makes perfect sense. Just now, this guy thought he scored a second goal and was so happy. Who knows, he might come back for a third try. Lin Lin turned his head and glanced at the roasted meat, which had been interrupted twice in a row. It was obvious that it wouldn't be edible if it were to be roasted again. If this thing comes back again, I stuff this piece of meat into its mouth. Chapter 54. As expected, a few minutes later, the yellow speed dragon reappeared. This time, Lin Lin didn't return to continue grilling. Instead, he clutched the half-cooked steak and glared at it with a stern expression. The yellow speed dragon, startled, quickly took 2 steps back. Then, realizing that this showed his cowardice, he quickly lowered his body and leaned forward again, hoping to scare it off. Lin Lin, Do I look that timid? Rolling his eyes inwardly, Lin Lin grabbed the steak and walked towards it. The yellow speed dragon growled nervously, baring its sharp fangs and claws, but none of this could stop Lin Lin's advance. It didn't have the courage to attack, so it could only retreat slowly as Lin Lin approached, its peripheral vision filled with sorrow as it gazed at the still fresh carcass of the ankylosaur. Intimidation isn't working anymore, it's going to starve again. It's so pitiful. Lin Lin observed the creature's cowardly and reckless behavior, his lips curling slightly. That's about right. A loser should act like a loser. Here, your reward. Lin Lin threw the steak in his hand, startling Huang Sulong so much that he jumped back and nearly tripped over a rock. After throwing the steak, Lin Lin ignored it and returned to tending to Jujube, choosing a better spot on the dragon's corpse to cut the raw meat. At first, Huang Sulong thought the other party's tossed object was an attack and dodged in fright. But then, the other party suddenly ignored him, leaving his small mind filled with confusion. What did that mean? As the unique aroma of heated fat filled his nostrils, Wang Sulong's gaze involuntarily drifted to the large steak, which had fallen to the ground, stained with sand. Although he never smelled such an aroma before, and it didn't quite match the scent of fresh flesh, it was truly enticing. A dragon-luring dagger, Wang Sulong lowered his head to the steak and sniffed carefully, trying to discern any hidden traps. But the hunger in his stomach kept rising, urging him to devour the meat. He hadn't eaten in days. The 2 pieces of meat he swallowed earlier weren't even half the size of this steak. Far from filling his stomach, they had only reactivated his digestive system, making him even hungrier. Wang Sulong finally gave up thinking and devoured the steak, his mind confined to one thought only. Oh my god, it smells so good. Lin Lin put the cut meat away, and turned to glance at the remains of the ankylosaur on the ground. Although he already cut off the best parts, there was still quite a bit of meat left. It was just that the remaining meat was difficult to carve, and he didn't have the space to store it. So, he decided to let it return to its natural cycle. The yellow-spined dragon on the other side ate at a brisk pace, like a starving ghost. As soon as Lin Lin finished cutting the raw meat, it had already gnawed every last strand of the steak clean, its gaze fixed on him intensely. This time, however, it didn't adopt its previous wary stance. Instead, it stared intently, its long tail swaying slightly behind it with each breath. This gesture almost made Lin Lin imagine it was a large dog waiting to be fed. In reality, its mental state was not much different from that of a large dog waiting to be fed, which almost made Lin Lin laugh out loud. He kicked the skull of the ankylosaur at his feet, then took the cut meat, and the grill a little further away, leaving the yellow velociraptor with room to eat. Finding a new spot with a clear view, he began grilling. Jujube was a little confused. Boss, meow, why did you leave all the remaining meat for that monster, meow? Lin Lin smiled and sprinkled a handful of seasoning. It's simple. The meat I just cut is enough for 2 meals. Any more would be a burden. Actually, this is the unspoken rule among hunters. Take what you need and return the rest to nature. I see, meow. I remember that, meow. Date nodded seriously, glanced at the grill, and suddenly exclaimed, meow. Turn off the heat quickly, meow. It's going to burn, meow. Ouch. Lin Lin hurriedly lifted the barbecue and took a closer look, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you reminded me, Date. I almost forgot about it when I was distracted. Speaking of which, is there such a thing as the lunar calendar in Monster Hunter World? Why does it feel like today isn't the right day for grilling? Oh right. Boss, you fed the barbecue to that yellow dragon earlier too. Return it to nature. Are you following the rules, meow? Ahem, Lin Lin coughed dryly. It's simply because the meat wouldn't taste good anymore if grilled, and we didn't want it to go to waste. Seeing that thing constantly trying to steal it, we just threw it to it. But boss, meow, won't this have any impact on the ecosystem, meow? Probably. Right? Lin Lin himself wasn't entirely sure. It's just a yellow velociraptor. It can't cause any problems, right? Anyway, let's finish our meal quickly, and find a safe place to set up camp. Then rest for the night, and officially begin the search for the Sand Dragon King tomorrow. Good. Lin Lin, driven by his circadian rhythm, woke up bright and energetic early in the morning. To his surprise, Date scrambled up right after him. Wouldn't you like to rest a little longer? Lin Lin kindly suggested. Since it was their first time in the wild hunting grounds, little Date was extremely nervous, tossing and turning until late last night. No need, meow. I need to train with the boss, meow. I can't let my actions hold him back. Lin Lin rubbed Date's helmet so hard that it almost twisted it. Little Date was so adorable. Although his behavior since arriving at the hunting grounds had been rather ordinary, he still liked this little fellow. He was not only obedient, but also very aware, not at all spoiled. A greasy breakfast wasn't recommended, so Lin Lin and Date cooked a pot of porridge with the food they had brought with them. Then, using this energy, they continued their unfinished search for traces from yesterday. Lin Lin had just found a relatively fresh trail at the edge of a sand pit when Yezhao, who was standing next to him, suddenly called out, "Boss, look up at the sky." Huh? Lin Lin looked up and saw a hot air balloon floating in the distant sky, slowly drifting in their direction on the wind. Hey, that saves us time. No more searching for monsters. Yezhao was confused. Why do you say that, boss? Lin Lin pointed at the hot air balloon. These observation balloons are usually jointly established by organizations like the Royal Paleontologists, the Hunters Guild, and the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau. According to Sophia, they're primarily used for ecological observation. But for us hunters, the key is that they provide us with monster coordinates. Chapter 55. Who's Sophia? Date nodded in understanding, then tilted his head to ask. This made Lin Lin, who was about to elaborate on the hot air balloon, pause. A friend of the scribe's. Well, anyway, if you encounter an observation balloon like this, wave to them, and they relay information about the monsters using flash signals, greatly facilitating our actions. As he spoke, Lin Lin straightened up and waved repeatedly in the direction of the observation balloon, calling out to attract them. However, after waiting for a moment, Date didn't see the flash signal Lin Lin mentioned, and meowed in confusion. What's going on? Perhaps they haven't noticed us yet? Lin Lin thought for a moment. Perhaps they were too far away for their voices to reach them, and if they just waved, it would be hard for them to notice them. So they had to make some noise. After a moment's thought, Lin Lin quickly gathered some dead branches and leaves and lit a bonfire. Although the flames weren't bright, the plume of smoke was conspicuous enough in the vast desert that it quickly caught the attention of the crew aboard the observation balloon. Through the specially equipped telescopes on the airship, they could clearly see Lin Lin waving his arms at them. Judging by his armor and the weapons he carried, it was clear he was a hunter. The hunter waving at them, they figured, was probably searching for traces of a monster. For an observation balloon flying at 1,000 meters, observing an area of tens of square kilometers is easy. For the vast, flat desert, this area could be increased by at least a third. Which monster is he seeking information about? A young dragon scholar scratched his head. There aren't any other large monsters in this area, are there? The Yellow Speed Dragon King led his herd away a few days ago. Another older member of the human scribe team flipped through recent observation reports. That should be the Sand Dragon King? The dragon scholar then searched with a telescope, quickly finding a group of sand dragons slithering through the sand above a dune at the edge of the oasis. The darker and larger Sand Dragon King stood out like a crane among chickens. Quickly calculating the location, the dragon scholar pulled the rope, activating the transmitter on the hot air balloon and sending a signal to Lin Lin. Beside the campfire, seeing the light flicker on the hot air balloon, Lin Lin immediately became serious, squinting his eyes to decipher the message conveyed by the flash. Thanks to Sophia's friendly guidance, Lin Lin's interpretation of this signal, while still rusty, at least wasn't wrong. Ha, coconut date, it's to the north. I told you to find the water source first, right? We're already very close. Lin Lin gave a thumbs up in the direction of the hot air balloon, then excitedly adjusted the straps of his armor. He retrieved the items he brought with him from his backpack and placed 2 sonic boom bombs in Coconut Date's hands. When the fight starts, hide yourself. Take these 2 sonic boom bombs. If a sand dragon attacks you, don't hesitate. Throw the sonic boom bombs and run to a hard surface. These monsters burrow deeper than you, Felix. It's not safe to hide underground. I remember that, meow. Date's cat claws tightly grasped the 2 sonic boom bombs. Though nervous, he nodded vigorously. Rubbing Date's little head again, Lin Lin said nothing more and hurried in the direction indicated by the observation balloon. If they didn't arrive quickly, what if the Sand Dragon King suddenly got excited and swam off somewhere else? That would waste a lot of time. Above the sand dunes, a figure with orange and green stripes ran ahead, its fins parting the sand behind it as it followed. Further behind, a brown-black ichthyosaur followed its minions leisurely, a leisurely pace. The Yellow Speed Dragon fled desperately towards the oasis, knowing that only on relatively solid ground would it have a chance of escaping these nasty creatures. However, the sand dragons clearly knew this as well. To avoid losing the food they had finally found, they sped up as fast as they could, ultimately intercepting it before it could reach the oasis. Surrounded by a group of sand dragons, the Yellow Speed Dragon saw no way out. Beyond despair, it was filled with resentment at its cruel fate. It was truly an unlucky creature. Some time ago, the sand dragons had relocated here and clashed several times with the Yellow Speed Dragons for territory. Ultimately, the Yellow Speed Dragon King was defeated and fled with his tribe in disgrace. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. Although they had lost their relatively abundant habitat, they had the protection of a relatively powerful leader. While survival in the vast desert was difficult, it wasn't without hope. The problem was that the Yellow Speed Dragons had a habit of expelling males from the group when they neared sexual maturity. They would either wander the wild and die, or grow up to become the Yellow Speed Dragon King and form a new group. As luck would have it, it was driven out just before the final battle for territory between the 2 tribe leaders. It wasn't even included in the migration, and on its own, it couldn't possibly obtain enough food. It ultimately starved to death. If it hadn't met a kind human the previous evening, it would likely be half dead by now. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. After finally having a full meal, Huang Sulong regained some strength and immediately tried to escape the territory occupied by the sand dragons and seek a new oasis. However, his luck was incredibly bad. Less than a kilometer outside the oasis, he ran head-on into a patrolling group of sand dragons. "I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight them." Huang Sulong grew increasingly furious. Since he couldn't survive anyway, he might as well inflict a few deep wounds on these hateful creatures as proof that he had once lived. Just as the evenly matched battle was about to begin, an unusual high-pitched noise suddenly exploded nearby. Huang Sulong merely shook his head slightly in discomfort, while the surrounding sand dragons, as if struck by a depth charge, leaped from beneath the yellow sand with a start, hopping on the surface like fish with their bellies exposed. Huang Sulong blinked in confusion, confused by the sudden situation, but he couldn't let it go. This was a golden opportunity to attack. He couldn't let it slip away. So, Huang Sulong exerted force with his legs, leaping 4 or 5 meters high across the soft sand, and kicked the nearest sand dragon. Bang! Chapter 56. Bang! The enhanced bone armor slashing power rating, sharpness, rose from yellow to green. These sand dragon scales were even weaker than those of the little dragons, so the slashing sword encountered almost no resistance, creating a deep, smooth cut. Lin Lin struck down a sand dragon with a few strikes. As the dragon fell to the ground with a dull thud, a fiery red glow emanated from the slashing sword. Pouring the slashing sword's energy into his shield, Lin Lin was about to attack another sand dragon, when he suddenly noticed an orange and green shadow pressing down on a sand dragon in front of him, biting and ripping at it. Lin Lin's expression was a little strange. This couldn't be the one he had fed earlier. However, his doubts didn't affect his movements at all. The sonic boom's effect wouldn't last long, and he had to reduce the number of sand dragons as much as possible during this period to prevent them from interfering with the subsequent hunt for the Sand Dragon King. Another series of slashes, taking out a sand dragon while simultaneously recharging the sword's energy, was enough to dislodge them. Unfortunately, they had already begun to recover from the daze caused by the sonic boom and were gradually rising to their feet. Not far away, the Sand Dragon King, similarly jarred by the sonic boom, had recovered first. Now, roaring angrily, he twisted his body and charged towards them at a rapid speed. TSK! Lin Lin glanced at the remaining 3 sand dragons before focusing his attention on the charging Sand Dragon King. He had thought taking out 2 was his limit, but the unexpected appearance of the yellow speed dragon offered him a pleasant surprise. With one more kill, the pressure he faced later would be much less. Lin Lin watched the Sand Dragon King swiftly approach. He seized the opportunity to thrust his sword into his shield, twisting his waist and body, holding the shield in front of him, while redrawing his slashing sword. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed in quick succession. The first was the Sand Dragon King's head slamming into the protective shield. The second was the arc of electricity exploding between the shield surface and the Sand Dragon King's head. The dull pain in his head made the Sand Dragon King pause, shaking his head from side to side. When the pain subsided, he cast a fierce glare at the tiny creature before him. The creature wasn't large, but its scales were quite tough. Lin Lin slid back several meters on the sandy ground before stabilizing himself. He glanced down at the shield, its outer surface emitting a faint red glow, and grinned. The move just now, called Attribute Enhanced Spinning Slash, utilizes centrifugal force to activate a special mechanism within the shield, channeling the energy stored in the charging device onto the shield surface, thereby strengthening it for a short period of time. As for the effect of the enhancement, the overflowing energy triggers a small explosion upon impact, counterattacking the attacker while also neutralizing some of the attack's force, thus reducing the impact on the hunter. Of course, the most important point is that only by entering the shield enhanced state can the shield axe's most powerful move, the ultra high power attribute release slash, be unleashed. It's not that super release can't be used without shield enhancement. It's simply that super release, the shield axe's ultimate move, is so powerful in a single attack that a normal shield can't withstand the load, easily causing the internal mechanism to malfunction. Therefore, for the sake of safety, no hunter would choose to take this risk, and Lin Lin was no exception. Lin Lin looked up and saw the Sand Dragon King charging toward him again. With a wry smile, he charged forward without hesitation. He had even blocked the dragon chariot, aided by inertia, proving that despite its size, it lacked overwhelming power. So what else could he say? The yellow speed dragon felt the world was changing too rapidly, finding it incredibly difficult to adapt. Just a few minutes ago, its life was hanging by a thread, practically facing certain death. Suddenly, a roar erupted, and the swarm of sand dragons surrounding it suddenly emerged from the sand, belly up. Without a moment's pause, it seized the opportunity and leaped onto one of the sand dragons, tearing at it frantically, squeezing the paralyzing venom from its fangs with all its might. Finally, it stomped on the dragon's head and tore its throat apart. At that moment, it felt that even its former boss, the Yellow Speed Dragon King, was no match for its might. The next moment, it saw the human who'd been willing to feed it the previous evening, wielding a machete, dispatch a sand dragon with a single, effortless blow, as if it were just a small, salted fish, not a foe it would risk its life to slay. When the other person's gaze fell upon it, Huang Salong admitted it nearly had a frightened reaction. Luckily, the person merely glanced at it before running off to another sand dragon. He probably meant no harm to it. Right? After all, the person had allowed it to enjoy his catch and even given it a large, unforgettable steak. Thinking of it this way, this human treated it better than its previous boss, and seemed even more powerful. Besides not being a Huang Salong, he was the perfect leader in its eyes. After watching the Sand Dragon King, who had repeatedly defeated the Yellow Speed Dragon King, charge at this human, but failed to gain any advantage, Huang Sulong's thoughts grew even stronger. After all, isolated Yellow Speed Dragons would eventually form a pack, so why couldn't this Yellow Speed Dragon King be human? Having found his place in the pack, Huang Sulong suddenly felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. In reality, everything was no different. His boss was competing with the other boss for territory, so he simply needed to hold off the other boss's minions, just as he had done before. Although it was practically impossible for a single Yellow Speed Dragon to hold off 3 sand dragons, he couldn't just give up because he couldn't. In the harsh natural environment, how could a pack leader accept him if he didn't demonstrate his value as a minion? So, Huang Sulong leaped up and landed on the head of a sand dragon that was about to attack Lin Lin, simultaneously opening his mouth and spitting a mouthful of paralyzing venom at another nearby one. As for the farthest sand dragon, Huang Sulong was completely powerless, unable even to attract its attention. As Huang Sulong watched, a rather short figure leaped out, wielding a cat pickaxe and striking the sand dragon on the head. Hey meow! The tiny phalanx wasn't very strong, and the bone pickaxe wasn't very sharp. It only inflicted a small cut on the sand dragon's head. This injury was insignificant for a nearly 10-meter-long sand dragon, but the pain instantly captured its attention, causing it to forget its original purpose of helping its leader and focus its attention on the nasty little creature. Chapter 57. Meow meow meow! Seeing the giant monster set its sights on him, Coconut Date quickly sheathed its weapon and bolted towards the oasis. It clearly remembered Lin Lin's pre-battle instructions. On relatively firm ground, these creatures would pose a much less threat. The sand dragon, without a second thought, chased Coconut Date. Seeing this, the Yellow Speed Dragon, having just been thrown off its head by a sand dragon, saw the scene and its eyes lit up, following suit. Fearing the other 2 sand dragons wouldn't follow, it deliberately turned its head and let out a few provocative roars to attract them. Thus, thanks to the efforts of Coconut Date and the Yellow Speed Dragon, only one Sand Dragon King remained on the bustling desert, battling Lin Lin. Another bite was blocked, and the Sand Dragon King's head was dizzy from the energy explosion on the surface of his shield. Furious and anxious, he took 2 steps back and roared. Where are all my minions? Come over here and beat this guy up. Lin Lin stood there, panting heavily. His right hand, holding the shield, felt sore and numb. The intense fight had been exhausting, leaving him no time to catch his breath. But at least in the end, he only lost a considerable amount of energy, while the massive figure opposite him had sustained several bleeding wounds. His telepathic perception had been locked onto the figure before him. Noticing the Sand Dragon King was about to move, Lin Lin didn't even bother to catch his breath. He thrust his sword into his shield and slashed down with his axe at the Sand Dragon King's head. The axe was nearly as wide as its skull. If it had hit, what would have happened? The Sand Dragon King didn't dare to take the blow head-on and quickly turned away. However, its massive body couldn't be more agile than a human's. Lin Lin only adjusted his steps slightly, and the axe left a narrow, bloody wound on the Sand Dragon King's body. The blow landed, and Lin Lin unhesitatingly dismantled his sword and shield, launching a spinning slash into the air. However, he quickly repositioned his shield. Bang! Bang! 2 more muffled thuds echoed, and Lin Lin slid back several meters, while the Sand Dragon King howled in pain. Originally, upon seeing the detestable creature lose its shield, which was harder than a tortoise shell, the Sand Dragon King, despite the excruciating pain in his side, used his Iron Mountain lean to strike a direct blow. However, the axe suddenly transformed back into a shield, causing no damage. Furthermore, The recoil and energy explosion from the shield further widened the wound inflicted by the axe. The Sand Dragon King retreated again, his anger growing even stronger. Damn those minions. So eager during mealtimes, but nowhere to be seen when it's time to work. Although his eyesight was quite poor, his hearing was quite good. He noticed something was amiss when he roared to summon his minions. Judging from the roars in response, they were at least a kilometer or two away. When had those guys gotten so far away, repeated attacks were blocked by his tortoiseshell shield, leaving him slashed and bruised. He tried to call for his minions, but they all slipped away without him noticing. The Sand Dragon King was already thinking of retreating. He'd make a strategic shift, regroup, and then come back to finish this guy off. Deciding not to engage with this creature, the Sand Dragon King leaped forward, diving into the sand like a dive. With a few twists of his body, he completely concealed his massive form beneath the sand, leaving not even his towering fins visible. Did you get away? An inexperienced hunter would likely be on high alert at this point, fearing this creature would emerge from beneath their feet and launch a surprise attack. An experienced hunter, however, would have drawn a sonic boom grenade the moment they spotted it burrowing. But Lin Lin, constantly listening to the creature's thoughts, had already sheathed his sword and shield the moment it began to retreat, pulling a sonic boom grenade from his waist and gripping it in his hand. He waited until the Sand Dragon King had completely burrowed beneath the sand before releasing the sonic boom grenade. A little application of physics. Once completely buried, the sonic boom grenade's impact would be even greater. As expected, with a wail, the Sand Dragon King twitched and broke through the sand, leaping out, landing on the ground and hopping vigorously. Lin Lin grinned, unsheathed his sword and shield, and charged his energy bottle like he was doing gymnastics. He drew his sword, thrust his shield, and then he half-crouched, his body tightening to the right like a spring. The sword and shield snapped together with a slight grinding sound. Then, the spring released, and he swung the heavy sword and shield sideways. Inertia swung the shield to its tip, and then, locked by the mechanism, it locked, revealing the sharp edge of the axe. His right hand involuntarily released the axe handle, and only his left hand stubbornly grasped the great axe, preventing it from crashing to the ground behind him. Like a bow stretched to the full moon, he leaned backward under the weight of the shield and axe, even his right foot lifted high by the immense force of inertia. The next moment, the muscles in his calves, thighs, waist, abdomen, chest, arms, and entire body burst out with strength at the same time. His raised right leg suddenly stepped forward, and the fully drawn bowstring suddenly released. The giant axe emitted a whistling sound far exceeding that of the first swing, and it drew a semicircle from back to front, smashing heavily on the Sand Dragon King's salamander-like head. Crushing like a rotten tree, Hersey scales, flexible skin, thick muscles, hard bones. Everything shattered like potato chips under the sudden burst of force, and the Sand Dragon King's howling and twitching seemed to have been paused. The great axe sliced directly through the Sand Dragon King's head, embedding half the axe blade into the sand. But this was not the end. The energy storage mechanism within the shield axe activated, and the kinetic energy accumulated from multiple collisions transformed into brilliant arcs of electricity, transmitting to the axe blade's surface, then erupting in bursts of golden lightning. Boom, 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 boom. 5 closely linked explosions erupted from the Sand Dragon King's skull. The axe blade had previously sliced open its skull, and this grenade-like concentrated explosion shattered the Sand Dragon King's head into pieces, sending blood and flesh mixed with broken bones splattering everywhere. Lin Lin's arm trembled as he loosened the axe handle, letting the shield axe disintegrate automatically from the friction of the mechanism, transforming once again into a blood-stained sword and shield. Not bothering to wipe the blood splatter from his face and body, Lin Lin carefully stretched his body in the opposite direction. A minute later, Lin Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, put his hands on his waist, stretched it twice, and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's okay, it's just a cramp, I didn't strain my back. It was super refreshing, but the aftereffect. All I can say is, those with back problems should never touch the shield axe, or their happiness will be ruined. Pick up his bone armor again, but Lin Lin didn't have the energy to clean the blood stains from it yet, and hurriedly turned back towards the oasis. He had noticed from the corner of his eye that Coconut Date had lured a sand dragon away. Otherwise, the battle with the Sand Dragon King would have been much more difficult. I hope Coconut Date is okay. Chapter 58. Oasis. The wind and sand were blocked by low shrubs, with the occasional tall tree visible. A few tufts of weed stubbornly peeped out from the cracks in the rocks, but the greenery was ultimately just a glimpse. The entire world seemed shrouded in a blanket of gray dust. Meow, meow, meow. Elu, clad in acorn cat armor, dropped to all fours and scurried through the dust with all her might. From time to time, she glanced back, noticing the sand dragon closing in on her. She quickly quickened her pace, her meows even louder. Because the ground beneath her feet had become less sandy and harder, swimming required more energy. The sand dragon, which had been following closely behind Date, leaped from the sand, folding its legs under its belly and twisting its body like a long snake. Using the momentum of the leap, the sand dragon burst into astonishing speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. As Date turned his head, he saw the sand dragon's head enlarging in front of him, the stench emanating from its mouth almost indistinct. Without time to think, Date leaped sideways with all his might. He felt a gust of wind brush against his body, nearly knocking him off balance in midair. Thankfully, he dodged the ferocious impact. Date shook himself, shaking off the dust. He looked at the sand dragon, which had turned its head in front of him, baring its white teeth. He gritted his teeth and charged directly at it. The sand dragon couldn't understand how this tiny creature had the courage to charge him, but since the toothpick of meat was right before its mouth, it had no reason not to eat it, so it opened its mouth and rushed forward. The distance between the two sides kept closing. Seeing the sharp teeth about to fall on its head, Date Palm exerted all its strength, unexpectedly leaping high into the air. The sand dragon, anticipating the other's evasion, prepared to charge, and then follow it up with a tail swing. However, instead of dodging left and right as before, it leaped straight up, causing its brain to lag for a moment. The simultaneous charge of both parties naturally resulted in extremely high relative speed. By the time the sand dragon reacted and raised its head to bite, Date Palm had already grasped the towering fin on its back. Its sharp claws shot out from the gaps between its paw pads, piercing the membrane and firmly anchoring it to the sand dragon's spine. Finding the toothpick of flesh hanging from its back, the sand dragon, anxious and furious, leaped and thrashed, trying to shake it off. However, Date Palm held on tightly, and even when dizzy from the pads, it didn't release its grip. The sand dragon's leaps and thrashes only left it panting heavily from exhaustion. Unable to shake it off, the sand dragon grew exasperated. Despite the difficulty of flipping back onto its belly due to its anatomy, it swung sideways, determined to crush the creature into a pulp. Jujube was forced to let go of its grip, but the moment it felt the weight lifted off its back, the sand dragon lashed out with a fierce swipe of its tail, surprisingly regaining its balance. Staring back at the sand dragon's severely degraded eyes, Jujube meowed loudly, reaching into his backpack with his paw and grasping a sonic boom grenade. There was no way to lure it any further. "Boss, I've tried my best," meow. Seeing the enraged sand dragon charging again, Date was about to unleash his sonic boom bomb, when a yellow speed dragon suddenly darted out from behind him. Before any of the other beasts could react, it grabbed the armor on Date's back and took off running again. Roar! Roar! Two angry roars came from far away, and the stunned sand dragon immediately recognized them as the only two remaining members of the pack. So it roared in tandem and resumed its pursuit, ready to join its two companions in a double bread and cheese sandwich battle to take down the nasty cat and the suddenly jumping yellow speed dragon. Date was startled by the sudden monster's grip on the armor on the back of his neck, and he immediately struggled. However, held in midair, he had no support. Even his cat pickaxe was stuck in the monster's jaws, unable to be pulled out. Date's desperate struggles only slightly shifted the monster's center of gravity. "Marula, boss, I might not be able to hunt with you anymore, meow. I find a better cat next time, meow. I'm just sorry, my parents, meow. I promise to be a great hunting cat, meow." Yinza closed his eyes, but all he could hear was the whistling of the wind, not the expected pain. Meow. Yinzo opened his eyes again and turned to look. The creature holding him looked familiar, as if he had seen it last evening. Murmur. Wang Salong saw the furry creature turn its head and purr, a sound they used to express affection. He remembered clearly that when he first met the leader, this meowing little creature had followed him around to share food. He must be a member of the leader's pack. If it wanted to join the pack, besides gaining the leader's approval, building good relationships with the other pack members was crucial. However, Coconut Date was an Elliot, not a yellow speed dragon, so of course, he didn't understand the other party's signals. He thought the sound was a threat, and immediately panicked even more. "You're carrying me around all the time, one thing is for sure, but you're threatening me while you're running. What's your plan? Are you trying to keep me still so you can save some energy? Or will that make it easier for you to carry me to the table?" Coconut Date was brainstorming when Yellow Speed Dragon suddenly made a sharp turn, shaking her head and making her feel dizzy and uncomfortable. A few seconds later, there was another abrupt stop. Coconut Date felt himself being flung high into the air, then plummeted heavily to the ground. Doesn't it hurt, meow? Coconut Date pressed the scales beneath him with his paw pads. They felt cold and rough. This is the monster's back, meow. There was no time for Coconut Date to be confused. 3 roars emanated from 3 different directions. Turning, he saw that he and the yellow speed dragon had been surrounded by a group of sand dragons. This was probably why the yellow speed dragon had been constantly changing direction and finally stopped there. Surrounded, meow. Feeling the yellow speed dragon stomping restlessly beneath him, Coconut Date carefully stood up from its back and patted it gently. Wait until I throw the sonic boom before running, meow. Although he didn't know why this yellow speed dragon was acting so strangely, it didn't seem to be attacking him. Instead, carrying him around seemed more like a way of saving him. For now, he considered it a friend. Chapter 59. The 3 sand dragons roared with excitement. Their exceptional hearing allowed them to constantly adjust their positions, ultimately forming the current encirclement, successfully surrounding their prey. Just as they were imagining where they would eat first after killing the 2 detestable creatures, a distant roar stumped them. Although the roar was barely audible due to the distance, the sand dragons immediately identified its source. How could it be possible? That human looked no bigger than the yellow speed dragon, yet their leader couldn't defeat him. In the eyes of these sand dragons, the Sand Dragon King was unrivaled in power. If even the yellow speed dragon king couldn't withstand it, how could the tiny human be defeated? It was precisely for this reason that they had recklessly pursued the 2 creatures all the way to this point. Glancing resentfully at the dragon, and Cat watching them warily, the 3 sand dragons responded to their leader with a long roar. They twisted their bodies, changed direction, and swam towards the battlefield between the Sand Dragon King and Lin Lin. Roar! The yellow dragon immediately wanted to give chase. It had heard the Sand Dragon King's roar. During previous battles between the Sand Dragon King and the Yellow Dragon King, the Sand Dragon King had often used this roar to call out to its minions. It couldn't let them go back and disturb its newly recognized leader at this moment. Jujube lay on the yellow dragon's back, confused as to why the yellow dragon, so vigilant just moments ago, suddenly wanted to give chase. However, this didn't stop it from launching its sonic boom bomb. With a sharp noise, the 3 sand dragons, which had just turned their heads, collapsed to the ground, twitching all over. When Lin Lin followed the trail, he found only the corpse of a sand dragon lying on the ground, and a dragon and a cat staring at each other. Lin Lin, ? Why can't I understand this scene? Date. Meow. Boss, you're okay, meow. That's great. Date turned and, upon seeing Lin Lin, immediately stopped staring at the yellow dragon. Meowing, it pounced on him, unconcerned about the blood stains it would get on him. The yellow dragon seemed excited to see Lin Lin, but after seeing Date pounce on him, it hesitated. It wanted to move forward, but feared being misunderstood. After a moment's hesitation, it settled on the ground next to the sand dragon's corpse, letting out a low, whimpering sound. This was the gesture used by the yellow dragons of the tribe to show their non-overstepping intentions when the yellow dragon king was feeding. I'm fine. Thanks to you for helping to lure those sand dragons away, I was able to successfully defeat the Sand Dragon King. Lin Lin's lips curled up. He rubbed Yeza's head and looked at the yellow speed dragon. What happened? Yeza jumped off Lin Lin, straightened his twisted helmet, and whispered about his previous experience. I launched a sonic boom, and the yellow speed dragon took the opportunity to kill one of them. The remaining 2, after recovering, must have gotten a little scared and retreated. I wanted it to take me to find Boss Ni, but it didn't seem to understand and ran after the 2 fleeing sand dragons. So I had to jump off it and go find Boss Ni on my own. It turns out after I came down, it stopped chasing the sand dragons and started following me instead. And now I see you, boss, right after I got back here. That's what happened. After Yezel finished speaking, he noticed the blood stain on his body. He instinctively tried to lick it, but the stench of blood kept him from doing so. He sighed and left the stinking mess to wash back at Rock Lark. As Yeza spoke, Lin Lin was also sensing the yellow dragon's thoughts and quickly understood its intentions. He felt a mixture of laughter and tears. I'm human, so why would you mistake me for the yellow dragon king? Yeza was right. The casually thrown barbecue did cause a disturbance, but it didn't affect the ecosystem, only him and the yellow dragon. The yellow speed dragon lay motionless, gazing at Lin Lin eagerly, clearly waiting for the leader's approval. If the leader didn't accept it, it would likely return to its previous state of near starvation. Alas, there's really nothing I can do about you. You've been so helpful, haven't you? Lin Lin walked over to the yellow speed dragon, took in its face, which to ordinary eyes would have seemed ferocious, and its sharp fangs. Then he reached out and rubbed its head. It felt alright, cool, especially refreshing in the desert's heat. The keratin on its scales, battered by years of wind and sand, wasn't very smooth. According to the yellow speed dragon's tribe, this gesture of affection should be considered a sign of the leader's approval of this member, right? Seeing that it squinted its eyes as it was petted, but didn't show any sign of rising, Lin Lin reluctantly walked over to the nearby sand dragon's corpse, pulled out his skinning knife, and cut off some material from the carcass. Ichthyosaur livers are a delicacy native to the desert, worth a fortune whether sold or eaten. Take it. Besides that, Lin Lin wasn't particularly interested in the materials from the sand dragon, so he simply picked off a few intact scales. When he stood up and stepped back, signaling his meal was over, the yellow dragon cheered, leaped over to the sand dragon's carcass, and began devouring it. As he ate, he thought to himself, the leader had only eaten the most nutritious liver, leaving all the remaining good meat for him. Sure enough, following the leader's decision was the best decision he ever made. Lin Lin's mouth twitched. If this guy had even half the understanding of race, as he did about the rules and regulations of the various yellow dragon tribes, he wouldn't have mistaken him for the king of the yellow dragons. He was probably a freak among all the yellow dragons. While the yellow dragon was eating, Lin Lin took out a whetstone and began polishing his bone armor. Killing the Sand Dragon King with a single super-release blow was a thrilling experience, but cleaning and polishing this bloody, mud-stained weapon was a painful experience. It was too difficult. The key point is that simple weapons like katanas and greatswords only require sharpening the blade, but the delicate structure of a shield axe necessitates thorough cleaning to ensure its subsequent safe use. Thanks to the constant training and polishing of this weapon, since crossing over, Lin Lin was incredibly familiar with it, making this difficult task possible. And this was only preliminary maintenance. To ensure there were no hidden dangers, he would have to have the workshop owner inspect it after returning. Chapter 60. Lin Lin had finished polishing his weapon, and Huang Sulong had almost gorged himself. When he raised his head, his mouth, stained with blood, looked quite similar to Lin Lin and Yezo's current state. Lin Lin walked over to Huang Sulong and wiped the corner of his mouth. Let's give you a name. How about calling you Tayo Tayo from now on? Tayo Tayo? Tayo Tayo? At first, Huang Sulong didn't understand Lin Lin's babble, but after hearing him repeat a syllable, he belatedly realized that Tayo Tayo was a name for him. So when Lin Lin called out again, he roared in response. Lin Lin rubbed its head. It seems you like this name quite a bit. It's settled then. From now on, your name will be Tayo Tayo. He turned to look at Coconut Date. Let's go back to the sand boat first. Head straight to the location of the recent battle. I haven't even skinned the materials yet. Skinned? Boss, you've already killed that Sand Dragon King, meow? Of course. A mere Sand Dragon King, nothing to write home about. Lin Lin grinned. This hunt was different from the last emergency mission to hunt the Dog Dragon King. It was a one-on-one duel between him and the Sand Dragon King, starting from full health. There were no external factors interfering, and he still won. This proved that he was fully capable of the skills required of a 2-star hunter, no quibbling. Lin Lin started walking towards the sand boat, with Coconut Date following closely behind. Although Tayo Tayo didn't understand their specific words, he followed without hesitation. The sand boat they were driving was a small one, only about 9 meters long. If the space occupied by the cabin was excluded, the space on the sampan was only about 5 or 6 meters. It was fine for Lin Lin and Yeza to sit on it, but when Tayo Tayo, who was over 3 meters long, also came along, the sand boat became much more crowded. Fortunately, the yellow speed dragon was a slender creature. Despite its length, its tonnage wasn't particularly heavy. It was estimated to be about the same weight as Lin Lin with his bone armor on his back, so it wouldn't affect the sand ship's normal operation. It was the ride itself that was a bit less comfortable. Tayo Tayo had been observing the sand ship with great curiosity since following Lin Lin onto the deck. Although he had glimpsed similar creatures from afar in his past, this was the first time he had seen them so close. He scratched the wood with his claws, then sniffed the cabin. It smelled like any plant you find anywhere in the wild, but it looked completely different. It was truly strange. When Date Palm raised the sails, and the sand ship began to slowly move, driven by the hot wind, Tayo Tayo was so startled that he almost jumped off board. It actually moved? Is it alive? But judging by the leader and the cat, it didn't seem dangerous. Tayo Tayo looked around the sand ship, finally settling on the bulging sail. Just as it was about to bite it to see what it was, Lin Lin grabbed its neck and forcibly turned its head to the other side. Don't bite that. Okay, it looked like it was quite important, and the leader wouldn't let it touch it. Tayo Tayo had to give up exploring the sand ship and instead looked outside. Unnoticed, the sand ship's speed had increased dramatically, and the outside view had become blurry. All it could see was large swathes of yellow constantly being left behind, while larger swathes of yellow were constantly filling in ahead. It looked so blurry, so dizzy. Boss, we're here, meow. The date palm gradually tightened its sails, losing power, and the sand boat's speed slowly decreased, finally coming to a stop at the highest point of the dune. Tayo Tayo followed Lin Lin off the sand boat, but upon landing, he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, causing Lin Lin to quickly turn his head to see what was happening. Tayo Tayo's mouth was half open, his throat constricting, and saliva dripped from his mouth onto the sand, leaving a few wet spots. Finally, Tayo Tayo vomited up a piece of half-digested raw meat. The mincemeat fell onto the sand, and in the blink of an eye, it was coated with yellow sand, unrecognizable. Is this seasickness? Lin Lin didn't know what to do if Huang Sulong was seasick, so he could only follow his experience with humans and gently stroke its back. Whether it was his touch that worked, or whether his stomach felt less bloated after vomiting the meat, Tayo Tayo finally recovered after a few minutes. Perhaps accustomed to the food scarcity of the desert, Tayo Tayo's first reaction after recovering was to swallow the raw meat he had vomited. Lin Lin slapped him on the forehead. Look at you, you're so useless. Are you afraid I won't be able to feed you if you follow me? Tayo Tayo could only watch with regret as Lin Lin kicked the piece of meat away and strode towards the corpse of the Sand Dragon King. Huh? The corpse of the Sand Dragon King? Tayo Tayo's eyes widened suddenly. He had thought the new leader was just retreating to recuperate after a fight, preparing for another. He hadn't expected him to kill him straight away. How incredible! The Yellow Speed Dragon King had always been outmatched by it. Deeply appreciating the new leader's fighting prowess, Tayo Tayo felt a deeper respect for Lin Lin, yet also secretly proud of his own cleverness. Former boss, you never imagined you chased me away, only to find someone even better. It hadn't been long since the Sand Dragon King was defeated, and its corpse hadn't attracted any large predators yet. Of course, another possibility was that the large predators nearby were either still with Lin Lin or had been slain, leaving only a few large and small cats and kittens. In short, the Sand Dragon King's corpse was relatively well preserved. After driving off a few hate birds and chopping up the giant beetles that refused to leave after the scent of flesh and blood, the area around the Sand Dragon King's corpse was finally clear. Lin Lin didn't intend to immediately begin stripping the material. Instead, he waved to Coconut Date. Although this hunting trip had its fair share of twists and turns, at least he hadn't forgotten his original purpose, to see if Coconut Date was truly suitable to serve as his hunting cat. Initially, his only hope for Coconut Date was to maintain his initial resolve in the hunting grounds, and to be able to defend himself during his battles. It seemed that Coconut Date had not only achieved that, but had gone one better, successfully creating a one-on-one situation for him against the Sand Dragon King. Since he had decided to keep Coconut Date by his side, it was natural for him to start teaching him a few things. Boss, here I come. What do you want me to do, meow? Come here, I teach you how to skin monsters. Like this. Insert the blade of the skinning knife through the gaps between the scales, severing the connecting cortex. Then, slowly push the knife deeper and pry it in. Look, this is a sand dragon scale. Judging by the thickness, it seems a more appropriate term for it is an upper scale. Chapter 61. Come on, Coconut Date, give it a try. Lin Lin said, handing the peeling knife to Coconut Date. Aw? Me? Coconut Date looked a bit bewildered. What if I break it? Lin Lin casually waved his hand. No problem. Just consider it a chance to gain experience. Of course, the more real reason was that Lin Lin didn't really care about the materials from the Sand Dragon King. The dog dragon suit was much more useful than the Sand Dragon, and weapon enhancements wouldn't require the materials from the Sand Dragon King. If the corpse of an ancient dragon were here instead, would he dare let Coconut Date practice like this? Because no transport team was called in this time, the stripping of the Sand Dragon King's materials had to be done on site. As long as there was no danger, they naturally stripped as much material as possible. Under the combined influence of Lin Lin's meticulous guidance and the immense workload, Coconut Date's peeling skills visibly improved from rustiness to proficiency. The mission had a 7-day deadline, so theoretically, they didn't have to rush back. However, considering they had to complete enough commissions to reach 3 stars in less than a month, there wasn't much time to waste. Therefore, After stripping the materials, Lin Lin decided to hunt an ankylosaur for dinner and then immediately return. As for why he chose to hunt ankylosaurs alone when there was already Sand Dragon King meat, of course, it wasn't tasty. Only Tayo could eat it, and that was a necessary adaptation to desert life. Put two kinds of meat in front of him, and which one would he eat? The process of hunting raw meat is self-explanatory. Lin Lin only needs to appear in the sight of these hot-tempered creatures, and they will offer themselves to him, becoming steaks on the grill. During this barbecue, besides feeding himself and the dates, Lin Lin also took the trouble to test Tiao Tiao's diet. He unexpectedly discovered that he wasn't particularly interested in fully roasted meat, but rather in the rarer, seemingly even better than the raw meat he'd been eating in the wild. You kid, this time you finally had a good meal. After discovering Tiao Tiao's taste preferences, Lin Lin smiled helplessly. He grumbled, but his movements remained unaffected. After hunting, a barbecue was a great way to relieve fatigue, and a harmonious dining atmosphere could also bring people closer together. Lin Lin patiently tried his favorites, from rare to medium rare, and finally, based on his feedback, he determined that medium rare was his favorite. TSK, that sounds quite classy. As night fell, and the Milky Way hung high in the sky, the bonfire was extinguished and the journey home began. Boss, how about we take it back to Rock Lake? Date Coconut lay on Tayo's back, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Although it was a little scared of this big guy at first, after being rescued once, even though it didn't need to be, and after being very gentle in their subsequent interactions, Date Coconut felt like he had grown to like this guy, and the initial fear he had felt due to his appearance had long since been cast aside. Lin Lin reached out and stroked Tayo's head. He narrowed his eyes slightly in delight, his narrow pupils almost smiling. If we don't take it back, I'm afraid it'd die here on its own at any moment. Besides, Tayo considers him their leader. If I don't bring him along, wouldn't it be like that Yellow Speed Dragon King expelling him from the pack? It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Yazao looked a bit worried. But how do I take Meow? If Tayo is spotted near the city, there's bound to be a retaliatory force from the fortress gorillas, right? Well, actually, I have an idea. It shouldn't be a problem. Due to his terrible seasickness from his last sandboat ride, Tayo had a distinct aversion to sandboats. However, after seeing Lin Lin and Yez on board, with the sails already deployed and ready to set sail, he reluctantly hopped aboard. Lin Lin looked at Tayo listlessly lying in the cabin with amusement. After a moment's thought, he got a cloth, wet it, and gently wiped the scales on its head. Perhaps this would make it feel better? The desert temperature was freezing at night, and Lin Lin should have stayed in the warm cabin. But, worried about Tayo, he filled a bottle of hot drink and stayed by its side. However, despite the hot drink's excellent effects, the taste was truly indescribable. A single sip tingled with a burning sensation, mingled with the bitterness of the insect juice, enough to make one wear a mask of pain. Lin Lin stayed out of the cabin, because he was accompanying Tayo, and Date was even less likely to enter because he had to steer the ship. It was only because he, as a feline, had thick, long fur that he didn't need to rely on hot drinks to maintain his body temperature like Lin Lin did. The night wind blew on his body, taking away the heat, and the next moment, it was filled with the warmth stimulated by the hot drink. Lin Lin sat next to Tiao, watching it go from listless to drowsy, and then to a crystal snot bubble popping out of the tip of its nose. It should be alright. It seems as long as I don't look around as curiously as I did the first time, the seasickness won't be too severe. The night wind seemed to grow stronger, and the sand ship picked up speed. By the time the moon reached its zenith, Rockcrack's dock was already in sight. This world wasn't as peaceful as it once was. Unless there were special festivals or events, it was rare to see the bustling city at night. The daytime bustle seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. However, most people could sleep peacefully because Rockcrack had the city gorillas, a force that patrolled the city day and night, protecting it and promptly expelling and killing monsters like pterosaurs and yellow speed dragons that invaded the city. When Tayo was awakened from his sleep, he followed Lin Lin blankly. Soon after they swaggered into this magnificent rock forest, they were surrounded by several men in uniform. Sensing the hostility emanating from them, Tayo stomped the ground anxiously, lowering his body to prepare for an attack. Lin Lin hugged Tayo's neck, gently stroking its scales to soothe it. He turned to the other members of the Fortress Gorilla Squad and said, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me, okay?" The Fortress Gorilla Squad members exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Lin and nodded. The simultaneous appearance of monsters and hunters was natural, but when they appeared together, it truly challenged their worldview. The reason they didn't attack the yellow speed dragon upon discovering it had entered the city was precisely because they were confused about the situation. So let's hear what this strange hunter has to say. Chapter 62. My name is Lin Lin, a 2-star hunter. I arrived in Rockcrack not long ago. Back then, I was traveling with a 2-star dual-blade user named Connor from your fortress gorillas. Here's my hunter's notes. You can check them. Lin Lin first explained his identity to prove he wasn't a suspicious individual. However, several members of the fortress gorillas merely glanced at him from a distance and discussed a few words among themselves. They didn't rush forward to examine the hunter's notes he had produced. This was understandable. After all, there was a yellow speed dragon standing before them. What if they let their guard down and approached rashly and were attacked? Date, show them my notes. Lin Lin had to put one arm around Tio Tio's neck and could only beckon Date to come forward. The fortress gorillas members were less wary of the feline. After verifying the authenticity of the guild emblem, their doubts about his identity were dispelled, and the atmosphere calmed down slightly, less tense than at the beginning. Are you from Jian village? Yes, I came here with a senior to escort a caravan carrying Jian wood. A young gorilla, carrying a katana, nodded to his companions. Senior Connor received a mission a few days ago to escort a caravan from Jian village and protect important supplies. That seems to align with what he said. He's certainly not a suspicious individual, but doesn't that make the scene even more puzzling? What respectable hunter could stand so harmoniously with a monster? So, this yellow speed dragon. It's a bit complicated. To put it simply, it's a request from a scholar from the Jian village scribe corps. Scholars? Several armed men blinked, suddenly feeling relieved. Scholars? That wasn't surprising. Scholars the world over are basically the same. To pursue their bizarre research projects, they're willing to do anything. Can you tell me what kind of commission it is? A rather pedantic man wondered, if it's a capture commission, wouldn't it be too dangerous to allow the monster to retain its ability to move freely? Lin Lin scratched the scales on Tiao Tiao's neck. As the hostility of the fortress gorillas gradually subsided, Tiao Tiao also gradually calmed down under his soothing words. After glancing at them, he turned his head and gently nuzzled Lin Lin. How strange. The other side clearly showed hostility, yet the leader didn't fight. And after a lot of chatter, the other side subsided. Could a territorial dispute be this way? Well, this commission is quite special. It requires the monster to be in pristine condition. It's different from a capture. Lin Lin explained. He understood the other party's concerns and continued. But don't worry, it won't put anyone else in danger. Look, hasn't it calmed down? The others were silent. They had seen yellow speed dragons before, but every time they saw them, they were either attempting to attack the residents or engaging in combat. Unlike today, where they could remain peacefully at a distance of a few meters, not interfering with each other. It felt as if the yellow speed dragon hadn't wandered into a completely unfamiliar environment alone, but was staying by the leader's side, in its own territory, without a trace of unease. Lin Lin continued chattering. Even if you see it's so well behaved, and you're still worried it might get out of control, don't forget I'm a hunter too. I just hunted a sand dragon king today. I'm definitely strong enough to handle this little creature easily. There's no need to worry. The others felt Lin Lin's words made sense, and they were almost convinced. However, their sense of responsibility for the residents' safety prevented them from simply leaving it alone. After a brief discussion, the hunter with the katana on his back took a step closer, looking at him warily with a jerk, before Lin Lin quickly embraced him. We agree, but we're the fortress gorillas, responsible for the safety of the entire population of Rockcrack. It's not that I don't trust you, but everyone makes mistakes. What if this yellow dragon goes berserk again while you're away? The consequences would be unacceptable. Lin Lin's heart sank. Even after all this, was it still not possible? How about this? You can bring this yellow dragon into the city, but we have someone accompanying it to supervise it at all times, to minimize the risk of it harming anyone. Huh? Wasn't he just going to refuse outright? Lin Lin's heart trembled. After a moment's reflection, he felt the other party's proposal was quite reasonable, so he didn't refuse. That's great. This way, you can rest assured, and I can worry less too. After both sides reached an agreement, the fortress gorillas continued their daily patrols, while the young man with the katana volunteered to be the accompanying supervisor. On the quiet street, bathed in starlight, the two men walked at a distance, slowly approaching the hill behind the gathering hall, which provided shelter for hunters. To avoid an awkward silence, the young man spoke first, introducing himself. My name is Brave, and I'm from Tangia. Besides being a member of the fortress gorillas, I'm also a 2-star katana user. Tangia Port? It's a prosperous port, just as developed as Rocklark. How did this man end up in Rocklark as a fortress gorilla's gorilla? As if sensing Lin Lin's confusion, Brave smiled, his large white teeth gleaming against his tan skin. Actually, my dream is to become a great hunter. Living in seclusion in a remote area doesn't suit me. Rocklark is just the first stop on my journey to greatness. So why do you want to join the fortress gorillas? Is it because the benefits here are good? Lin Lin was simply confused. After all, it was common sense to first consider the salary when looking for a job in the original world, and there was nothing to be ashamed of discussing it. But Brave seemed a little uneasy. His goal was to become a great hunter. Talking about money was so cliché. Why couldn't he have joined the front lines of protecting the people out of concern for their safety? While it was true that he had just arrived in Rocklark and was broke, relying on gathering commissions to barely make ends meet and unable to improve his martial arts, and that he had joined after seeing the high salary, that was only a small part of the reason. Chapter 63. Amidst the casual chatter, Lin Lin soon arrived in front of the luxurious hunter's lodge. Brave was stunned. You live here? After living in Rocklake for a while, he was well aware of how expensive lodge rents were. Although lodges were often cheaper, as a welfare benefit for hunters, that was only compared to similarly sized residences. A luxurious palace like this would cost at least 1,000 zebras per day. We have to thank that generous little mustache president. Lin Lin sighed, leading Date and Tayo Tayo inside. Seeing Brave still standing outside, with no intention of following him in, he turned and asked curiously, "Aren't you coming in?" Brave curled his lips, looking at the simple, elegant door. It was much better than the bunk bed he was living in. But despite feeling envious, following in would seem rather inappropriate. He shook his head. No need. I'm only following to ensure the residents' safety. As long as this yellow speed dragon doesn't leave the confines of this hut, it's fine. Alright. Lin Lin didn't persuade him any further. After closing the door, he stretched and headed for the bathroom. The reason he didn't submit the commission at the gathering place first was because he was stinking and wanted to take a shower first, wasn't it? As Lin Lin ran the shower, Tayo Tayo curiously surveyed the surroundings. The smooth marble floor was a bit slippery, forcing him to slow down. Is this the leader's habitat? It looks a bit cramped. Although the environment is relatively enclosed and appears safe, what about food and water? Tayo Tayo, meow. Come here, meow. Tayo Tayo looked over to see Coconut Date standing in front of a large wooden box, bouncing and jumping. Confused, he slowly walked over and, at Coconut Date's signal, lay down. Coconut Date stepped forward to untie the large bag draped on either side of Tayo Tayo's body, and sorted the collected materials into the storage box. Fortunately, Lin Lin had covered this in his previous instruction, so he wasn't so confused as to sort them out. Tayo Tayo shook himself, feeling a sudden sense of relief. When they disembarked from the sand boat, the leader had deliberately placed the 2 heavy bags on him. They still smelled of the Sand Dragon King's blood. He didn't understand what this meant at first, thinking it was some kind of special ritual. Now he finally understood. He was just asking him to carry things. It peeked inside the storage box. Besides various plant fruits, it found only rocks, insects, and monster scales. None of it looked edible. Why was the leader collecting all that? Shouldn't the meat be brought back when storing food? Huh? Alright, meow, sorting done, meow. Almost instantly, Lin Lin poked his head out of the bathroom, and called out to the dragon and cat. Date cheered and ran over. Tayo Tayo looked a little bewildered, but after another call from Lin Lin, it scrambled to its feet and followed. The bathroom was filled with steam, a blanket of white. Date removed its protective gear, and plopped into the large wooden barrel Lin Lin had prepared for it, letting out a satisfied sigh. Tayo Tayo's eyes widened, staring at the mist in the room in disbelief. Having lived in the desert his entire life, the most abundant water source he had ever encountered was a small lake. He couldn't comprehend the dreamlike scene before him. Lin Lin also removed his blood-stained armor, now wearing only his shorts. He waved to Tiao Tiao. Come here, I give you a bath. Lin Lin raised the shower head, and began to rinse the bewildered Tiao Tiao like he was washing a car. At first, the creature was startled, but then, feeling the warmth of the water rushing over him, he quickly relaxed and wanted to lick the water from the ground. Lin Lin quickly aimed the shower head at Tiao Tiao's mouth, complaining helplessly, "There's always clean water if you want to drink. Can you please stop licking that dirty water?" The clear, sweet water poured into his mouth, and Tiao Tiao subconsciously swallowed several large gulps. Then he realized that with such an abundant water supply, there was no need to treasure even the smallest puddle of water, as he had in the past. It was truly marvelous. This lair, with its near-total lack of vegetation and seemingly devoid of any water source, possessed such an abundant supply. Any monster in the vast desert would be daunted by the thought. Every moment spent with the leader made me deeply aware of the correctness of this choice. After giving Tao Tao a few sips of water, Lin Lin resumed his car wash. Not content with simply rinsing, he even took out a bar of soap and lathered Tao Tao's body. The slippery, greasy feeling was quite novel. After rinsing off the lather, Lin Lin glanced at the grayish-yellow water on the ground, then at Tao Tao's vibrantly colored scales, looking brand new from the factory, and grinned. "Alright, I'm finally clean. Here, see that big water tank over there? If you're thirsty, come drink from there." Dates could wash themselves, so he didn't have to worry about it. So after washing Tao Tao, he could finally wash himself. Lin Lin stretched, stepped into the tub, and lay down comfortably. Although the water wasn't as clear as Aegean's, and the temperature wasn't as constant as there, just being able to take a bath in the desert was a great pleasure. Lin Lin and Dates were both enjoying a comfortable bath, and Tao Tao, whose brain had almost stopped working due to the overwhelming amount of new things, finally adjusted. Lifting his feet, and walking cautiously on the slippery floor, Tao Tao looked around the bathroom. When his eyes shifted to the dog dragon armor hanging on a shelf nearby, he froze again. "Isn't that the leader's scales?" He turned his head to look at Lin Lin, who was sighing contentedly in the tub. His muscles weren't bulging dramatically. While his muscles were clearly defined and looked as solid as rock, he lacked the scales and carapace for defense, and his skin didn't look particularly tough. After repeatedly turning his head left and right, Tao Tao suddenly recalled a scene he had witnessed long ago, when he was still a newly born dragon, in the vast desert at night. Playful in his youth, unaware of the dangers of the outside world, he had unknowingly strayed from his pack's territory and arrived near a cave. Roar, owl, owl! A remarkably loud, almost dizzying roar suddenly erupted, followed by a terrifying dragon with pearly fur flying out of the cave, its body crackling with blue-green electricity. The terrifying pressure from the Heinich monster had left his mind blank, leaving only the shadow of death. But as he foolishly waited for death, a large purple spider suddenly leaped from the shadows, completely ignoring his presence and pouncing directly on the terrifying dragon. Chapter 64. In a one-sided slaughter, the terrifying dragon was no match for the giant spider. Even with its frantic struggles, it could not escape death. As the dragon died, young Tao Tao witnessed the giant spider peeling off its skin and covering it with it piece by piece. Although the giant spider never once glanced at it, and the memory of that blood-enlightening scene faded with the passage of time, the unsettling fear remained, awakened only at this moment. It was so similar to the scene before him. To protect a relatively vulnerable part of itself, it stripped the scales of another monster and draped them over its own body. Tao Tao instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling the urge to escape for the first time. But after quickly reviewing his experiences since meeting the leader, Tiao Tiao suppressed his urge. No, the leader treated him well, sharing his food and helping him clean himself. He certainly wouldn't peel off his skin and drape it over himself. Lin Lin had been relaxing in the bathtub, eyes closed, when he suddenly sensed a simmering unease nearby and couldn't help but turn his head. After carefully sensing Tiao Tiao's thoughts, he was speechless. He hadn't expected him to have such experiences in his childhood, leaving such a scar on him. A strange dragon, and a skeleton spider. This little creature's luck was hard to pin down. On the positive side, it was quite unfortunate to encounter these 2 monsters. On the negative side, the 2 monsters were so engrossed in their battle that neither paid any attention to it, allowing it to escape and survive. However, I still had to find a way to dispel this psychological trauma. Although I managed to calm down now, it still posed a hidden danger. "Tao Tao, come here." Lin Lin stood up from the bathtub and walked over to his armor. "Ouch!" Tao Tao glanced at the dog dragon armor with some fear and slowly crawled over. Lin Lin directly buckled the dog dragon helmet onto Tao Tao's forehead. Although it didn't fit at all, he was able to secure it with the straps. Tao Tao panicked and tried to dodge, but Lin Lin tapped him hard on the forehead, causing a sharp pain. He struck the helmet again with the same force, but the same force, passing through the helmet's barrier, only made him feel a slight sensation and a muffled sound. "Get it? This thing is just armor. There's nothing to be afraid of." Tao Tao stopped shrinking back. He repeatedly pondered the difference between the 2 times his leader had hit him, and a new understanding dawned on him. Was the leader trying to tell it that its armor wasn't as strong as this thing's, and that it wouldn't peel its skin to protect itself? Lin Lin facepalmed. This guy seemed to have misunderstood. But Tao Tao had calmed down, and Lin Lin didn't try to change its mindset any further. At worst, he could use the materials from King's Salon to build this guy a set of armor. That would eventually make him understand, right? It considered him the boss, so Lin Lin naturally accepted him as a subordinate. Treating one subordinate with kindness was natural, and it had nothing to do with the strength of its armor. Taking off his Golong helmet, Lin Lin no longer felt like continuing his bath. He simply took the shower and began cleaning his and Yez's armor. The bloodstains hidden in the crevices of the armor were difficult to clean, and soap alone was too much of a struggle. Jujube felt a little dizzy from soaking himself. Seeing Lin Lin start cleaning his armor, he staggered to his feet and tried to do it himself. Lin Lin didn't stop them. The man and the cat lathered the floor, a dragon lying quietly behind them watching. What a hassle, meow. If only I had some foaming liquid, meow. It would definitely clean all this up, meow. But that kind of cleaning agent is too expensive, meow. Lin Lin stretched his limbs and corrected himself. Strictly speaking, foaming liquid isn't a cleaning agent, but a fluid produced by the venomous dragon. Those monsters tend to live near clean waters and aren't found in deserts. They're expensive here because of the high transportation costs. Huh? Is that so? Boss, have you seen the kind of monster, meow? Lin Lin paused for a moment. Well, I guess I've seen it. It's a very beautiful monster. Some hunters have nicknamed it the enchanting dance. You can probably imagine it. Down. Can a monster be called beautiful, meow? You know when you see it later. Lin Lin paused. By the way, that monster's danger level is 5 stars, on par with rat halos and ceratops. Meow meow meow. Haha, don't worry, the bubble fox dragon is actually a pretty gentle monster. As long as you don't make it angry, it's not dangerous. Boss, you're amazing, meow. You know all that, meow. Ahem, Lin Lin nodded slightly awkwardly. Actually, this was all from the ecological CG, and it was hard to say whether it would be true in real life. There's no need to think too far ahead now. I'm only 2 stars, so I'm far from ready to face a monster like that. After cleaning, Lin Lin handed the purse to Date, asking it to check if there were any night markets open and bring back some fresh ingredients for storage. For safety reasons, he had to stay with Tayo Tayo, so Date had to do this task. Boss, meow, that Brave is still out there. Loch Lark was indeed a bustling city. It seemed quite quiet at night. Date had actually found a night market. Date, covered in bags, struggled to push the door open and called out to Lin Lin. Lin Lin peeked outside and saw Brave sitting alone on a large rock not far from the house. Seeing Lin Lin peeking out, he smiled at him. Seeing him shivering involuntarily from the night chill, one could imagine that he had been sitting outside like this the entire time they were bathing. Lin Lin put on his dried armor again and approached Brave. Don't you need to change shifts? You're the only one standing there like this? Brave sniffed and grinned. It's my duty. Besides, it won't be long. I change shifts at daybreak. Lin Lin shook his head, feeling sorry for the guy sitting outside, and beckoned him inside. Come in. It's too cold outside at night. Even a hunter can't stand it. I need a midnight snack. Would you like some? Brave opened his mouth, but didn't say no. Thank you. Lin Lin gave him a thumbs up. You're welcome. Chapter 65. In the spacious living room, Brave and Tayo Tayo huddled on separate sofas, staring at each other. They stared at each other for a long time, finally looking away when Lin Lin brought over a plate of sliced barbecue. Try this. I've marinated the barbecue in honey. Since it's a late-night snack, I didn't cook too much. Lin Lin placed the plate on the table, then turned around and offered Tayo Tayo the medium-rare steak he had reserved for her. Then he sat down at the table. Brave looked at Tayo Tayo quietly munching on a steak with a strange expression, then glanced at Lin Lin. That doesn't look like a yellow speed dragon at all. Lin Lin shrugged. I think so too. He wasn't particularly hungry, so he just picked up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you know about the Fa-hound? Brave's cheeks puffed as he swallowed with difficulty. I think I've heard of it, but I can't quite remember. It's a Fa-hound monster from Yanhua village. It's not a target to be hunted, but a companion who accompanies the hunters there through thick and thin. Well, let's put it this way, the relationship between the hunters there and the Fa-hound is like the relationship between us and the feline. Is that true? Brave's eyes widened. Whether it's true or not, we know for sure when we see it with our own eyes. Lin Lin took a sip of juice. I think Tayo Tayo's situation is somewhat similar to that of the tooth hound, or rather its ancestors. A symbiotic relationship that began with sharing food. Perhaps in a few decades or centuries, the yellow velociraptor will give rise to a new subspecies called the hunting velociraptor? Bref had reservations about this theory, but judging by its temperament, this yellow velociraptor was indeed unprecedentedly docile. Perhaps concerns about it harming humans could be put aside for a moment. He decided to try it himself before making a judgment. Do you mind if I try to approach it? Well, you have to see what it thinks. So Brave crouched down, his whole body tense, ready to evade at any moment, and inched closer to Tayo. Guh. Tayo bared his teeth at Brave, a threatening growl emanating from his throat. How could this guy be so aggressive? This guy had invaded their nest, and they ignored him because their leader hadn't driven him away and instead shared their food with him. Why was this guy coming over again to try to steal their food? I hate humans who have no sense of boundaries. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. He walked over to Tayo and stroked its scales. My advice is, don't approach it while it's eating. Brave, You know how unconvincing it is when you talk like that. So Brave waited patiently until Tayo had completely gnawed the bone and lay there digesting his food before he tried approaching again. Lin was right beside him, so Tayo ignored him when he saw he wasn't moving. But instead of giving up, he boldly reached out and touched him. Tayo couldn't help but turn his head and grit his teeth again. Seeing him startle and quickly retreat, he finally lay back down. How's it going? Seeing Brave thoughtfully, Lin sat on the floor next to Tayo and looked at him. If it can remain in this state, the danger isn't that high, but can you guarantee that? Can you guarantee that you won't get hurt on every hunt? Lin asked. So, while supervision is still necessary, I think we can relax a bit and save so much manpower and resources. Why don't you just let me do it myself? Lin raised an eyebrow. I have no objection, but are you sure you want this? Of course. The next day, when Brave knocked on the door again, Lin saw him standing there, dressed in a metal suit. What's this? The leader agreed to my request. I will be fully responsible for monitoring Tayo while he's within Lockreck's range. So you changed into this armor? Yes, that way, you don't have to worry about his attacks breaking through his defenses. Lin nodded. Well, since you're here, you be the one guarding Tayo. I still have to go to the gathering place to turn in my mission. Huh? Don't worry, Coconut Date will stay here with you. Tayo didn't recognize Brave in his new armor at first, and was extremely wary. But after carefully examining his scent, and realizing it was the same human from yesterday with no sense of boundaries, he grumbled and ignored him. I'm relieved to see you two get along so harmoniously. Lin nodded, gave him another warning and then left. Tayo, I'm going out for a while. Behave yourself at home. Not long after walking a short distance, Lin spotted a familiar figure wearing a swift dragon suit and quickly greeted him. Rachel Senpai. At this moment, the man was talking to a tall girl in a novice hunter outfit. He turned and saw Lin appear, nodding. You're back? Was the hunt going well? It's guaranteed to go smoothly, but there were a few, well, not so troublesome incidents. Lin didn't dwell on the conversation, instead looking at the tall girl. Who is this? Before Rachel could say anything, the girl bowed. Hello, Senior Lin. My name is Cheyenne. I'm currently studying at the Rocklark Hunter Training Camp. Ms. Rachel is my instructor. Huh? Lin looked at Rachel in surprise. When did you become an instructor at the training camp? Rachel pointed to the luxurious hunter's cabin behind her. Do you really think you're living here for free? Lin blinked. Isn't it? It's a favor, and it has to be repaid. Rachel sighed. Why are you acting just like Kevin? He didn't teach you for very long. Lin, Ababa. So? I'm living in someone else's house for free, and that mustachioed fellow brings that Ansha girl over to ask about my well-being, and finally expresses his frustrations about the lack of training for the new recruits at Rocklake, hoping for some insignificant guidance. What can I do? Oh. Lin turned back to Ziyuan. So? Was he being saddled? Ouch. Lin covered his head and looked back at Rachel with a grin. Ziyuan's a good girl. She's eager to learn, and I don't mind teaching her. Besides, she uses a heavy crossbow. Now Lin understood. Oh, isn't this her junior sister? A direct descendant of hers. Unlike him, who wields a shield and axe, she can't teach him much even if she wants to. Rachel glanced up at the sky and waved at Lin. It's getting late. The training camp is waiting for me. I have to go first. But you can't let your guard down. If you don't reach 3 stars and reach Fengshan Maru, I give you a good beating. Lin chuckled. Don't worry, Senior. I complete the mission. Chapter 66. Locklake Gathering House. The mission went smoothly. After receiving his reward, Lin Lin casually checked the commission wall to see if there were any suitable commissions. It was a shame that gathering missions still made up the majority of the low-star commissions. Large monster hunting commissions weren't always available. Thinking about the number of missions required to reach 3 stars, Lin Lin sighed and, with a pinch of his nose, accepted a commission to gather tropical strawberries. Although gathering missions were boring, he endured them for the sake of reaching 3 stars. In the absence of hunting missions, Lin Lin had been working tirelessly on gathering missions to meet the promotion requirements. To prevent Tayo Tayo from getting into trouble while he was away, Lin Lin had to bring him with him on every mission. Originally, it was just to avoid trouble, but he hadn't anticipated that Tayo Tayo, as a yellow speed dragon, would instinctively assist his leader in hunting. Its keen sense of smell also served him well. He gave it something to sniff, and once they reached the hunting grounds, Tayo Tayo would discern the direction from the faint scent molecules in the air, leading Lin Lin straight to the target. Sometimes, Lin Lin thought, Tayo Tayo really was a bit like a hound, not only in smell but also in some of his actions. It's also worth mentioning that Brave had been accompanying him on recent gathering missions. He said it was to better supervise Tayo Tayo, but to Lin Lin, it seemed more like he'd been itching to do something after spending so much time in the city. But for gathering commissions, having more people saved a lot of trouble, so Lin Lin let him tag along. After spending some time together, Tayo Tayo and Brave gradually began to become familiar with each other. While they were still far from being completely submissive, they were at least less hostile. An indirect result of this was that, after witnessing Tayo Tayo's performance in the hunting grounds, Brave also began to talk about getting a yellow velociraptor to follow him. Lin Lin suggested, instead of hoping to meet a yellow velociraptor with Tayo Tayo's personality, why not go to Yanhua village and get a tooth hound? Lin Lin sat at the table, one hand resting on his cheek, and thought of Brave's initial incomprehension and current envy, and he couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of two hounds, after this feast in the Great Desert, it's time to consider a trip to Yanhua village. Hey, diligent hunter, what are you thinking about? The girl in the red dress handed him a beer, and sat down beside him. Lin Lin took the glass and took a sip, grinning. This low-alcohol beer suited his taste quite well. It wasn't too strong or spicy, but it had a unique mellow aroma. More importantly, it was cheap. Is it in Xia? What else could you expect? A hunting commission for the Sand Dragon. How's it going? Any news? It's been half a month since he started hunting the Sand Dragon King. Almost 5 days ago, he had accumulated enough 2-star missions. For the past 5 days, Lin Lin had been squatting in front of the commission wall in the gathering hall almost every day, intently waiting for the urgent hunting commission for the Sand Dragon. And Xia picked up the glass and took a sip herself, but it wasn't wine in her glass, but sea buckthorn juice. TSK, little coconut couldn't stand hearing this. That's why I came here. Just received word that a sand dragon attacked a caravan from Tangia Harbor, leaving them stranded in the desert and in urgent need of rescue. I guess an emergency request will be issued soon. Lin Lin jumped to his feet, his expression filled with excitement. Finally, after all these days, this guy finally showed up. I take the request now. Wait a moment, we're still processing the paperwork. The task hasn't been issued yet. And Xia's message was indeed timely. A few minutes later, Lin Lin saw a poster girl approaching to post a new request. As soon as she let go, he peeled off the red-marked document. Hunting mission, emergency sand dragon attacking caravan. Mission description, hunt sand dragon. Reward, 6300 Z. Processing fee, 700 Z. Mission location, desert. Time limit, 2 days. Client, the Mustachioed Guild Master. Just received word that a sand dragon has attacked a caravan from Tangia Harbor. The caravan members are now trapped. The situation is urgent. Hunters are requested to rescue them as soon as possible. Time is short, and the mission is important. Lin Lin thanked Xia and hurried back to the hunter's cabin. He had already packed his things and was ready to go hunting as soon as he received the commission. Inside the cabin, Brave reached out to touch Tayo Tayo's scales, but the dragon swiped his hand away with a tail without even turning back. Brave didn't react, only sighing helplessly, such a good temper. How come Lin Lin is so lucky? Why can't you just stay with me? Still coveting my Tayo Tayo? If you have the time, why not go to Yanhua village yourself? At least the Fahound breeding system there is quite mature, and Tayo Tayo is 1 in a million. Brave turned to see Lin Lin, still talking, his hands moving without stopping. He quickly stuffed the package into his pocket and, calling out to Coconut Date and Tayo Tayo, was about to leave. Huh? Wait, what are you doing? How did you know I had received an urgent mission to hunt the sand dragon? Bray's mouth twitched. I hadn't even asked yet. Lin Lin fastened his protective gear and placed the package on Tayo Tayo's back. After all this hunting time, Tayo Tayo had become accustomed to using it as a transport truck. I'm not going to waste any more time. I need to get going. A caravan from Tangia Port is trapped in the desert by a sand dragon. Brave jumped to his feet, just as Lin Lin had before, but his focus was different. The caravan from Port Tangia? Yeah, what's the problem? Breath looked a little flustered. No, I have to go too. Lin Lin's why was still on his lips as he suddenly remembered what Brief had said before. He wasn't from Rocklac, but from Port Tangia. Could it be? Sure enough, Brief took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I invited my parents to Rocklac for the Harvest Festival. They told me they'd be coming with the caravan, and I was worried. Lin Lin understood. He patted Brief's shoulder. Get ready quickly. You don't have much time to waste. Blaze. Breath shook himself, showing off his alloy suit. He patted the iron sword behind him. I can leave now. Don't you have some healing potions and whetstones ready? Melee hunters are convenient. If Senior Rachel were here, wouldn't she have spent hours preparing the ammunition? Chapter 67. Yellow sand blew across the undulating dunes. In a sunken area, sheltered from direct sunlight, several figures sat around a makeshift shack built from a few wooden planks, sighing dejectedly from time to time. When will the guild send hunters to rescue us? A boy, about 7 or 8, pursed his lips, his voice trembling unconsciously. Soon, soon. A nearby woman, her long hair tied to one side, gently patted his back, offering soothing words, but unable to conceal her worry. At the doorway of the shack, the lean man turned and said, the peregrine falcon that called for help has been released for a day. If we're lucky, and it successfully reaches Rocklac, the rescue hunters should be leaving soon and should arrive tonight. Across from the young man, a weary-looking man exhaled and looked at the lean man, asking, Mike, will our supplies hold up? Mike sighed. As much as I like to say it's enough, the truth is, it's not. The appearance of that frenzied sand dragon made. We're caught off guard. With what we have now, we can manage sparingly with drinking water, but cold and hot drinks are truly insufficient. You've experienced before how difficult it is to survive in the desert without these things. The man turned to look at the two people beside him, his Adam's apple bobbing. I don't want my share, but my child and my wife. Hand. The woman anxiously grasped the man's hand, but he shook his head. I'm strong enough to handle this without the cold or hot drinks. Mike gritted his teeth. Don't worry, we prioritize women and children. We've always done that. As the men were talking in hushed voices, a figure suddenly slid down from the dune, their voices thick with nervousness. Captain, that sand dragon has appeared again. It's heading this way. Is this thing incessant? Mike pounded the ground angrily. This damn beast. The caravan was just passing by, unprovoked, yet it charged at them like a dead horse, forcing them to flee. And still not satisfied, it haunted them like a ghost. Taking a few deep breaths, Mike grabbed his backpack. I distracted. Hand grabbed his hand. Seeing the questioning look he gave him, he shook his head and lowered his voice. My son has wanted to be a great hunter since he was little, and I've also gained a better understanding of hunters' methods. Let me do it. Mike glanced at the boy subconsciously, and Hunter added, another one. His fingers tightened and loosened their grip on the backpack, and Mike finally let go with a sigh. I must survive. Hunter picked up the backpack and glanced at it, then turned back to look at his wife and child. Under their pleading gazes, he pursed his lips and turned to rush out, leaving only 2 firm words. I must. The woman covered her mouth and sobbed. The boy tried to rush out to pull his father back, but his mother held him tightly. Mike stared at them, speechless for a long time, until a nightmare-like roar rose and faded away. Finally, mother and child collapsed, kneeling on the sand, unable to suppress their sobs. The sky darkened, the sails bulged, and the sand ship, maneuvered by Date, steamed ahead at full speed. We should be almost there. Lin Lin estimated the time and turned to look at Brafe, who was clutching the iron knife. His impatience worried him. Are you really okay facing the sand dragon in your current state? How about I fight it while you go search and rescue? Bref's eyes flushed, and he shook his head. I'm fine. The sand dragon is a very territorial monster. No other dangerous monsters will appear in its territory. As long as we take it down, the caravan will be safe. Lin Lin glanced at him, but ultimately said nothing more, only offering a warning. Don't try to be brave after this fight. That guy's got a tough case. Our weapons will definitely bounce off him. Brave took a deep breath. I understand. Just then, Tayo, who had been lying quietly on the deck, suddenly raised his head and tried to stand up uncomfortably, but then fell back down due to seasickness. Tayo, what's wrong? Tayo glanced up at Lin, then twitched his nose and let out a low growl. Lin's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at Jujube. Turn a little over there. There's a smell of blood. Brave's heart suddenly grew nervous, but as a 2-star hunter, he knew he probably couldn't fight in his current state. So, after taking a deep breath, he distracted himself with a joke. You have a pretty sharp nose. You can even smell this? Lin's mouth twitched as he glanced at Tiao, sprawled on the deck. He thought, it seems I wasn't paying enough attention to this guy. I didn't even notice Tiao's unusual behavior. Soon, the fine sandy ground became increasingly rough, with coarse pebbles forming, and the sand gradually transformed into rock. Low vegetation also grew around it. This was another oasis, and unlike the half-dead oasis from the Sand Dragon King hunt, this one was more similar to the one at Lokrak, growing on a rocky platform. Judging by the vegetation, this oasis should have a fairly abundant water source. At this point, the sand boat was no longer suitable for navigation, so after pushing it into the nearby bushes and hiding it, the group began to advance on foot. Well, walking isn't quite accurate, because Date was riding on Tayo's back. Lin actually wanted to ride, and although Tayo didn't object, he was too heavy, shield and axe included, for Tayo's current physique made it impossible to carry him, so he gave up. As his feet touched the ground again, Tayo instantly regained his spirits. He kept sniffing the faint scent of blood in the air, and looked at Lin with excitement. Is the hunt about to begin? The target is the source of the bloody smell, right? Lin opened his mouth, but gave up on correcting himself, instead making a sharp inhalation gesture towards Tiao. Without a language barrier, Tiao had a hard time understanding him, but body language made it much easier to understand. Tiao suddenly entered a state of hunting excitement, unconsciously lowering his body and trotting briskly, following the scent molecules in the air. After more than 10 minutes, Tiao stopped and looked at the nearly 15-meter-long, heavy creature, as thick as a brown tank, with a look of doubt on his face. Chief, is this what we're eating today? Chapter 68. Lin said nothing, but the very act of drawing his weapon made his stance clear. Tayo glanced at the brown, heavy truck-like beast dragon with a hint of fear, tapping the ground nervously. After a moment, he assumed an attacking stance, ready to charge forward. Just stay hidden nearby. Lin quickly stopped Tayo and pushed him back. What about me, Meow? Keep an eye on Tayo, and keep watch for us. Report anything. Lin instructed Coconut Date, then exchanged a glance with Brave and emerged from his hiding spot. Hey! Big guy, look here! The massive creature, covered in a brown shell, was rummaging through the mud, searching for insects to eat. Suddenly, it heard a noise and turned to see two tiny creatures standing nearby, barking provocatively at it. Only after it turned its head did Lin and the others notice that, beneath its thick, hard skull, 2 or 3 centimeters to the side of its relatively small red eye, a narrow, freshly oozing blood was visible. This seemed to be the source of the bloody scent Tayo had smelled. The sand dragon was not a good-tempered monster. It had even dared to confront the horned dragon, known as the desert tyrant. Naturally, facing the provocation of the two little creatures, it showed no sign of weakness. It took a deep breath and let out a muffled thunderous roar. Lin noticed the creature inhale and immediately raised his shield. The loud sound waves, though still shocking, passed through the shield and had no effect on him. Brave, having covered his ears with his hands, was similarly unaffected. As soon as the roar ended, he immediately rushed forward. Lin shouted, then also ran towards the sand dragon, though because he was holding a knife, he wasn't as fast as Brave. Don't stand in front of it. Attack it from both sides. Understood. After roaring, the sand dragon also charged towards them, its heavy yet steady footfalls leaving a low, muffled sound with each impact. Lin and Brave could both feel the vibrations beneath their feet, but neither slowed or hesitated. Within seconds, they were on either side of the sand dragon. Brave drew his sword and slashed, the blade landing on the sand dragon's hind legs. It first sliced through the thick, sticky mud covering its carapace, dissipating 20% of the force, before sinking into the hard, thick shell. Brave pulled the iron knife back, a hint of bright red seeping from the wound he just inflicted, but that was all. The cut had penetrated 3 or 4 centimeters, sounding quite deep, but for a behemoth nearly 15 meters long, Such a wound was no more serious than a sting from a flying beetle. Tumbling backward, out of the sand dragon's reach, Brave shouted, "The mud on it will weaken its attack." The sand dragon saw the human ahead of it approaching its feet. It paused, then felt a slight pain in its right leg. Subconsciously, it swung its head, using it as a pendulum. However, Brave retreated in time, and the sand dragon's attack was missed. The airflow it created blew across his visor, emitting a low whistling sound. Brave was startled. Is this a 3-star monster? It's not even on the same level as the Yellow Speed Dragon King. If he had lashed out a bit more, he would have been crushed by this creature's head swing. Even with the protection of his alloy suit, he'd probably be unable to escape with a couple of broken ribs. The Earth Sand Dragon turned to attack Brave, giving the slower Lin an opportunity. With a flash of red light, he delivered 2 powerful slashes, slashing at the Earth Sand Dragon's left front paw. The carapace here was obviously not as hard or thick as the hind legs. Even with the mud coating, Lin's 2 strikes left 2 deep bloody marks. Although these were minor injuries to the behemoth, they were like hammering a nail into a fingernail. The wound wasn't large, but it hurt. The pain irritated the Earth Sand Dragon, which quickly turned and swung its head like a pendulum. Seeing the force of the blow sinking, Lin didn't intend to take the blow head-on, which was taller than him. He misstepped and slid backward as if on ice. He twisted his body, and swung his sword across his body. Although the strike missed, Lin's goal was simply to maintain his balance. If the strike had actually hit, it would have been disastrous. The blade would have bounced. This sliding slash was something Lin had mastered under the guidance of Senior Rachel. As a heavy crossbowman, it's hard to say how well Rachel mastered other techniques, but sliding and rolling were fundamentals, and she taught Lin with ease. As the Earth Sand Dragon shifted its target, Brave, who had just retreated, rushed forward again. A simple, vertical slash left another narrow wound on the Earth Sand Dragon's right leg, forming an X pattern with the previous wound. However, it was clear that Lin's charged double slash had inflicted far greater pain on the Earth Sand Dragon than Brave's 2 strikes. The Earth Sand Dragon remained firmly locked on Lin, not turning to pay any attention to Brave. That flying beetle-like creature? Wait until I've dealt with this nasty thing before me. This gave Brave an opportunity. The Earth Sand Dragon ignored him. Having initially planned to retreat after the first strike, Brave immediately launched a forward thrust, followed by another upward thrust. Although the damage was minimal, Brave's controlled strikes shattered the large patch of mud on the outside of the Earth Sand Dragon's right leg into fragments. These fragments peeled off in large chunks as the Earth Sand Dragon moved. Lin, being targeted head-on, had little opportunity to attack, but after noticing Brave's movements from the corner of his eye, he dodged the Earth Sand Dragon's attacks while attracting its attention. The Earth Sand Dragon raised its head high and then slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending a powerful shockwave through the area several meters around its head. Lin knew its next move the moment it raised its head, but he had just dodged an attack with a roll. Having just risen, he had no time to escape the shockwave. He could only crouch down slightly and slam the shield of his right arm directly into the ground in front of him to stabilize his center of gravity. The powerful shockwaves reached his feet, barely enough to shake Lin's form. Immediately afterwards, the Earth Sand Dragon took a step forward and raised its head high once more. It was a second blow. Chapter 69. Unable to make any further moves, Lin could only raise the shield on his right arm and insert his slashing sword into it. He held the shield axe with both hands and gritted his teeth, adopting a defensive stance. Although Brave had been attacking, he also paid a little attention to Lin's condition. Seeing Lin in dire straits, he immediately gave up on clearing the mud from other parts of his body, and directly launched his unique katana technique at the exposed right leg of the carapace. A series of air blade slashes, hoping to draw the Earth Sand Dragon's attention. However, despite the speed of the air blade slash, it took more than a second to complete. Brave had just swung the second sword when the Earth Sand Dragon's head fell heavily. Bang! Lin felt a surge of force from the shield axe transfer to his arm, then along his arm, through his torso, and finally through his legs into the ground. He slid back 5 or 6 meters on the gravel, his defensive stance completely broken. If it weren't for the shield axe fixed to his right arm, which still managed to support him, Lin would have nearly collapsed flat on his face. A trickle of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He trembled slightly as he climbed back to his feet, attempting to block the next attack from the Earth Dragon. However, as Brave launched a powerful whirling air blade, a white light flickered from his katana. The Earth Dragon howled in pain, turning its head to aim at Brave. Huh? Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed his shield axe, and watched the Earth Dragon's movements intently. He then fished out a bottle of recovery potion G from behind him, unscrewed the cap, and drank it himself. Fortunately, at the last moment, he tilted his shield slightly, converting a significant portion of the downward impact into a backward thrust, greatly reducing the force he bore. Fortunately, he wasn't facing the sand dragon alone. Upon noticing his danger, Brave was able to attract its attention. Fortunately, the sand dragon wasn't very intelligent, not understanding the principle of breaking one finger is worse than injuring 5. The green liquid poured into his mouth, transforming into a refreshing coolness that flowed through his body. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the tightness in his chest and the urge to vomit blood vanished, as if it had never occurred. Lin Lin clenched his fist again. Although his arm was still a little numb, it was no longer seriously injured. He drew his shield axe again and charged at the sand dragon. After a short while, Brave, who had been locked in a trap, was already in a state of considerable distress. After all, he lacked a shield that could save him in a critical moment, and he hadn't yet mastered advanced techniques like Makiri and Aijui. He could only rely on movement and rolling to counter the sand dragon's relentless attacks. Brave, pursued by the sand dragon, unwittingly circled to its left, prompting Lin Lin to approach the sand dragon's injured right leg. A light weapon like the katana, unlike the powerful and relentless attack of a shield axe, inflicted a narrow, long wound, but the wound was not particularly deep. This caused the sand dragon's right leg to appear bloody, though in reality, it had little impact on the dragon's movements. The previous 2 charged strikes had already accumulated considerable energy within the sword. After 2 more strikes, the blade began to emit a fiery red glow, indicating that its stored energy was nearly overflowing. Decisively bottling the shield, Lin Lin performed a brief set of exercises, then unleashed a red shield. He took a deep breath, preparing to use a charged double strike to draw the Earth Sand Dragon's attention back. The katana lacked the Makiri II technique, and its ability to survive was far inferior to the shield axe. In just a moment, he was already in imminent danger. A sharp pain shot through his right leg again. The Earth Sand Dragon turned around, instantly furious. The little bug he had just struck was back to attack him again. Damn it, how could it be so tenacious? It took a deep breath, its heart racing. Blood circulated rapidly, raising its body temperature, so much so that streams of white, hot steam erupted from the 5 vents on its head. Breath, who had been forced to face the Earth Sand Dragon head-on, shouted, "Be careful! It's going to rage!" Then, a deafening roar erupted. Brief gritted his teeth and covered his ears with one hand. His other hand, gripping the katana, couldn't cover his ears, and his head felt a buzzing sensation. Elsewhere, Lin Lin's vision was obscured by the massive thighs in front of him, preventing him from fully seeing the sand dragon. However, Brave's warning allowed him to raise his shield in front of him, successfully blocking the nearly tangible roar. Because his shield had been enhanced, its defensive capabilities had been enhanced, so the sand dragon's roar had little impact. Lin Lin took advantage of the sand dragon's mouth closing and turned to launch an air attack, stealing another blow with his slashing sword. Although this strike only left a shallow wound on the sand dragon's body, hunting large monsters doesn't always offer the opportunity to inflict a devastating blow with a single, powerful blow. More often than not, wounds accumulated over time, and continuous attacks drained the monster's stamina, ultimately leading to victory through a protracted, drawn-out battle. This time, the Earth Sand Dragon didn't attack Lin Lin with a headbutt again. Instead, it spun around and swung its tail at him, trying to force the offending creature back. This attack lacked the power of a headbutt, and Lin Lin didn't even bother dodging. He simply seized the opportunity and thrust his sword into his shield, blocking it in front of him. The tail swing only pushed him back about a meter, without significantly altering his posture. With the sound of mechanical friction, the sword and shield merged and transformed, and a large axe slashed from behind in a semicircle, slashing diagonally forward. Great relief. The Earth Sand Dragon twisted again, swung its tail in the other direction, forcing Brave to roll backward to avoid it, but the movement also caused it to point its head in Lin Lin's direction. So, when the Earth Sand Dragon saw Lin Lin again, the axe, swinging diagonally from above, struck it hard on the skull. Instantly, the thick, hard skull cracked with a cracking sound, creating several imperceptible cracks. The heavy force sent the Earth Sand Dragon's head crashing to the ground. The explosion of the grenade bottle's energy against its skull made it buzz. The Earth Sand Dragon suffered, and so did Lin Lin. The attack was powerful and heavy, but the Earth Sand Dragon's hard skull felt worse than chopping rock. The violent recoil left several bloody wounds on his knuckles, and his arm was numb from the shock. He didn't know if he was injured. Breath seized the opportunity and launched another series of air blade slashes at the heel of the sand dragon's right leg. The continuous slashing caused the white light on the blade to gradually transform into a bright yellow, and Brief's aura grew even more intense. At the press of a button, the axe automatically transformed, dismantling into a sword and shield that Lin Lin grasped once more. The sand dragon, shaking its dazed head, regained its feet. However, it was under constant attack, unable to inflict any damage. Its anger gradually subsided, and a glimmer of retreat crept into its heart. Roar! The sand dragon roared once more, then began to shake its body, flinging mud all around it in a crackling motion, hoping to restrict the enemy's movement. Chapter 70. Seeing the sand dragon begin to shake off the mud, the two hunters simultaneously retreated. While this presented a good opportunity to attack in the game, in reality, the mud shed by the sand dragon wouldn't come in large clumps. Getting even a little bit of it would significantly impact their movements, making the outcome more costly than the gains. Lin Lin sheathed his shield axe, wiped the blood from his knuckles on his body, and said gravely, "It's about to escape." Breath glanced at him in surprise. Although he wasn't sure why he made that judgment, he sheathed his sword, pulled out a dye ball, and threw it at the sand dragon. As the ball shell shattered, the pungent pink slime clung to the sand dragon's brown carapace. As expected, the sand dragon, seeing that its mud throwing had failed to restrain the opponent and only forced the two back, immediately stopped. With a roar, it left the scene with heavy steps, not looking back. Lin Lin whistled, and a moment later, Date came over, perched on Tayo Tayo. Seeing the blood on Lin Lin's hand, Date became anxious. "Boss, are you okay?" "It's okay, just a minor injury." While the recoil injury looked a bit serious, it was far less severe than the previous blow from the sand dragon's charged headbutt. With the residual effect of the healing potion he had taken earlier, the skin on his hands healed within minutes. Aside from the dried blood, everything was back to normal. Walking over to Tayo Tayo, he pulled two pieces of food from the pack on its back, tossed one to Brave, and then stood there, chewing on it. Although the previous battle was short, it had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Lin Lin didn't immediately chase after the sand dragon after it escaped, so he could replenish his stamina and maintain peak condition. Brave was even more anxious than Lin Lin. He swallowed his own food in a few gulps, then took a swig from his water sack. He let out a long sigh and looked at Lin Lin. "Keep chasing. I lost the dye ball, it can't get away." Lin Lin patted Tayo Tayo beside him, who seemed a little excited by the lingering smell of blood. "With Tayo Tayo around, there's no way we lose it." Brave's mouth twitched. He had just been acting completely on his past experience, completely forgetting that this hunt involved such a special creature. But he still said stubbornly, "I'm just adding an extra layer of insurance. Be cautious, understand?" When the sand dragon ran, its long legs were naturally much faster than Lin Lin and the others. However, it was injured and had expended considerable energy, so it couldn't keep running. It needed to stop to feed and rest, which gave Lin Lin and the others an opportunity. At the edge of a mud puddle, Brave sniffed, watching a sand dragon wallowing in the mud not far away. No wonder the scent of the dye ball has faded so much. It seems it's back to replenish its mud armor. Lin Lin patted the dragon and cat, signaling them to stay away. "Date, as before, keep an eye on our surroundings." Date's ears drooped, and he responded in a dismal tone. Lin Lin noticed his mood wasn't right and asked, "What's wrong?" "I feel so useless, meow. I can't even help when the boss is injured, meow." Lin Lin was stunned for a moment, then realized that Date's purpose in being his hunting cat wasn't to just hide behind him and perform guard duties. In fact, during these days of incessant gathering missions, he had taught Date many things in the hunting grounds. However, because Date had no real combat experience, and because they were traveling with another hunter, he subconsciously overlooked the role they could play. Tayo Tayo's bag contains a flashbang that can unexpectedly interrupt a sand dragon's movements. Time your throw carefully. Good meow. Date perked up instantly. Tayo Tayo couldn't understand what they were saying, but upon hearing his name, he turned to look at Lin Lin. Was he needed to join the hunt and assist the leader? He had almost forgotten that, even apart from the group's actions, the yellow speed dragon had some combat capabilities. If its venom could paralyze a sand dragon, creating a window for attack, it would be a significant contribution. After spending over half a month together, not only was Lin Lin able to seamlessly understand Tayo Tayo's intentions through telepathy, but Yeza was also able to communicate with Tayo Tayo through a mixture of meowing and gestures. It's unclear if this ability to deal with small monsters is an innate talent of the orcs. Oh, And Tayo's movements are also under your command. He's much more agile than a paralysis trap. Yeza suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility weighing on him, but rather than feeling overwhelmed, it fueled his enthusiasm. Don't worry, boss. The sand dragon felt the cool mud covering its burning wounds, and suddenly felt much better. A puff of white steam emanated from the vents on its head, like a person sighing contentedly in a bathtub. Though the pain had subsided considerably, the rage within it only grew stronger. This was its territory, its home and its nest. It was supposed to expel or kill any life within its territory that might threaten its unborn cubs. Yet, it was beaten and driven to flight by those two puny creatures, completely failing to fulfill its responsibilities. How despicable. The more it thought about it, the shard dragon grew angrier. Feeling the mud coating its body thicken enough, it stood up, intending to return to those two despicable creatures and seek revenge. However, upon rising, it saw its enemies standing on the ground not far away, steadily approaching. Their fearlessness infuriated the shard dragon to the point of fury. Dragon blood boiled, and the shard dragon's eyes turned red. Streams of hot steam emanated from the vents on its head, emitting a whistle like a train whistle. The shard dragon lowered its head, resting it against the ground. Its strong, sturdy legs suddenly gave way, and it began to gallop. Like a speeding chariot, it kicked up a trail of dust as it barreled towards Lin Lin. Lin Lin pursed his lips, feeling as if he were facing a massive truck carrying a hero's reincarnation. No, it felt even more oppressive than that. Logically, he should have dodged sideways like Brave, avoiding its attack and waiting for the Earth Sand Dragon's charge to run out of steam before clinging to it like a plaster. But the captain's words from 2 weeks ago replayed in his mind. Go hunt an Earth Sand Dragon. While its imposing aura can't compare to a peak mountain dragon, I think having faced its dragon card head-on, I'd be less flustered when facing a peak mountain dragon. Yes, he was going to stand before a peak mountain dragon. If he was scared off by a mere Earth Sand Dragon, was he truly worthy? Glancing at the glowing red shield on his right arm, Lin Lin narrowed his eyes as the Earth Sand Dragon charged towards him and took a sudden step forward. Chapter 71. Lin Lin thrust his sword into his shield once again, his center of gravity lowering, his joints locked. His arm muscles bulged like rock, pressing firmly against the hilt and shield. A low growl emanated from his throat. Come on! Then, a force so immense and almost unstoppable crashed down upon him, accompanied by two muffled thuds. Bang! Bang! Sh! The massive head, like a dump truck, slammed head-on into the solid bone shield with a startling thud. Then, a yellow electric flash exploded from the shield surface, triggering a second, much duller thud. Almost the instant the Earth Sand Dragon struck, Lin Lin shifted his center of gravity forward, simultaneously lifting his heels slightly, narrowly avoiding being sent flying by the initial impact. However, the kinetic energy of the Earth Sand Dragon's massive charge was so terrifying that even if it didn't immediately knock Lin Lin flying, it was impossible to stop it. Instead, it continued to push Lin Lin forward, causing his feet to scoop up vast swaths of mud that nearly covered his calves. However, even the most terrifying charge has its limits. The sudden burst of high speed took a heavy toll on the Earth Sand Dragon's heart. After charging over 20 meters against Lin Lin, it was forced to slow down, using the final momentum to swing its head upwards, attempting to flip the enemy over. Lin Lin roared, squeezing all his strength, pressing down with all his might on the intersecting shields. Only then did the Earth Sand Dragon, with its final swing of its head, merely slide back a distance without losing its balance. All his internal organs were in pain after this collision. A fishy and sweet taste emerged in his throat, but Lin Lin suppressed it forcefully. He roared, twisted his waist and spun around, and the giant axe, which was transformed from the sword and shield, drew an arc in the air. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, it hit the head of the Earth Sand Dragon again. Is that all your dragon chariot has? Bang! 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 The axe blade struck the hard skull, and with a barely perceptible crack, the tiny crack that had been created rapidly widened and split, transforming into a pitch-black fissure. The blood that gushed from the cracks barely had time to drip before the golden lightning shattered it into countless tiny droplets, forming a bright red mist. The golden lightning penetrated deeper into the cracks in the Earth Dragon's skull, violently vibrating the brain protected within. The shockwaves instantly threw the Earth Dragon completely off balance, and before the dragon chariot had even come to a complete stop, it tipped over, falling to the ground and wailing. Fuck you, Lin Lin, are you crazy? Brave ran over, cursing as he swung his katana without hesitation, piercing the soft throat that had been so well protected by the Earth Dragon's thick, hard skull. This was the perfect opportunity for an attack. courtesy of Lin Lin's frantic actions. If he missed this chance because he was concerned about Lin Lin, and waited until the Sand Dragon stood up again in relatively good condition, he would truly have let Lin Lin down. It doesn't hurt. Lin Lin spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. With his nearly numb hands, he carried the newly disassembled shield axe back to his back. He fished out another bottle of regenerating potion G and shakily drank it. This injury was far more severe than the previous headbutt's glancing blow. Even if his bones weren't broken, he was likely to have several fractures. Even with a bottle of regenerating potion G, injuries of this severity wouldn't heal quickly. It would take at least several hours to recover. Date rode Tayo Tayo at a gallop. When they reached Lin Lin, the dragon and the cat worked together to lift the exhausted Lin Lin onto Tayo Tayo's back and quickly evacuate the battlefield to prevent any further mishaps. However, because Lin Lin was still carrying the heavy shield and axe, Tayo Tayo ran a bit unsteadily, clearly struggling to maintain his balance. However, this injury wasn't in vain. Taking advantage of the attack window created by Lin Lin, Brave's katana repeatedly struck the Earth Dragon's throat, rapidly widening and deepening the bloody wound. By the time the dazed Earth Dragon regained its feet, its slit trachea was visible through its fragile throat, and it was clear it was dying. After all, this was a large monster with strong vitality. Even with its trachea cut, it would take at least several minutes to wait for its death. Therefore, upon seeing the Earth Dragon rise, Brave immediately sheathed his sword and retreated, extremely wary of the monster's final counterattack. However, after the Sand Dragon climbed to its feet, it didn't turn back to seek its foes out for a shared destruction. Instead, it limped slowly in another direction, blood from its wounds dripping onto the gravel ground, leaving streaks of crimson. Is there anything in that direction? Brave muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled, as he gazed at the Sand Dragon's back. Roar! After stumbling for 100 meters, the Sand Dragon finally gave way. Its body swayed and fell to one side, using its last remaining strength to let out a long, drawn-out roar. Then, its head, raised high, drooped unwillingly, slamming heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. This time, it never rose again as it had before. Dead? Brave didn't rush forward to check on the Sand Dragon's condition. Instead, he turned to look at Lin Lin, who was lying on Tayo Tayo's back. After noticing the Sand Dragon's fall, Coconut Date signaled Tayo Tayo to stop, and they waited there for Brave to approach. Hey! Still alive? Lin Lin grinned. Of course, it's just a minor injury. But his words, weak and unconvincing, were unconvincing. That's good, Coconut Date. Take your boss to a safe place to recuperate. I take care of the caravan. Lin Lin nodded, not trying to be stubborn. After all, he was in dire need of rest. However, he turned his head to glance at where the Sand Dragon's body lay quietly, pursed his lips, and sighed. Even though the Sand Dragon is dead, we can't be complacent. There's a good chance there's more than one. What? Bref nearly jumped. Really? Are you sure? Didn't the mission say there was only one? Lin Lin tried to rub his temple, but his hand was weak. So, Date thoughtfully extended his cat paw and used its soft paw to help apply pressure. It's quite likely. If a male and female Sand Dragon breed together, the male usually patrols the territory and keeps out any danger, while the female guards the nest and cares for the young. Chapter 72. Lin Lin, carried with difficulty by Tiao Tiao, found a secluded cave with the guidance of Yezhao to rest for a while. Climbing off Tiao Tiao's back, Lin Lin relaxed on the rough rocky ground, feeling the dull pain all over his body, and couldn't help but grimace. It really hurts. If he hadn't been so impulsive earlier and insisted on resisting the Earth Sand Dragon's dragon chariot, with the cooperation of him and Brave, they would have definitely worn down the giant beast bit by bit. Now thinking about it, it was indeed a bit too impulsive. But he didn't regret it too much. Although he had to lie here and wait for his injuries to heal, the Earth Sand Dragon had paid a heavy price for it, leaving him with all the materials for his suit. Thinking of the brand new Earth Sand Shield Axe and the Earth Sand set, whose defensive performance far surpassed the Dog Dragon set, Lin Lin's heart suddenly heated up. Unable to lie still, he turned to look at Yezhao, who had just finished examining his injuries, his eyes gleaming. Boss! What's wrong? Didn't we arrange a transport before we left? Of course. At this distance, even if we sent a flare, Lark wouldn't be able to see it. Sigh. Lin Lin sighed. To maximize their material acquisition, it would be best to transport the monster carcasses back to their base for disassembly. If they simply relied on stripping themselves, after deducting the share they had to give to Brave, would they still have any materials left? Yezhao immediately understood why Lin Lin sighed. When he had previously explained stripping, he had mentioned the difference between stripping by hand and stripping at a workshop. Boss, don't forget, meow. Our mission is to rescue the caravan, meow. Ah, I know it's about rescuing the caravan. Didn't Brave already go? Lin Lin lay down, rubbing his arm. The healing potion continued to take effect, and the constant pain gradually subsided. A tingling sensation rose from deep within his bone marrow. It must have been the feeling of bone healing, but this feeling was almost more excruciating than the previous pain. This caused him to focus a considerable amount of his attention on this, and he responded to Coconut Date's words reflexively. What I mean is, once we find the caravan, we can ask them to help transport the bodies, meow. Yeah. Coconut Date, you're a genius. Hiss. Lin Lin sat up excitedly, then quickly lay back down, clutching his chest. He almost aggravated his injury. Tayo Tayo glanced at Lin Lin's now frail form, ducked down, and crawled back out of the cave entrance. The leader is injured and unable to hunt for food himself, so now it's time for it to take on the responsibility of providing for him. As for where to get meat to feed the leader, isn't there the behemoth that the leader killed at the cost of his injury? That creature's meat is definitely enough to feed their entire tribe. It's just that the leader doesn't seem to like eating raw meat, and it doesn't have the skill to light a flame and roast it until it changes color. So, it'd have to wait until it brings the meat back for Coconut Date to try. Lin Lin had just laid back on the ground when he turned and noticed Tiao Tiao's unusual movements. He quickly reached out to stop him, but before he could reach out, Tiao Tiao had already crawled out of the cave. Date, quick! Stop Tayo Tayo! Date jumped up with a start, thinking Tayo Tayo had unleashed his animal instincts upon seeing Lin Lin's weakness. But just as he reached for the cat pick on his back, he turned around and couldn't even see Tayo Tayo. Meow! Quickly, pull Tayo Tayo back. Don't let him gnaw on the sand dragon's corpse. What if he destroys my new weapons and armor? Lin Lin took a deep breath and finished the second half of his sentence. Date suddenly realized what was happening and glanced at Lin Lin hesitantly. But boss, your injury? I'm fine. No broken bones. I'd be fine after lying down for a while. Okay, meow. Tayo Tayo scurried across the gravel, using the overgrown bushes for cover. The source of the rich bloody scent was clearly highlighted in its olfactory system. It didn't even need to remember its route. Instinct alone was enough to locate the sand dragon's corpse. When it sprinted to the spot where the sand dragon's body lay, it breathed a sigh of relief to see its leader's prize still lying there, untouched by other predators. Roaring to shoo away a few scavenging birds that had dared to land nearby, Tayo Tayo paced around the sand dragon's corpse a few times, lowering its head to take a tentative bite. Paw! Tayo Tayo spat out a mouthful of mud, lowered its head to examine the brown carapace, which only had a subtle scratch on its surface. Reluctantly, it turned to the sand dragon's throat. Not only was the carapace relatively weak, but it had also been chopped to pieces by the unruly human's long knife, making it a perfect target. Meow meow meow. Tayo Tayo, stop! Tayo Tayo turned to look. Coconut Date was running towards him on all fours, causing him to tilt his head in confusion before letting out a joyful howl. Are you here to help the leader bring back food, too? Coconut Date, half guessing, somehow understood Tayo Tayo's meaning. He rubbed his face with his paws and meowed helplessly. No, meow. The boss said not to touch this body, meow. Ah? It seems not? What did that mean? Coconut Date pondered for a moment, then climbed onto Tayo Tayo's back in a few steps and gave orders. I saw an elf deer on the way here, meow. Let's go hunt one and bring it back to the boss, meow. Though Tayo Tayo was puzzled, he followed Coconut Date's instructions and changed direction. He glanced back reluctantly at the mountain of flesh on the sand dragon before breaking into a run. Not long after they left, a massive beast trudged towards the muddy pit. The mud effectively insulated the desert's heat, providing cooling and moisture, while also eliminating those pesky parasites. The couple loved it. But before their routine maintenance began, the brown beast abruptly stopped, its gaze fixed on a corpse lying quietly on the ground not far away. It knew that corpse so well that not long ago, they had built a massive mud mound together and laid their offspring there. The female sand dragon approached the corpse, lowered her head, and rubbed it against the other's head, hoping it would rise again, return the same affectionate gesture, and assume its mateship. But it didn't. It lay still, motionless. After hesitating for a long time without receiving any feedback, the female sand dragon raised its head and let out a sad roar. The sound echoed in the oasis and spread far, far away. Chapter 73. With a roar, the female sand dragon left the corpse and burrowed back into the mire, covering herself in mud. This time, however, it wasn't for routine maintenance, but rather preparation for a potential battle. It didn't know what had killed its mate, but it knew that anything that could kill it would surely threaten its unhatched young. Covering itself in mud would at least strengthen its defenses, making it more effective in protecting its offspring. Rising from the mire, the female sand dragon took one last look at its mate's corpse before trudging off. Her departure direction was surprisingly the same as that of Date and Tayo Tayo. Sure enough, 2 sand dragons live here. A reddish head suddenly emerged from the bushes, a white diamond-shaped mark on its forehead. He touched his pointed ears, then looked back toward the sand dragon's corpse, smiling faintly. Looks like a reliable hunter has arrived. No need for me to worry. Brave anxiously searched the oasis for any trace of the caravan. He considered firing a flare into the sky to alert the caravan members to his location and potentially come looking for him, but Lin Lin's words before they parted made him hesitate, and he ultimately gave up. What if there really was another sand dragon? He fired another flare, prompting anyone who saw it to leave their temporary safe haven, only to run into it on their way. How despair would that have felt? So Brave had to resort to a crude method. After finding the spot where the caravan had been attacked, he began searching bit by bit, following the trail. When the sky had completely darkened and the stars began to shimmer, Brave finally tracked down a caravan member, shivering in a tree. He offered him a bottle of hot drink, and after a few soothing words, he finally calmed down. With this initial lead, Brave was able to use the caravan member's unique communication method, mimicking the distinctive bird calls, to gradually gather the scattered caravan members along the way. Finally, after crossing a sand dune, he found the last caravan leader and the dejected mother and son in a makeshift hut in the lee. Brave flipped open his visor and excitedly exclaimed, "Mom!" Little Zack. The mother and son, who had appeared so happy after their rescue, suddenly looked up. Seeing their childish faces, which had been so tender when they left home, now hardened, after a moment's silence, they threw themselves into his arms, unconcerned with the thick, hard metal armor he was wearing, and burst into tears. Abu. Brother. Brave, his hands calloused from wielding a sword, patted his relatives' backs. Once they had calmed down a bit, he glanced around and asked, "Where's Dad?" Those 2 simple words caused the mother and son, who had just calmed down, to burst into tears again. Brave was suddenly panicked, his joy at seeing his family safe and sound instantly shattered. He muttered to himself, No. Impossible." However, his mother and brother, hugging him tightly, didn't utter a word of rebuttal, causing his expression to turn from panic to pale. The caravan leader hesitated for a moment, then walked over and patted Brave on the back. The package he took away contained a lot of hunting tools. Perhaps things aren't as bad as they could be. This gave Brave a glimmer of hope, and he quickly stood up and asked, "Do you know which direction he went?" This place was far from the oasis, nestled in a sea of sand. Even footprints left a few minutes ago would be quickly obliterated by the hot wind, leaving no trace. Therefore, Brave could only hope in the caravan leader. Oasis, he lured the guide back to the oasis. Breath sniffed, returned, and hugged his family. They've recovered quite a bit of supplies. You can set up a simple camp here. I go find Dad, and then we set off back to Loklak. The caravan departing from Tangia port didn't use sand ships, but instead used domesticated herbivorous dragons to pull carts. This meant they frequently needed to rest and resupply in the oases they passed through. After the sand dragon attacks, some of them broke free and escaped, but many still managed to take their carts with them. As the caravan gathered more members along the way, most of the carts were recovered. The long-haired woman instinctively wanted to stop her son from taking any risks, but then she remembered that he had grown up, no longer a fledgling needing to hide under his parents' wings, but a capable hunter on his own. She could only gaze at him with concern. Brave pulled the corners of his mouth and gave a forced smile. "Don't worry, Mom, I came here with a very reliable companion. We have already killed the sand dragon, so it's okay." Tayo Tayo followed Coconut Date's instructions, and soon spotted an elf deer. The other deer was equally alert. Having heard the interspecies communication between a dragon and a cat from afar, it sensed the approach of the predator and immediately took flight. As the elf deer, at the bottom of its ecological niche, its only survival against predators was its 4 hooves, so its speed was naturally exceptional. Though Tayo Tayo pursued diligently, this wasn't a pack hunt where they could form a circle and slowly trap their prey. On their own, he and Coconut Date simply couldn't catch up, and could only watch as both retreated into the distance. When the elf deer, with a light leap, slipped into a narrow crevice in the rocks, Tayo Tayo stopped helplessly, letting out a low, gurgling growl. It really didn't have much experience hunting alone, so why not go back and get some raw meat from the sand dragon's corpse? Date's suggestion of hunting the elf deer was primarily to give Tayo a change of target, not because he really wanted to enjoy some barbecue. He'd been enjoying all sorts of delicious food in the luxurious hunter's lodge the past few days, so he wasn't really craving it right now. Besides, barbecue is so greasy, it wouldn't be suitable for a wounded soldier like Lin. A pot of porridge soaked in water, with some food he brought with him would suffice. Huh? What's that, meow? Date turned his head, and noticed a tall mud mound standing quietly in a smaller mud pit not far away. Tayo also noticed it, and looked curiously at the massive, seemingly loose mud mound. Suddenly, his nose twitched, as if he had detected something. It seems edible? Chapter 74. Tayo, what are you doing, meow? Jujube subconsciously inquired when he saw Tayo running to dig at the huge mud mound. Ah! Tayo let out an excited howl, indicating the smell of food. Jujube jumped off Tayo's back and placed his head in front of the narrow hole Tayo had just dug. His pupils dilated, allowing him to better see the dim interior. Then he saw a figure struggling to wriggle out of the broken eggshell. Tayo smelled something that seemed to be the fishy odor of the sticky egg liquid still lingering on the figure. Meow? Jujube subconsciously moved closer to get a better look at the figure. It looked exactly like the sand dragon he had seen in battle before, only its size had been shrunk many times, and its immature skull hadn't yet begun to develop. It looked small and rather adorable. It's a young sand dragon, meow. Yinzo immediately remembered Lin's earlier words and, startled, quickly flipped over and leaped onto Tayo's back, urging him repeatedly, Tayo, get out of here, meow. It's dangerous here, meow. Tayo didn't know what was happening, but Yinzo's tone sounded urgent, so he instinctively took off running in the direction they come from. After just 2 steps, a thunderous roar echoed from the front. A familiar figure completely blocked the way back, and it looked furious. With rock walls on either side, Tayo couldn't turn, so he slammed on the brakes. Before he could even come to a complete stop, he twisted backwards with a rather comical maneuver. Woo! A whistle-like shriek wailed from behind. Jumping hurriedly glanced back and quickened his pace, desperate to muster all his strength. It wasn't the leader. Its dragon chariot, which had been able to block the creature head-on, had only sustained minor damage. But if it had struck its head, which was almost as long as the dragon itself, in this narrow terrain, the only fate for it and Date would have been to be crushed. With luck, they might have survived intact, but with less luck, they would have been shattered to pieces. While the sand dragon's dragon chariot's range wasn't very long, its burst of speed was incredibly rapid. Even with Jumping's desperate charge, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Jumping, don't look back. Date pulled the fuse of the flashbang, grasped it in his palm, counted silently, and threw it down with all his might. Big guy, take my flashbang, meow. The two were chasing and fleeing at breakneck speed. Coconut Day instinctively estimated that just as the sand dragon was sprinting towards their previous position, a bright flash of light suddenly appeared before their eyes, instantly throwing the sand dragon off balance. Its footing stumbled, and it slammed headfirst into the nearby rock wall, shattering it and creating a large crater. It fell dazed and unable to get up. Great, it worked, meow. Coconut Day pumped his fist vigorously. He had thought that after killing a sand dragon, the flashbang given by the boss would be useless, but it hadn't been so effective. Tayo glanced back at the sand dragon, which had been knocked unconscious and whimpering on the ground. He was actually tempted to take advantage of this opportunity to finish it off, but Coconut Day, noticing its speed slowing, hurriedly urged Tayo to keep running. They had to get out of the sand dragon's sight before it got up. There's no way the two of us can do any harm to that guy alone, meow. We better run. In the cave, Lin tentatively moved his limbs. The pain had completely subsided, and the tingling sensation from healing wounds gradually subsided. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was it the effects of the Monster Hunter world, or was the potion's incredible effect, or both? In just 3 or 4 hours, he was almost back to normal. If he hadn't been bedridden for 2 or 3 months before crossing over, would he have been? After refinishing and maintaining his bone armor, Lin looked at the notch on the axe blade and couldn't help but smack his lips. Wow, this sand dragon's skull is really tough. No wonder it can be used to forge a powerful weapon. Stroking the shield's surface, the dents and deformations barely noticeable without looking closely, Lin muttered to himself, "Don't worry, you'll be back to normal soon." No, I should say, even better. Putting the bone armor back on his back, Lin looked up at the cave entrance, tilting his head in confusion. Why did day take so long? Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lin Lin pondered for a moment, then emerged from the cave and headed in the direction where he had killed the sand dragon. He had to confirm. Dead, really dead? The man's face was filled with excitement, as if still a touch of disbelief. He ran all the way to the sand dragon's throat, saw the deep wound and the dried blood with his own eyes, and finally confirmed the truth. But don't get too excited. There's another sand dragon here. While it's likely to stay close to its young and won't wander out for no reason, it's not completely impossible to encounter it. Carrying a backpack taller than himself, the old dragon calmly warned the figure named Hunter. But Hunter wasn't frightened. He pointed gleefully at the fatal wound in the sand dragon's throat. This guy was killed by a hunter. The rescuers are here and must be searching everywhere. If the hunters can kill one, they can definitely kill the second. This body hasn't been stripped yet, so the hunters will definitely come back here. Just wait patiently, and you'll be able to reunite with them. Hank calmed down and suddenly bowed to the old dragon. Sorry for the trouble. Thank you very much for your help. When we reach Rocklark, please let us come to thank you. The old dragon waved his hand nonchalantly. No need. I didn't really help much. But if you hadn't intervened and injured the guy, I'm afraid I would have. Before Hunter finished speaking, a surprised voice echoed. Master Shankai? The old dragon man blinked and turned to look at the hunter approaching from the other side of the sand dragon's corpse, searching his mind for where he had seen him before. The dog dragon set boasts excellent performance, and many 2 to 3 star. Even some 4-star hunters choose this armor set. But judging by the hunter's voice, he's quite young, and having just hunted the sand dragon, he should be around 3 stars. The weapon slung across his back was clearly a shield axe. When had he met such a young 3-star shield axe hunter? Chapter 75. Master Shankai, don't you remember me? Lin Lin pulled up his visor, revealing his handsome young face. After the trials of hunter life, his face had gradually lost the childishness of his youth, becoming much tougher and more resolute. We met in a cave near Jian village, and you even gave me an ancient secret medicine. Reminded of this, Master Shankai's memory suddenly flooded back. Back then, in a cave in the stream area, the image of the fledgling hunter, clad in a Jian suit and carrying a shield and axe, was still vivid before him. As he spoke, the young face gradually merged with the hunter before him, which surprised the old dragon even more. How long had it been? Had that newbie already grown to the point where he could hunt sand dragons? For a dragon man who had lived for centuries, a mere month or two was a fleeting moment. Yet, in just such a short time, such a dramatic change had occurred. Was he simply out of touch with the times, or was the person before him truly gifted? Shankai scratched his head, sensing that there was something special about this child. But just as he was about to speak, he realized that he had left so hastily due to embarrassment the previous time that he didn't even know her name. Oh, it's you. I remember. By the way, your name is? Lin Lin. My name is Lin Lin. Lin Lin's face was filled with joy, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He didn't care that they were, in fact, strangers who had met twice. After all, Shankai's words from their parting were still fresh in his mind. Well, it's about time I get going again. Young man, if we're lucky enough to meet again, I might be able to give you something good. His palm unconsciously rubbed his chest. Last time, Shankai had given him an ancient secret medicine, which he had kept close to his body, a life-saving trump card for the most critical moments. So what would he give him this time? Shankai was also pondering, clearly remembering his casual words from earlier. He wasn't senile yet. Those words had been mostly just polite talk back then. If they had really met, he would have just given him something to get rid of him. But after witnessing Lin Lin's astonishing growth, he decided to give him something truly valuable. This is a promising hunter prospect. With this rate of growth, while it's unclear how far he ultimately go, it's definitely worth the investment. Even if he ultimately fails to reach the top, it'd only be a small financial loss for him. But if he truly grows into a top-tier hunter capable of facing ancient dragons, it will be a significant contribution to humanity's survival in this perilous world. Thinking over it, Shankai put down his backpack and leaned in. It seemed as if the object he was looking for was buried at the bottom. Found it. This is it. Shankai struggled to get out of the backpack. Hunt, standing beside him, quickly lent a hand and helped him up. Then, the three of them looked at a stone slab resting quietly in Shankai's palm. It looked unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could see mysterious lines on the surface, a faint red glow flickering within them. Take this, and cherish it. Lin Lin stepped forward and took the stone flake, somewhat bewildered. He thought it didn't look anything special. It wasn't like the food you occasionally get in games. Useful but not particularly useful. But the moment the stone flake landed in his palm, Lin Lin's expression changed. The moment the faint red light from the stone flake touched his skin, he suddenly felt a surge of blood and strength. He felt as if even if the Earth Sand Dragon came at him again, he could easily block it and overturn it. This is... Lin Lin's Adam's apple rolled. When he donned the dog dragon suit, he also experienced this temporary boost in strength, though the feeling wasn't intense, and he gradually got used to it. But when he wore the dog dragon suit and held the amulet, the feeling became particularly strong. He even felt the urge to try the Earth Sand Dragon's dragon card again. Lin Lin quickly shook his head, pushing the urge out of his mind. He repeatedly told himself it was just an illusion, and only then did he slowly calm down. Shan Kai looked at the young hunter with admiration. You seem to be adapting well. I'm increasingly convinced you become a great hunter. Lin Lin waved his hands, trying to be modest, but Shan Kai didn't give him a chance to speak, leisurely explaining the item in his hand. This is a power amulet, an item recently discovered in ancient ruins. You should be able to sense its effects. It can activate your life energy to a certain extent, thereby increasing your strength. Doesn't it sound similar to the amulets you use? Lin Lin nodded dryly. He felt this item was too valuable, yet he couldn't bear to give it up. His emotions were swirling, and he couldn't focus on Shan Kai's words at all. But actually, this amulet is different from amulets. You can only wear one amulet at a time. Wearing more than one will cause their energy fields to interfere with each other, rendering all the amulets ineffective. The amulet, on the other hand, is compatible with the amulets, so they don't interfere with each other. Moreover, the amulet only needs to be carried on the body and in contact with the body to work, unlike amulets that can only be worn around the neck. Shan Kai watched Lin Lin clench the power amulet and sighed slightly. Unfortunately, while carrying more amulets won't affect its effects, they can't be combined. 1 power amulet and 10 power amulets have the same effect. In the end, Lin Lin couldn't bear to refuse. With tears in his eyes, he placed the power amulet closest to his body, to the left and right of the ancient secret medicine. After repeatedly thanking Shan Kai for his generous gift, Lin Lin's mind regained focus, and he finally recalled the power amulet. His impression of the old Monster Hunter games was already hazy, but he at least remembered the appearance of amulets in World and Rise. Not only the power amulet, but also the protection amulet. According to the game settings, Shan Kai's statement wasn't entirely correct. The power amulet could be tempered into the power claw, making the protection even stronger. Furthermore, the protections of the power amulet and the power claw could be combined. Did Shan Kai say this because he hadn't yet discovered how to temper the power claw? Chapter 76. Putting aside his doubts for a moment, Lin Lin turned his gaze to the middle-aged man standing next to Shan Kai. He had actually been standing there for quite some time, but he had only just now withdrawn his attention from Shan Kai. Is this a member of the caravan that was attacked? Lin Lin's tone was uncertain, as this man didn't look like the perennial traders he met before. He didn't bear the brunt of his time in the wild. Hello, my name is Hunter. I'm hitching a ride with the caravan to Rock Lark. Seeing Lin Lin notice him, Hunter smiled and greeted him. Because of his eldest son's ambitions, he knew a lot about the hunter profession, and had always held a deep respect for the hunter community. Huh? Not a member of the caravan, but hitching a ride? Lin Lin blinked. Excuse me, do you know Brave? Hant was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that since Brave had become a hunter in Rock Lark, it was perfectly normal for some hunters to recognize him. That's my son. Do you know him? Lin Lin quickly waved his hand. Brev and I are friends. Uncle, just call me by my name. No need to be so polite. With that, Lin Lin grabbed a flare and fired it. The emerald green flames were incredibly conspicuous in the night sky. I notify him right now. I'm sure he'd be very happy to see you. Of course, this flare wasn't just for notifying Breve. It was also for contacting Coconut Date and Jumping, who had disappeared after escaping the cave. If Coconut Date and the others were alright, they would naturally respond with a flare. If there was no response then, notify? He came here too? Lin Lin pointed at the nearby Earth Dragon corpse. We killed it together. Ah? Him? Is this guy so formidable now? Lin Lin smiled, then saw Shan Kai packing his backpack, as if ready to leave again. He immediately asked, Shan Kai, aren't you coming back to Rock Lark with us? Ah, no need, no need. Meeting Hunter was just an accident. I'm not done with my work yet. You guys go about your business, don't worry about me. Lin Lin remembered what he had said the last time they met. Shan Kai seemed to always wander the wilds, bringing back the various materials and supplies he collected to sell in human settlements. It seemed Shan Kai wasn't done collecting supplies yet. As he spoke, 2 fireworks exploded in the night sky from 2 different directions. However, one of them wasn't the peaceful green, but the warning yellow, which made Lin Lin's mouth twitch slightly. This entire oasis is so vast, and the female sand dragons rarely leave to guard their young, unlike the males who patrol the area extensively. How could they have stumbled upon this? Thankfully, the signal flare was yellow, not red, indicating the situation wasn't critical. It was merely a warning to them. Lin Lin waited silently for about half an hour before finally seeing Brave approaching. Not giving him a chance to exchange pleasantries with his father, Lin Lin pulled him aside to inquire about the search and rescue situation. Fortunately, we were lucky. Most of the caravan members were alert, and only a few sustained minor injuries, just scrapes and scrapes. Have you found everyone? Well, my dad was the only one missing. I didn't expect you find him first. Just as Brave was about to offer another heartfelt outpouring of gratitude, Lin Lin quickly interrupted him. Good to know you found him. Let's get them back to Rocklark. Oh, and remember if they can help send this dragon corpse back with it. Most of the materials on it are intact, enough for us to upgrade our gear once we get it back. Brave sensed something was amiss and asked, what are you going to do? I'm going to keep an eye on that female sand dragon to prevent any accidents. Brave remembered the yellow flare he'd seen earlier. He'd been a little confused about who had set it off, but when he saw that Coconut Date wasn't with Lin Lin, his doubts vanished. Is there really a female shovel? Brave instinctively grasped the hilt of his katana. Let's just go and kill that thing to avoid putting everyone in danger. Lin Lin looked at him helplessly. It seemed that the attack on his parents had filled Brave with hatred for the shovel family. But if he really did what Brave did, killing the male, and then going after the female as well, it would be a bit too cruel for their newly born cubs. Having already lost the male, and now without the protection of the female, it's a luxury to hope that even one of the 10 or 20 eggs in a clutch will survive. Hey, you followed me into the hunting grounds without even completing the necessary paperwork. That's already against the rules. Killing the female now constitutes poaching. It was only the male shovel that attacked the caravan, and it's the only one the mission entails. Don't make things complicated. Brave shrank back. Concerned for his parents' safety, he barely thought about it. But now that he confirmed their safety, the thought of the potential punishment he faced upon returning was unbearable. If he were actually convicted of poaching, his career as a great hunter would be shattered. But what if that creature attacks them too? So I was just about to go and check on it, wasn't that right? Brave, Okay. The two of them split up again. Brave took his father to rendezvous with the caravan, carting away the body of the sand dragon. Lin Lin headed in the direction of the yellow flare. After Brave and his men had retreated to a safe area and fired the flare, he would hop away with the dates. Downwind, the old dragon, seemingly already gone, pricked up his ears to listen to the sounds carried by the wind, and after a long moment, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad, quite the hunter, knowing how to protect the environment. Maybe we could write a letter to those old guys, and ask them to keep an eye on this little guy? That other one. That idea is a bit dangerous. We need to teach that kid a lesson. When Lin Lin found Date and Tayo Tayo, they were lying on a high slope, gazing from afar at a small mud puddle. In the center of the puddle stood a massive mud mound. Boss, how's your injury, meow? Date turned to see Lin Lin approaching, and nearly jumped on him, but after glancing in the direction of the mud mound from afar, it quickly lowered its voice. I've fully recovered. Lin Lin sat down, stroked Tayo Tayo's head, and scratched Date's chin. He wasn't as nervous as Date. Did you see another sand dragon? Tell me about it. Did you get into any danger? Yes, meow. Jump and I were almost caught up, meow. Luckily, the boss had flash grenades ready, meow. We escaped safely, meow. Chapter 77. Date's explanation was brief, and he didn't mention that Tayo Tayo had nearly set his sights on the young sand dragon for raw meat. Lin Lin didn't pay much attention to that. What he wanted to ask was, since you already escaped the sand dragon's pursuit, why did you come back and stare at it? However, thinking about his purpose in coming here, he didn't ask. Boss, are you wondering why we didn't go back to find you, but instead stayed here to stare at it? Lin Lin's mouth twitched. Are you worried this thing might hurt someone? Huh? Boss, how do you know? Lin Lin grabbed Date and rubbed him viciously. You're my cat. Isn't it normal for you to be like me? Meow, meow, meow. Date struggled relentlessly, unable to break free from Lin Lin's mischievous grasp. He didn't even bother to lower his voice, and hurriedly screamed, "That sand dragon's moving, meow." Lin finally let Date go. His eyes narrowed as he looked over. This wasn't just something Coconut Date had fabricated to escape his rubbing. The sand dragon that had been lingering near the mud mound was now becoming agitated, its steps becoming increasingly rapid. What was going on? Lin turned his head and looked in the direction they had come from. An exceptionally large truck came into view, and then Lin understood. Oh my god, the noise from the truck had irritated the woman, making her feel a threat approaching. Although he didn't hear any noise at all, he wasn't a monster after all, and couldn't hear the infrasound or ultrasound waves that many monsters could sense. Glancing at the increasingly agitated sand dragon again, Lin rubbed his wrist. Okay, another fight was necessary. If I didn't take action now, this guy might just go after the caravan. Come on, Date, jump, let's go meet this guy. We're alone this time. The female sand dragon, feeling the low vibration approaching, paced anxiously beside the mound. She wanted to see what it was, and whether it would pose a threat to her cubs, but she also wanted to stay close to them, just in case another yellow speed dragon took advantage of her absence to steal her home. Just as she was thinking this, the sand dragon glanced and saw the yellow speed dragon approaching again. She roared angrily. She couldn't be mistaken. This was the yellow speed dragon that coveted her cubs. No other yellow speed dragon had a glittering cat like this one. Jump, get out of the way! Meow! At Date's warning, Jump narrowly avoided the side of the sand dragon's cart and lashed out with her tail. Unfortunately, with Jump's strength, the tail didn't do the sand dragon much harm, but instead hurt herself. The terrain here was relatively open, giving Date and Tayo room to maneuver. With Date on his back to guide him, Tayo could simply keep his head down and circle around the sand dragon, without having to worry about being attacked from behind. The sand dragon's attacks were limited to a few basic methods. Its various headbutts were powerful, but they had a short range and were quite cumbersome. If Tayo didn't actively attack and was focused on dodging, it wouldn't be able to reach it. The dragon cart was fast, but the terrain was open, and Tayo could easily escape its path with a single lateral leap. The only long-range method was to fling mud, but the problem remained. If the opponent was focused on dodging and not attacking, the only result of flinging mud was a layer of damp mud on the dry sand around it. Alright, Date, Jump, come back. If they keep going like this, they shake off all the mud and end up rolling around in that big mudflat over there, which would defeat our purpose. After fully witnessing the power of Date and Jump working together, Lin emerged from behind the old tree where he'd been hiding, unsheathed his shield axe, and the sound of sword and shield striking caught the attention of the Earth Sand Dragon. The Earth Sand Dragon had already been irritated by the yellow speed dragon with the cat on its back. If it hadn't subconsciously felt the need to protect its offspring, it would have attacked furiously. A single touch would have broken the damned creature's bones, but it couldn't reach it. Now, a creature smaller than the yellow speed dragon had appeared to provoke them. The Earth Sand Dragon was already furious and rushed over without hesitation. Frankly, after obtaining the Amulet of Strength, Lin was eager to wrestle again. He'd been slightly injured the last time he blocked it, so could he avoid injury this time? But thinking about the dents on the shield surface from polishing the weapon, which were barely discernible without careful observation, Lin reluctantly gave up the idea. He could withstand it, but bone armor couldn't withstand many blows. Lin stood in the path of the Earth Sand Dragon's charge, timing his steps perfectly, and like skating on an ice rink, he slid 3 or 4 meters away. The Earth Sand Dragon, seemingly about to collide with him, offered no resistance, allowing it to sprint another 10 meters before stopping. Looking back, the creature was still standing there, intact, untouched. Here we go again. See it, but it's still so intangible. A huge puff of white steam erupted from the vents on its head, and it strode forward with great strides. As a burst of emerald green fireworks exploded in the distant sky, Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and whistled. Hi, lady. Thank you for practicing your dodging skills with me. It was a wonderful evening. It's a shame it's so late. We have to say goodbye. I miss you. Across from him, the sand dragon's fury had long faded, and from its gaping maw, thick, translucent saliva flowed continuously. It was exhausted. Each attack, though powerful and strenuous, was extremely stamina-consuming. However, the tiny creature across from it simply waited quietly for its attack, then dodged with the briefest of movements, expending far less energy. Its attack was completely deciphered by the other party. No matter how furious it was, it couldn't harm the other party in the slightest. Even if its attacks occasionally managed to graze the enemy, they were completely blocked by the hard shield. After the initial anger wore off, a deep sense of powerlessness took over. Seeing the tiny creature sheath its weapon behind its back and begin to retreat, seemingly retreating, the sand dragon no longer had the urge to pursue it relentlessly as it had at first. Instead, it simply stood there, took a deep breath, and then let out a far less menacing roar. It truly didn't have the energy to continue. Now it just wanted to eat and rest quickly, replenish its energy to protect its cubs, rather than playing a game of attack and hide with this strange, non-aggressive creature. Huh? You're not chasing me. Maintaining its direct confrontation with the sand dragon, Lin Lin retreated 30 or 40 meters, seeing no sign of the other party pursuing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and put down the flash grenade he was about to remove the fuse from. Chapter 78. The sand dragon didn't pursue them. Lin Lin, along with Date and Tayo Tayo, easily found Brave and his group at the edge of the oasis. Meeting Brave's inquiring gaze, Lin Lin clapped his hands and said casually, "Don't worry, that guy isn't trying to catch up. The caravan is safe." Lin Lin glanced at something not far away, his eyes filled with the joy of a good harvest. It was a trailer, and the sand dragon's body was tied to it, slowly being towed. After this trip, he could get new equipment again. Just thinking about it made his fatigue fade. After looking for 2 seconds, Lin Lin suddenly came to his senses and turned to Brave. "At this rate, how long will it take for the caravan to arrive?" Bravefoot answered immediately, probably because he had asked the same question before. "About another week. This time, the attack by the sand dragon delayed us for 2 days. By the time we get there, the feast of the great desert will be about to begin." Lin Lin's face suddenly turned bitter. Without the sand boat, how could it be so slow? His mission deadline was only 2 days. Although he had rescued everyone, if he didn't return in time to turn in the mission, it would be a disaster if he was marked as a failure. He had been planning to escort the caravan back at the same time, but now that was out of the question. No problem. You can take the sand boat back first, and I escort them." Brave smiled a little guiltily. He chose to escort them, partly because he was worried about any accidents along the way, and partly because he wanted to catch up with his family, whom he hadn't seen in a while. But there was also a very important reason. He didn't want to go back so soon and face the unknown punishment. When he heard that his family might have been attacked, he had thrown the guild rules aside. Now that his IQ had taken over again, he had become a little timid. "Okay then. I go back to Rocklark and wait for you." "Oh right." Lin Lin was about to lead Tayo Tayo back to their hidden sand boat, when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Brave. "By the way, aren't you the sole person in charge of Tayo Tayo, with full supervision over the fortress guerrillas? If you don't come back with me, won't we get blocked at the city gate again?" Brave scratched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. "That shouldn't be the case, right? I've submitted a report before, and Tayo Tayo is indeed an unprecedentedly docile and obedient individual. I actually suggested trying to tame the yellow speed dragon, but it was rejected." "Bullshit." Lin Lin said hello, then waved goodbye to the caravan members ahead, who were casting curious glances at him. He then walked away under their gaze. On the sand boat, Lin Lin held a piece of leather and repeatedly measured it against Tiao Tiao, who lay sprawled on the deck. After determining the right size, he used a hunter's knife to cut it into the appropriate pieces, and then simply sewed it together with needle and thread, creating a rather crude helmet. However, due to Lin Lin's poor craftsmanship, it looked more like a horse bridle than a helmet. "Boss, what are you doing?" "Making the magical tools we need later, but my skills are truly awful." "Oh, if only Sophia were here. With her doll stitching skills, she surely makes something truly exquisite." Jujube observed the size of the bridle, and glanced at Tiao Tiao, who lay sprawled on the deck, afraid to look up due to seasickness. "Boss, are you making armor for Tiao Tiao? Why not use better materials?" That's not the case. Don't we have Sand Dragon King materials in the box at home? I'm planning to use that to make Tayo Tayo a set of armor." "So what's going on, meow?" Lin Lin dipped his finger, pricked by the needle for the 3rd time, into a small bowl of healing potion poured out from the side. "This is mainly to prevent panic when we enter the city later. Think about it, Tayo Tayo's body is over 3 meters long, with sharp teeth and claws. The whole dragon looks no different from a yellow speed dragon you encounter in the wild. Wouldn't the first reaction be to be wary? But if Tayo Tayo were wearing armor, a saddle on his back, and equipment bags slung on either side, wouldn't people instinctively think he was some new species of Maru bird? Wouldn't they only realize it's a yellow speed dragon after a closer look? And even if they did, wouldn't they be surprised? This is the yellow speed dragon, and this costume will subconsciously make people less afraid. Boss, That makes a lot of sense, meow. But why didn't we do this before, meow? Lin Lin coughed awkwardly, and the shivering caused him to prick his finger again. Reluctantly swiping the recovery potion, Lin Lin muttered, "Wasn't brave always cleared the way before? Date, eh? Why does it feel like the boss's idle aura is fading, meow? So now we're just making a set to deal with it, meow?" "Yeah, that's right. To really make protective armor, we need professionals. But no one has ever designed armor for monsters, so it's probably going to be quite a hassle. I can ask the follower weapon makers in town, meow. Maybe they can do it, meow?" Lin Lin put down his needlework and rubbed Yezo's head, though he didn't hold out much hope. In this world, humans aren't the most intelligent creatures. Their living space is often squeezed by monsters, and it's precisely for this reason that they respect monster hunters. Few, like him, a visitor from another world, would set aside their prejudices against monsters and create equipment for them. And even if someone was willing to do it, designing monster armor from scratch is no easy task. If Sophia knew about this, she'd definitely be willing to do it, but she had no experience making equipment, and simple sewing was clearly not the same as forging by blacksmiths. As he pondered this, a name suddenly crossed Lin Lin's mind. Flame Village. Not only does it craft hunter armor, but it also produces excellent gear for fey cats and faw hounds. Leapfrog is noticeably more similar to faw hounds than fey cats. While there are still significant differences, at least some of the design ideas should be transferable to Leapfrog, right? It seems like there's one more thing to do on this Flame Village trip, but then, will he still get a faw hound? It feels like raising just one Leapfrog is expensive enough. Lin Lin shook his head, dismissing all those random thoughts. With the Rockrak's massive platform in sight, he picked up the bridle and vest he had just sewn and walked towards Leapfrog. "Ah? Chief, what are you doing?" Chapter 79. Tayo seemed somewhat reluctant to wear such a strange device, feeling it restricted his mobility, and was not at all comfortable. But remembering that his leader wore his armor almost all day, except for bathing, Tayo finally accepted Lin Lin's disastrously ugly suit. Even his gait was strange from the discomfort. Whether it was the effect of Lin Lin's hastily constructed armor, the help of Brave's report, or the protection of darkness, Lin Lin was not stopped at the gate by the fortress guerrillas this time. Instead, he returned to his luxurious cabin under their collective gaze. After a quick packing, Lin Lin settled Tayo down, left Jujube with him, and then rushed to the Rock Lake Assembly Hall. It was already late at night. Even the sky was beginning to turn pale. Normally, the signage women wouldn't be at work by this time, but the meeting hall wasn't completely dark. The Mustachioed Guild leader was reading a piece of paper brought by Peregrine Falcon by the light of a lamp. After a long moment, the not-so-old dragon man put the paper away, stretched, and hopped down from the counter. He came over to a table of drunken hunters, grabbed a wine jug from the table, and leaned against the wall to pour himself a drink. Compared to the Jayan Village meeting hall leader, the mustachioed leader wasn't as fond of alcohol. He drank more to conceal his gaze. For example, right now, while drinking, he gazed with lustful admiration at the curve of a female hunter's waist, who was fast asleep on a table. He couldn't help but compare her figure with his wife's, a physique as strong as a blue bear, and then sighed with melancholy. You say he's clearly a hunter. According to the stereotype, he should have arms strong enough to run a horse, be able to kill a Yunyang deer with a single punch, and have such a curvaceous figure. But his wife is clearly a businesswoman, so how did she end up like this? What? This female hunter uses dual blades. That's fine. The mustache president shook his head, then suddenly noticed a hunter walking in. He thought to himself, it's strange. The sign girls are working at this hour. The people sitting and sprawling in the meeting hall are all drunk hunters. Only the one staggering out. How could someone rush in so fast? The hunter hurried in, stunned for 2 seconds by the dim light. Then, as if realizing something, he instinctively tried to leave, but after a moment's hesitation, he turned back, found a random table, and dozed off. This tiredness? Did she just come back from hunting? The mustache president, carrying a wine jug, walked over to the hunter and sat down, glancing at his equipment. The dog dragon set and bone weaponry were quite common equipment. Out of 10 low-star hunters here, at least 3 or 4 wore them. Hunters wielding shield axes, on the other hand, were much less common. These weapons, developed only in the past 2 years, were quite complex to use and not very popular. The recent hunters I've seen using shield axes. The mustache-faced guild leader carefully examined the newcomer's appearance. Oh, isn't this the newcomer Rachel from Hidden Killer brought with her? Why did he come here alone? Oh right, what's this guy's name? Guild leader Zymustache started out as a merchant, and he's always had a sharp mind. Even after becoming guild leader, seeing more people every day, he could still remember most things. After just 2 seconds of thought, he recalled it. I think his name is Lin Lin. Wait, Lin Lin? Guild leader Zai Mustache took out the letter he had just put away and read it again. Then he looked at the hunter sitting before him, snoring softly. Was it true? In just a month or two, he went from a rookie with no star rating to someone capable of hunting sand dragons. TSK, incredible. No wonder Rachel brought him to Rocklark. Had she recognized this kid's talent long ago? As guild leader Zai Mustache pondered, Lin Lin's weight involuntarily tilted forward, and he landed headfirst on the wooden table with a dull thud. The impact was somewhat similar to a sand dragon's head, but interrupted by snoring, Lin Lin rubbed his forehead and opened his eyes, suddenly finding an old dragon man sitting across the table, beaming at him. Mr. President? There's no need to be so distant. Just call me brother. The old dragon man had a kind expression, and his words sounded as if he weren't a centuries-old man, but a man in his 30s or 40s, in the prime of his life. Lin Lin curled his lips. For the sake of the mansion, he finally called this pretentious old man brother. Of course, there was another possibility that he allowed himself to be addressed that way, that despite his age, he had a youthful heart, still possessing the appreciation of beauty of a young man. Hey, brother Lin Lin, the sign girls aren't even at work yet at this hour. Why are you here so early? Being called brother by a centuries-old old man. Lin Lin rubbed his brow helplessly. I just finished a hunt, and was so focused on getting back to submit my mission that I forgot about the time. It must be said that the mustachioed guild leader, worthy of his businessman background, was experienced in conversation and communication. With just a few words, he created a very relaxed atmosphere. While the way he created this atmosphere was a bit difficult to comment on, it at least made Lin Lin feel a little less like he was facing the top management of a city guild. It's like this in Lockrak, and it's like this in Jiayan Village. Are all of you old dragon guild leaders so lax? I see. The poster girl won't be here for a while. Brother Lin Lin, you need to turn in your quest, right? I help you with it. Huh? Is that appropriate? The mustachioed guild leader waved his hand. What's inappropriate about that? Or are you planning on just sitting here waiting for them to get to work? I see you must be tired after just hunting. You should finish your work quickly and go back to rest. Well, I trouble you, guild leader. Finally, Lin Lin was persuaded and handed him his hunter's notes. Seeing the mustache-faced president clutching his hunter's notes and heading toward the counter, Lin Lin quickly stopped him. By the way, President, I didn't actually complete this quest alone. I teamed up with another hunter. Oh! The mustache-faced president flipped open Lin Lin's hunter's notes. But you're the only one registered here? Lin Lin spread his hands awkwardly. That's the problem. That friend's family was also in the caravan. After hearing the details of the quest, they were so eager that they set off without even completing the paperwork. Chapter 80. Is that so? The mustache leader tugged at his beard. That's not a big deal. It's a bit troublesome, but it'd be fine once the paperwork is completed. It's actually not uncommon for hunters to participate in hunts without receiving commissions. However, that's because the hunters who received the commissions sent out distress signals. Other hunters' participation in the hunt is essentially a rescue effort, not a mission, unlike your situation this time. Young people are prone to impatience. The paperwork only takes a few minutes. Since the caravan was able to send out a distress signal, it means the situation isn't so critical that every second counts. The mustache leader sighed. Brother Lin Lin, what's the name of the hunter with you? Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief for Brave. It seemed all was well. Brave, a 2-star katana user, and a member of the Fortress Guerrillas. 2-star? The mustache leader raised his head again. Is there a problem? The mustachioed guild leader glanced at the red-marked receipt, then painstakingly pulled out a roster from under the counter, finding Brave's name. Let me see. Nothing's wrong. Lin Lin's forehead bulged with doubt. What was going on? He was so startled, and now he was fine? I was shocked when I heard it was a 2-star hunter. I almost thought he'd run away. Even if I was worried, I couldn't do that. Lin Lin blinked. Then why didn't you let it go? So I took a look at his resume. Luckily, he was pretty steady during his 2-star days, having already accumulated a sufficient number of completed missions. Even if this hadn't happened, he should have been promoted to 3-star by the time this great desert feast was over. Even if he didn't follow the rules, the suspicion of running away has been dispelled. Lin Lin had just relaxed upon hearing this, when he heard the mustache-clad president sigh. But rules are rules, They can't be broken so easily. Where's that kid? I need to give him a good beating. Lin Lin mourned for him inwardly. He's still escorting the caravan back. It'd probably take another week. The mustache-clad president snorted, temporarily putting the matter behind him and starting the certification process for Lin Lin. Perhaps because of the letter, even though Lin Lin hadn't produced any materials from the Sand Dragon, the mustache-clad president didn't suspect him of forgery. Instead, after a dazzling flurry of operations, he handed him back the hunter's notes, with 3 stars printed on the cover. Of course, along with the notes came a hefty reward. Congratulations, brother Lin Lin. From now on, you're a 3-star hunter. Keep working hard. 3 stars might seem like just the beginning of a hunter's career, but for most hunters, a 4 or 5-star dragon is something they never even dream of. Reaching 3 stars is a truly remarkable achievement. But Lin Lin didn't feel anything. After all, he already taken down a black dragon in the game. Even though he kept reminding himself that this was a real world, it was hard to get excited about reaching 3 stars. All he could think about was going back to sleep. The Mustache Guild leader noticed Lin Lin's sleepiness and, without further ado, waved him off to his cabin. The next day, it was already past noon when Lin Lin rubbed his eyes and got up. TSK, it seems I was really exhausted yesterday. Even my body clock didn't kick in. After a quick wash and a mid-morning tea that wasn't quite breakfast or lunch, Lin Lin prepared to go out to the sand ship captain to show off his success in hunting the sand dragon. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Date followed him out. Date, are you going too? Lin Lin rubbed his brow. Date hadn't been with him when he agreed to go with the sand ship captain, so wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to bring him aboard? More importantly, even if he took Date aboard, could he also bring Tayo Tayo? If he didn't, he'd be compromising, and wouldn't Tayo Tayo have any ideas? Even if Tayo Tayo didn't have the complexities of a human, Lin Lin wasn't entirely comfortable leaving him alone. Even if Tayo Tayo had made this place his new lair and wouldn't venture out, what if a thief tried to sneak in and steal something? Where are you going? Date's puzzled voice brought Lin Lin back to his senses. Nothing much. So where are you going, Coconut Date? To the fabricator in town, meow. Coconut Date tapped his acorn cat armor, the kind used by novice hunters. I met a few artisans last time I bought gear, meow. I'm going to ask if I can design some armor for Tiao Tiao. Is that so? Lin Lin coughed dryly. Coconut Date was truly on top of his game. Unlike him, who always had things on his to-do list, he mostly just planned them. That must be because he's so busy, the dock. The scene was still bustling with activity, bustling with people. With the shipment of Jiayin wood from Jiayin village, the Fengshan Maru, while not entirely new, is at least less worn than before. All the previously damaged areas have been patched with Jiayin wood. While it certainly doesn't look beautiful, its durability is unparalleled. The Fengshan Maru's repairs and maintenance work are almost complete. The docks are bustling with activity, because the remaining wood is being used to reinforce other vessels in the sand fleet. Quentin folded his arms, gazing at the towering Fengshan Maru. He then turned to instruct his deputy, asking him to lead a thorough inspection of the Fengshan Maru, ensuring the utmost care and ensuring no mistakes. He was turning his gaze to the sand ship being reinforced nearby, when he noticed someone walking directly towards him, and instinctively turned to look. Dog dragon armor, bone shield and axe. A novice. Taking another closer look at his face, he remembered. Wasn't this the newcomer brought here by the senior heavy crossbowman? He'd come to him alone. Had he finally recognized his own abilities, and was coming to him to plead for mercy? No, shouldn't he have come with the senior heavy crossbowman to plead for mercy, so he could put more pressure on him to give in? Coming alone? Was he trying to back down? Captain, are you busy? Did I bother you? No, I'm quite free right now. The captain smiled politely, looking thoughtful. You're... Oh, I remember. The newcomer who came with the heavy crossbowman last time? What's up? Lin Lin grinned, a bright and cheerful smile. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask when we can get on board for training. Chapter 81. The captain nearly scratched his ears. Did he hear correctly? This kid was asking when they'd be on board for training. You haven't forgotten, have you? We agreed that if you want to board, you have to at least have the courage to face the Ursand Dragon's dragon chariot. Lin Lin's smile widened. Of course, I haven't forgotten. It's just the Ursand Dragon's dragon chariot, after all. The captain nearly laughed out loud. What kind of person is this? With such boastful words, someone who didn't know them would have thought the Ursand Dragon was some tiny creature less than a meter tall. I've already faced it. It was pretty strong, but my shield axe couldn't handle it. Otherwise, I could have faced it a few more times. The captain thought the kid was just talking nonsense under too much pressure, until Lin Lin unhooked his shield axe and showed him the slight dent on the shield. Although the captain had retired from hunting a long time ago, he was still very clear about the strength of hunters' weapons. After the special craftsmanship of the blacksmiths, the hardness of this shield axe definitely exceeded the raw materials, and was even comparable to the dragon bones of a large beast dragon. To be able to deform such a weapon, it really requires at least the power of a sand dragon cart. Did you really hunt the sand dragon? The captain was already somewhat convinced, though his tone remained hesitant. Lin Lin slung his bone armor back onto his back and handed over the hunter's notes, with 3 stars printed on the cover. Absolutely true, guaranteed genuine. If the sand dragon's body hadn't been brought back yet, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I'd be placing an order at the workshop. After flipping through Lin Lin's hunter's notes twice, the captain finally sighed. Good boy, I underestimated you. If you're brave enough to take on the sand dragon's dragon chariot, you should have no problem facing the Fengshan dragon. Fengshan Maru welcomes you. Lin Lin chuckled twice, his expression rather smug. If he had a tail, he'd probably be all cocky by now. This was a stark contrast to the feeling he had when he received the 3-star hunter's notes last night. Perhaps this was the difference between showing off and having someone pay attention, and no one paying attention, proving yourself, forcing someone who previously didn't care to acknowledge you. That feeling was truly satisfying. No wonder cool novels love that kind of show-off-the-face cliché. By the way, where's the heavy crossbowman you came with? Why didn't he come with you today? While he acknowledged Lin Lin, that was only because he believed he was capable of serving as a temporary crew member on the Fengshan Maru. For a senior hunter, the situation was different. The captain was eager to have an experienced senior hunter join him, so they could have more confidence during operations. Especially since this senior hunter had volunteered, so he wouldn't have to pay the high commission normally associated with hiring a senior hunter. Lin Lin recalled Rachel getting up early every day to go to the training camp, and shook his head helplessly. She's probably still teaching students right now. Teaching students? Yeah, a high-ranking hunter came to Rocklac, and since she was bored, the guild leader found her something to do, and sent her to the training camp as an instructor. The captain smiled heartily. Hello, instructor. Hello, instructor. Training the new generation is so important. Lin Lin smiled. Do I need to bring her along for the run in training? The captain was suddenly torn. Both sides were important, and he didn't want to give up either. Ideally, Rachel could come for run in training in the morning and return to the training camp to teach students in the afternoon. Or vice versa, teaching students in the morning and training in the afternoon would also be possible. Of course, it's inappropriate to say this out loud, as it could easily give the impression of a ruthless capitalist. We still have to call them up. The fleet's maintenance is only for the next 2 days. So, come to the dock in 2 days, and I explain the training details. With the time set for onboard training, Lin Lin, who had been frantically completing missions to level up, suddenly found himself free, even feeling a bit bored. He thought about what to do, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find anything. Huh? Lin Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could I have forgotten about alchemy? I had wanted to refine a protective stone to see if I could, but I didn't have the materials, so I had to put it aside for now. Then, I was busy taking on commissions, and wholeheartedly awaiting the urgent hunting mission for the Sand Dragon. When I had no free time, I naturally forgot about it. Now that I've remembered it, I naturally have to give it a try. Having hurried home, Tayo was sprawled on the carpet, bored, gnawing at the loose scales with his fangs, nibbling at them to shed and replace them. Hearing footsteps outside, Tayo immediately recognized Lin Lin and, not bothering to continue gnawing at the scales, joyfully stood up to greet his leader back to the lair. Tell me, what's the difference between you and the dog? Lin Lin rubbed Tayo's head, pulled out a piece of dried meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. His gaze drifted to the scattered scales on the floor. He suddenly tooted, his lips curling up unconsciously. There's a difference though. At least the Fa-hound doesn't regularly produce alchemical materials. Back in Jiayan village, I collected a lot of Xiong air shed hair, but I didn't bring it with me, so I couldn't refine the protective stone. At the time, I felt like I lost out. Although it still feels like a loss now, who could have imagined that after only a few days in Rocklark, I already have another yellow speed dragon? So soon, the yellow speed dragon scales have been freed again. Tayo, stay home and behave yourself. I'm going out for a bit. Grabbing a cloth bag to collect Tayo's lost scales, Lin Lin gathered the various miscellaneous items in his prop box, and, carrying a large bag, headed for Rocklark's commercial street. At the corner at the end of the commercial street, in front of an unassuming shop decorated with mysterious patterns, the heavy bag landed on the counter with a muffled thud, startling the old dragon man, who was immersed in an experiment. His hand trembled, and he added an extra drop of liquid to the test tube. Boom! A cloud of purple smoke exploded, smoking the old dragon man's face a purple hue resembling poison hair. The frog above him croaked in disgust, and leaped from his head onto the nearby counter. Sorry, boss. Lin Lin scratched his head awkwardly. As his strength gradually grew to inhuman levels, it was easy for him to get into situations like this. Even though he didn't feel the weight of the item when he was carrying it, the sound it made when it hit the ground was always startling. It's okay, it's okay. The old dragon man pushed his glasses up and looked at Lin Lin. Are you looking for a protective stone for alchemy? Chapter 82. Hee, exactly. Lin Lin rubbed his hands, a wry smile on his face. 150Z per session. The old dragon man raised his glasses, looking at the heavy package Lin Lin placed on the counter, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're going to use this huge package to refine the amulet? You guessed right. The old dragon man reached out one hand, tried to grab the package, and tried to lift it, but it didn't budge. Using both hands, he lifted the package slightly, but it still didn't completely lift off the counter. The old dragon man took a deep breath and gave up trying to pick up the package, instead opening it and examining it. Sand dragon, armored dragon, sand fish, shield crab, yellow speed dragon. After roughly identifying the sources of the various materials in the package, the old dragon man sighed softly. While you have a lot of materials, they're mostly small, common monsters. While it's not impossible to refine them, the chances of obtaining a high-quality amulet are very low. Be prepared? Lin Lin nodded repeatedly. Even if the probability was low, it would be as ridiculous as when he spent an entire afternoon pressing A at the blacksmith's door only to not get a single skill he wanted. Seeing that Lin Lin had made up his mind, the dragon man boss said nothing more and slowly began to work. Seeing Lin Lin standing there blankly watching, the dragon boss shook the test tube in his hand and shook his head helplessly. You don't want to just sit here and wait, do you? Huh? You're not allowed to watch? Sorry. Lin Lin turned away, but he remembered the last time he came to the alchemy shop. The boss had clearly been refining in public. He didn't try to hide his methods, did he? No, the old dragon man picked up a scale that had fallen off Tiao Tiao and observed it against the sun. Gladiator stone refining is a very time-consuming task, especially since you need to refine so many at once. If you just sit here and wait, it won't be finished until nightfall. Oh, I see. Lin Lin rubbed his helmet awkwardly. Then, boss, when would be a good time for me to come back? The old dragon man dropped the scale into a clay pot. After a moment's thought, he gave a vague time. About a week. Oh, and pay when you come back to pick it up. One scale costs 150Z. With this huge bag of stuff, I can't even count how many I can refine in a short while. A week? That's a long time to wait. But since the boss said so, no matter how eager he was, he had to wait patiently. Lin Lin could only thank him and head back to the processing room. Although the bone armor could be enhanced immediately after the sand dragon's corpse was brought back, the uneven dents on the shield still made him feel a bit distressed. It was best to send it in for maintenance. The processing shop was much more efficient than the alchemy shop. The shield and axe Lin Lin said today could be repaired tomorrow, though the fee was a bit high, which made Lin Lin feel a little sad. Although he had made a lot of money from taking on commissions recently, the vast majority of it had to be spent on crafting new armor and strengthening and modifying weapons, leaving him with very little. We agreed to return tomorrow to retrieve the weapons. I happened to see Coconut Date coming out of the armor processing shop next door, so I took it with me. Coconut Date looked downcast, his ears drooping. Lin Lin glanced at him and asked knowingly, "What's wrong?" They didn't agree, meow. They said building armor for monsters is ridiculous, meow. As expected. Lin Lin, unsurprised, softly comforted Coconut Date. It's okay, there will be opportunities later. After this harvest festival, let's go to Flame Village again. There should be a chance there. As they spoke, the hunter's mansion was approaching. To his surprise, Lin Lin saw Senior Rachel, whom he hadn't seen for several days, at the door. She greeted them from a distance. Hey! Little Lindsay, I heard you have an amazing little pet? Lin Lin felt a little strange. Was this the same Senior Rachel he knew? What the hell was little Lindsay? As he approached, He could immediately smell the strong odor of alcohol, which made Coconut Date sneeze involuntarily. Lin Lin raised his brows slightly. It smelled like she'd been drinking quite a bit. What was going on? He remembered clearly that Senior Rachel wasn't a hard drinker. He simply smelled a hint of alcohol, and she lectured him. He could still remember her words clearly. As a marksman, maintaining sharp senses is paramount. Excessive alcohol can severely hamper a marksman's performance. Do I seem like someone who wouldn't be aware of this? Looking at the hunter before him, standing unsteadily and burping periodically, it was hard to imagine she said such a thing. Senior Rachel, do you need me to help you get inside and rest? No, I'm not drunk. Rachel pushed, but as a marksman, her strength couldn't compare to that of Lin Lin, the shield axe wielder. After a few attempts, she let him help her and took her to a seat on the living room sofa. Date, get some juice. Date responded, hurried into the kitchen, and began to work. Tayo, dozing on the carpet, watched with curiosity as the leader helped a stranger onto the sofa, serving tea and water. Why did it feel like the leader's status was lower than this strange female? Rachel, blushing, lay on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Tayo until Tayo, uncomfortably frightened by the gaze, turned away awkwardly. Then she let out a triumphant laugh. Rachel, Senior, how much did you drink? Thinking of Rachel's usual self, she was usually as cold as an iceberg, even known as the hidden killer. Even when she acted a little more friendly in front of him, she was less icy and always maintained the demeanor of a senior. Looking at her now, her behavior wasn't exactly childish, but it was certainly not far off. It was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Not much, just a few extra gulps out of joy. Rachel raised her hand, her tone erratic. What happened to make you so happy? Lin Lin took the juice from Jujube and brought it to Rachel's lips, asking curiously. He was genuinely curious. What kind of happy event could have made Senior Rachel drink so much? Rachel took a sip of the juice, then slammed the cup down on the coffee table. She chuckled, your master has sent a letter. Teacher Kevin, thinking of this burly man who had helped him so much during his early years, but had to leave before he could officially start his training due to urgent matters at the guild, Lin Lin's face lit up. Is Teacher Kevin okay? Chapter 83. What could possibly happen to him? Rachel chuckled. This guy is so arrogant. Guess what he wrote me? I'm glad he's alright. Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Teacher Kevin had told him this mission was quite dangerous. Hearing Rachel's question, he readily played the supporting role. What did he say? After a while, when he recovers from his injuries, we go back to Donnarumma for his promotion ceremony. Rachel gritted her teeth as she spoke. He didn't even bring me on this mission, and he's already reached 7 stars without a word. No, I have to work harder. Lin Lin's focus was different from Rachel's. He immediately grasped those 2 words. Recovering? Is Teacher Kevin injured? Rachel, on the other hand, remained calm. That's nonsense. Fighting an ancient dragon head-on, coming back alive is a blessing. Expecting to stay uninjured? That's unrealistic. Rachel suddenly stopped talking and rubbed her head vigorously. Why am I telling you so much? This isn't something you should be dealing with right now. Anyway, compared to his record, this minor injury is nothing. Lin Lin then realized that Teacher Kevin had been summoned by the guild to fight an ancient dragon. No wonder he said a lot of things like planting a flag when they parted ways. The danger was certainly considerable. He wondered which ancient dragon Teacher Kevin had faced, whether he was fighting alone or in a group, whether he was repelling or subduing it. Lin Lin wanted to ask more, but Rachel refused to continue, instead evading the question. What's there to hide about ancient dragons? Aren't we about to join the battle to repel a massive ancient dragon? Rachel slumped onto the sofa, sighing weakly. Alas, drinking is causing all this trouble. In fact, after drinking some juice, Rachel's alcohol had worn off considerably, otherwise Lin Lin might not have heard her sigh. Actually, I'm not telling you young people this because I'm afraid you lose the courage to move forward. But it seems you don't know anything about ancient dragons, so I just briefly explain. Children who grow up in cities, in the stable environment created by hunters, always believe that humans are at the top of the world. But in reality, the true masters of this world are monsters, those ancient dragons who are the embodiment of natural disasters. Rachel paused, observing Lin Lin's expression. She didn't detect any shock or fear, but rather a steady change. He quietly waited for her next words, as if he had known all along. I wonder where he got this information from. Could it be that there's a record of this in the books Kevin left behind? Rachel muttered to herself, shook her head, and continued, the claim that ancient dragons are the embodiment of natural disasters isn't an exaggeration. Take, for example, the mountain dragon we're about to face. These massive ancient dragons, simply moving, can often cause rocks to crumble and the earth to crack, bringing devastating disaster to settlements and villages along their path. The one Kevin helped repel this time was a Flame Queen dragon. This ancient dragon is practically the embodiment of fire, setting fire to everything it passes. Kevin said that the Flame Queen dragon's horn was broken off, making it even more aggressive. Seeing the change in Lin's eyes, Rachel instantly regretted drinking so much and speaking so freely. What if this guy loses his confidence in continuing to be a hunter? She quickly reassured him, don't overthink them. They're powerful, but they're not invincible. Look, Kevin and the others successfully fought that creature off, didn't they? Rachel thought Lin's expression was a sign of fear, but it was simply a connection he made when he heard Kevin was fighting a horned Flame Queen dragon. He shook his head. Don't worry, Senior. I'm prepared and won't be frightened. Seeing Rachel's eyes cleared considerably, Lin changed the subject. So, Senior, you got yourself so drunk just because of a letter? What nonsense! I'm not drunk. Rachel glared at him, and Lin raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'm not drunk. I didn't choose the right word. Rachel hummed twice, and leaned back on the sofa. Of course, it can't be just because of that letter. Do you think I'm some reclusive woman? Lin shrank back. Her words were completely revealing of her feelings. So when had she changed her address to Master's wife? Actually, I've accepted a disciple too. Kevin can't just have one. The young lady threw a feast, all good wine, and the atmosphere was great. She ended up drinking a few too many. Oh, Lin suddenly realized. That's what he'd been thinking. Senior Rachel wasn't a hard-drinking alcoholic like those hunters he met at the gathering. How could she drink like that for no reason? So, the disciple she accepted was the one she met last time, the one who looked serious and more like a wealthy lady than a hunter. What was her name? I hadn't paid much attention to her at the time, but I remembered her first impression. Now that I think about it, I realize he couldn't even remember her face, let alone her name. Who is she? Have I seen her before? Yes, Siyuan. You've met her once. She's quite a nice girl. Although her family is wealthy, she's surprisingly hardworking. Rachel glanced at Lin, thought for a moment, and added, and she has an interesting personality, unlike you, who's a bit of a taciturn person like Kevin. Taciturn person? Me? Lin pointed his index finger at the tip of his nose. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quite put that word on himself. What? You're not convinced? Of course Lin wasn't convinced. He was a law-abiding young man with a kind heart. Liang is gentle, polite, and never angry with anyone. How could he be called a taciturn person? How long have we known each other? Over a month, right? So what do you always call me? Senior? Rachel rolled her eyes indignantly. I call you a taciturn person, but you still don't admit it. With our relationship, I should at least consider you half-teacher, right? Why are you still calling me senior like you did at the beginning? Ziyuan has only been with me for a few days, and she's always calling me sister. Lin muttered a few times, feeling a little annoyed. At first, when they weren't familiar with each other, of course they called me senior. But as we got better acquainted, I got used to the name and didn't think of changing it. I almost forgot that Senior Rachel is also a woman. Calling her senior all the time is just too old for her. Then, teacher? Kevin is your teacher. Master's wife? Chapter 84. Master's wife? Lin's sudden words startled Rachel so much that she nearly fell off the sofa. She sat there stunned for 2 seconds, unable to recover. What are you talking about, you drunken brat? Then she suddenly leaped to her feet, as if to reach out and strangle Lin's neck to teach him a lesson. However, even her feigned anger couldn't hide the hint of a smile in the corner of her eyes. Lin hurriedly dodged. Lady Rachel, I was wrong. Spare me. Tao's eyes widened as she watched the female, whom the leader had so respectfully invited in, chase the leader and bash him on the head. The leader, unable to fight back, could only flee in panic. It was terrifying. The leader could even knock down that huge brown beast. How outrageous must this female be? It hesitated whether to step forward to help the leader, but Date was alert and dragged Tao away from the scene. Tao was confused. Seeing that the leader, although screaming loudly from the beating, did not appear to have suffered any substantial damage, he hesitated for a moment before retreating a little with Date. I hope the leader is okay. 2 days later, at the dock. Teacher, you're here? The tall girl bowed calmly to Rachel. Rachel nodded in response with her usual icy expression. Lin, Question mark. Didn't she always call me sister? Is this polite yet distant person really the Cheyenne Rachel was talking about? Looking at the aloof Rachel again, she didn't look exactly like the drunken, childish Rachel in her mind, revealing her emotional side. It's not exactly the same, but it's a far cry from the other. Lin felt relieved. Perhaps this was the difference between women in public and in private? And Senior Lin. Even though they had only met once, Xiwan recognized Lin immediately and bowed. Lin scratched the side of his face. Don't call me Senior anymore. It feels weird. Just call me Lin. Rachel reached out and patted Lin's shoulder. In a sense, he's your senior brother. If you don't call him by name, calling him senior brother is fine. Xiwan readily agreed. Senior brother. Ahaha, are they all here? A hearty laugh echoed. Turning to look, the captain flipped off the bow of the Fengshan Maru, brushed the sand off his legs, and walked towards the others. Both? Lin turned to look at Cheyenne. Was she also going to participate in the run-in training? But wasn't she still studying at the training camp? Seeing Lin looking over, Cheyenne, perhaps guessing Lin's confusion, explained in a low voice. The Rocklike training camp participates in a simulation of the Fengshan Dragon Hunting Festival every year. I just passed the hunter exam 2 days ago, and was originally supposed to be assigned to one of the other sand ships in the fleet, but the instructor wanted me to see if I could take it a step further and participate in the battle aboard the Fengshan Maru. Lin nodded, then glanced at the captain's sturdy figure. The courage to face the sand dragon head-on, huh? The captain looked at Lin and Rachel. This is both your first time participating in the Great Desert Feast. I explained the operational procedures and division of labor. Although Cheyenne is a Rocklike native, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Cheyenne nodded earnestly, without a trace of impatience. The captain then pointed at the Miniyama Maru behind him. Let's first discuss the 3 parties participating in the feast. In general, the main force will be the Sand Fleet, with the dragon-striking ship Miniyama Maru as its flagship. The Fortress Guerrillas will serve as a mobile force, providing emergency battlefield rescue or supporting combat as needed. The civilian fleet, primarily composed of fishermen, will follow in the rear to intercept the hunting of sandfish, creating a combat environment as free of interference as possible for the Sand Fleet. As if to prevent the 2 outsiders from understanding, the captain further explained, the patrols of the Miniyama Dragon will unearth a large amount of nutrients from the ground, attracting a large number of sandfish. Without the assistance of the civilian fishing fleet, the Sand Fleet's battle would be twice as difficult. He turned his gaze to the large sand ships docked beside the Miniyama Maru. These large sand ships, significantly larger than the civilian sand ships, had also reached the end of their maintenance, following the Miniyama Maru. Including the Miniyama Maru, the Sand Fleet has 11 ships participating in this year's operations. 5 ships form a guard team, flanking the Miniyama Maru. Each Sand Fleet is manned by 2 to 3 pilots and 3 to 4 combatants. A small number of these combatants are drawn from the Fortress Guerrillas, but the majority are local hunters volunteering. Adding the 20 or so members of the Miniyama Maru, the total number of personnel participating in the frontline combat is over 80. Lin hissed, feeling that this number was quite high. But then he considered that Rocklak was a major city known as the Pearl of the Desert. The fleet fighting the Miniyama Dragon had gathered most of Rocklak's forces, and yet only managed to muster this many men. He then realized how scarce hunters were in this world. Each sand ship is equipped with a heavy crossbow, and the Miniyama Maru has 2. Besides firing heavy crossbow bolts refined from corestone, piezo-resistant bullets, it can also fire restraint rounds when necessary. These restraint rounds are connected to the crossbows via high-strength cables, which are nailed to the ship's planking. They can be fired when necessary, connecting the sand ship to the Miniyama Dragon's body. This not only depletes its energy, but also makes it easier for combatants to board its back and engage in combat. In addition, the Miniyama Maru is equipped with 2 cannons on either side, and an ancient. The giant bronze gong, inherited from our ancestors, sits at the bow, our ultimate weapon, and the key to our success in stopping the Peak Mountain Dragon. The dragon-slaying spear. Lin followed the captain's gaze to the sharp spear affixed to the rough keel, and instinctively asked, why not build a few more dragon-slaying spears, 1 per ship? They should be more effective than our crossbows, cannons, or other weapons, right? The captain choked and looked at Lin helplessly. Why not? Is it because you don't want to? Lin coughed dryly, and made a zipper-like motion with his hand in front of his mouth. The captain explained, the Dragon Striker's power comes entirely from the propulsion system at its base. The moment the Dragon Striker is activated, the immense recoil will instantly destroy the ship's frame. Neither the skeleton of a cloud-knotted wood, A sand dragon, nor even a horned dragon could withstand it. Only the mysterious keel that forms the core of the Fengshan Maru can withstand it. That's why we've only had one Fengshan Maru. Lin Lin blinked, suddenly remembering the long-range dragon striker Elgert had used against the Abyss Dragon. Is it really that it can't withstand it? Chapter 85. The sails billowed high, carrying the massive dragon-beating ship across the sandy sea. The high speed, whipping up a strong wind, made the heat less noticeable even without a cold drink. Boom! A massive cannonball, half a man's height, roared past the abandoned sand boat used as a training target, finally crashing into the sand farther away, blasting a large crater in the smooth surface. Lin Lin glanced at Ziyuan, who was standing behind the cannon, visually estimated the impact point, and then curled his lips. The cannonball had already passed the target ship and traveled about 20 or 30 meters. Well, you've almost mastered the use of the cannon. Your accuracy is quite acceptable against a Fengshan dragon. The captain nodded. A Fengshan dragon is so large that it's difficult to miss with a little care. After all, you weren't asked to be a full-time gunner. This level of practice is sufficient. Ziyuan sighed slightly, but wasn't overly disappointed. After all, she used this kind of artillery before in training camp, but it was really hard to use. The shells kept flying everywhere, which was annoying. Rachel chuckled briefly, but then immediately regained her stern expression and offered a quiet comfort. It's okay. You can carry the shells for me later. I won't leave you idle. While she wasn't particularly skilled with artillery, she had participated in numerous battles against giant monsters, and with practice, she could at least keep her fire on target. Cheyenne gritted her teeth. The teacher had actually teased her. She was so angry she wanted to bite her. My turn, my turn. Ziyuan stepped back, making room. Lin Lin excitedly trotted over, clutching the large cannonball, and loaded it into the breech block behind the cannon. The breech block, still blazing from its initial release, emitted a pungent smell of gunpowder, but Lin Lin paid no heed. He excitedly closed the breech block, glanced back at the target ship, gave the cannon another firm push, adjusted the muzzle, and then, without hesitation, yanked the fuse. Thunder roared, smoke filled the air, and the cannonball traced a graceful parabola, striking the center of the target ship with pinpoint accuracy. Debris flew, instantly disintegrating the already dilapidated, abandoned sand ship into pieces. Woohoo! Lin Lin cheered. That shot was awesome. Wow! It wasn't just the captain who exclaimed in amazement. The other crew members on the sand boat shared the same exclamation. After all, while this type of artillery was immensely powerful, it also had significant drawbacks. Its trajectory had a wide dispersion, and even experienced gunners couldn't pinpoint the target, only guaranteeing a targeted impact within a certain radius. Ah, impressive. Lin Lin, why don't you stop being a hunter and join our fleet as a full-time gunner? The captain laughed heartily, and it was unclear whether he was joking or genuinely speaking under the guise of a joke. Just a fluke, just a fluke. While firing cannonballs was exciting, constantly targeting the mountain dragons was inevitably a bit tedious. Seeing all sorts of monsters, and fighting them firsthand, was truly more thrilling. The captain sighed. If it weren't for the limited ammunition, he had wanted Lin Lin to fire a couple more shots to see if it was just a lucky break, or if this guy truly had a talent for artillery. Cannonballs are limited, so we can't waste them carelessly. But heavy crossbows don't have that worry. Let's practice with the heavy crossbow. Compared to the difficult-to-master trajectory of artillery, the heavy crossbow's three-point, straight-line aiming method is much easier to control. Simply use the capstan to draw the string, insert the fine steel arrow, one size larger than a hunting boughs, into the groove, aim, pull the trigger, and whoosh. It's that simple. The only difference from a sniper rifle is range and trajectory drop. Using a heavy crossbow is much easier than using artillery. With enough practice, most people can at least hit the target, if not every time. Unfortunately, Lin Lin's talent seemed to lie primarily in cannon handling, and he lacked any natural talent for the heavy crossbow. Sufficient practice for him would likely require a massive amount of practice, and with limited training time, how could he afford to practice that much? So, Lin Lin simply practiced briefly, understanding how to use the weapon, and then turned his attention to Rachel and Ziyuan. On a high-speed dragon-beating boat, accurately hitting the target requires more than just aligning the crosshairs. It also requires calculating lead time based on factors like boat speed, wind speed, and target speed. Coincidentally, the use of both light and heavy crossbows often relies on these same factors. For this pair of heavy crossbow masters and apprentices, the heavy crossbow was practically a more powerful version. After a brief adjustment, they could easily hit whatever they pointed at, leaving Lin Lin envious. They can fire their crossbows with abandon, but he can't wield a cannon and bomb them with abandon. Why is this world so inconsistent? Expertly pouring over a pound of sand from the cracks in his armor, Lin Lin sank into the tub and let out a comfortable sigh. This lake on the giant rock platform is a true gift from heaven. After a day of wind and sand, returning home to a nice hot bath, how could such a luxury exist? Boss Meow, where have you been today? Yin Zhao grabbed a towel and scrubbed Lin Lin's back, asking curiously. Boss disappeared early in the morning and didn't return until sunset, still covered in sand. If Yinzo hadn't figured out how to order food, he and Taio Taio would have starved. Oh no, Taio Taio is a yellow speed dragon. It's okay if he doesn't eat for a few days. That's fine. Nothing much, just going to the Fengshan Maru for run-in training. Fengshan Maru? That's the largest and most imposing dragon-beating ship in the dock, Meow? Yinzao's tone suddenly became much more excited. Yeah, do you know that ship? Lin Lin closed his eyes, enjoying Yinzao's back rub, and subconsciously asked back. Of course I know it, Meow. It's Rocklak's most famous sand ship, the absolute main force in the annual battle against the Fengshan dragon. How could anyone in Rocklak not know it, Meow? Lin Lin finally realized, oh, I almost forgot, you're a native Rocklak. By the way, what are you doing aboard the Fengshan Maru, Meow? Didn't I just say it? For adaptive training. Training? Yinzao was about to ask more, but then a thought occurred to him, and his expression became quite shocked. Boss, you're participating in the Great Desert Feast, Meow? Chapter 86. Boss, you're going to attend the Great Desert Feast, Meow? Yeah, Lin Lin nodded matter-of-factly. Didn't I tell you? Not at all, Meow. Yezha was a little excited, and even his scrubbing movements suddenly became more forceful. Hiss, not bad, that's the right strength. Meow, meow, meow. Yezhao increased the strength in his hands. Ouch. Lin Lin howled in pain, then smiled a slightly awkward smile. Ah ha ha, sorry, Yezha. This was planned before you came, so I can't bring you along. Yezha rubbed his hands vigorously for a few times, then sighed dejectedly. Boss Meow, I got too excited just now. For us Rocklak people, the Great Desert Feast and the Peak Dragon both hold special meaning. The thought of missing such a grand event makes me sad. Lin Lin was silent for a moment. He wasn't from Rocklak, not even a native of this world. While he knew many of its customs were different from those of the past, there were always times when he didn't fully understand and overlooked certain things. It's okay. Feng Shenlong comes here every year. I bring you along next time. Thank you, Boss Meow. Date was much happier. Although I'm not a qualified hunting cat yet, I definitely grow up quickly and won't be a drag on you, Meow. So, boss, do you still want to continue your training, Meow? Can I come along for a visit, Meow? A visit? Lin Lin pondered for a moment. I asked the captain tomorrow. If it's just training, it shouldn't be a problem. If he agrees, you can come along. Across the boundless sea of sand, a small, withered patch stood out like a drop of ink on a canvas, strikingly striking. High in the sky, an observation balloon, propelled by its airbag, slowly drifted, recording every noteworthy detail about the area below. The young dragon scholar gazed through a telescope at the nearly dead oasis below. Its surface had cracked from drought, revealing terrifying fissures. If water continued to flow, this tiny oasis would likely be wiped off the map forever. Alas, since the Sand Dragon King was hunted, no large monsters have moved in here. Have they, too, decided this environment is no longer suitable for their survival? The dragon scholar felt a sudden tug on his sleeve. Turning, he saw the senior human scribe pointing him in a direction. Look over there. Is there a sandstorm? The dragon human scholar quickly adjusted the telescope's lens and saw, far off on the horizon, a small cloud of dust gradually expanding, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth. The dragon human scholar frowned slightly, sensing that this was unlike the usual sandstorms he observed, and slightly adjusted the telescope's focus to see more clearly. Under the extremely high magnification, although a little blurry, he could clearly make out figures scurrying through the sky-high dust. Occasionally, they would leap up, twisting and turning in the air, creating beautiful arcs, before plunging back into the sea of sand. Sandfish? How could that be? The older human scribe, with his sharp ears, was alarmed when he heard the word sandfish and saw the dust cloud, which had expanded 4 or 5 times in just a few minutes. He shouted a warning, urgent. The monsoon is coming. The mountain dragons are approaching. Huh? The dragon scholar was a bit unsure. But it's too early now. Almost half a month earlier than usual, and no peak dragon has been sighted. Before he could finish his words, The scribe had already thrust a hastily written dispatch into his hand, urging him repeatedly, "Hurry and release the peregrine falcons. Release them all, and make sure the letter gets back to Rocklark. The peak dragon's arrival is sudden. If we don't give early warning, the consequences will be disastrous." The dragon scholar, waking up from a dream, hurriedly followed the instructions. If the peak dragon really did appear early, and Rocklark hadn't received the warning, thinking it would reappear half a month later, caught off guard, and they hadn't provided timely intelligence, then if anything went wrong, they would be the culprits. Several peregrine falcons were released one after another. They seemed to sense some invisible pressure, becoming quite uneasy on their perches. After being released, they flapped their wings desperately to get away from the direction of the pressure. Fortunately, 2 of them were still alert. Even when fleeing, they knew to fly in the right direction, which relieved the 2 people in the observation balloon. There's no mistaking the peregrine falcon's performance. It's definitely the appearance of an ancient dragon. The senior from the scribe team was incredibly grateful for his decisiveness, having made the decision immediately. Otherwise, if that creature got any closer, the peregrine falcons would have been completely frightened, and the message wouldn't have been transmitted. On board Fengshan Maru, another shot struck the center of the target ship. Amid the cheers of the crew, Lin Lin gave Rachel a yes sign. Rachel crossed her arms, feeling rather helpless at Lin Lin's boasting. This guy was definitely better with artillery than she was, with a 10% higher hit rate. Maybe that was just talent. Cheyenne chuckled quietly, seemingly delighted to see her teacher suffer a setback from her senior, who hadn't made Rachel tease her earlier about being limited to carrying cannonballs. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rachel couldn't help but tap Lin Lin on the head. Since Lin Lin was wearing a helmet, the blow didn't hurt him, but it did sting her hand. Silently putting her hand behind her back, Rachel said calmly, "What are you bragging about? Have you memorized the topographical map of the peak dragon's back? Have you achieved a 50% accuracy with your crossbows? Have you mastered the single-shot restraining rounds?" The captain sat on a supply crate, amused by watching the high-ranking hunter instruct his students, bringing a touch of amusement to the otherwise tedious training sessions. Swoosh! A red light exploded in the distance. Rachel, who was lecturing Lin Lin, suddenly turned and stared intently at the breathtaking red fireworks in the sky. That was a signal flare indicating an emergency, and judging by the direction, it was a signal from Lockrak. The captain's face was devoid of a smile. His expression was serious, and he gazed in Lockrak's direction with a worried look. "Everyone, set sails, and return immediately." Rachel walked over to the captain and whispered, "Is that a peak dragon?" The captain shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but since Lockrak headquarters sent out an emergency signal, it's very likely it was one. If it's really that, I'm afraid there's no time for further training. We must depart immediately." Rachel glanced back at Lin Lin and Ziyuan. These past few days of training have been sufficient. I trust them. Chapter 87. As the red flare launched, the entire city of Rocklak was plunged into a moment of chaos. Some merchants and travelers arriving in Rocklak for the first time were confused and a little panicked, but then, they noticed a group of people in white uniforms, a common sight in the city, stepping forward to calm the crowd and guide them out in an orderly manner to the shelters. "Everyone, come this way. Don't crowd together, evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't crowd together, just follow me. Don't worry, we have enough shelters to accommodate everyone." Some newly arrived merchants in Rocklak looked hesitantly at their newly set up stalls, then at the crowd, tempted to pack up their priceless goods before leaving. Some travelers, who had just left their luggage at the hotel, and had gone out shopping empty-handed, instinctively wanted to return to the hotel to pick up their supplies before heading to the shelters. However, the city wall guerrillas didn't need to persuade them. The locals, who had lived in Rocklak for years, had already done the talking. "Don't panic. It's an alarm, but it happens every year. Just stay in the shelter for a day. The hunters will keep the danger out. The shelter has everything you need. Don't even think about getting your luggage. Not only will you not need it, but it will also waste time and energy. Why are you closing up shop? Just cover it with a piece of canvas to block the wind and sand. Don't worry about anyone taking advantage of the situation. Look over there. Those are the fortress guerrillas. Who dares to act recklessly in front of them?" Led by the fortress guerrillas and encouraged by the local residents of Locklak, the crowd began to move in an orderly manner. Within half an hour, the bustling streets became deserted, leaving only the gradually increasing wind and sand blowing through the deserted streets. Dockyard. Although the Fengshan Maru had entered the sand sea for training, it didn't go deep, instead staying very close to Rocklak. Therefore, after seeing the eye-catching red flare, The group returned in just a quarter of an hour. Before Lin Lin disembarked, he saw a few people standing in groups of 3 or 4 on the ledge. Quietly asking the crew members nearby, he learned that each of them was a heavyweight. The stern-faced, serious-looking old dragon man, with a sharp glint in the corners of his eyes, was the president of the Rocklight Guild, though at this moment, none of his usual unremarkable nature was visible. The clean-shaven, bespectacled, and quiet human researcher was the head of the Rocklight branch of the Royal Paleontological Scribe Corps. The old dragon man, whose stature had shrunk considerably compared to the president, with his eyebrows and beard almost knitted together, was a researcher stationed in Rocklight for the Ancient Dragon Observatory. A bald, muscular man, carrying a great sword, was the captain of the Fortress Guerrilla Unit and a 5-star greatsword master stationed at Rocklight. The remaining few dark-skinned, sturdy men, young and old, were representatives of the civilian fishing fleet, or rather, the captains of the boats. The captain had just jumped off the bow, but before he could say anything, the guild leader interrupted him with a stern voice. "We just received an urgent report that the Peak Dragon appeared early, about 2 weeks earlier than the earliest in previous years. Because it appeared so suddenly, by the time we discovered it, it was already very close to Rocklight. According to the Ancient Dragon Observatory, if we don't stop it in time, it's expected to impact the giant rock platform within half a day. We don't have much time left." The guild master briefly explained the situation. The captain, upon hearing this, without further ado, immediately summoned the crew to begin final preparations before departure. A cannonball, half a man's height, bundles of fine steel crossbow bolts, single-shot restraint rounds tipped with sharp barbs, anti-dragon explosive rounds developed specifically for dealing with oversized ancient dragons, and the high-energy coal fuel essential for activating the dragon-slaying spear. These items were carefully carried from the dockyard warehouse to the armory within the Fengshan Maru. Lin Lin and the other 2 also bustled around, acting as makeshift porters. Non-combatants also hurriedly circled the Fengshan Maru, checking the hull's structural integrity, the frayed sails, and the adequacy of safety ropes to protect the crew. The intense pre-battle preparations weren't limited to the Fengshan Maru. The fleet's other sandboats, including the fishermen's smaller boats, were also undergoing final preparations. All personnel worked together, each fulfilling their respective roles, completing the final pre-war preparations with remarkable efficiency. Within minutes of the evacuation, the last artillery shell was moved to the armory below. The captain glanced around, observing the eager, battle-ready crew. He nodded slightly, then shouted in a deep voice, "Set sail." Boom! The massive gong at the stern suddenly struck, its deafening hum instantly filling the ears of everyone present and continuing to echo far into the distance, so clearly audible throughout Rocklight. Inside the shelter, those who heard the gong couldn't help but whisper, "The Great Desert Feast has officially begun." Aboard the Fengshan Maru, after the gong sounded, Lin Lin felt a surge of energy, as if his blood had been stirred to life. His breathing became heavier. The sails were inflated. Though the Fengshan Maru carried the most ammunition, it was traveling at the fastest speed, galloping across the sand sea at the forefront, leaving behind a trail of dust. Following this, 10 sand boats broke through the dust and followed closely behind the Fengshan Maru, forming a protective formation on either side. Relax, being nervous is normal. Rachel noticed Lin Lin's breathing was a little heavy and patted his shoulder. "I was also nervous the first time I participated in this kind of battle, but once you actually face those guys, you realize they're just a little bigger, no different from ordinary monsters. Just bring your training form to bear, and nothing will go wrong." Lin Lin grinned at Rachel. "Don't underestimate me, I'm not nervous, I'm excited." Ziyuan, standing next to him, glanced at Lin Lin and wiped the sweat from her palms. She hadn't expected the senior to have such a positive attitude. Perhaps this is the difference between a veteran and a newcomer. Suddenly, she paused, grasped a handful of air, and felt it carefully before looking at Rachel uncertainly. "Is the wind picking up?" Rachel closed her eyes, feeling the air against her cheeks, then nodded confidently. "The wind is definitely picking up. Could this be the monsoon that's accompanied the Peak Dragon?" Just then, the captain, who had been standing at the bow, staring intently ahead, suddenly shouted, "Attention everyone! High alert!" Chapter 88. Woo-doo-doo! A nearby crew member puffed out his cheeks and blew forcefully on the massive horn he held in his arms. The deep blast spread, carried by the wind to the 10 escorting sand ships behind. A young crew member beside Lin Lin swallowed, took 2 deep breaths, and then tensed his nerves, waiting quietly for Feng Shenlong's massive form to appear before him. This was the loader, responsible for loading ammunition for the artillery nearby. The wind grew stronger, and a cloud of dust rose up ahead. Lin Lin had already lowered his visor to prevent it from affecting his breathing, but Feng Shenlong's massive form, over 100 meters long, still did not appear in sight. Could it be that we've lost our way? Lin Lin muttered to himself. If so, this would be a serious problem. It's correct. The monsoon has arrived. As long as we head against the wind and toward the direction of the strongest current, we definitely find the source, the Fengshan dragon. The loader crewman objected repeatedly. But the current is so strong, and that creature hasn't appeared yet? The direction is correct. Look ahead, isn't that a school of sandfish? If they've appeared, the Fengshan dragon can't be far behind. As he spoke, the captain of the leading ship seemed to issue another order. A horn blast, with a rhythm completely different from the previous one, echoed again. The flagman hurriedly waved his flag, relaying the captain's command. Then Lin Lin watched as the sandboats, which had been following in unison, suddenly dispersed, their formation vanishing in the blink of an eye. Were they dispersing to search for the Fengshan dragon's location? As they pondered this, a dune suddenly rose from the flat sand sea. Then, the dune shattered, revealing two immense, sky-high fangs that burst forth from beneath the sand. Everyone's gaze instinctively followed the fangs upward, their heads unconsciously tilted upward. But even then, they could no longer see the tips of the fangs, for the majestic peak mountain dragon had already leaped from beneath the sand, its weight weighing tens of thousands of tons, yet it leaped through the air with the agility of a fish. Everyone's gaze followed the movement of the peak mountain dragon, from left to top, then to right. They watched as it plunged into the sand sea like a dive into the ocean, kicking up hundreds of tons of sand that crashed in all directions like waves. So huge. Seeing a massive monster over 100 meters long pass overhead, the overwhelming pressure it brought was indescribable, and it made them hold their breath. Impact warning? A loud shout brought Lin Lin back to his senses. Everyone quickly lowered their center of gravity, desperately clinging to the protrusions on the hull to stabilize themselves and avoid being swept overboard by the waves. Although they were all tied to the sand boat with safety ropes, if they crashed at high speed, even if the sand was fine and soft, they would inevitably be thrown to the ground. The surging waves subsided slightly, and the Feng Shenlong did not dive under the sand again, but maintained a swimming posture parallel to the Fengshan Maru. No, not parallel, it was approaching, trying to hit them with its huge body. Get out of the way! The helmsman was already turning with all his might, without even needing the captain's shout. Even though the Fengshan Maru was quite sturdy, that depended on the ship. Once its hull, constructed entirely of knotwood, was crushed, it was practically inevitable. Even if the keel remained intact, the situation wasn't certain for those aboard. Narrowly swerving past the ship, the Fengshan dragon's impact didn't quite land, but it still caused a jolt even worse than the first one caused by the sand waves. This jolt was so intense that many lost their grip on the ship and were tossed like feathers, left far behind by the speeding sand craft. With safety lines in place, some were able to climb back aboard and continue fighting, but others were severely injured after the fall and unable to hold onto the lines. At this point, the crew, specifically those responsible for monitoring the lines, had to cut the ropes to prevent further injuries from the prolonged drag. But this didn't mean those whose safety lines had been cut were abandoned. The civilian fishing fleet following far behind, in addition to hunting sandfish, would also provide emergency rescue operations for those caught in the sand. Noticing the flagship was under attack, the previously scattered sandboats swarmed in, firing bolts at the Feng Shenlong using their heavy crossbows. They weren't seeking to cause any damage, but simply to draw the Feng Shenlong's attention and give the Fengshan Maru a moment to breathe. The captain glanced at the remaining 3/4 of the crew and shouted, "All ships, free attack! Lin Lin, you fill in as gunners." A rapid horn blasted, and within a single second, dozens of heavy steel crossbow bolts were unleashed, piercing the Feng Shenlong's grayish-yellow, rock-like shell like nails. After years of wandering the sea of sand, the mountain dragon swallowed vast quantities of sand and gravel, which were then excreted and combined with body fluids to form a carapace of special minerals adhering to its surface. This carapace, mostly deposited on its back, was then polished by countless years of sand, removing the fragile parts and leaving only the hardest parts to protect its body. The battle against the mountain dragon was called the Great Desert Feast because it allowed the exfoliation of the high-quality minerals accumulated on its back over countless years, which could bring immense wealth to Lokrak. Though shaken, Lin Lin at least maintained a basic level of composure and clarity. After taking 2 deep breaths, he immediately maneuvered the cannon and began aiming. The bomb handler loaded the shell, and Lin Lin fired the cannon. The massive shell slammed into the mountain dragon's back, blasting a massive hole in its mineral shell, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. Swish, swish, swish. Several more heavy crossbow bolts blasted out, piercing the cracks created by the exploding shells with pinpoint accuracy. Lin turned his head to see Rachel reloading her crossbow. Without even glancing at him, she simply said, "Stay focused, don't get distracted." Lin took a deep breath, his mind racing, trying to calculate the trajectory of the cannonball, aiming to fire it back into the crater created by the first shot. Boom! Just as it was about to fire, the Foshan dragon suddenly swung its head, using its majestic tusks as weapons to sweep towards the approaching sand ship. Unsurprisingly, Lin's shot went astray, hitting the small, relatively small eyes behind the Foshan dragon's tusks. Struck in a sensitive area, the Foshan dragon instinctively turned its head to dodge, interrupting the attack that was about to destroy the sand ship. Well done! Chapter 89. The discomfort in its eyes caused Feng Xianlong to subconsciously interrupt its attack. Immediately afterwards, the Sand Sea behemoth shifted its gaze in the direction of the attack. Foshan Maru was considerably shorter than Feng Xianlong, but this size was enough for Feng Xianlong to perceive it as a threat. When Foshan Maru's attack caused some discomfort in its eyes, the already irritated Feng Xianlong flared up in anger. It was the ruler of the desert, sending all creatures fleeing wherever it passed. The creature we encountered a few days ago was one thing, as it was indeed powerful. But what little creature, a small boat like yours, dared to be so presumptuous in its presence? Roar! The sand sea seethed, the earth trembled, and terrifying waves of sound, accompanied by Feng Xianlong's angry roar, spread out, threatening to blow everyone on board away. Even though everyone covered their ears tightly, they could still feel the intense vibrations from all directions, causing chest tightness and shortness of breath. This roar went beyond the realm of a monster's roar. It was more like the relentless, dull roar of natural disasters, like landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms. The long roar lasted for over 10 seconds before it finally subsided. Everyone finally lowered their hands from tightly covering their ears, breathing heavily to soothe the dizziness from the roar. Feeling the rage that accompanied the roar, Lin momentarily lost track of what it was referring to. Instead, he roared, "It's locked onto us." Lin didn't need to remind him. Anyone with eyes could see that the Foshan dragon had turned sideways, its head pointed in the direction of the Foshan Maru. Its pair of towering fangs were raised high, blocking out the sunlight and casting a shadow that almost enveloped the entire Foshan Maru. Lin was familiar with this gesture. When a Tusha dragon used its head, but it would also raise its head like this to gather momentum, making its attack even heavier and more powerful. However, due to the vast difference in size, the impact of the Foshan dragon's fangs would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. The helmsman desperately tried to steer the Foshan Maru away, but due to the Foshan dragon's earlier roar, he only began to turn after it reared up, which was clearly too late. "Hurry, strike the gong!" The captain shouted hurriedly, but the violent jolt had thrown many crew members flying, and unfortunately, the gong man was among them. The cannon was positioned near the rear of the ship, not far from the gong. Lin glanced at the massive figure that was already bearing down, gritted his teeth, and moved away from the cannon, intending to strike the gong before it completely crashed down. But someone was faster, or perhaps closer. Cheyenne had been assigned to the stern to watch over the safety lines, keeping an eye out for those who needed to be cut to prevent further damage from dragging, and for those who needed a hand to help them quickly return to the ship. The gong was right next to her, and she didn't even bother to activate the trigger a little further away. Cheyenne simply grabbed her iron assault crossbow and slammed the butt of it down on the large gong. Bang! The large gong emitted a clear, pleasing metallic twang. While its volume was nowhere near as powerful as the Peak Mountain Dragon's roar, it was a roar uniquely human, a sound not found in nature. That unique sound wave, imperceptible to humans, clearly reached the Peak Mountain Dragon's brain, causing it to buzz with a shudder. It immediately lost its balance and fell to one side. Good opportunity. Concentrate your attack on Feng Xianlong's left abdomen. The captain gave Cheyenne a thumbs up, while the flag bearers and buglers on his left and right relayed his order. Lin paused, swerving back behind the cannon. He barely needed to aim. Feng Xianlong was just beside the ship. He reloaded and fired. Boom! Whoosh! The steel-forged crossbow arrows pierced the air, emitting a sharp whistle, punctuated by the roar of exploding shells, creating a desert ballad. Boom! Another cannon blast. Lin completely abandoned the red tape of calculating trajectory lead and other red tape in his head, relying solely on intuition. Surprisingly, even in this situation, he maintained a good accuracy. This was his third cannonball to hit the same area on Feng Xianlong's abdomen. The concentrated, sustained attack forced a pause here. Stimulated by the relentless pain in its belly, Feng Xianlong's brain, briefly deactivated by the gong's ringing, finally regained its composure. It resumed its swimming posture, hiding its relatively soft and vulnerable belly beneath the vast expanse of sand. This time, Feng Xianlong didn't immediately attack Fengshan Maru. Instead, it cruised at a distance, seemingly wary of the piercing noise of this little device and wishing to observe it first. All ships, fire restraint bombs, lower sails to half height, and wear down Feng Xianlong's strength. The captain, who had been observing Feng Xianlong's movements through a telescope, decisively issued new orders. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The specially crafted crossbow bullet pierced the Fengshan dragon's thick carapace. The sharp barbs ensured the restraining bullet wouldn't easily break loose. A strong cable connected the bullet's tip to the crossbow's fixed base, tying the sand boat to the Fengshan dragon. Half sail lowered allowed the Fengshan dragon to absorb some of the wind's power, increasing its stamina. The reason for not lowering the sail fully was that it still needed to rely on the wind for necessary maneuvers. Woo! The Fengshan dragon let out a roar, unlike its previous angry roar. This one sounded more like the long, drawn-out song of a deep-sea whale. It felt heavier, a slight discomfort. Its small eyes moved. Thin ropes dangled from both sides of its body, connecting those annoying little boats to it. The ancient dragon's wisdom allowed it to understand that it was these boats, hanging on its body, that were slowing it down. So it began to contemplate a way to break free from the ropes. Lin Lin roughly aimed at the crater created by the initial blast, then pulled a fuse, leaving the rest to luck. And his luck was indeed good. This blast landed quite close to the first, overlapping for more than half the blast radius. Coupled with Rachel's timely efforts to drive several crossbow bolts into the cracks in the ore shell, widening the gap considerably, this single blast shattered and peeled off much of the ore covering the area, revealing the indigo shell beneath. Luckily, this was a desert-dwelling mountain dragon, its rocky shell having been worn down. If it had been an old mountain dragon, or a molten mountain dragon, 2 blasts wouldn't have even made a dent in its rocky shell. Lin Lin was about to fire another blast at the same spot, when his pupils suddenly constricted and he shouted, "Watch out! It's about to take off." Chapter 90. The captain heard Lin Lin's cry, but he had been watching the Fengshan dragon's every move. Familiar with this ancient dragon, he didn't see it make any move to leap, so he hesitated briefly. He was the captain, the overall commander of the Fengshan dragon's operations. Every one of his orders was crucial. A single mistake could jeopardize the safety of the entire rock wreck. Should he abandon this opportunity? As he pondered for a fraction of a second, he caught sight of Fengshan dragon lowering its head slightly, a move that instantly made his decision. Disconnect the restraining munitions. Disperse. Rachel had already drawn her stripping knife the moment Lin Lin shouted. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the rope connecting her heavy crossbow was severed in two. The operator of the other crossbow, though a fraction slower than Rachel, also managed to cut the rope before the Fengshan dragon leaped. The other sandboats, relying on horns and flag signals for command, reacted much more slowly. Only after the Fengshan dragon had completely ascended did about half of them sever their ties. Before being pulled high into the air, they fell back into the sand sea. Although their hulls were violently jolted, their structures were largely unaffected. The remaining sandboats, unable to disconnect before the Fengshan dragon took flight, stood no chance after the dragon's leap. The immense force dragged on the boats, sending the crew members flying like juggling balls. They struggled to maintain their balance, let alone cut the ropes. Even if the sand sea were soft, being pulled hundreds of meters into the air and then dropped back down again would typically require 10 days to a month before being able to regain their feet. Of course, that presupposes they were lucky enough not to be crushed by the falling Fengshan dragon. Otherwise, even collecting the bodies would likely leave them without a single intact piece of flesh. Perhaps due to its increased weight, the Fengshan dragon's leaping form was affected. This time, it didn't use its massive fangs to dig into the sand and clear a path, as it had initially done. Instead, it slammed down with its entire body, sending up a torrent of splash. The Fengshan Maru was the first to disconnect, and its hull's position was barely affected, only slightly jolted by the splash. The other sand ships, however, had previously disconnected their restraining grenades, fared better. They were able to recover and resume the battle after being overturned by the splash. One of the ships that had been carried high into the air and then dropped had already completely disintegrated, and several others had suffered varying degrees of structural damage, making it difficult for them to continue fighting. The captain clutched the bow railing tightly, his mind racing as he watched the sand fleet, which had suddenly lost nearly a third of its personnel. Damn it! Not only did the Fengshan dragon appear unusually early this year, but why was it so hostile towards the fleet? The fleet's current attacks weren't even close to causing the Fengshan dragon any pain. At most, it felt something. Why was it reacting so strongly? The captain suddenly turned around, glanced at Lin Lin, who was trying to spot the Fengshan dragon amidst the swirling sand, and called out, "Lin Lin, how did you know it was about to leap?" How did he, someone who had fought Fengshan dragons for half his life, notice the signs even earlier than he did? I just felt it was about to leap. It was a kind of intuition. Lin Lin, still searching for the Fengshan dragon, shouted back without turning back. Having noticed that its previous leap hadn't affected the largest ship, the Fengshan Maru, the Fengshan dragon had once again locked onto them, though it seemed it hadn't yet decided how to attack the Fengshan Maru. The sand sea fell silent for a moment. Save for the whistling wind, all movement seemed to have vanished. Like Lin Lin, the crew members scanned the area, searching for the Fengshan dragon, but to no avail. After crashing into the sand, the Fengshan dragon seemed to vanish. But no one believed they had defeated the Fengshan dragon. They all nervously observed their surroundings. The helmsman, sweating profusely, constantly changed direction to avoid being pierced from below by the Fengshan dragon's massive fangs. Up ahead. It's targeting the bow. Use the dragon-smashing spear. Lin Lin shouted again. This time, the captain didn't hesitate. Even though he saw nothing, he still picked up his pickaxe and stood before the dragon-smashing spear's trigger mechanism on the bow. The next moment, yellow sand erupted from the front, and a massive maw, obscuring the sky and the sun, descended. In the little light that remained, a row of massive teeth could be clearly seen within the maw. ZZ. High-temperature steam propelled the steel, activating the ultra-high-pressure starting device hidden within the hull. The massive, sharp dragon-slaying spear at the bow spun wildly, instantly ejected under the terrifying acceleration. Swish. Just as the Fengshan dragon's maw was about to close, the sharp dragon-slaying spear plunged into its mouth with immense force. Flowing streams of fiery ancient dragon blood splattered, practically staining the bow of the Fengshan Maru red. The Fengshan Maru's bow, under the influence of this reactionary force, tilted upward, forming an almost 45-degree angle with the sand. Many crew members, who hadn't had time to hold on, were instantly thrown back. Woo-woo! The tender mouth suffered a severe blow, and the intense pain caused the Fengshan dragon to wail. As if reflexively, it thrust backward, about to fall towards Fengshan Maru's body, and fell back into the sand sea in a nearly back-slamming position. Now, it no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly far smaller Fengshan Maru. The piercing pain in its mouth was a constant reminder that this seemingly weak sand ship possessed the power to inflict severe damage. Ah ha ha ha. Lin Lin, well done. Another credit to you. Though his body was splattered with thick dragon blood, the captain remained unfazed, instead laughing heartily and heroically. Everyone! Let's enjoy this feast of the desert. Chase them. After chuckling enough, the captain patted his chest, glanced around the ship, and began issuing orders in an orderly manner. All sails open. The dragon-slaying spear was just activated. Everyone, refuel quickly. We must restore it to a usable level as soon as possible. This is our ultimate weapon against the Peak Mountain Dragon. Then he looked at the large bronze gong. The gong man, who had been thrown off the first time, had finally managed to climb back up, but the previous blow had sent him flying again. 2 consecutive, brutal falls had knocked him out of breath, forcing Ziyuan to cut his safety line. The captain glanced at him and said bluntly, "Ziyuan, you take over as the gong man. Until the dragon-slaying spear is reloaded, the gong is our only recourse against the Peak Mountain Dragon's attacks." Chapter 91. Lin Lin was forcefully pulled back onto the boat by Ziyuan. Just as he spat out a mouthful of sand, he heard the captain standing there giving orders, telling her to replace the gong bearer. TSK. When the dragon-slaying spear activated, he was running forward, and before he could grab anything, he was thrown out. Fortunately, he had the safety rope, and Ziyuan was holding him up on the boat, so he managed to climb back. Now, he felt a tight pain in his chest. The ground was covered in sand, and he had armor to protect him, so a fall wouldn't have been a big deal. But he was carrying a shield axe on his back, and it hit him hard when he landed. Lin Lin unscrewed a bottle of recovery potion and drank it. The captain then noticed that Lin Lin had been thrown off and hadn't heard the words of commendation he had mentioned. "Hey, Lin Lin, you take a break and prepare for the back mountain operation. Hey, you take over as the gunner. Are we going back mountain?" Lin Lin was invigorated and immediately rubbed his hands. Unlike crossbows, artillery, and other weapons that can be used by non-hunter crew members, back mountain operations are a complete carnival for hunters. The reason it's called a carnival rather than an arduous task is that during a back mountain operation, the proceeds mined from the peak dragon's back belong entirely to the hunters. Rather than fighting to repel the peak dragon, it's more like the harvest of a feast. It's well known that peak dragons are full of treasures. Among the ores that can be mined from their backs, besides white dove stone and scarlet kite stone, which are usually only found in high-risk monster-infested areas, a personal designation, even rarer colored crystals and abyssal crystals can be easily collected. It can be said that the wealth gained from climbing the back of a peak dragon once is enough to allow an ordinary family to work for 10 years without any labor. Of course, aside from some elderly hunters with little hope of advancement, few would sell the high quality or they worked so hard to obtain. With no artillery fire assigned to him, and the boarding operation yet to officially begin, Lin Lin felt a bit idle for a moment. Glancing at the captain ahead, who was holding a telescope and hadn't given any orders for a while, Lin Lin began to scan the area, trying to see if there was anything he could do to help. He actually saw something. A strange, yellowish fish, nearly 4 meters long, leaped from the sand. It twisted and wiggled in the darkness of the boat, its narrow, razor-sharp mouth chomping at the air with a frantic, crackling sound, making a rather alarming sound. Seeing the sandfish scurrying across the deck, about to knock down a crewman carrying a bundle of crossbow arrows, as he approached Rachel, Lin Lin rushed forward excitedly, his shield axe drawn, ready to rip the unfortunate creature apart with his red shield. Just as he had drawn his axe, a harpoon suddenly flew out from the side, piercing the sandfish's body. A little further to the left and rear, a sandboat, considerably smaller than the Miniyama Maru, was following nearby. A dark-skinned man at the side of the boat was straining to pull a rope, the harpoon attached to the other end, and the sandfish impaled on it, off the Miniyama Maru. Seeing Lin Lin looking over, the man gave him a simple smile and shouted, "Just focus on the peak dragon. Leave these big fish to us." Lin Lin could only watch helplessly as the sandfish was dragged onto the deck. Another fisherman, armed with a large filleting knife, stabbed it directly through the fish's constantly opening and closing gills into its brain. With a slight twist, the fish, nearly twice the size of a man, was instantly killed. My red shield. Lin Lin's melancholy didn't last long. Holding his telescope, the captain, having confirmed that the Fengshan dragon had calmed down considerably, issued another order: hold fire, all hands. Fire restraint rounds. Since the sails hadn't been lowered this time, even though the remaining sand ships had driven their restraint rounds into its thick carapace, the Fengshan dragon felt no resistance, much less pain. So, it ignored the sand ships, simply glancing with its left eye at the sharp dragon striking spear on the bow of the Fengshan Maru, to confirm it wasn't about to strike it again. Then, it continued its patrol, ignoring the nearby creature. Confirming the Fengshan dragon hadn't reacted excessively, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Pull the boats closer, and prepare to board the dragon." The hunters dropped their work and eagerly gathered around the starboard, waiting for the dragon-striking boats to reach their designated position so they could leap onto the dragon's back and claim the reward of this adventure. The rope slowly tightened, and Fengshan Maru gradually slid closer to Fengshan Long's side until it was parallel to him. Fengshan Long's left flipper was already firmly pressed against the lower right side of the dragon-striking boat. Fengshan Long, however, merely glanced at it again, neither changing course nor attacking the boat that could bite dragons. Hey, I'm going first." A hunter from the fortress guerrilla force didn't wait for the two sides to come to a standstill. Seeing that the distance was close, he thrust his long staff forward, leveraging the force to leap upward. Mid-air, he activated some mechanism on the staff, and with a crackling sound, the hunter soared forward, landing behind Fengshan Long in the blink of an eye. The hunter tapped his toes and sped forward on the peak dragon's back. By the time the other hunters began climbing, the bug stick hunter had already found a good spot and swung his double-edged stick-shaped knife at the ore shell in front of him. This was the perfect weapon. Could any other weapon achieve this? Lin Lin was practically drooling with envy. If only he had a kinsect. Not only could he fly up like the bug stick user, but at least he wouldn't have to scramble up like he was doing now. After finally climbing up, Lin Lin quickly reviewed the mining map he had seen before on the peak dragon's back and found another relatively good mining spot, diagonally across from the bug stick user. Having not yet activated the red shield, it was just another set of exercises, a waste of time. Lin Lin swung his sword and aimed his sights at the insect stick user. He was performing similar movements, continuously executing circular strikes. The insect stick's blade repeatedly slashed against the ore shell, leaving deep scars. While executing circular strikes, the insect stick user glanced around. Seeing Lin Lin practicing the same exercises, he couldn't help but smile in sympathy. Then, he saw Lin Lin suddenly merge his sword and shield, bringing his axe down fiercely on the ore layer before him. Golden lightning exploded continuously across the surface, shattering the surface, or within a radius of 4 or 5 meters, into a heap of fragments. The insect stick user's mouth twitched. He silently retracted his insect stick, fetched his pickaxe, and struck down with it. Chapter 92. Release. With a loud roar, a powerful explosion shattered the solid rock shell before him. Lin Lin took a deep breath, disassembled his sword and shield again, and then took out a bottle of healing potion and sprinkled it directly on his cracked knuckles. The texture was no different from the skull of a sand dragon, and the peak dragon didn't react at all when he chopped it down, making the shouting feel completely less satisfying. I won't shout next time. Mumbling softly, he squatted down without looking closely, picked up a few pieces of decent quality ore, and stuffed them into his tool bag. Lin Lin then drew his sword and shield again, hoping to quickly accumulate energy to unleash a few more super releases, while the energy maintaining the shield's strength lasted. The bug stick boy beside him was almost smoking with his pickaxe, clanging and clacking, but judging by the thickness of the rock layer there, it seemed almost unchanged compared to Lin Lin's. It's undeniable that heavy weapons like shield axes, sledgehammers, and greatswords possess an incomparable advantage over lighter weapons in a back-mountain engagement. Their powerful impact can easily shatter large swathes of rock, while lighter weapons, like insect wands and dual blades, can only rely on the ferocious swings of pickaxes. Hey! Struggling to free the shield axe from its embedded position in the rock, Lin Lin hopped among the debris, picking up pieces. Suddenly, his brows raised as he pulled a golden coin from the rubble. This golden object was a coin. At least that's what Lin Lin thought the moment he saw it. It resembled a long dragon coiled in the shape of an 8, its head connected to its tail. It was definitely man-made. Its body was engraved with mysterious, unreadable inscriptions, seemingly some kind of script, yet completely different from the modern hunter language. Rachel's voice called from a distance. Without giving it a second thought, Lin Lin put the coin away and hurried over. But Rachel wasn't hammering away at the ore with a pickaxe, as he expected. Instead, she struggled to climb onto the dragon's back, carrying a barrel taller than a person. Explosive bombs against the dragon. Lin Lin. Help me lift it. Rachel handed the barrel to Lin Lin and breathed heavily. Sure enough, compared to archers like them, these muscular heavy weapon wielders were better off doing this kind of physical work. Put this thing near its vent for maximum power. Right here. Rachel looked around and finally settled on the exposed shell area where Lin Lin's 2 initial cannon shots had blasted it. Less than 2 meters above that was one of the peak dragon's vents. Thanks to the effects of the 2 cannon shots, the rock layer here was much thinner than near the other vents. Alright, watch me use my super release to carve a blast hole. Then Lin Lin was hit on the head again by Rachel. Before Lin Lin could even look over with resentment, Rachel responded with a tone of frustration. Do all shield axe wielders have a phase where their minds are always preoccupied with resolve? Resolve? The rock formation here is weak, and the peak dragon's main body is not far below. If you drop a super release on it, even if it doesn't hurt, the explosion of the grenade bottle will make it feel something. If it staggers a bit and we fall, that's not a big deal, but if the dragon bombs go off, we're all doomed. Hold on to the bombs and stay away. Don't let the rocks flying out of the vent hit you. Lin Lin didn't dare object, only muttering a low "oh" as he obediently stepped aside, clutching the anti-dragon bomb, and watched Rachel clink and clang with her pickaxe. Luckily, the area had been weakened by the artillery shell explosions, making it less stable. Rachel had easily created a deep enough crack next to the exhaust vent, just large enough to fit the anti-dragon bomb inside. After placing the anti-dragon bomb, Lin Lin shook his hands, glanced around, and wondered, isn't there another anti-dragon bomb? Why not put that in too? After confirming the bomb was securely placed, Rachel raised her hand and fired a flare into the air, signaling that the anti-dragon bomb had been placed. With this explosion, the Fengshan dragon will likely become enraged again, rather than being driven back outright. The captain intends to keep a bomb as a backup. With that, a long horn blast emanated from the Fengshan Maru, signaling for retreat. Rachel waved her hand, signaling Lin Lin to retreat first. She then took out a small barrel bomb and unbolted the safety pin on the anti-dragon bomb, clearly preparing to detonate it. Lin Lin didn't dare delay. The bomb would explode, and the Foshan dragon would undoubtedly be furious. He didn't want to experience the sensation of flying on the dragon's back. The horn blast ceased, and the hunters on the dragon's back displayed their abilities, vanishing in a moment. Rachel, without waiting, lit the fuse on the barrel bomb, gently tossed it at the anti-dragon bomb, and then, without looking back, broke into a run. Without the time to slowly retrace her steps, Rachel leaped directly into the air, plummeting over 20 meters. The sand was soft and fine, and with her shin guards absorbing the impact, and a standard roll upon landing, Rachel, aside from being covered in sand, was unharmed. Holding tightly to the safety line at her waist, Rachel adjusted her stance, using her carapace as a skateboard to isolate herself from the friction of the sand. Before she could even grasp the safety line and climb back, a loud explosion, no less powerful than the sound of a gong, was heard, followed by the wail of a mountain dragon. Then, another massive wave of sand rose. Rachel could only lower her head and close her eyes, minimizing the force exerted on her, silently waiting for the waves to subside. Her body was tossed back and forth like duckweed in the sand, only the safety line holding her from being swallowed. Relying on her sharp hearing as a shooter, Rachel carefully distinguished the source of the various noises. Swish. It was the sound of the armor rubbing against the sand. Creaky. The planking rubbed against the keel under impact. Roar. The enraged roar of the Foshan dragon. Boom. The sound of the large bronze gong being struck. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. The gong interrupting the Foshan dragon's movements should buy Foshan Maru enough time to escape the enraged Foshan dragon. Crack. Then, a moment later, a sound like something breaking was heard. Although it was extremely faint compared to the other sounds, Rachel's sharp ears still picked up on it. Is this the sound of the knotted wood breaking under the pressure? Rachel's heart tightened. How could this be? The gong had already been struck, so how could Foshan Maru be attacked? Chapter 93. Despite Rachel's anxiety, despite her status as a high-ranking hunter, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only grit her teeth and endure the pounding sand waves, silently waiting for them to subside. The sand sea is a desert, not an ocean. While the waves might have been strong, they also subsided quickly. In just a few seconds, feeling the waves had subsided, Rachel began to slowly climb back onto the boat, tugging at the safety rope. Not bothering to shake off the sand, Rachel glanced up, her heart sinking. The protruding starboard side of the Foshan Maru was almost completely destroyed, with much of the wooden structure broken. While it could still sail, its speed and balance would be significantly affected. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that there appeared to be no casualties. What's going on? Rachel asked quietly, pulling Cheyenne up from the deck. The girl, whose debut battle had been a direct confrontation with an ancient dragon, was pale, clearly frightened. However, her mindset was quite positive. She panted for a moment, calming herself down. She whispered, although the large bronze gong worked, the stimulation to the peak mountain dragon wasn't as significant as the first time. As a result, its fangs still scraped my starboard side. Turning her head to look at the peak mountain dragon, it looked smaller than before due to the distance of the dragon striking boat. The creature had just been pierced by the piercing metallic sound. Although it was still swimming, it was moving crookedly. A massive crater, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, had appeared on its back where the anti-dragon bombs were located. Much of the rock had peeled away from the edges, and at the deepest part, the once indigo-colored carapace had shattered, revealing small patches of charred flesh. This level of injury was only minor for the peak dragon, but the pain was real. While the gong certainly contributed to the staggering movement of the peak dragon, the pain from the wound was the most direct cause. Rachel went straight to the captain to discuss the next steps. Captain, judging by the peak dragon's current state, we should be able to defeat it soon, right? The captain, gazing at the unfolded map, frowned in thought. Upon seeing the arrival of the team's only high-ranking hunter, he nodded with a hint of worry. Yes, it's fully aware of the threat posed by the dragon-striking ship. If we hold out a little longer, we should be able to successfully repel it. But, he tapped the map on the table. In previous years, at this point, we'd be ready to pop champagne, but this year is different. It arrived too early. By the time we spotted it, it was already close to Rockrack. Rachel glanced up at the sky. In the fierce battle, she couldn't quite tell the passage of time. It wasn't until she saw the setting sun hanging low in the sky that she suddenly realized that, with the speed of the peak dragon, Rockrack was already within reach. The dragon-striking ship's starboard side is damaged, reducing its speed. What used to be a minor problem has now become a major issue. I'm afraid we can't continue this war of attrition. Then let's not engage in a war of attrition. The captain looked to the other side. Lin Lin, also covered in sand, approached. In the previous turbulence, he had nearly been thrown off the ship again. Fortunately, another hunter from the fortress gorilla had the quickest eyes and hands to grab him. After his performance in the previous battle, the captain didn't dare underestimate this newly promoted 3-star hunter. Could you elaborate? Lin Lin opened his visor, letting the sand filling his helmet flow down as he recounted his thoughts. Since the Peak Mountain Dragon has identified the Dragon Strike boat as a threat, let's position it in front of it and clearly inform it that this path is blocked. The captain hesitated. After all, such a move had never been attempted before, and the consequences of failure would be disastrous. Rachel, however, gave him an approving look. A hunter should possess such courage. That's right. If we continue this war of attrition, we inevitably lose. So why not go all out for a decisive battle? At least that way, there's still hope of victory, isn't there? The captain wasn't one to waver. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. The situation was indeed as Rachel had described. Since fighting the Peak Dragon the same way as in previous years was likely to fail, why not try a different approach? Then pull the ship in front of it and fight it out. The captain immediately called over the navigator nearby and had him mark the Peak Dragon's path on the invaluable map. He then traced the path with his finger, finally pointing to a location quite close to Lockrak. Let's go here. We're close to the giant rock platform, the sand is shallow, and the ground is hard. The Fengshan Dragon can't roam freely like it does now. There's a lot of weathered rock around here, which can also act as a barrier. Let's set up a fort here, and use the Fengshan Maru as a wall. Because the Fengshan Maru and Fengshan Dragon were currently at a relatively distance, apart from the 2 crew members, who were still manipulating their weapons to gradually wear down Fengshan Dragon's strength, the rest of the combatants all moved in this direction. The captain glanced at everyone present. Everyone, share your ideas. Now is the time to brainstorm. As soon as she finished speaking, Rachel spoke. I participated in the battle against the old mountain dragon at the fort. There, they set up a battle street, allowing hunters to attack and weaken the old mountain dragon as much as possible before it reached the pass. I think it can be used as a reference here. The captain nodded and pointed to the decisive battle site on the map. From the direction of the Peak Mountain Dragon all the way here, there's an open area. Considering that the Peak Mountain Dragon moves in a straight line, it can be used as a battle street. A hunter from the fortress gorilla asked, then, can we have the other sand ships divide up? Line up on both sides of this street, using heavy crossbows as mobile firing points? Another hunter added his own opinion. The dragon striking spears and large bronze gongs on the Fengshan Maru should also be utilized. If the Fengshan Dragon approaches, they can be used to repel it, buying time for the others to attack. And there are also cannons and heavy crossbows. If the Fengshan Maru remains stationary, the hit rate will be much higher when attacking the target. And there's more. At this moment, whether they were the crew of the Fengshan Maru or the hunters of the fortress gorillas, there was no distinction of status among them. They were all humans gathered to repel the Fengshan Dragon. Although there were many speakers, they maintained an orderly manner, and one person would speak only after the next one finished his opinion. Amidst the various speeches, some reliable and some unrealistic, the captain simply listened silently, and took note of the appropriate suggestions. Chapter 94. Woo! The Fengshan Dragon let out a long, low moan as it watched the boat that had caused it pain suddenly pick up speed and hurtle forward. With its sails fully puffed, the boat, though zigzagging a bit, was still moving at a steady clip. In a moment, the entire boat became a tiny dot in the Fengshan Dragon's vision and vanished. Rather than speeding up to try and catch up or attack, the Fengshan Dragon simply endured the pain in its mouth and back, continuing to drift through the sand sea in an awkward position. Both the dragon-slaying spear and the sudden explosion behind it caused the Fengshan Dragon immense pain. When it tried to strike back at the boat would emit a piercing noise that made its head buzz. Several attacks had failed, and the Fengshan Dragon had become acutely aware of its troubles. While it was no match for the ancient dragon, Fengshan Maru was already a presence worthy of its attention. If the ship had continued to linger alongside it, Fengshan Dragon would have been in for a real headache. Fortunately, Fengshan Maru gave up and departed. That was good, Fengshan Dragon thought. Those who dared to challenge its authority knew they were no match and retreated obediently. This way, it would remain the overlord of the sand sea. It opened its maw, swallowing vast swaths of sand in a whale-like manner. The unique filter-feeding structure in its mouth allowed it to absorb the organic matter hidden within the sand, while expelling the nutritionally neutral minerals and sand through the vents on its back. That was how it should have been. Woo! The deep wound in its mouth from the dragon-slaying spear made eating difficult, but eating was necessary to repair the injury. Thinking of the pain it had endured just to eat, while the wound was still open, Fengshan Dragon began to resent the small boat. That damned creature, knowing it was no match for it, yet still leaped out to attack it recklessly. If it hadn't felt the pain of its fangs biting the dragon, it would have crushed it to pieces, even with the piercing noise. After the dragon-striking boat departed, Fengshan Dragon vented its frustration by imagining itself crushing it to pieces with its massive body. Unconsciously, its mood soothed that even the pain seemed less noticeable. This peaceful, good mood lasted until it spotted the boat again. The boat had come to a complete stop, its entire hull facing it, like a narrow pass between two massive, weathered rocks. Its white sails glowed orange in the setting sun, like a warning to Fengshan Dragon. "Stop, or I attack you!" Roar. So it didn't run away, knowing it was no match for its opponent. Instead, it ran ahead and waited for me. "If you want to fight, then fight," the Fengshan Dragon roared. Just as it arrived in this area, the underground rock layer rose, and the sand became shallower, making swimming less smooth. It simply gave up swimming, and used its powerful forelimbs to support its heavy body, crawling step by step towards the Fengshan Maru. Dong dong. Each step sounded like a dull drumbeat. When the Fengshan Dragon closed in, a group of sand ships, much smaller than the dragon-striking boat, suddenly emerged from the weathered rocks on both sides, and fired a barrage of fine steel crossbows at it. A single crossbow bolt landing on a Fengshan Dragon would have had no effect on it. Even if it struck the relatively soft abdomen and throat, it would have stung at most. But when a volley of crossbow bolts rained down, focusing particularly on its eyes, throat, abdomen, and even the wounds on its back from the dragon's explosives, the Fengshan Dragon let out a painful howl, shaking its massive head from side to side, using its massive fangs to block the incoming arrows. It worked! The Fengshan Dragon is frightened. The captain, who had been observing the Fengshan Dragon through a telescope, waved his fist in excitement. Unlike previous mobile warfare, the heavy crossbow remained stationary, eliminating the need to consider its own speed when firing. This significantly improved accuracy, coupled with the sheer volume of arrows fired, was like a light drizzle turning a swarm of thorns into the cracks between a Fengshan Dragon's fingernails. The wound wasn't severe, but it was painful. The heavy crossbow's design significantly slowed the Fengshan Dragon's advance, but after a quarter of an hour of intense fire, the rain of arrows gradually became less frequent. The sandboat had a limited carrying capacity, and after the previous mobile warfare, its heavy crossbow bolt reserves were completely depleted in this wave of fire. Without the crossbow's resistance, the Fengshan Dragon once again took flight, its massive form gradually growing larger in the eyes of the crew. "Hunters, now it's up to you." The Fengshan Dragon's left forefoot. Lin Lin raised his head, but could not see Feng Shenlong's head at all. The front leg in front of him was like a wall, blocking his vision completely. Only by viewing it from this angle could one truly appreciate the oppressive force of this massive ancient dragon's mountainous bulk. Fighting on a sand ship, fighting on a dragon's back, was completely different from actually standing on the ground and wielding a weapon against it. This being was simply beyond human control. But Lin Lin took a deep breath and drew his bone armor. Having reached this point, could he still retreat? If he could retreat, could Rocklak retreat? Could the citizens of Rocklak retreat? Who cares if he can't be shaken? Let me unleash a shot and see. Lin Lin rushed forward, swinging his sword at the toe on the peak mountain dragon's front foot, which was larger than his entire body. At the same time, a red crossbow bullet struck from the other side, striking Lin Lin's chest, protected by his armor. It shattered violently, scattering the red liquid stored within, most of it flowing through the gaps in the armor and contacting Lin Lin's skin. In a single breath, Lin Lin felt the strength within him surge once more, reaching an unprecedented peak. He roared, tensing his arms, a red light flashing from his body, as he instantly unleashed a double slash. It was like chopping down an incredibly thick, knotted cloud tree. Even with all his might, even aiming for the gaps where the scales met, he only left a deep gash more than 10 centimeters deep on the thick carapace, not even revealing the flesh within. ZZ. A glowing crimson glow emanated from the slashing sword. Lin Lin didn't dare waste any time, immediately giving up his attack position and stepping aside to refill his bottle. Chapter 95. Following him, a Lockrak musketeer arrived. He thrust his musketeer, taller than himself, fiercely into the marks left by Lin Lin's 2 slashes. After 2 consecutive stabs, Seemingly feeling the power of such attacks was too much, he suddenly shifted his stance, clamping his arm around the musketeer, moving it in a small circle in the air, and then slashing down with all his might. Full fire. As the musketeer pulled the trigger, a dazzling flash of fire instantly emanated from the muzzle, followed by a resounding explosion. The musketeer, under the influence of the recoil, slid back 2 steps, not continuing to hold the attacking position. Instead, he leaped backward, both to vacate the attacking position and to avoid the advancing steps of Feng Xianlong. To the Fengshan dragon, it was just a matter of walking. But to the hunters beneath it, if they didn't evade in time, any contact, even if they blocked the initial contact with their shields, would result in broken bones at best. Swish, swish, swish. Those were Rachel's crossbow rounds. Since the battle began, Rachel had been firing non-stop with her heavy crossbow. A conservative estimate was that she had already used up 2 base charges of penetrating ammunition in just a short while. As for Cheyenne, considering she was still using the most basic rookie equipment, the iron assault crossbow, which lacked impressive power, Rachel assigned her to the Fengshan Maru, firing from a heavy crossbow, freeing up the ammunition. After all, her hidden sniper weapon was arguably the most powerful of all the hunters present. The Fengshan dragon took a step forward, allowing Rachel and the other archers to re-aim and resume firing, while melee hunters, like Lin Lin, had to sheath their weapons and quickly give chase. However, even melee hunters are exceptions. Whoosh! A figure tapped the ground with a long staff, taking flight. While in midair, he swung the insect staff behind him. With a crackling sound, he was already above the left front foot of Feng Xianlong, where it had just landed. Clinging to the insect staff, he aimed the end of the staff at the wound created by the others. His body spun like a top, using gravity to accelerate him, and he stabbed it between Feng Xianlong's toes. Ha! Watch me fly! The insect staff user wanted to deliver another attack with a quick thrust followed by a flying circular slash, but Lin Lin and the others had already caught up. Helpless, he tapped the ground with his staff again, sending him flying directly between Feng Xianlong's toes, without wasting a second. Lin Lin had just reactivated his red shield and glanced at the ground where the insect stick user had taken off, curious as to how he managed to fly, considering it was clearly soft sand. However, his curiosity didn't slow him down. He aimed his sword at the spot he struck previously, and swung it again. The gun lancer used a lance from the daimyo shield crab, a weapon far more powerful than the bone armor Lin Lin currently wielded. 3 attacks, and a full-strength charge had already significantly magnified the initial wounds inflicted. The insect stick user then followed up with a powerful slash. Even the ancient dragon's scales were on the verge of shattering under the continuous, concentrated assault, leaving them vulnerable. Super! Unlock. Having gathered enough energy, Lin Lin thrust his sword into his shield and, exerting all his strength, sent the axe slicing a full moon behind him, bringing it down with unstoppable force. The shell between the peak dragon's toes was already relatively thin, and having just endured a barrage of attacks, it finally shattered under Lin Lin's all-out assault. The explosion, which should have been a straight line, was confined to a narrow area by the ancient dragon's shell. The confined area intensified the force of the explosion. The already shattered shell could no longer withstand the impact, and it was blasted away along with the shattered flesh. One piece even smeared onto Lin Lin's face. Blood flowed through the gaps in his visor to the corner of his mouth, prompting him to lick it subconsciously. Hot, salty, and slightly fishy. Be careful. Lin Lin had just dismantled his shield axe, and was about to retreat when he heard the gunner's roar. Without a moment's thought, Lin Lin suddenly twisted his body, his legs pushing off the ground like springs, lunging outward. He then slid 5 or 6 meters across the smooth sand before finally coming to a stop. Immediately afterwards, a violent tremor struck. The sand waves from behind nearly buried him alive. Lying on the ground, Lin Lin felt his internal organs shift. The whistling of crossbow bullets intensified, almost forming a continuous line. The gunner had already rushed behind Lin Lin, holding up his shield to block the incoming sand waves, while the insect stick user struggled to dig him out. Ahem. Phew, thanks, brother. The insect stick user waved his hand, and then he and Lin Lin looked at the Fengshan dragon, who had just made another big move. The rain of arrows had subsided, and the Fengshan dragon felt less pain. He continued forward, intending to crush the Fengshan Maru lying a short distance ahead. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his toe, as if a nail had been driven into it. The pain made him subconsciously shake his left front foot. Indeed, a simple flick of his foot caused a noise that nearly buried Lin Lin alive. Seeing Feng Xianlong wasn't paying any attention, the gunslinger roared and charged forward again, unleashing another full burst of ammunition into the cracks between his toes, where the shell had already been broken. After 2 consecutive stings in his toes, Feng Shenlong finally shifted his gaze. He stared intently for a long moment before spotting several ant-sized figures surrounding him. Is this the culprit causing such pain in his toes? Feng Shenlong found it a little unbelievable. How could such a small creature possibly do that? But without further consideration, he simply raised his foot and stomped it down. Even if the little creature pricked the dragon, a single stomp would relieve it. After landing his foot, Feng Shenlong turned his attention back to Fengshan Maru. This was the target worthy of his attention. Lin Lin and the bug stick user worked together to dig the gun lance user out of the sand. Recovering from the light of day, the gun lance user gasped for breath, yet he kept a close eye on Feng Shenlong's every move. There were quite a few hunters participating in the feast, but after the long battle, only 2 groups remained, each attacking Feng Shenlong's left and right legs, attempting to stop it. It seemed they were having some success, but it was still far from complete. The other group, with its mostly light weapons, probably hadn't yet broken through Feng Shenlong's defenses. Why is this Feng Shenlong so persistent? It keeps targeting Rocklack. Lin Lin shook his head. No, at least at this moment, its target is Fengshan Maru, not Rocklack. Chapter 96. Swoosh. Swoosh. Boom. The other sand boats had exhausted their crossbow ammunition. At this moment, only the Dragon Strike boat continued to fire crossbows and cannons. Without the support of the other sand boats, the Dragon Strike boat alone could not hold its own. Although its pace was slow, the Fengshan Dragon continued to advance steadily towards the Dragon Strike boat. You mean, it's now targeting the Fengshan Maru? The bug stick master clenched his long stick and turned to look at Lin Lin. Lin Lin hummed. At least it won't continue its patrol until it crushes the Fengshan Maru. Who cares? If it wants to crush the Dragon Strike boat, I chop off its toes first. The gun lance master recovered his strength, picked up his buried gun lance, and with a roar, began to chase after it. Wait a minute. A cold voice echoed behind them. The 3 turned to see Rachel, who had been providing support from a short distance behind them, approaching. It's come to this, are we still going to be cowards? Even facing the group's only high-ranking hunter, the gunner remained undeterred and continued to shout. Do you think the Peak Dragon will try again if it realizes it didn't crush you to death with its first kick? Rachel glanced at him indifferently. Charging forward now will only slow it down for a dozen seconds at most. We're not at the point where we have to sacrifice ourselves to buy time. You mean? Lin Lin had a vague idea. We still have 1 anti-dragon bomb. Rachel pointed behind her, where a simple cart lay parked. A mountain of ammunition and a large explosive barrel occupied nearly half the space. The sight of the rifle made his eyes light up. Bang, bang. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen a rifle, a weapon known as a man's romance. However, after a brief moment of excitement, he became concerned. Although we've already created a wound, using this explosive bomb might actually blow off its toes. What if even then, the Fengshan Dragon still can't be repelled? Lin Lin spoke his mind before Rachel could. Then don't bomb its feet. Bomb somewhere where it can cause more damage, like its mouth. Rachel glanced at Lin Lin helplessly. His idea coincided with the plan she and the captain had discussed. Lin Lin is right. The Fengshan Dragon's mouth is already fragile, and it was pierced by the dragon spear before. If we can detonate this explosive bomb in its mouth, the damage should be enough to successfully repel it. Chong Bangzi glanced at the Fengshan Dragon, which had already approached within 50 meters of the Dragon Strike ship, and became anxious. But how do we get this explosive bomb into its mouth? I can fly. It can't fly that high. Not to mention this bomb is so heavy. Rachel looked in the direction of the dragon boat, and closely watched Fengshan Long's movements, as if calculating something in her mind. We're not fighting alone. They will create opportunities for us. After a moment, it seemed like time was almost up. She called a few people over, and together they pushed the cart in one direction. Almost at the same time, they reached their designated location. Fengshan Long crawled step by step to Fengshan Maru. Woo! The Fengshan Dragon let out a low groan, then lifted its upper body high. The move was still a well-worn one, but with the Fengshan Dragon's terrifying size, even the most ordinary move possessed devastating power. Boom! As expected, the piercing noise filled its brain, shaking it dizzy and making its muscles less responsive. But with previous experience, the Fengshan Dragon had become somewhat accustomed to the gong sound. Knowing that it would involuntarily retreat, it deliberately adjusted its attacking stance, not placing its center of gravity on its hindquarters, but relying on its abdominal muscles to support the terrifying weight of its upper body. When the noise struck, the Fengshan dragon could no longer maintain its elevated posture, and it tumbled sideways to the ground. However, due to Feng Shanlong's adjusted center of gravity, it didn't fall completely back into the sand sea. Instead, nearly half of its body smashed into the port side of the sideways dragon-striking ship. Had this impact landed firmly, even if Fengshan Maru's keel had been derived from an ancient dragon, it would likely have been unable to withstand such an attack, and shattering would have been the only outcome. Quickly activate the dragon-striking spear. The dragon-striking spear, mounted beneath the bow, had a rotational function. With the crew's adjustments, the spearhead had already been turned sideways, aiming in the direction of Feng Shanlong's attack. Bang! Swish! The sharp spearhead spun out at high speed, piercing the Feng Shanlong's swollen belly at an angle. The crystallization of humanity's most advanced wisdom easily pierced its belly, and blood flowed profusely in an instant. Under the influence of the terrifying recoil of the dragon-slaying spear, the Fengshan Maru suddenly slid back a distance on the sand. Several unlucky crew members failed to hold onto the hull and fell directly onto the deck with a dull bang. The Fengshan dragon's position was even more disastrous than those of the unfortunate crew members. Already falling in a reclining position, the excruciating pain in its abdomen caused its body to convulse involuntarily, completely losing its balance and landing heavily on its belly on the sand. With this fall, its body, once heavy enough to serve as a weapon, became a boomerang, its terrifying weight, fueled by gravitational potential energy, pounding its muscles, bones, and internal organs. Pain all over its body. The previous continuous maneuvering had already drained the Fengshan dragon's strength. This hard fall nearly knocked it out, leaving it lying on its back on the sand, momentarily without the strength to struggle. Charge! Needing no reminder from Rachel, everyone knew this was the perfect moment, and they all charged forward with all their might. Because the cart's pusher had limited space, and the gunpowder took up too much space, pushing the cart would only delay the process. The gunpowder user strode forward, aiming to poke the Fengshan dragon twice before Lin Lin and his companions could get the cart into its mouth. The Fengshan dragon's heavy body sank directly into the sand after its fall. This actually made it easier for Lin Lin and his companions, as its thick upper jaws were mostly submerged, allowing them to push the cart straight into the dragon's mouth without the laborious up and down steps. The Fengshan dragon's mouth wasn't filled with the stench of many carnivorous monsters. Aside from the bloody odor emanating from the wound inflicted by the dragon-slaying spear, it was essentially the same air as the desert air. Lin Lin and the insect stick user looked around and, without hesitation, stopped the cart at the wound inflicted by the dragon-slaying spear. Chapter 97. Opening the safety valve, Lin Lin prepared the anti-dragon bomb for detonation. As for the ammunition on the cart, he ignored it, leaving it there to add a little more power to the explosion. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, indicating that the Fengshan dragon was about to wake up. The people standing in the dragon's mouth exchanged glances, and the insect stick master waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. "You go, I detonate." With that, he pulled out his insect stick. The hunting insect resting on his left arm, as if sensing its master's determination, began to flutter its wings. "Get out of here, everyone! Do you think I don't exist?" A loud shout echoed from behind, startling the three of them. They then remembered that besides the three melee hunters, there was also a marksman behind them. They didn't need to sacrifice anyone to detonate the bomb. Without hesitation, Bugstick poked the peaked mountain dragon's mouth with his long staff, creating a bloody hole as he leaped up and rushed out of the dragon's mouth. Lin Lin followed closely behind, leaping from the dragon's upper jaw with a single stride. The gun lancer was a heavier weapon, so he ran slightly slower than Lin Lin. Just as he leaped, he felt a strong gust of wind brush against him, and a crossbow bullet flew past him. The next moment, the world seemed to be still, as if the air had become frozen. A strong hot wind blew from behind, and before Lin Lin and the other man could even land, they were suddenly pushed from behind, tumbling and flying. If both of them hadn't had their weapons covered with shields, carrying them on their backs for considerable protection, the impact of the hot wind alone would have caused them serious injuries. However, after landing, neither of them paid attention to their own injuries. Instead, they nervously stared at the open maw of the Fengshan dragon, from which raging flames burst forth in dazzling swirls. Woo! As if the explosion had injured its throat, the Fengshan dragon's wail sounded weak, completely lacking the oppressive low moan it had previously possessed. "Stop looking. Let's go!" Rachel pulled each of them up from the ground, one by one, ignoring the swirling dust and raging flames behind them. Then the ground began to shake. They all knew it was the Fengshan dragon's struggle to rise. To avoid being caught in the aftermath, they ran for their lives. Huff, huff. After running all the way back to the deck of the Fengshan Maru, they turned their gaze back to where the dust filled the sky, surging with an extraordinary force. Have we repelled them? A crew member asked in a trembling voice. No one dared to give him a definitive answer. As the yellow sand slowly dissipated, a massive figure gradually became clear. If not the Fengshan dragon, who else could it be? Although blood was oozing from its mouth, its entire mouth looking mangled, it remained standing, staring at the Fengshan Maru with bloodshot eyes. Everyone's heart sank, but no one sighed. The hunters all clutched their weapons, and the crew members returned to their posts. The Fengshan dragon did not move, merely meeting the eyes of everyone on the Fengshan Maru with a glare filled with fury. As the king of the desert, when had it ever been reduced to such a miserable state? But this ship, it hurt so much. Every part of my body was aching, especially my mouth. Even making a sound stung the wound. Stop! If we go any further, we die, but you won't have an easy time either. Lin Lin muttered softly. He could hear Feng Shanlong's anger, his fear of Feng Shanwen, and his eagerness to move forward. At this moment, he desperately wanted Feng Shanlong to stop. That way, they wouldn't have to risk their lives to stop Feng Shanlong, and Feng Shanlong wouldn't have to face the Sand Fleet, the City Fortress guerrillas, the fishing fleet, and even the scattered hunters. I don't know if it was an illusion, but even though Feng Shanlong was looking at the entire Dragon Strike ship, Lin Lin felt like he was staring at him, so he glared back without showing any weakness. The air seemed to freeze for a long moment. As the last rays of sunset faded into the horizon, the Peak Mountain Dragon finally retracted its gaze, reversed course, and sank into the sand, slowly drifting away. As the Peak Mountain Dragon's body gradually shrank and finally vanished beneath the sand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies nearly collapsing. But then, cheers erupted from the sky. Success? We succeeded. The Peak Mountain Dragon has been repelled. This was a moment of sanity. Woohoo! Ah! Ha ha ha! This was a moment of near ecstasy. Everyone cheered, even Rachel, who usually maintained a stoic expression, bursting into laughter. Lin Lin laughed heartily, exchanging punches with the insect stick, then hugging the now excited gun lancer with a strangling, almost strangling embrace. Amidst the laughter and cheers, the captain, unassumingly, slumped down on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched the crew celebrate. After waiting a moment until the cheers died down, the captain took a deep breath and stood up. All right, I know everyone's excited, but it's best to save this excitement for the celebration later. Warriors, it's time to return. Outside the city of Rocklac, a makeshift defense line was hastily erected. The guildmaster stood on the highest rock, gazing into the distance with a telescope. Even though he could see nothing now, he didn't lower the telescope. President. A bald, burly man approached from behind, carrying a great sword. All the hunters in the city have assembled and entered the fortifications. The guildmaster nodded, his expression still slightly concerned. Just an hour ago, they received intelligence from the front lines. More than half of the Sand Fleet's ships were destroyed, the starboard side of the Miniyama Maru was damaged, and ammunition reserves were severely low. Although Miniyama Ryu had also sustained some damage, his determination to advance was exceptionally strong. After discussion, the fleet decided to engage Miniyama Ryu in a decisive battle in the weathered rock forest area on the outskirts of Rocklac. If they were defeated, the makeshift defenses near Rocklac would be the city's last remaining defense. According to the timing, Miniyama Ryu had already arrived at the fleet's chosen battle site. If the worst-case scenario were to prevail, perhaps the final battle was already over, with Miniyama Ryu heading towards Rocklac. Have them prepared. Miniyama Ryu could appear at any moment. Huh? As the guildmaster spoke, he suddenly caught sight of fishing boats through his telescope. Following behind them, the white flags of the dragon-beating boats, towed by ropes, stood out against the night sky. Chapter 98. After seeing the Fengshan Maru's flag clearly, the guild leader breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't Fengshan Dragon that was approaching, but a fleet. It looked like they had successfully repelled Fengshan Dragon. The guild leader shoved the telescope into the fortress guerrilla's captain's arms, leaped from the ledge, and sprinted all the way to the outermost edge of the defense line to greet the hero's return. Ha ha ha, mission accomplished. You, guild leader, were worried for nothing. The captain laughed as he leaped from a fishing boat. As for why it wasn't Fengshan Maru, it was naturally because Fengshan Maru had sustained significant damage, and was unfit to sail again until it was overhauled. The mustachioed guild leader patted the captain's arm, then let out a relieved smile. How's the situation? We successfully repelled the Peak Mountain Dragon. We recovered quite a bit of its ore, scattered throughout the battle area. It bled a lot, but unfortunately, most of the ancient dragon's blood was contaminated. Perhaps only a little can be extracted from the fleshy remains at the decisive battle site. Those guys in the fishing fleet reaped a much greater harvest than we did. Their cargo holds were full of sandfish, and with the damaged sandboats, they were barely able to tow. The mustache-faced captain nodded. I send a transport team to recover the materials immediately. Waving a civilian over, he whispered a few words. The mustache-faced captain returned and lowered his voice. What are the casualties? The captain's smile faded at this mention. Over 50% of the casualties, 20% of which are minor, 30% seriously. The death toll hasn't been confirmed yet, but if you include the missing, it's likely higher. The captain clenched his fist and gestured. The mustache-faced leader tugged at his beard and sighed softly, higher than in previous years. Who told Feng Shanlong to play by his own rules? The rescue team has already departed with the transport team. Hopefully, we can rescue a few more. The gloom lasted only a moment. The mustache-faced leader patted his cheek and quickly composed himself. Well, the heroes have returned victorious. We can't greet them with such a gloomy face. Let them rest tonight. Tomorrow we have the Harvest Festival and a celebration. A hunter's hut atop the rocky hill. Jujube didn't seek refuge like the other residents, nor did he go to the makeshift defense line, like the hunters, who didn't attend the feast. Instead, he stayed here, comforting Tayo Tayo, who seemed particularly uneasy today. The alarm blared throughout the city, and Tayo Tayo naturally heard it, but he didn't understand what it meant. He was simply agitated by the sound, which was everywhere. Date suspected that if he hadn't been there with him, Tayo Tayo would have unleashed his yellow speed dragon aggression. This is the alarm for the incoming peak dragon, meow. Boss should be battling that creature, meow. Tayo Tayo, be good and wait with me for Boss to come back, meow. Date kept talking, sounding like he was trying to comfort Tayo Tayo, but in reality, he was comforting himself more. Born and raised in Rock Lake, he knew better than anyone that there would always be casualties at the annual feast. He could only pray that such casualties wouldn't befall those close to him. Huh? Tayo Tayo, what's wrong with you, meow? Suddenly, Tayo Tayo, as if sensing something, leaped up from the carpet he was lying on. Trembling, he stared toward the door. His sharp claws scratched restlessly, ripping the rich carpet beneath his feet into tatters. He looked as if he were afraid. What could possibly cause Huang Sulong to feel fear? The next moment, Lin Lin pushed open the door and greeted him in a weary voice. Kids, I'm back. Boss, meow. Yazao leaped 3 feet high, genuinely surprised. Since Boss is back, doesn't that mean the Peak Dragon's interception was successful? Tayo Tayo's brain froze for a moment, unsure how to react. He clearly saw and heard his leader, but why did he sense an extremely terrifying, oppressive aura coming from him? The suffocating intensity of that aura was so intense that even the skeleton spider he had seen in his childhood seemed like a firefly competing with the full moon. Lin Lin casually unhooked his shield and axe, set them against the wall, and walked over to Yazao, rubbing his little head vigorously. I'm so exhausted, Yazao, you have no idea what I did today. Lin Lin wanted to cheer himself up and brag to Yazao about his outstanding performance and the significance he had played in stopping the Peak Mountain Dragon. However, the exhaustion from the long battle washed over him in waves, and as soon as he landed on the sofa, his words, initially coherent, became disorganized and finally dissolved into a dreamlike mumbling. Boss, you're exhausted, meow. Yazao wanted to help Lin Lin to the bed to rest, but due to his small frame, and the fact that he had only just started strength training, he couldn't move Lin Lin. He could only help him adjust his position, allowing him to lie down on the sofa. What a strong smell of blood, meow. Yazao wrinkled his nose and looked at Lin Lin's armor. Wiping off the sand that clung to the surface, he could see dark, still dry bloodstains on the armor. Turning his head to see Tayo Tayo, who seemed hesitant to approach, Yazao suddenly realized, this is Gu Long's blood cat. No wonder Tayo Tayo is afraid, meow. He rubbed the bloodstain on the armor with his paw, then trotted over to Tayo Tayo, and placed the bloody tip of his paw under Tayo Tayo's nose. That's what you're afraid of, meow. Don't worry, meow. Boss has already chased this guy away, meow. Tayo Tayo was initially puzzled when Yazao brought his paw to his nose, but after sensing the trembling aura from Yeza's paw, he finally understood. It turns out the leader is still the same leader, just stained with the blood of something truly terrifying. Wait. That thing's mere blood can send instincts into a frenzy of alarm, and the leader can bathe in its blood. Doesn't that mean he's even more terrifying than it? My leader has the best teeth in the world. After figuring this out, Tayo felt a sudden sense of peace. Sensing that presence again, he found that the feeling of danger screaming from every cell had faded considerably. It was like a dream. You feel terrified, but once you wake up and recall the dream, it feels only absurd. Jujube suddenly tilted his head curiously. Huh? Why is the boss twisting his body? Is he sleepwalking? Chapter 99. Lin, who had been lying on his side on the sofa, had quietly shifted to a prone position, his legs together rhythmically swaying up and down, like a whale flapping its tail. What kind of strange dream is this, boss? I've never seen him sleepwalk before, boss. Yeza hesitated, unsure whether to go forward and wake Lin. After observing him carefully for a moment, finding that Lin didn't make any other extreme movements, Coconut Day gave up on waking him. Never mind, boss seemed to be dreaming he turned into a fish. Better let him swim happily for a while. If Coconut Day could pry open Lin's tightly closed eyelids at this moment, he would see that his once brown eyes had turned a strange silver white, as if they were glowing. And Lin was indeed swimming happily in his dream. Across the endless expanse of yellow sand, he was a newborn whale calf, carefree swimming beside his mother. For some reason, all creatures in the sand sea seemed so tiny. In his young eyes, only his mother's figure could be described as majestic. Every day, he drifted in and out of the sand sea. When hungry, he would sink down to where the underground water veins were abundant, where there was an abundance of food. He only needed to open his mouth and swim forward, and food would flow into his mouth endlessly. When tired, he would float up to the sand sea, rest, and gaze at the bright moon. In the deep night, amidst the utter silence of the sand sea, he felt a sense of loneliness creeping over him. Strange, why was he lonely? A sudden puzzlement gripped Lin, and he pondered hard. Finally, one day, while swimming, he crashed into a small hill and suddenly realized what was happening. Where's Mother? Why is Mother gone? When exactly did Mother's majestic figure disappear from his side? Lin didn't know. He felt so slow. It seemed like Mother had been gone for ages, yet he suddenly realized something. Then, go find Mother. He missed the carefree days of swimming alongside her, nestled beside her. Although he still faced no threats in the sand sea, loneliness was slowly corroding his soul like poison. He acted on his thoughts. Nothing in the sand sea could hinder his movements, so he began to change his route. Every day, after filling his stomach, he would surface and wander aimlessly. When he was hungry, he would dive back down to eat, and when he was full, he would rise again and continue wandering. It was unknown how much time had passed, so much so that the sand sea environment had become completely unfamiliar, and it was difficult to find even the slightest trace of familiarity. Finally, he felt a faint call from afar, just like when he was born, when he would playfully run around, and his mother would use her gentle voice to call him back to her side. Lin swam towards it without hesitation. Strangely, something he had never seen before in the sand sea dared to stand in his way. It was an ancient dragon, known for bringing storms and torrential rain. Its size was diminutive compared to his own, its pure white body floating in the sky, a divine and graceful presence. Lin disliked this creature. Having grown up deep in the sand sea, he had always hated rainy days, a rare occurrence, and would often dive deep into the sea whenever they encountered it. In the past, Lin would probably have dived into the sand sea to avoid it. But this time, haunted by the source of the call, he refused to retreat. With neither side yielding, the only outcome was a fight. That creature was powerful, incredibly powerful. Besides violent winds and rainstorms, it could also summon lightning. While this wouldn't cause it any serious harm, its goal wasn't to tangle with it. Finding the source of its summons was paramount. So, the two sides engaged briefly, and Lin dug beneath the sand, waiting until the violent winds unleashed by the creature had weakened and could no longer create any impact. Only then did he resurface. Then, immediately thereafter, another creature appeared, daring enough to stand in his way. That creature's strength was no match for the ancient dragons. It looked like something easily crushed. Unexpectedly, this somewhat streamlined creature fired a series of sharp, thin spikes, including some explosive gadgets, that actually hurt a bit when they hit him. If that were all, it would be fine, but this creature also emitted an extremely piercing noise. The noise made his head buzz, his mind went blank, and he couldn't even control his body. Never mind. It looked like he couldn't crush this creature instantly. Finding the source of the call was more important. Lin didn't want to bother with it anymore. However, this little creature, ungrateful, and leading a group of weaker members of its own tribe, had placed their weight on him. Could Lin tolerate this? Using a trick, he hid himself beneath the sand, preparing to gnaw the creature's head. However, despite its small size, the creature possessed incredibly sharp teeth, which punctured his mouth and left a wound. Troublesome creature. Lin wasn't going to bother with this creature anymore. He needed to find the source of the call, but this guy, ungrateful, resorted to some unidentified trick, opening a wound on his back. It was excruciatingly painful, struggle battle. An unknown amount of time passed before Lin stood breathless on the sand, staring at the dragon-beating boat before him, seemingly crushable. He wanted to attack, but pain ripped through his body, and the pain in his mouth was so intense it nearly paralyzed him. This boat was too much trouble. Who knew what other tricks it had yet to unleash? Lin didn't want to fight this guy any longer, but he couldn't let go of the source of the call. For a moment, he watched the boat struggle. And just then, he suddenly felt a strange connection. Following his instinct, he looked towards the source of the connection. It was one of the tiny, parasitic creatures on the boat, staring back at him without flinching. Following that gaze, Lin's mind drifted off for a moment, then he saw a massive rock platform, a dusty city built upon it, a vast lake at its center, and a weathered, shapeless tusk in the middle of the lake. That was the source of the call. So, it's already dead. His mind drifted off again, and when he came to, he saw the same person staring him down, unyielding. The words he muttered, carried through that unique connection to his consciousness, reached his mind. Stop! If you go any further, we die, but you won't have an easy time either. He easily understood the meaning of those words. He had seen enough of the trouble this ship could cause. Lin had already decided to leave. He was certain that the call was merely a dead object, not the one he sought. However, before leaving, he took one last look at the tiny human being known as Lin. Wait, he's Lin. So who am I? The moment this question occurred to Lin, the scenery before his eyes blurred like ink dripping into water, and the blinding sunlight streamed in. Daybreak. Chapter 100. His. Lin rubbed his waist and legs as he climbed up from the sofa, feeling aches all over. It was strange. Why was he so tired? It was as if the night's rest had been fake. Boss, you're finally awake, meow. Lin straightened his tilted helmet and noticed that the date across from him looked equally lethargic. What's wrong with me? Boss, you sleepwalked all night, meow. You were swimming around the sofa like a mermaid, meow. Swimming? Lin rubbed his head. As he pondered, fragments of memory began to pop up in his mind. Most of them were of a golden sea of sand, interspersed with the occasional thunderstorm. As he struggled to recall, more and more fragments of memory came together, and the content gradually connected, allowing him to slowly remember everything in his dream. Is this Feng Shenlong's memory? After regaining his composure and re-examining everything in his dream, Lin quickly came to a conclusion. But why? Is it because of his special ability? Lin suddenly thought of Wei Shuiyun. The resonance they felt with the wind and thunder dragons, while quite different from his own, did share some similarities. For example, when they resonated, they could sense the wind and thunder dragon's emotions and thoughts, a vague sense even from a great distance. He, on the other hand, could constantly sense the thoughts of all monsters, but the range of his perception was incredibly narrow, almost as wide as the range of hearing. So, why had he suddenly developed such a strong connection with the Peak Mountain Dragon? Lin meticulously reviewed every detail of his encounter with Fengshan Dragon, comparing it frame by frame with his memories from Fengshan Dragon's perspective. Finally zeroing in on the moment, he unleashed his super-resolution attack on its toes. Blood and flesh splattered onto his visor, and he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, drinking a few drops of Fengshan Dragon's ancient dragon blood. For Fengshan Dragon, it was after that moment that a strange connection was established between them. Fengshan Dragon could understand his words, and see scenes of Lokrak through his memories, while he could also see Fengshan Dragon's memories through his dreams. This intense, two-way resonance seemed like a Pro-Max-esque upgrade of the one-way resonance between Fire Bud and Water Yuan and the Wind and Thunder Dragons. Was it just because he drank a few drops of ancient dragon blood? Yes. It's said that ancient dragon blood contains some unknown ingredient, the secret of which scholars have failed to decipher for years. Perhaps he and the Fengshan Dragon established a connection through that unknown ingredient? Through much thought, Lin couldn't find a more fitting answer than this. He just didn't know how long this connection would last, how far it would extend, and what other consequences it would bring. At this thought, Lin suddenly became restless. He closed his eyes, intently exploring that strange sensation. Compared to last night's dream, the connection he could sense now was infinitely weaker, and it was slowly fading. He couldn't tell if it was because the unknown ingredient in those few drops of blood was running out, or because the distance between them was growing, or if the connection could only last for one night, and time was drawing to a close. There were too many unknowns, and too few knowns. Lin Lin's only certainty was that as this connection grew weaker, the likelihood of the peak mountain dragon following it also diminished. "Boss, what's wrong, meow?" Yinzo asked tentatively, breaking Lin Lin's reverie. Ever since he mentioned sleepwalking, Boss's expression had been strange, alternately pensive, anxious, and then relieved. It was truly bizarre. Meow. Lin Lin regained consciousness and rubbed Yinzo's head. "It's nothing. I just had some thoughts about last night's dream." "What dream, meow?" Yinzo, already curious, inquired. Lin Lin didn't hold back and recounted the dream. As he spoke, Yinzo's mouth opened wider and wider, and even when Lin Lin stopped, he couldn't close his jaw, which had nearly dislocated from shock. "So, boss, your dream is actually the memory of the peak dragon, meow?" "Not necessarily. Maybe it wasn't me dreaming I was a peak dragon, but the peak dragon dreaming it was me?" Lin Lin made a joke that only he could understand. Date didn't refute Lin Lin's ridiculous joke. Instead, he rested his chin on the paw pad, looking thoughtful. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, meow. If your dream is truly the memory of the peak dragon, then this peak dragon isn't the same one that visits Rock Lake every year. If that's the case, will the original peak dragon appear soon after?" Lin Lin's expression suddenly changed. Coconut Date's speculation made him uneasy. If this were true, and Rockrack, having just repelled the peak dragon and immersed in the carnival, relaxed its guard, then if a local peak dragon suddenly appeared in Rockrack, wouldn't the consequences be catastrophic? Without even bothering to wash, Lin Lin leaped to his feet, slinging his bone armor back onto his back. As he ran, he shouted, "Date, stay home and dance with me for a while." The Rocklark Harvest Festival had begun with the first golden rays of morning sun. Even though the formal banquet was still underway, the streets were already bustling with activity. Vendors hawked their wares, offering jewelry, fruits, exquisite porcelain, silk, and other local specialties that were a dizzying sight. When Lin Lin appeared on the street, clad in his blood-stained dog dragon armor, he wasn't met with a shunning glance at the smell of blood. Instead, he was enthusiastically surrounded by people, cheering enthusiastically as if they were welcoming a hero. A variety of fruits, drinks, and dishes made from rare ingredients were offered to Lin Lin, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. He felt even more overwhelmed than facing a mountain dragon alone. Thank you everyone." The crowd was so enthusiastic that Lin Lin felt like he hurt their feelings if he didn't accept any of the food. He had no choice but to symbolically take a few fruits and vegetables, then signaled that he had no more. "Hey, everyone, make way. Our hero has things to do." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the crowd, grabbed Lin Lin's wrist, and before anyone could react, dragged him through the crowd. When they reached the relatively quiet side street, Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I'm saved." Chapter 101. The girl who had been holding Lin Lin's wrist finally turned around and teased with a teasing smile. "How's it going?" "Hero, it feels so warmly welcomed, doesn't it?" "Thanks, Ziyuan. It's good, but it's just too much. I can't handle it." Lin Lin took a deep breath and glanced down at the tropical strawberry he was holding, chilled with ice crystals. He popped it into his mouth, just the right amount of relief from the intense heat of running. Not bad, very sweet. "Ziyuan, would you like some?" Lin Lin shook the unknown fruit in his other hand. It looked like a desert specialty, likely very sweet. Ziyuan took it and took a bite, showing the hunter's unpretentious demeanor, almost completely losing the refined manners of the noble lady she had initially displayed. Xiuan gulped down the sweet fruit, licked the juice dripping from the corner of her mouth, and sighed contentedly. "So why were you surrounded on that street?" "I was going to the meeting place. I usually take that street, but I didn't expect so many people today." "Going to the meeting place?" Xiuan opened her mouth again, this time stuffing the remaining half of the fist-sized fruit into her mouth. She asked vaguely, "The dinner won't start until at least dusk. What are you doing at the meeting place now? You're not helping with the preparations, are you?" She swallowed the fruit, let out a long breath, and continued, "That's for their logistics staff to take care of. We frontline fighters just need to relax and have fun." Thinking of the purpose of his visit to the gathering hall, Lin Lin's spirits, which had been lifted by the enthusiasm of the people of Rocklack, sank again. He shook his head. "It's something very important, though it's just my personal guess." He turned his head and glanced around. This place was a bit remote, and he had never been here before, so he had to ask again, "Do you know how to get to the gathering hall from here?" "I'm from another place, and don't know the way. Something very important? Ziyuan tilted her head, pondering for a moment, but couldn't come up with a clear answer. She gave up and waved, "Come with me." "But I won't go in. I don't want to see that perverted president who's always acting like a jerk." "Hey, brother Lin Lin, why didn't you get some rest and come to the gathering hall? The dinner isn't ready yet." "You're too early." The mustachioed president was cheerfully directing everyone's busy preparations for the dinner when he turned and saw a hunter running in. After a closer look, he saw it was Lin Lin and greeted him with a chuckle. Although the captain hadn't explained the details of the operation, and he wouldn't have understood them even if he had, he at least understood that Lin Lin had made a significant contribution to repelling the Peak Mountain Dragon. "I didn't rush over here just to eat, brother president." The mustachioed president reflected on the hunter's common behavior and said, "Oh, you want to ask about materials? That's too early. The recovery work isn't complete yet. However, you've been instrumental in this operation. If you recover enough materials, maybe even a bottle of ancient dragon blood will be allocated to you." Lin Lin's heart fluttered for a moment, but he quickly snapped back to his senses. "That's not it." The mustache-wearing president scrutinized Lin Lin's expression and instantly sensed something was amiss. He dropped his playful smirk and asked gravely, "What's wrong?" Lin Lin wanted to pour out all his conjectures, but his words needed to be focused. After a moment's thought, he condensed his thoughts into a single sentence: "Another peak dragon might attack soon." The mustache-wearing president was startled for a moment, his instinctive reaction being that Lin Lin was teasing him, an old man. However, the expression on Lin Lin's face gave him no inkling of a joke. He pulled Lin Lin to a secluded corner and said sternly, "What's going on? Why do you say that? The mountain dragon we repelled wasn't the one that appeared around Rocklac every year. It came from a very distant land." The mustache president fell into deep thought. He didn't dismiss Lin Lin's speculation as unreliable just because he was a hunter, not an expert. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Tell me your reasons." Lin Lin scratched his head. "It sounds outrageous, but I dreamed it." "Dream?" The mustache president suppressed the urge to refute and waited for Lin Lin's next words. "In that dream, I transformed into a mountain dragon, experiencing birth and growth, then wandering to Rockrack, battling a mysterious ancient dragon and the Sand Ship Corps." Lin Lin succinctly summarized the dream's contents. "I think those are the memories of the mountain dragon." To the mustache-faced president, what Lin Lin said was quite outrageous, completely beyond his worldview. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. But Lin Lin mentioned a word that caught his attention. "Mysterious ancient dragon? Since you've seen it in a dream, can you describe what it looks like?" Lin Lin didn't hesitate. "It's a pure white dragon that controls violent storms and thunder. Its body is covered in white membranes like feathers, and a vortex of tangible energy swirls around it. Giant golden horns sprout from its head, and when angry, bright red spots appear on its body." Unsure whether the people in this world knew Lon Long, Lin Lin simply referred to it as the mysterious ancient dragon. Unexpectedly, this caught the attention of the mustache-faced president. According to the president's knowledge of Lon Long, it would lend his words greater credibility. Tornado and thunder. The mustache-faced president took out a pen and paper, sketched out a rough outline, and asked Lin Lin, "Is that so?" Lin Lin took a closer look. Although the design was crude, he could immediately see the unique structure of Lon Long's four wings, unlike the typical ancient dragon skeleton. Apparently, the Mustache Guild leader had not only heard the legend of the Lon Long, but had even seen it. Or at least seen its image. Lin Lin took the paper and pen and sketched briefly, bringing the Lon Long's image closer to the one he had dreamed, then returned it to the Mustache Guild leader. The Mustache Guild leader, looking at the still crude, yet already somewhat elegant and vivid drawing, murmured, "Tianjin's evil land." A young hunter like Lin Lin had no chance of ever seeing its true form, so his dream must have a lot of meaning. The Mustache Guild leader tapped his head. Even if it sounded outrageous, since the dream had been proven to be over 90% plausible, he had to be on guard against another attack from the Peak Mountain Dragon. Alas, the Sand Fleet had already suffered heavy losses, and couldn't muster sufficient forces quickly. If the Peak Mountain Dragon attacked again, their makeshift defenses would likely be used. Chapter 102. Despite his worries, the mustache-faced president quickly composed himself and patted Lin Lin's arm. "I understand. I tell those old men at the Ancient Dragon Observatory later to keep their composure low." He pulled over a small, round stool without a backrest and sat down. Motioning for Lin Lin to follow, he stood up, picked up the wine jug, poured a glass, and handed it to Lin Lin. "Moisten your throat first. I'm quite interested in your dream. Can you tell me more?" In fact, the mustache-faced president was more interested in how Lin Lin had accessed ancient dragons' memories through his dream. If the method was replicable, humanity's situation in this world might be significantly improved. Lin Lin took the wine glass, inhaled the rich aroma of alcohol, and smacked his lips. What kind of serious person would use wine to moisten their throat? Oh, I'm a hunter. That's all right. Lin Lin took a sip and began to describe every feeling he had in his dream, detailing every detail. The mustache-faced president listened quietly, his thoughts swirling in his head, but he remained silent until Lin Lin mentioned the call the peak dragon had sensed. His pupils narrowed slightly. Are you saying that the call the peak dragon felt originated from the large pillar in the center of the lake? Lin Lin nodded. Based on my subconscious reaction in the dream, it must have been a broken peak dragon tusk. As for the call it emitted, it's a hard to describe feeling, but it's definitely not the sound of wind blowing through cracks or anything like that. The legend is true. The mustache-faced president muttered, then realized, so, it's because of that giant tusk's regular call that the peak dragon makes its annual parade toward Rock Luck. Since they've already summoned a peak dragon this time, will they stop this year? Lin Lin spread his hands. I don't know. I just had a dream, and I've told you everything I know. After relaying the information to the bearded leader, it was as if his worries had been lifted as well. Lin Lin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he felt incredibly relieved. Let those bigwigs handle the decision-making. He's just a small hunter, just doing his job. After all, bearded leader didn't dare to take the chance that the giant tusk would attract a mountain dragon and then stop. It was better to be prepared than to be defenseless. As for blowing up that ancient tusk and silencing the annual call, the bearded leader tossed the idea around in his head, but considering the widespread speculation among scholars that the broken tusk kept the lake, the source of life in Rock Lac, from drying up, he reluctantly gave up. If that were true, even if Broken Fong were blown away and the peak dragon stopped its annual attacks, without its water source, the only outcome for this city would be extinction. He couldn't afford the gamble. Oh, brother Lin Lin, you've truly dropped a bombshell on me. It's still early for the dinner party, so take your time. I'm going to go deal with those old fellas. The celebration banquet still had to be held. Even if the local peak dragon attacked again, it would be nearly 2 weeks later, and a day of revelry wouldn't affect it much. Even if that old dragon did come, if they could repel it, this year's output would likely far exceed previous years. As long as they could survive, Rock Lark's development would surely flourish next year. Having handed the headache to the guild leader, Lin Lin no longer felt anxious. He simply had no interest in drinking alone in the clubhouse. Honestly, if he wasn't drinking with friends, he actually preferred sweet and sour fruit juice to alcohol. How about experiencing the otherworldly celebration? Lin Lin glanced down at his Golong armor, its surface stained with dried blood, and thought back to the time he was blocked in the street by enthusiastic people. He decided to go home and change into casual clothes. Ziyuan seemed quite familiar with the city's streets and alleys. With her guidance, Lin Lin didn't get caught in the crowd again and returned to the cabin quite smoothly. Ziyuan had gone next door to see Rachel, saying they wanted to go shopping together as sisters. No, master and apprentice. Lin Lin, however, hesitant to accept the stereotype of shopping with women, decided to go out on his own. After removing his Golong armor, he felt the surging power within him weaken slightly, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was it an illusion? I feel like without the dog dragon suit's life energy boost and strength-enhancing protection, the feeling of weakness from declining strength has faded a lot. What's going on? Rubbing his head, unable to figure out the reason, Lin Lin hung the dog dragon suit on the shelf and went into the bathroom. Even after shopping, I'm still covered in sand, but I still need a bath first. Maybe this is what hunters from Jian Village do. They always have a thing for baths. Boss, do you need my help cleaning your armor? Juju was quite considerate, peering in from the bathroom door. Lin Lin waved his hand. No need. Bathed in the blood of the ancient dragon, this set of armor is quite memorable. It would be a bit lacking if I just washed it off. It's just in time. Calculating the date, the body of the Earth Sand Dragon should be back soon. I can just replace it with a new Earth Sand Dragon suit then. This dog suit would be nice to keep for collection. Forget the armor. Date, would you like to come wash up with us? Let's go shopping later. As a native of the Rocklac people, a cat, Date probably isn't too new to the annual harvest festival, which is why Lin Lin asked. No need, meow. It's the same every year, meow. Boss, have fun. As expected, Date wasn't interested. But judging by its expression, Lin Lin had a feeling it had found something more interesting. Lin Lin fell back, lying flat on his back on the water, with only his face exposed. Actually, I was thinking of taking Tayo out with me, so he could experience our human rituals, but what a pity. There's still a long way to go before Tayo can stand safely among the crowd. Tayo, meow. Date hesitated, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say. Actually, after watching you and the fleet's training session the other day, I had an idea. Idea? What idea? Lin was curious. Tell me about it. After seeing the structure of the heavy crossbow, I was wondering if we could make a lightweight one. I could have Tayo carry it on his back, and I shoot it. It would be like a small sandboat, and it would definitely be helpful to the boss. Lin sat up suddenly, wiped his wet hair, and looked at Ye Zhao with wide eyes. Oh my god! Ye Zhao, you're a genius! Chapter 103. Date scratched his head sheepishly. It's just a guess. Miniaturizing a crossbow is actually quite difficult. I've only just finished half of a prototype. I have no idea if it will work. Lin, however, thought Date's idea was promising. If it could be realized, Date and Jump alone could be enough to rival the hunters in effectiveness. More importantly, such a combination possesses extreme mobility. Even the groundbreaking hunters of Yanhua village might not be able to combine such incredible agility with such impressive damage. Lin suddenly lost interest in continuing his bath. He quickly dried himself and changed into casual clothes, eagerly saying, "Hurry, let me see the prototype you've made." Ye Zhao was rather frustrated. I told you it wasn't finished yet, meow. It's stuck at the materials stage, meow. Desperately, Ye Zhao led Lin into his room, pushed aside some of the debris on the floor, and revealed the half-finished small bed crossbow. Ye Zhao then turned the capstan, pulling the crossbow from the bed crossbow. Immediately, the bowstring creaked rather ominously. Ye Zhao asked Lin to step aside, inserted a shortened wooden stick into the crossbow's groove, and then aimed at a simple wooden target in the corner, and pulled the trigger. Tick! The crossbow's bowstring snapped instantly, and the wooden stick, serving as the crossbow's arrow, flew out with a whoosh, but not forward, but upward, hitting the ceiling and bouncing back onto Lin's arm, leaving a red mark. Lin grinned, unfazed by the pain and rather pleasantly surprised. Why hadn't I realized before that Coconut Tree had this talent? The crossbow before him looked quite realistic. Except for being several times smaller, it was practically identical to the one on the sand ship. Did you come up with all this yourself? Date rubbed his head sheepishly. Not entirely. I went to the attendant equipment manufacturers several times to ask for their advice. While they weren't willing to make armor for Tayo, they were still very enthusiastic about developing attendant equipment. Tayo also helped a lot during testing. Now, Tayo can carry the weight of this crossbow, though it's a bit tiring. To reduce the weight, I carved the crossbow's body out of knotwood, but the windlass is made from parts from the workshop. The problem now is that after shrinking it, the original herbivorous dragon tendons can no longer be pressed in, and other materials can't handle the crossbow's power. They continued to mutter about the flaws of this half-finished product, but Lin had only one thought in his mind. Date is a genius. Is this what you call a half-finished product? After resolving the material issues, it's basically ready for battle, right? It seems to be about as powerful as the hunter starting equipment, perhaps even more so. With your hands-on skills, why don't you just give up being a cat hunter and become a weapons manufacturer? Maybe you can even create a cat-style dragon-slaying spear someday? Date nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, there are still many details that need to be adjusted. It's really a work in progress. Lin sucked his teeth. He was decent at handcrafting, and mixing hunting tools was no problem. But when it came to crafting weapons, especially those with numerous and complex parts, he was completely clueless. Although he was quite excited, he couldn't help it all. Well, as for the materials, as we hunt more monsters, we always find suitable ones. As for the rest, well, I try to introduce you to more craftsmen. At this point, Lin's mind suddenly popped up, Naguli Village. Or perhaps a more appropriate name would be Blacksmith Village. Located near a volcano, nestled against the lava fields, and populated primarily by the Earth Dragon clan, that village was a holy land for craftsmen. They developed many new techniques every year, and were adept at modifying various artifacts. Looks like, if I had the chance, I'd take Date with me to Naguli Village. Not only could he learn and exchange techniques with the Earth Dragon clan craftsmen, but I could also go digging for protective stones in the volcano. Oh, by the way, speaking of the protective stone, isn't the alchemy houses due soon? I have to check on it later. Date Coconut naturally didn't realize how quickly Lin's thoughts had whirled and whirled, soaring to the horizon. It simply looked at Lin Lin with gratitude. The boss is so kind, meow. Not only did he not blame it for tinkering with these seemingly fanciful things, he even offered to help it. So kind, meow. Date Coconut stayed home, accompanying Tayo Tayo while tinkering with the bed crossbow, while Lin Lin went out shopping in casual clothes, fully enjoying the exotic atmosphere. Hey, don't tell me, the folk costumes in this desert are just amazing. Because of the scorching weather, people always dress as coolly as possible when going out during the day. Lin Lin had already seen many sexy young women along the way. To block the harsh sunlight, they would layer a layer of gauze over their cool clothes, making their tan skin appear faintly visible, creating a dreamy, hazy beauty. Ahem. Lin Lin averted his gaze and rubbed his face, thinking that he must have been exposed to that lecherous old leader so often that he'd been infected. Otherwise, how could he have become like this? Calm down. Thinking of Lan Long's ethereal figure and Bing Bingzi's graceful and moving dance. I can't calm down. I'm even more excited. To distract himself, Lin Lin looked among the crowds of street vendors and happened to come across a stall selling various small jewelry items. Unlike the jeweler's dazzling displays of gaudy jewelry, this stall mostly featured vibrantly colored bracelets and necklaces crafted using various weaving techniques. Lin Lin immediately fell in love with a red pendant with a golden string. A coin was strung onto the pendant, and the end was tied with a small, delicate knot that allowed the string to be adjusted. I just feel like this pendant would be a perfect match for the dragon-carved coins he dug up. Although Lin Lin was short on cash, that was only for his bottomless spending on equipment. He wouldn't bat an eye when buying these little gadgets, which cost only a few bucks each. Yeah. Isn't this our hero? You still like these little things? A burly figure pushed through the crowd and approached Lin Lin. Even though he didn't recognize this fellow, also dressed in plain clothes, at first glance, Lin Lin's distinctive, loud voice caught his attention instantly. Hey, you're just talking nonsense. You didn't contribute to pushing the explosive bomb into that guy's mouth, didn't you? Chapter 104. The man who arrived was a massive, burly man, perfectly fitting the stereotype of hunters most civilians held. The long, narrow scar running from his brow to the side of his face gave him an even more ferocious look. By his distinctively loud voice, Lin Lin recognized him as the gunner who had accompanied him against the Peak Dragon. Lin Lin had gotten to know this man somewhat during the fleet's training. The gunner's name was Todd. He was barely 30 years old, already a 4-star gunner, a hunter of considerable potential. He formed a team with the insect stick user named Tolo, and they had been operating in Rockrak for the past year. Incidentally, Tolo, while seemingly a bug stick user, was actually a versatile expert skilled in light weapons. During training alone, Lin Lin had seen him wield weapons ranging from a one-handed sword to a pair of swords, though he had chosen to wield the insect stick on that day of battle. Todd was clearly surprised to run into Lin Lin while shopping. He laughed heartily, and tried to drag Lin Lin out for a drink. They were comrades who had been through life and death together, so why not have a good drink to strengthen their bond? Lin Lin hesitated. But Todd, we have a dinner tonight. I've drunk too much now, what are we going to do? Todd scratched the back of his head, belatedly realizing. Ahaha, then, no more drinking. I treat you to a meal. I've been in Rock Lark for almost a year, so I know all the good food here. To be honest, Lin Lin was quite curious about what special foods Rock Lark had to offer. Since arriving in this world, he'd been most often seeing barbecue. Following Todd around a few turns, Lin Lin came upon a rather small shop. Despite its small size, it was crowded with customers. Just a sniff told him why so many people were gathered around. Good wine needs no bush, and the same goes for delicious food. Just smelling the rich and unique aroma, Lin Lin couldn't immediately place what kind of food Todd had brought him. It smelled of meat, but there were also other, less familiar aromas. Todd proudly introduced Lin Lin. This is a very popular pie here in Rock Lake. I heard it first became popular because it's simple to make and perfect for the desert. I brought you to this shop because, in my personal experience, they're the most generous with their spices in the whole city. That smell, wow, you can smell it, right? The shop had few employees, but many customers. They were constantly busy, but their output couldn't keep up with demand. So, while they waited, Todd introduced Lin Lin to this pie called kamaki. First, spread out a large flatbread. Then, mince the sandfish, ghost onions, tropical pineapple, and colorful bell peppers, mix them together, spread them on the flatbread, sprinkle with spices, and top with another flatbread. Once the two flatbreads are pinched together, the pie is ready. Next, build a fire on the sand. Once it dies down, bury the pie in the hot ashes. The residual heat will simmer the pie until it's cooked. After a while, a golden pie will be fresh from the oven. Let me tell you, this pie is much better than the food you brought with you, and it tastes even better. Since coming to Rocklark, I've basically stopped eating the food I brought with me. As he spoke, Todd subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth, making sure his saliva wasn't dripping, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin's Adam's apple rolled too. It wasn't Todd's description that was particularly alluring, but rather the overwhelming aroma in the air. Many impatient customers were eating right after buying, making the air even more alluring. When it was finally their turn, Todd gave the clerk some instructions. Lin stared blankly at the golden kebab naan in his hand, a plate twice the size of his own face. He then glanced at the other customers carrying bags of sliced pies, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Hey, eating like them is so stingy. I've always eaten this way. Don't forget, we're hunters. Lin watched Todd bite a hole through the round naan in an unrefined manner, his cheek bulging as he spoke incoherently. That's right. Lin grinned and, imitating Todd's example, took a bite. Ah! The fresh juices instantly burst in his mouth, carrying a rich, almost overwhelming aroma. Combined with the slightly burnt, crispy, and hardened dough, each bite was a truly satisfying experience. Huh? Lin? Why are you here? Lin was about to follow Todd to the next food spot, when he unexpectedly saw someone at the end of the line. He was wearing a heavy suit of alloy armor, and had a massive katana slung across his back. The customer in front of him wanted him to move to the front of the line, but he firmly waved him off. Brev? When did you get back? Just got back. I didn't expect the Peak Dragon to arrive so early this year. Luckily, I didn't miss the Harvest Festival. Well, I wanted to give them a taste of the goodies here, so I didn't even have time to take off my gear before I lined up. He invited his family here just for the Harvest Festival. It would be so disappointing if they arrived and found it was already over. Lin glanced back at the unassuming little shop in surprise. Amazing. They've truly built their reputation on quality. Are you Breve? Todd, standing next to him, blinked suddenly, as if remembering something. He looked at the hunter, whose figure was quite slender compared to his own, with a hint of sympathy. Before Breve could ask, Lin introduced him. This is Todd, a 4-star gunner. We met during the fight against the Peak Dragon. The two greeted each other, and Breve, remembering Todd's look, felt a little uneasy. Brother Todd, have you heard of me? Todd scratched his shaved head. Ah, I heard your captain mention it. He said you almost ran away, and he was going to teach you a lesson. Brave's expression froze instantly, and he stood there motionless, looking like he was in a state of shock. Why, having clearly forgotten about this, did he have to remind him right after he got back? His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Maru. Lin patted his shoulder sympathetically. Actually, I told the president about this when we first got back. Don't panic, it's not a big deal. You've been qualified for emergency commissions for a long time. This time, at most, they find a procedural violation. It won't be too serious. Chapter 105. Brave sighed, as if resigned to his fate, and gave up buying the food. Instead of running away in a panic, it would be better to face the trial sooner rather than later. At least, he wouldn't be so anxious now. Is he okay? Todd asked Lin uncertainly, looking at Brave's back. Is he? Lin wasn't entirely sure, but there wasn't much he could do. He already pleaded for favors the day he returned, and he'd have to face it sooner or later. That's right. Lin suddenly realized that since Brave was back, did that mean the new weapons and armor he'd been craving were also back? At this thought, Lin's interest in enjoying the food suddenly vanished. Compared to the equipment, food was nothing. So, Lin apologized to Todd and hurried to the processing workshop in the city. The body of the sand dragon would definitely be delivered to them for processing. As hunters themselves, Todd understood Lin's impatience perfectly, so instead of taking it personally, he happily joined in the fun. Are you thinking of crafting a sand dragon suit? Hey, I've used that set before, and it's quite practical for weapons like ours with shields. It's a great choice. The owner was probably still busy at the workshop entrance, so Todd simply shared his experience using the sand dragon suit with Lin. This set is made primarily from the hard shell of a sand dragon. The armor's protective capabilities are incredible, even rivaling those of higher-end armor. Defense +8. Because of the sand dragon's sturdy and heavy material, this set is also quite heavy. The upside is that it helps you stabilize your stance against monster attacks, but the downside is that it consumes a significant amount of stamina when performing actions like evasion. Defense +10, physical -10. And this set has another property, similar to the Dog Dragon set, which stimulates life energy and increases the wearer's strength. The Earth Sand Dragon set also has a similar benefit. However, this benefit doesn't affect the wearer, but rather the target, making them more susceptible to being stunned. Increases KO by 10. It's difficult for me to trigger this benefit with my gun lance, but hammer users really like it. Your shield axe. Well, should work too? Is this the old version of the Earth Sand Dragon set? Todd didn't know much about the shield axe, but Lin Lin knew a lot. The grenade bottle's explosion effect was perfectly suited to KO. It was safe to say that the Earth Sand Dragon set was the perfect armor for him at this stage. The more Todd talked, the more he wanted to put on his new armor right then and there. After a long wait, Lin Lin finally met the workshop owner. Having come here several times before, the boss had clearly remembered Lin Lin. Perhaps Brave had already shared the details with him when they first met. The boss's first words were, "Good news. The materials from the Earth Sand Dragon have been divided, and most of them are intact. Assuming the guild doesn't participate in the profit sharing, the materials obtained will be enough to craft a complete set of armor, and then more than enough to enhance your bone armor into an Earth Sand shield axe." Lin Lin's throat tightened. Usually, at this point, the next step would be the bad news is. After waiting for a few seconds, the boss didn't continue, so Lin Lin had no choice but to ask, "What's the bad news?" The boss paused. "What bad news? You just said good news, so shouldn't the next step be bad news?" The boss laughed. "I didn't tell you one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? It's just that you hunters are all impatient. I'm afraid you be anxious, so I'm getting down to business right now." Lin Lin gave an awkward laugh, half wanting to crawl into a hole. "Okay, go get measured, and then bring your bone armor over. It should take about 10 days. The weapons and armor will be ready. Remember to pay." Lin Lin didn't react much, but Todd was scratching his head. "I also placed the order with you, boss. Why did mine get delivered in a week, while Brother Lin has to wait 3 more days?" The boss, clearly also being on Todd's side, glared and said angrily, "When was that? When is it now? We just finished the battle against the Peak Dragon. We've used up a lot of crossbows and artillery shells, and the sand boats and dragon boats need maintenance. Don't we need any help from our workshop?" Normal for Lin Lin, he would have to wait for. It'd take half a month to complete. "I'm willing to work overtime on this order, because he performs such a significant role in stopping the Fengshan Dragon. That's why I'm willing to work a bit harder." "Huh? Did you see the owner of the workshop when you came back? Or did the captain and the others have another discussion later and specifically mention him?" Lin Lin scratched his head, grinning innocently. "Hey, he didn't perform such a significant role. Don't be ridiculous. I heard from Quentin that if you hadn't warned us in time, a large chunk of the Fengshan Marus, that would have been gnawed off. Not to mention the casualties. The workload of repairing the dragon-killing boat alone far exceeds the workload of your equipment." The owner of the processing shop was probably very busy, and soon lost interest in small talk. He waved his hand, urging Lin Lin to pay quickly. After measuring the size, he went back to the processing shop. After placing the order, a heavy burden of relief came over him. Seeing that it was a good opportunity, Lin Lin simply went to the alchemy shop to check on the progress of his protective stone refining. "Are you still refining protective stones here?" Todd's eyes were a little surprised, as if he was looking at a wealthy man. What's wrong?" Lin Lin was confused and felt inexplicably uneasy. "I've been to this alchemy shop before. If you ask me, it should be renamed the Gold Swallowing House. Refining protective stones here is worse than digging them in a volcano." Todd had suffered losses here before, and seemed to have a lot of resentment towards this alchemy shop. Brother Todd, could you elaborate?" "Let me think." Todd counted on his fingers. "First, the success rate for refining here is extremely low. Out of 10 amulets, only 1 might be rated fighter grade, and the other 9 are just the lousy soldier grade. Second, he charges by the finished product. Regardless of the quality, it's 150Z. Sounds pretty good, right? But the materials used to refine a single amulet here are a hefty sum. The materials you use to refine a single amulet might be worth 500 or 600Z. Even if you put all your money on the line, you might still not be able to refine a usable amulet. Don't be so slanderous. I clearly warned you that luck plays a huge role in refining an amulet. Last time, you were just unlucky. How can you blame me? This guy has much better luck than you." Chapter 106. Todd's characteristic loud voice was completely undisguised, so the alchemy shop owner, who heard his bad words, became a little anxious on the spot. Me? Lucky? Lin pointed at himself. He had never thought he was lucky. When he was playing the game, he had been grinding the sun destruction for 3 consecutive days to get an attack orb 2-4, but nothing happened, forcing him to become a magician. Now, when he heard the alchemy shop owner say that he was lucky, although his first reaction was to disbelieve it, he couldn't help but feel a little hope in his heart. Is it really possible that I can refine some good protective stone? The alchemy shop owner went back to the house, and came out a few minutes later with the big cloth bag that Lin had come with. He untied the bag and poured it onto the counter. With a loud noise, a pile of small stones of strange shapes and emitting light of varying intensities scattered. A total of 10 amulets have been refined, 3 of which are night grade. 2 of them can fully activate a skill buff, and the other, while offering a lower level of buff, unexpectedly has a socket for an ornament. The boss picked out the 3 brightest stones from the pile and introduced them one by one. This one's effect is hunger resistance. The name suggests it, right? It makes you more resistant to hunger. Well, that's a bit of a stretch. To be precise, this buff works by lowering your metabolic rate, thereby slowing energy consumption. Once you engage in high-intensity combat, the effect of this amulet becomes quite weak. Lin's mouth twitched, and the anticipation he had just felt was shattered. What good would he do with this skill? Becoming the legendary king of endurance? After much deliberation, the only time this amulet would be useful was during a hunt when monsters trapped him in camp, cut off from supplies, and forced him to wait for rescue. It could help him last a little longer, right? Like, say, 2 swift dragons or a dragonite. This one's effect is satisfaction, which increases your absorption efficiency when using things like potions. You only need to consume a portion to get the full effect, thus conserving items. However, the satisfaction level of this amulet isn't very high, so the effect is probably quite poor. However, there are holes in this amulet. If 2 dieting beads were inserted, it would basically work. Lin's face darkened, and the remaining anticipation in his heart collapsed. The level of satisfaction and excitement was still quite low. Would it make him break an ancient secret potion in half and eat it? Besides, this was real life, not a game. If injured, the most important thing to do was to retreat temporarily, not take a potion to fill up the health bar and continue fighting. This skill wasn't nearly as useful as it was in the game. And this one? The boss was explaining the items slowly, and Lin simply answered them in his mind. Hunger resistance, satisfaction, should I take the next one soon? This one's effect is heat resistance. In many places where cold drinks are needed, such as deserts and volcanoes during the day, wearing this can greatly reduce the effects of the heat, just like the local monsters. If combined with a cold drink, it's basically the same as normal activities. Huh? Lin raised his eyes in surprise. Compared to the previous 2, this amulet was surprisingly useful. While it didn't directly aid in combat, the combination of the heat-resistant stone and the cold drink allowed him to maintain his normal combat effectiveness even in extreme conditions. This was actually a hidden enhancement. Finally, having a functional stone, Lin felt quite good. He held it, feeling the unique energy field enveloping him, and marveled at it. Unlike the cold drink that cools the body after consuming it, this energy field acts more like an external force, filtering out the excessive heat. As a result, even with the scorching sun overhead, Lin felt like he was basking in a spring breeze. No wonder they say it works best with cold drinks, one for the exterior, the other for the interior. What about the remaining 7 amulets? The rest are all soldier-level amulets, and their activation levels aren't very high. Let me think. There's strength enhancement, secrecy, trap master movers. Are there any useful skills here? Yes, but their activation levels are too low. They require the corresponding beads to function properly. Firstly, these amulets don't have sockets, and secondly, Lin doesn't have the raw materials to make beads. Ultimately, Lin could only shell out 1500 Z for labor, and, aside from the 3 night-level amulets, stuff the rest into the bottom of the box. He didn't know if they would ever see the light of day. On the way out of the alchemy room, Todd looked conflicted, as if he was about to speak. What's wrong, Todd? Just say what you want to say. Lin noticed this and, without trying to guess, spoke directly. We're all hunters. What's so unbearable about this? Is my luck really that bad? Lin choked. After all this fuss, you're just dwelling on this? I thought you were interested in one of the amulets I just refined but were too embarrassed to ask for it. For amulets, which rely heavily on luck, the guild doesn't have the strict restrictions they do for armor. Instead, they allow trading, so a good amulet often commands a high price. If I fail to refine an amulet just once, I don't think it means anything. Todd scratched the back of his head, his voice sounding a little unsure. The point is, it's more than just refining an amulet. From the very beginning of my hunter career, I've had bad luck. Todd began counting on his fingers. My test to become an official hunter was to hunt 5 blue speed dragons, and I ended up encountering the blue speed dragon king. When I was 2 stars, I was picking snow mountain grass, and was almost eaten by a dinosaur. Look at my face, it's the scar from that time. When I was 3 stars, I was hunting sand dragons. But then a horned dragon suddenly appeared. A 4-star player was preparing to make a set of rock dragon armor, but despite gathering all the monster materials, they couldn't find any, or after digging for half a month. It wasn't until we teamed up with Toro to dig for protective stones that we finally found the ore. Lin, Brother Todd, you've managed to survive this long after all this experience. I think you have the makings of a hero. Wait? Snow mountain grass, boom dragon? No way. After carefully examining Todd, Lin couldn't discern any valuable information, so he could only suppress his doubts for the time being. Lin weighed his words and offered a soothing reassurance. Well, it's pretty unlucky. Picking snow mountain grass and encountering a boom dragon. Chapter 107. Sure enough, it's really unlucky. Receiving Lin's comfort, Todd seemed even more depressed. But? Lin paused. At 2 stars, you encountered a Tyrannosaurus, yet you managed to escape. At 3 stars, you encountered a horned dragon, yet you were able to escape unscathed. In a sense, isn't this a manifestation of your incredible luck, Brother Todd? Is that so? Lin nodded vigorously. Yes, there's a saying in my hometown that goes something like this. When God wants to entrust a person with a great responsibility, he first had them go through hardships and obstacles to test their willpower and character. I see, Brother Todd, you're destined for great things in the future, which is why you're encountering these seemingly unlucky troubles. Ah ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I was saying, how could my luck be so? How could it be bad? Todd placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. When I reach 5 stars, I'm definitely going to go back and kill that throbbing dragon that disfigured me and make it into gear. Brother Todd, you said you encountered the throbbing dragon while gathering snow mountain grass. Was it in the flash of Snow Mountain? Yes, not long after becoming an official hunter, I was assigned to a snowy mountain village called Pokai as a resident hunter. I ran into that guy, and he shot me right off the mountain. So, as you said, I was lucky enough to survive. Lin's thoughts seemed to drift with Todd's words, traveling to the small, snowy village. Pokai village, if I get a chance, I'd love to visit. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, there will be a chance. Despite the cold weather, the villagers there are so welcoming. And the hot soup the village chief's wife makes, a bowl of it amidst the snow, is truly a treat. Lin couldn't help but smile. Brother Todd, you really love to eat. Of course. Only food and battle are worth the effort. Although he had been in Rocklark for quite some time, this was the first time Lin had truly observed every inch of the city. With Todd's guidance, Lin not only satisfied his appetite and filled his belly to a full stomach, but also explored the city's streets and alleys. During this time, he also wandered around a residential area built specifically for the orcs, and happened to run into Jujube's mother, Joy. They chatted about Jujube's recent changes and progress, and also mentioned Jujube's amazing talent for mechanical engineering. Joy seemed delighted by Lin's praise, and immediately offered to cook 2 dishes for the 2 hunters. How could Lin, nearly unable to walk, eat any more? He quickly declined and left, leaving Joy with a regretful look. What other places haven't I visited yet? After leaving the orc settlement, Lin suddenly noticed several relatively secluded mansions in the distance. Unlike the Hunter's Lodge, which actually belonged to the guild, the owners of these mansions were truly wealthy or noble. Just from the decor and the setting, one could sense the air of wealth. Over there. Todd curled his lips. It seems to be the territory of a fairly large chamber of commerce. I heard they used to be aristocrats. They're so pretentious all the time. Anyway, I don't want to deal with them. After hearing this, Lin lost interest in going over to investigate. He simply glanced at the sky, noticing that dusk was approaching, and headed towards the meeting place. The dinner was held in the small square in front of the meeting hall. Lin took a moment to ask, what's the name of that chamber of commerce? If it was really like Todd said, full of people who put on airs, and didn't know what they were talking about, then he'd have to stay away from them. I think it's called the Zijin Chamber of Commerce? Lin blinked, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. A young woman threw a banquet, served fine wine, and the atmosphere was great, but she accidentally drank a few too many. Ziyuan, Zijin, was it a coincidence? If so, judging by Ziyuan's behavior today, how could she seem arrogant? Lin Lin's thoughts were quickly interrupted. As the sunset faded, and the moonlight cast its shadow across the sky, the scene before him made it clear that his understanding of the dinner was slightly off. In his mind, dinner parties were supposed to take place in luxuriously decorated halls, beneath beautiful crystal chandeliers, with people dressed in impeccable attire, smiling elegantly, toasting and chatting, and occasionally eating a small token snack. Even though he knew such a scene was unlikely to occur in the Monster Hunter world, he had only imagined a long table in a tavern, laden with wine and meat, a variety of dishes freely available, with comrades toasting, feasting, bragging, and chatting. That was all. But compared to the scene before him, his assumption seemed a bit underwhelming. Countless massive, purpose-built bonfires dotted the city, their rising flames transforming Rock Lake into a city that never sleeps. The once melancholy deep blue of the night sky was warmed by the orange-red glow of the flames, and even the chilly desert wind, characteristic of nighttime, was quickly warmed by the bonfires. A basin-sized stew was drizzled with a special sauce. A rich broth infused with desert spices was enough to make the lips and tongue salivate. Barrels of beer, rich with the aroma of malt, smelled sweet and delicious, more like juice than wine, and were unsealed. Fresh sandfish, caught by the fishing fleet, were also available. Their livers and roe were incredibly delicious even when simply prepared. The people were in a frenzy. Lin Lin rubbed his newly freed stomach, surveying the table overflowing with delicious food. His Adam's apple rolled. Never mind. Training will double tomorrow. Let's just eat to our heart's content today. Brother. Over here, over here. Lin Lin looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Ziyuan and Rachel sitting arm in arm by the campfire, looking like close friends. Rachel was concentrating on her sandfish skewers, while Ziyuan beamed at Lin Lin. Toro had just come over to try and get Todd and Lin Lin to drink, but seeing this, he pulled Todd away and winked at Lin Lin. Lin Lin rolled his eyes, a bit speechless, but still said nothing. Had these people all been led astray by the lecherous leader? While Shine is certainly pretty, how should I put it? She's just not his cup of tea. She doesn't have those worldly desires. Lin Lin scooped up a bowl of stew and broth, and sat down next to the two of them. He ate while listening to Shine's chirping. Her demure demeanor made it hard to reconcile her with the polite yet distant demeanor she initially encountered. I'm going back to Dondaruma in 2 days. Do you want to come with me? Rachel finished her skewers, wiped her mouth, and turned to look at the two of them. Chapter 108. Leaving so soon, Lin Lin was stunned at first, but then he remembered that Rachel had brought him from Jiayan village, so he could broaden his horizons. Now that he had defeated the Fengshan dragon, it was naturally time to leave. Lin Lin thought for a moment, and shook his head. I just placed an order with the weapons manufacturer. It'd take at least 10 days. Besides, even if he got the new equipment, he couldn't go directly to Dondaruma. Not to mention the trip to Yanhua village that had always been on his schedule. It had been a while since he left Jiayan village, and he wanted to go back and see his friends. Shine was quite happy, almost impatient. Sister, when are we leaving? Rachel smiled and pinched her cheek. In 2 days, there's an airship leaving from here directly for Dondaruma. We can take a ride. It's even more prosperous there than Rocklark, and the Hunters Guild headquarters is also located there. Great. Rachel then turned to look at Lin Lin. In this battle against the Peak Mountain Dragon, your performance far exceeded my expectations. You've become a capable hunter, capable of venturing out on your own. I'm a little relieved now. But even though you have your own path, you should still come to Dondaruma sometime. Your teacher was one of the first hunters to wield the shield axe, so you can learn a lot from him. As for this kid, even though he's been in training camp for quite some time, he still has a lot of shortcomings. I have to put some effort into guiding him when we return to Dondaruma. Cheyenne chuckled, hee, and shrank back. Ha ha. Everyone's here. Come on, let's toast. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. It was the guild leader, holding up a glass and shouting. Apparently, considering his height, so everyone present could hear clearly, he even climbed onto a barrel and raised his glass high. To the Sand Fleet. To the Harvest Festival. To Rocklark. Cheers! The evening bonfire created a lively atmosphere, and everyone was cheering enthusiastically. After the Mustachioed Guild leader raised his glass, everyone followed suit, raising their own glasses. Of course, some already high on alcohol, conveniently lifted the skewers of sandfish meat. For Lak-Lak? Oh my! Cheers! Tun tun tun. Lin Lin followed suit and downed a glass of fruit wine. It looked like the mustache president was completely immersed in the revelry. Had he already secretly arranged everything? Get high! Get high! This is the Harvest Festival. A sullen expression seems a bit out of place. The mustache president, clinking glasses with everyone, now approached Lin Lin and handed him a skewer of freshly grilled sandfish kidneys. Lin Lin took a bite. It tasted a bit fishy, but the unique texture of fresh ingredients made it less unbearable. How is it? Does it smell reassuring? Looking up, he saw the mustache president winking at him. It seemed everything had been arranged. His efficiency was quite high. Was he worried he'd be stressed? Lin Lin shook the skewer in his hand. It does smell a bit fishy. The mustache leader grinned. Hey, hunters are all so generous. I worried for nothing. The next day. Last night's dinner lasted late into the night. Lin Lin was completely exhausted and could only guzzle wine here and there, ultimately getting himself drunk. He woke up with a splitting headache, but it was only thanks to Coconut Date's thoughtful offer of a cup of hot tea that he felt better. He washed his face with cold water and rubbed his stomach. He'd eaten so much the previous day that he hadn't felt hungry at all, which made Lin Lin want to exercise. Coconut Date had wanted to tweak the half-finished cat-style crossbow, but without resolving the material issues, any further tweaking would be futile. He might as well join in the training. Since his bone armor had already been sent to the workshop for upgrading, he didn't have any weapons at the moment, so he didn't need to go to the training ground set aside for hunters. The mansion's back garden was more than enough for him. He developed a running habit since Jiyun Village, and he kept it up. However, without a suitable weight, running felt too easy, negating the effectiveness of the exercise. So, after looking around, Lin Lin bent down and carried Tayo Tayo on his back. Tayo Tayo? ? Leader? Li Zagan the devil? Don't move around. It's hard to control your center of gravity carrying you. To be honest, Tayo Tayo's nearly 4 meters tall made carrying him a bit of a hassle. He was also considerably heavier than a bone armor, so running with him was quite tiring. But this was exactly the effect Lin Lin wanted. This was the only way to achieve it. Coconut Date stared in shock at Lin Lin carrying Tiao Tiao on his back. He felt like he could fit an egg in his mouth. Boss's strength is ridiculous, but then, he ran back to the house, struggled to lift a large bucket over 2 meters high, and staggered after Lin Lin. As Boss's hunting partner, I have to work hard too. Without the pressure of completing commissions, and advancing in a short period of time, and having to stay here for the time being while waiting for the new equipment to be crafted, life suddenly became more relaxed. After escorting Master and Disciple Rachel to the airship the next day, he had been exercising to burn off some energy, occasionally visiting the gathering place for a few glasses of juice, and chatting with a few acquaintances. His life had been quite ordinary. Until now. Lin Lin, clad in a thick set of brown armor, jumped on his feet twice, and nodded with satisfaction. It fits perfectly. This equipment looks heavy to me. Breath grumbled quietly. The mustachioed captain was quite merciful. Besides a token fine, he received no share of the Sand Dragon's materials, and he repeatedly lectured him, which made Brave feel quite relieved. However, upon learning the verdict handed down by the bald captain of the guerrillas, his heart was finally at peace. Indefinite suspension, loss of all benefits, practically outright dismissal. Of course, Brave didn't know that after he left the captain's office in despair, the captain rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, he's clearly a very talented kid, but he's been stuck in the gorillas, facing pterosaurs and yellow velociraptors all day. When will he really grow up? Returning to reality, Lin Lin stretched his shoulders, no longer feeling the heaviness. Hey, I've been through some acclimatization training, right? Chapter 109. Feeling completely attuned to this set of earth and sand armor, Lin Lin also mentioned the significantly increased weight, which arguably gave it a completely new look as a bone armor set. No, it should be called the Earth and Sand Shield Axe now. Using the hard shell of an Earth and Sand Dragon as a shield, its surface studded with rivets, and its slashing sword shaped like a mace, the entire weapon exudes a fierce and savage aura simply from its design. The workshop owner patted the rough surface of the shield, which resembled the breathing holes of an Earth and Sand Dragon, and explained to Lin Lin, this shield axe's design involves certain trade-offs to maximize the performance of the Earth and Sand Dragon material. Its significantly heavier weight compared to other shield axes of the same tier allows it to unleash greater power and deal more damage. However, a heavier weapon also makes it more difficult to control, making it more challenging to precisely strike certain parts of a monster. Like the Ceratopsian shield axe, the earth and sand shield axe has a high plateau with negative critical hits. The difference is that the plateau is not as high, so it can. I'm not that disappointed. As for sharpness, it's pretty good, barely reaching a blue rating. But its durability is very poor, dropping to green after just 2 or 3 cuts. It needs more frequent sharpening, so you need to be mindful of that. However, if you get some white dove stone and use some high-quality sand dragon materials, you can enhance it into a sand dragon armored shield axe. That way, the slashing rating will improve significantly, approaching white. Your future plan is to hunt Ceratops and upgrade it to a Ceratops armored, right? To do that, you first need to enhance the shield axe into a sand dragon armored shield axe. Huh? White dove stone? Should it be in the ore he dug from the peak dragon's back? Even if he didn't find it, he'd probably have it in his allotment of materials after completing the peak dragon mission. Wouldn't that mean he could enhance his weapon again soon? Perhaps guessing Lin Lin's thoughts, the workshop owner shook his head. I told you to use high-quality sand dragon materials. The one you hunted wasn't strong enough. Also, upgrading from bone armor to a sand dragon shield axe will increase its weight considerably. I advise you to first fully master the sand dragon shield axe before considering further enhancements. Don't take too big a step and risk getting hurt. TSK okay. The owner's words made sense. Lin Lin temporarily put aside the idea of further enhancements and instead examined the shield axe carefully. The edge of the shield resembled the pores of a sand dragon. It wasn't sharp, and could even be considered blunt. It seemed the axe blade was hidden inside, extending only when it was transformed. Lin Lin saddled his sand shield axe, and was just about to pull it out and insert it into his shield to see how it performed in axe mode, when the workshop owner, with a scowl on his face, stopped him. Go to the training grounds if you want to try it. Trying it here? Are you trying to tear my shop apart? Light weapons, like dual blades and one-handed swords would be fine, but you hunters wielding heavy weapons, don't you have any idea of the destructive power of your weapons? Last time, that idiot with the gunpowder rifle nearly blew his workshop apart with a full blast. Ahaha, sorry, I'll be right there. Lin Lin dejectedly said goodbye to the workshop owner, and ran to Locklark's training ground. Brave thought about it, and decided to join them in the fun. His family had returned to Tangia Harbor after the Harvest Festival, and since he was suspended from work and had no desire to take on hunting quests, he might as well come along and hone his katana skills. As a guild benefit for hunters, the training ground is free and open to all. However, its presence is so low that many hunters have never even entered it. Lin Lin, for example, only discovered its location the last time he followed Brother Todd around. It's called a training ground, but it's actually just a relatively spacious square. It's made of knotwood covered with iron sheets of varying thicknesses to simulate monster skins of varying strengths. There's even a rudimentary mechanical dragon nearby that can mimic monster movements under the operator's control. Judging by the design, it's probably modeled after Yong-Ku-Ku monster bird. Strange, does Rockcrack have a monster bird? Why a mechanical dragon in the shape of a monster bird? According to the fact that Faye, the mechanical dragon operator, was present, Lin Lin asked directly. This was recently developed at instructor Rachel's suggestion. Since Rockcrack has no experience making this kind of machine, we copied the training machine from Donnarumma. That's why it's shaped like a monster bird. Lin Lin blinked, a little surprised, but also understandable. East Dorma may not be the most prosperous city in the entire continent, but as the location of the Union headquarters, it must be the city with the most mature hunter-related industrial system. It is not surprising that it is the first city to develop a mechanical dragon. Wait, speaking of these training mechanical dragons, Flame Village should have some too, right? Maybe they're shaped like a kappa frog. So who invented this thing first? Lin Lin scratched his head, but quickly dismissed the meaningless speculation. It didn't matter. The important thing was to quickly get used to the feel of his new weapon. You want to use this mechanical dragon, Meow? Yes, thank you. It's okay, Meow. This is my job, Meow. What kind of attacks do you need, Meow? This one can imitate the giant bird's pecking, tail flicking, and breath. Oh, of course, the breath uses streams of water, not real fire. Then peck the ground. The wooden mechanical dragon could only imitate the monster's movements, but not its strength. The constant pecking, or rather, smashing, of its head looked impressive, but after Lin Lin tentatively blocked it with his shield, he was disappointed to find that the peck only barely made him slide back a step, completely failing to break his defensive stance. With your heavy armor, it's already quite impressive that it made you slide back a step, right? This is a training device, not a real monster. Brave swung his katana in a circle, a hazy white light emanating from the blade before he retracted it. He turned to see Lin Lin's disapproving expression, pouting and complaining. Lin Lin glanced down at his earth and sand suit, then realized belatedly. That's right, the earth and sand suit both enhance his defense and provide strong protection. It's normal that he didn't feel anything when the dragon pecked at him. Chapter 110. Even though the mechanical dragon's attack power was a bit weak, this kind of training was still much more exciting than swinging a weapon to chop a wooden stake. He thrust his sword into his shield, meeting the bird's peck. Then, using the momentum from the attack, he swung it down with a powerful blow, hitting the mechanical dragon's head, nearly detaching the barely cobbled-together mechanical dragon's head. Operator Felicat hurriedly called a halt and hurriedly checked to ensure the internal transmission mechanism was intact. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After testing the feel of the mechanical dragon, Lin Lin gave up his monopoly on it. Seeing Brave looking rather jealous, he gave him his place and ran to the side, swinging his charged sword, which seemed more like a club than a slashing sword, at the stump. After a few such blows, Lin Lin lowered his head to examine the tip of the charging sword. While its original edge was quite sharp, the mace's shape left many indentations. After a few strikes, the chopped wood debris filled the gaps, effectively shortening the sharp edge available for attack. The same was true for the axe blade hidden within the shield. No wonder the blue slash is short, and the green slash isn't long either. Just swinging it like a mace, it's simply a case of sheer force working wonders. He weighed the mace-like sword, and it was indeed considerably heavier than a bone weapon. The claim of sheer force working wonders was undeniably true. Ouch! Lin Lin was contemplating his new weapon when he heard Brave let out a strange cry and slumped to the ground. Lin Lin was bewildered. What are you doing? Brave rubbed his arm with a grin. I was trying to attack with the cassock slash while dodging the peck, but I got swiped right by it. Luckily, the attack wasn't strong enough, or I'd definitely have a bruise. Brave paused for a moment, then stood up and told Elu, the mechanical dragon, to continue practicing. Lin Lin watched him wield the over 3-meter-long odachi, constantly adjusting his center of gravity with the momentum of the swing. Combined with his agile steps, he seemed to possess a certain agility and grace unique to the odachi. Hey Brave, have you heard of Makiri? I seem to have some impression. Let me think about it. Brave stepped back from the mechanical dragon, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and frowned in thought. I think the captain mentioned it before. It's supposed to be an advanced technique unique to the katana, right? Why are you asking that? Lin Lin smiled. Nothing. I just watched you practice, and it suddenly occurred to me that if you could master the Makiri technique, your strength would definitely be greatly improved. Brave patted his iron sword and shook his head helplessly. That sounds like I don't understand. I haven't even met anyone who knows how to use it, so I have no place to learn. Huh? In such a large city like Rock Lake, there's not a single expert katana user? Of course there are, I just can't see them. Top hunters are so elusive, constantly being sent off on missions by the guild. How could they be that easy to find? Do you think everyone can just casually get guidance from a top hunter like you? I see. Lin Lin scratched his face, thinking deeply. Suddenly, he put his hand in front of him and pointed upwards. Hey! I have an idea. What idea? Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to Yanhua village to find a fa hound as a hunting partner? That's true. As far as I know, Fuxian, the village chief of Yanhua village, is a retired katana master. Why don't you ask him for advice when you go to Yanhua village? Really? Breath's eyes widened. You're asking that question, but I haven't been there myself, so how can I guarantee anything? I can only say it's highly likely. Breath couldn't sit still any longer and stood up. Lin Lin tilted his head. What are you doing? Need I ask? Going to Yanhua village? Now? Well, what else? I don't have much to do in Rock Lake anyway. The two were discussing their trip to Yanhua village when a weak voice suddenly rang out. Brother Lin Lin, you're here. You were so hard to find. Turning around, he saw the mustachioed president staggering towards them. Brother President? Brother President? Seeing Brave was there, the mustachioed president clenched his fist, placed it against his lips, coughed dryly, nodded, and then quietly straightened his back. I went to the hunter's lodge just now, but you weren't there. After a lot of asking, I finally realized you were at the training ground. Hey, your little pet is much more exciting than my mushroom pig. It's not a pet, Tayo can go hunting with me. Lin Lin didn't say anything out loud, just asked, Brother President, what do you want to talk to me about? Nothing serious, just something. The president hesitated and glanced at Brave, unable to utter any useful information. So, Brave sensibly put his katana on his back and said, I suddenly remembered I haven't packed my luggage yet. I go back and get my things. After Brave left, and the guildmaster gave the Felicat, the one in charge of controlling the mechanical dragon, a day off, the mustache guildmaster finally approached Lin Lin, hands behind his back, and whispered, Have you been dreaming lately? Lin Lin was startled, then realized he was asking about his dreams of the peak dragon. Actually, I still do sometimes, but compared to that time, they seem more intermittent, and the viewpoint is mostly just of me navigating the sand sea, with no particular information. Is that so? The mustache guildmaster nodded, then paused for a moment before suddenly saying, The peak dragon is coming. Oh. Huh? Lin Lin instinctively responded, but then realized what was happening and looked up at the mustache guildmaster in surprise. The mustachioed president didn't look at him, instead launching into his own explanation. When the peak mountain dragon appeared a few days ago, we all thought the wind was the early arrival of the monsoon. But based on your dream, the veterans at the ancient dragon observatory speculated that the wind wasn't a monsoon, but rather the aftermath of the storm caused by the Tianjin disaster. This explains why the monsoon didn't continue as usual after the harvest festival, but quickly dissipated. He glanced up at the sky. The wind these past 2 days is exactly the same as it was before the peak mountain dragon's arrival in previous years. It's just that this time, I'm afraid there won't be any more sand fleets. We have too little time to do more than repair the Fengshan Maru. The focus of our defense will likely have to be on that makeshift line of defense. The mustachioed president finally turned his head and looked directly at Lin Lin. Although it's embarrassing to say this, I still have to ask, are you willing to join another dangerous battle? If Rocklark survives this time, I really want to know what the Fengshan dragon, who comes every year, is thinking. Lin Lin smiled and said nothing, simply giving a thumbs up, silently confirming his choice.